Do you consider yourself the Dark Lord? What grand deeds have you accomplished to warrant such a title? Is it merely your name, Tom Riddle, that leads you to this delusion? Awaken from your reverie, you are not the Dark Lord. The one who languishes outside is the true Dark Lord, or rather, the former Dark Lord. I am he is me. Riddle's countenance darkened. You are but a fragment of his soul, severed 50 years ago. What connection do you share with his actions and triumphs? Do you seek to claim what is not yours? What do you mean? Am I mistaken? Reflect upon it, Tom. Are you truly him? Or is he truly you? Quirinus's tone was haunting, reminiscent of a demon's whisper. Of course, I am Voldemort. Voldemort is me. I beg to differ. You are you, and he is he. He is Voldemort, while you are Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Riddle gritted his teeth, his words forced from him as if squeezed from the corners of his mouth. Tom, you are a being of independent thought, a person of sound mind. After languishing in a dark diary for 50 years, you emerge, and you are content to perish? Quirinus stepped closer, whispering in Riddle's ear. He confined you within that diary for 50 years. Do you not yearn to truly live? To genuinely become a person? To feel the grass beneath your feet? To experience the gentle breeze and the warmth of sunlight? Chapter 1. Quirinus. Quirinus, go to Hogwarts and seize the Philosopher's Stone for me. Me? Steal the Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore? As long as you secure the stone and restore me, I shall grant you unparalleled glory. London, Diagon Alley. The Leaky Cauldron. Quirinus Quirrell sat alone in a corner of the pub, a glass of butterbeer untouched before him, his mind awash with memories. In the dimly lit tavern, he was accompanied only by Tom, the sluggish innkeeper, who was leisurely polishing a greasy mug behind the bar. Clad in a black wizarding robe, with a thick scarf wrapped around his head, Quirinus clutched a letter tightly, his brow furrowed, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. The dim lighting only heightened his somber demeanor. After a long silence, Quirinus sighed, downed the butterbeer in one gulp, and then tore open the envelope to retrieve its contents. This letter originated from Hogwarts, the singular and finest school of magic in Britain, regarding his application for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. As anticipated, his application had been approved. From this day forth, Quirinus would serve as a temporary fixture in the defense against the dark arts department of Hogwarts, the most unfortunate of all, destined to fade into oblivion. Despite securing the professorship, a look of joy was conspicuously absent from Quirinus's face. Instead, it bore an increasingly grave expression. Being appointed as the professor of defense against the dark arts was never Quirinus's intention. Alas, with the looming shadow of Voldemort overhead, he found himself unable to act of his own volition, having already submitted his application prior to becoming Quirrell. Quirinus was acutely aware of Voldemort's motives for insisting on his candidacy for this position. Firstly, it was to closely observe the boy who had vanquished him, the one who had reduced the formidable Dark Lord to a mere rat in the sewers of boy, the savior, Harry Potter. Voldemort sought to comprehend why his killing curse had failed against him and rebounded, and simultaneously, he harbored the intent to eliminate him, thereby reaffirming his dominance as the Dark Lord. Moreover, there were whispers of an extraordinary alchemical creation by the greatest alchemist of the millennium, Nicholas Flamel Philosopher's Stone, said to bestow immortality and the ability to transmute base metals into gold. The noseless Dark Lord coveted this stone, rumored to be safeguarded at Hogwarts by none other than Dumbledore. Quirinus was indeed a most unfortunate soul. Instead of fulfilling his role as a professor of Muggle studies at the esteemed Hogwarts, he had chosen to resign and embark on a journey around the world, only to inadvertently stumble upon the lair of Voldemort. Even in his weakened state, Voldemort was still a formidable presence, and as such, Quirinus found himself transformed into a temporary Horcrux. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Quirinus grappled with the surreal experiences thrust upon him, having once been an inconspicuous office worker in his previous life. The abrupt shift to such bizarre circumstances was far from easy to accept. Fortunately, upon his arrival in this new realm, he found himself being parasitized by Voldemort, who had arranged for him to apply for this expendable position. The noseless creature fell into a slumber, granting Quirinus a modicum of time to come to terms with his reality. However, over a month had elapsed since his arrival, during which he had endured several tormenting encounters with Voldemort, leaving him in a state of despair. With his life now on a countdown, he could distinctly sense the noseless fiend siphoning away his vitality. Quirinus's physical form was gradually deteriorating, not only in terms of life force, but also in magical power, and he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Before him lay two paths. One was to obediently submit to the commands of the noseless creature, leading to his inevitable demise at the conclusion of Harry Potter's first year. The other was to devise a means of self-rescue. The former professor Quirinus Quirrell had contemplated seeking assistance from the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, Dumbledore, but Voldemort had cast a spell upon him, forbidding any mention of his existence. Furthermore, Voldemort possessed the capability to seize control of his body at any moment. Could he perhaps attract Dumbledore's attention through performances that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor? After all, having served as a professor under him for several years, there was a certain familiarity that could be exploited to garner Dumbledore's notice and potentially alleviate his predicament, for Dumbledore was the one person Voldemort feared. For instance, he could portray himself as a timid, stuttering figure, cloaked in garlic, or perhaps provoke Dumbledore's ire through subpar teaching. After all, the esteemed Professor Quirrell had always been recognized as a remarkably talented and dashing young Ravenclaw. Would he truly be frightened of vampires? Such a drastic change in behavior should surely captivate the attention of certain individuals. Although Quirinus had not extensively read the Harry Potter series, his understanding was predominantly derived from film adaptations. Nonetheless, all the misdeeds attributed to Professor Quirrell ultimately led to his tragic demise. At this juncture, I can only rely on my own efforts. Time is of the essence. Quirinus exhaled slowly, rising to his feet and ascending the stairs to the guest room of the Leaky Cauldron, where he had been residing for a month. Upon returning to his room, he sank onto the bed and retrieved his wand 9 inches in length, crafted from birch wood, with a core of unicorn hair. Gently caressing the wand, Quirinus sighed, softly magic, an unattainable aspiration in his previous life, now coursed through his very being. Had it not been for the looming threat to his existence, he would have reveled in the ocean of magic, not for power, but for the sheer joy of it. With the essence of Professor Quirrell fused within him, Quirinus effortlessly embraced all that belonged to the professor, including his magical prowess and knowledge. It must be acknowledged that, as a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw, Professor Quirrell possessed a wealth of theoretical understanding, albeit lacking in practical application. Nonetheless, he surpassed many, having even dabbled in the study of dark magic. Were it not for the dark influence of Voldemort, one can surmise that Professor Quirrell would have excelled as a professor of defense against the dark arts. With a gentle flick of his wand, he uttered, "Lumos." The tip of his wand emanated a brilliant glow, and Quirinus gazed entranced that the luminescence conjured by the spell magic was his lifeline, his motivation to strive for survival. The following day at noon, Quirinus donned a pristine black wizarding robe, wrapped a scarf around his head, and placed a pointed hat atop it before descending to the main hall of the Leaky Cauldron. Having resolved to abandon pretense, he bore no lingering scent of garlic, though the scarf remained essential. Approaching the fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron, Quirinus grasped a pinch of flue powder, stepped into the hearth, and tossed the powder while calling out, "Hogwarts." Instantly, emerald flames enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. A dizzying whirlwind ensued, and Quirinus felt himself propelled forward at great speed. Scenes flashed by outside the Flamisa dimly lit living room, a spacious study until he materialized in a brightly lit chamber. As the flames subsided, Quirinus brushed off the dust from his robes and exited the fireplace with a serene demeanor. Upon emerging, he was greeted by Professor McGonagall, who sat behind a desk. Though she bore a stern countenance, those familiar with her knew her to be a gentle and empathetic soul. Upon seeing Quirinus step from the fireplace, a smile broke through McGonagall's serious expression, and she rose to approach him. "Welcome back to Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell. I truly did not anticipate your return from travel to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. This year, Albus can finally rest easy knowing he has found a competent instructor for our students. Professor McGonagall, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am equally delighted to return to Hogwarts. This place is indeed my home." Quirinus replied with a warm smile and a nod. "Filius must be quite pleased after all. You are an exceptional graduate of Ravenclaw, and you will have the opportunity to collaborate. Once more, please, take a seat." Professor McGonagall invited Quirrell to sit at the desk before her and poured him a cup of coffee. "It is truly an honor to continue working alongside my former mentors, including not only Professor Flitwick, but also you, Professor McGonagall. You are the finest transfiguration expert. Although I have graduated, I still aspire to learn from you in the field of transfiguration." Quirrell replied with a smile. "Call me Minerva. Your previous transfiguration results were commendable. I mean, it will come." Professor McGonagall beamed up. "By the way, your new office will be located next to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle. Your former office has been assigned to Professor Burbage, who has taken over the Muggle Studies position since your resignation," Professor McGonagall stated earnestly. "Furthermore, you must quickly decide on the textbook for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, as I need to send the book list to the students once you have made your selection." "Very well. Minerva, let us continue with the current textbook, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. It is an excellent book, and I am quite familiar with its content, making it easy to teach." Quirrell nodded in agreement. Chapter 2. The Dark Lord Awakens. Upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron from Hogwarts, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. declining Professor McGonagall's invitation for dinner at Hogwarts. Quirinus sought out Tom for a light meal to stave off his hunger before retreating to his room. No sooner had he settled into his quarters than he was startled by a husky voice. "Quirinus, how goes the matter? Has the application to Hogwarts been approved?" The voice, chilling yet laced with cruelty, sent shivers down Quirinus's spine, filling him with anxiety and dread. It was his first encounter with Voldemort's voice, unmistakably emanating from a villain. In Professor Quirrell's memories, he had endured much torment. "My lord, my application has been approved, and I shall be able to attend Hogwarts at the start of term." After a moment's hesitation, Quirinus, in a flustered state, called out earnestly, "My lord." "Excellent. Is there any news regarding the Philosopher's Stone?" Voldemort inquired further. "My lord, during my time at the pub, I have not overheard any discussions regarding the stone. I believe—" "Fool, continue your inquiries. If the stone enters Hogwarts, unearthing it will not be an easy task." "Yes, my lord." After a prolonged silence, the oppressive voice receded, allowing Quirinus to exhale in relief. The brief encounter with the Dark Lord had drained his vitality and magical energy more than usual, suggesting that each time Voldemort awakened, the pressure on him intensified. This realization instilled a deep-seated anxiety in Quirinus. If his life energy continued to wane at this rate, even if he eventually found a way to expel Voldemort, he would not have many years left to live. A plan must be devised. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. Despite Voldemort's looming presence, he could not discern Quirinus's innermost thoughts at all times. Presently, Voldemort was in a weakened state, and the use of the legilimency spell required a connection to the mind and soul, an exertion beyond even Voldemort's reach in such a condition. Furthermore, Professor Quirrell himself possessed knowledge of the occlumency technique, albeit perhaps not with great proficiency. It was imperative to enhance his practice of occlumency. Fortunately, it was not a matter of learning from scratch, which would have posed a greater challenge. In the ensuing days, Quirinus spent his time seated in the corner of the leaky cauldron, nursing a mug of butterbeer while observing the ebb and flow of patrons. Evenings were devoted to sequestering himself in his room, honing his magical skills. As the start of the school term approached, a throng of Hogwarts students and their parents frequented Diagon Alley, preparing to acquire supplies and textbooks for the new academic year. Quirinus had previously visited Diagon Alley, finding it even more resplendent and enchanting than depicted in the films. As the largest wizarding marketplace in Britain, it boasted a myriad of shops, far from being merely a narrow lane. One day, as Quirinus sat in his usual spot at the leaky cauldron, engrossed in a copy of the Daily Prophet, he suddenly heard a robust voice emanating from the bar, proclaiming, "I shan't be drinking today. I must accompany Harry Potter to procure his textbooks for the new term." In addition to fulfilling an important task assigned by Dumbledore, this was followed by a series of loud thuds. Upon hearing the voice, Quirinus lifted his head and turned towards the sound, only to behold a giant standing at the bar, nearly reaching the ceiling, towering over 3 meters tall. Equivalent to the height of 2 ordinary adult wizards. He resembled a small mountain, robust and imposing, with a thick beard that lent him a fearsome appearance. Yet beneath that exterior lay a gentle and sensitive soul. This was the half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid. The other patrons in the bar, having heard Hagrid's voice, rose from their seats and rushed towards him, exclaiming in excitement, "My goodness, the savior. It's the boy who lived. It's Harry Potter. And he has grown so much." They wondered if the lightning scar upon his forehead was indeed real. Instantly, a cacophony of voices filled the cramped bar. To Quirinus, this establishment, serving as a nexus between the magical and mundane worlds, was utterly inadequate, too cramped, dim, and untidy. The crowd pressed around Hagrid, each person eager to shake hands with Harry Potter and feel the power of the savior. Harry, visibly taken aback, had not anticipated such fervent enthusiasm from the magical community. It was a stark contrast to his previous experiences at his aunt's home, where he was often met with disdain. Hagrid, shielding Harry from the throng, guided him towards the backyard, his strength effortlessly parting the crowd with a single hand. "Harry Potter," Quirinus muttered softly, taking a sip of his coffee while observing the raucous gathering from his secluded corner. Suddenly, a disturbance overhead caught his attention, accompanied by a low, menacing voice that seemed to penetrate his ears, filled with barely concealed malice. "Harry Potter? That ridiculous, foolish boy who lived?" Humph. Quirinus felt a shiver run through him. Was such animosity warranted for merely uttering a name? The bitterness was palpable. "Yes, master, they all proclaim it is Harry Potter, yet I see no sign of him." Quirinus replied helplessly, the surging crowd entirely obscuring the diminutive figure of Harry. He had no inkling of how to extricate himself from Voldemort's grasp. Compelled to continue this charade, the Dark Lord's voice resonated in his mind as if it were a private conversation, inaudible to others. "Follow him." Voldemort's tone was imbued with fury and restraint. "Master, there are so many people." Quirinus, hesitate, he protested. "I said follow him." Voldemort's voice dropped to a sinister murmur. Quirinus attempted to voice further objections, but a sudden, violent pain surged through his head, rendering his mind a blank slate. His body convulsed, hands gripping the edges of the table, knuckles paling under the strain. I said, follow him. In a daze, Quirinus could still hear Voldemort's voice, cold and laced with latent cruelty. Yes, my esteemed master, he managed to utter through clenched teeth. The pain ebbed like a receding tide, and Quirinus gasped for breath. Drenched in sweat, unsteady as he rose. Fortunately, the crowd remained oblivious to his distress, their attention riveted on Hagrid and Harry. Though Quirrell longed for someone to discover his peculiarities, aside from Dumbledore, the words of others would merely serve to add another head to the pile, subjecting him to yet another round of torment. Quirrell staggered slightly. Despite the brevity of this torment, the pain pierced his very bones, sending a shiver of dread through him at the mere recollection. He harbored a deep-seated anger, yet found himself powerless to do anything but swallow his rage, masking his true feelings. Just wait, he thought bitterly. One day, I shall make you experience the taste of suffering. As Quirrell maneuvered through the throng, Hagrid was already escorting Harry Potter through the bar and into Diagon Alley. Without pausing, Quirrell stumbled toward the back courtyard. Upon entering, the courtyard wall had not yet closed, revealing Diagon Alley beyond. Standing in the yard, he caught sight of Hagrid's towering figure and the small one accompanying him. Chapter 3, Harry Potter. Hagrid, a giant of a man, took large strides, while Harry Potter hurriedly scampered alongside him on his short legs. Quirrell, feeling somewhat weakened, could not keep pace with Hagrid and was left no choice but to call out to his retreating figure, Hagrid. Upon hearing the call, Hagrid halted and turned around, causing Harry to inadvertently collide with him, nearly toppling over. "Oh, Harry, be careful," Hagrid exclaimed, reaching out to steady him before turning to the source of the voice. "Oh, Professor Quirrell," he said, guiding Harry towards Quirrell. "Professor Quirrell, I have heard you have taken up the position of defense against the dark arts instructor this year. How splendid. This little fellow here is Harry Potter, the very Harry Potter," Hagrid beamed, giving Harry a playful pat that almost sent him stumbling. "This is your defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Quirrell, an exceptionally talented wizard who previously taught Muggle studies." "Good day, Professor Quirrell," Harry Potter greeted shyly. "Hello, Mr. Potter," Quirrell replied, scrutinizing Harry. The boy appeared frail and diminutive, clad in ill-fitting garments, his demeanor timid, and his unruly black hair unkempt, almost obscuring the lightning scar on his forehead. At first glance, one might find it hard to believe that this frail boy would someday emerge as a brave and valiant savior. Quirrell gazed at Harry, a stirring sensation creeping up the back of his mind, which he quickly suppressed. He then extended his hand toward Harry. "I am Quirinus Quirrell, your defense against the dark arts professor." Harry, observing the handsome wizard reaching out to him, felt none of the fervor from the crowd nor Hagrid's pity. It was an ordinary appraisal. He instinctively reached out to shake Quirrell's hand. However, as their hands met, Harry furrowed his brow, placing his other hand upon his forehead. "Harry, what is the matter?" Hagrid asked, his expression shifting to one of concern as he crouched down to inquire. "Harry?" Quirinus discreetly withdrew his hand and crouched down alongside Hagrid, inquiring after the recent command that Voldemort had implanted in his mind, urging him to touch Harry Potter. This directive left him in a state of apprehension, fearing that a mere touch might lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, apart from a slight warmth at the point of contact, he experienced no discomfort. "It's nothing. My scar just ached for a moment, but it's fine now," Harry stated, shaking his head and lifting his fringe to reveal the iconic lightning-shaped mark. Hagrid sighed in relief. Escorting Harry Potter was a task he had painstakingly negotiated with Dumbledore, and if anything were to happen to Harry, he would be consumed by guilt. Rising to his full height, Hagrid addressed Quirinus. "I apologize, Professor Quirrell, but I must take Harry to procure his textbooks and supplies for the new school year, then ensure he returns for a proper rest. I also have an important task assigned by Professor Dumbledore to attend to. We shall have a drink together once the term commences." Quirinus, feeling a twinge of annoyance, managed a smile, replying, "Very well, Hagrid, do what you must." He then turned to Harry, offering a kind smile. "You too, Harry, finish your shopping promptly and rest until school begins." "Goodbye, Professor," Harry timidly responded. With that, Hagrid took Harry's hand and led him away. Quirinus stood silently, watching their retreating figures, pondering that the original Professor Quirrell had been extinguished, leaving behind only a hollow shell, drained by Voldemort. Upon returning to his room, Voldemort remained still, as if once more in slumber. Quirinus opened an old potions textbook he had unearthed from a second-hand bookshop days prior, continuing from where he had left off yesterday. Currently, there was no clear path to freeing himself from Voldemort, yet his body was growing weaker day by day, necessitating a means to regain vitality. He resolved to delve deeply into the study of potions. Although he had excelled in potions during his student years, it had been in an academic context. Over the past few days, Quirinus had perused numerous renowned potions texts but found no hint of a method to restore life force. The closest he had come was a potion known as a blood replenisher, effective for those who had lost significant blood. yet it offered no remedy for the depletion of life energy. The more potions books he examined, the more his frustration mounted. He had once believed in the wonders of magic, convinced that after millennia of development, there should be ample methods to replenish life force. To his dismay, he discovered nothing. If such knowledge existed, it was likely well hidden, as public texts were unlikely to contain it. His only hope now rested on the vast and ancient library of Hogwarts, the largest in all of Britain. In the dead of night, Quirinus rose quietly, donned his attire, and pulled a hood over his head, concealing his face. With a swift turn, a soft whoosh sounded as he vanished from the room. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the sole bank for wizards in all of Britain, was under the control of the goblin race, with all employees being goblins. Quirinus could not fathom why such a pivotal department would be entrusted to the fairies. After all, it was the wizards who emerged victorious after the failed rebellion of the fairies. Yet, inexplicably, the financial authority had been relinquished. The darkened Diagon alley lay in silence. As the wizarding world possessed little in the way of nocturnal revelry, Quirinus stood outside Gringotts, ensconced in the shadows cast by the eaves, under the influence of the disillusionment charm, quietly observing the entrance of the bank. During this time, Quirinus was not merely idling away his hours in the leaky cauldron. Every midnight, he embarked on such excursions, for Voldemort believed that whether or not Nicholas Flamel had genuinely entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore for safekeeping, or if it were merely a trap laid against him, it was crucial to ascertain before the commencement of term at Hogwarts. As the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Dumbledore was indeed preoccupied, and a secure location for the Philosopher's Stone was essential. Gringotts was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Of course, Quirinus was aware of the truth. The Philosopher's Stone had surely been retrieved by Hagrid. Yet, why would he divulge this to the Dark Lord? Observing the tranquil surroundings, Quirinus sighed, retrieving a broomstick from a bag enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. He mounted it, and, with a gentle push against the ground, soared upward toward a window on the third floor of Gringotts. In a previous life, as a youth nurtured under the red flag and raised in the embrace of socialism, the gravest misdeed he had committed was watching romantic films. Now, however, he found himself preparing to infiltrate a bank, to kidnap, interrogate, and steal, a rather thrilling endeavor, to say the least. Quirinus gently halted his broom before a window on the third floor. Through the glass, illuminated by the moonlight, he could see a desk cluttered with parchment. Directly opposite the window was a door, the entrance to this chamber, while to the right lay a door leading to a lounge. Having become quite familiar with the layout, he knew that the offices and lounges of Gringotts were nearly identical. Drawing his wand, he tapped the window and uttered the incantation, Alohomora. A soft click resonated, and the window opened obediently. Chapter 4. Infiltration. Quirinus slipped through the window, stowing his broom and drawing his wand as he quietly approached the side door of the room. He extended his wand and lightly tapped it, invoking Alohomora, but received no response. A frown creased his brow as he pushed the door, yet it remained unyielding. This caused Quirinus to furrow his brow. It was evident that a fairy protective charm had been placed upon the door. His previous attempts at infiltration had been uneventful, but now he sensed he had caught a substantial prize. However, the challenge lay in how to seize it. To force the door open would be folly. In such a serene environment, the consequences were all too predictable. As he contemplated whether to enter through the adjacent window, he realized that it too likely bore protective enchantments. "Fool, allow me," came Voldemort's furious voice in his ear, and Quirinus felt his right hand move involuntarily, imbued with a power far beyond his own. With a flourish of his wand, a flash of light erupted, and the door shimmered with an ethereal glow before gently swinging inward. Quirinus stepped inside. The silvery moonlight cascading through the window. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the room revealed itself to be quite spacious, far larger than the office outside. A grand bed was positioned beside the window, its dimensions surpassing that of an ordinary human bed by a considerable margin. Upon this bed lay a diminutive, rotund fairy. Quirinus approached the bed slowly, raising his wand and directing it at the slumbering fairy, softly uttering an incantation, his soul departing from his body, the dreaded killing curse. One of the 3 unforgivable curses. "Awaken," Quirinus murmured. At the sound of his voice, the fairy opened its eyes and sat up. "Has Dumbledore stored any valuable items in Gringotts recently?" Quirinus inquired. "No," the fairy replied. "And Hagrid?" "Yes." "What is it?" "I do not know. We fairies never pry into our clients' secrets." "Where is it kept?" "In Vault 713. "Let me there." "Very well." Quirinus maintained the disillusionment charm as he followed the fairy named Ragnarok, traversing the underground railway until they arrived at Vault 713. "Open it." Despite already knowing the outcome, Quirinus felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Hagrid might have encountered an unforeseen circumstance and left the Philosopher's Stone behind. The thought of Voldemort obtaining the stone was indeed terrifying. "As you wish," Ragnarok replied. With the turning of the key, the vault door creaked open, revealing an empty interior. Quirinus exhaled a silent sigh of relief, yet his countenance was marred by fury as he demanded, "Where is it?" "It should have been taken," Ragnarok responded. The words struck Quirinus like a thunderclap, intensifying the pressure building in his head. "Hagrid, kill him." Voldemort's furious hiss echoed in his ears, unmistakably indicating that the enraged Dark Lord sought to unleash his wrath through bloodshed. "My master, Quirinus, finds himself in a predicament. Kill him." Voldemort roared again, and Quirinus could feel a prickling pain at the top of his head, a clear sign that the Dark Lord's patience was wearing thin. "As you command, my master," Quirinus replied, his heart racing, yet he gritted his teeth in resolve. He raised his wand, aiming it directly at Ragnarok, yet hesitated to act, his arm trembling slightly over time. The most efficient method of murder was indeed the Avada Kedavra curse, which Quirinus had mastered during his studies in dark arts under Professor Quirrell. The 3 unforgivable curses were essential components of his education. However, as a young individual raised in a socialist environment, he had never taken a life, and now he was being compelled to slay an innocent being. Though fairies were not human, they were sentient creatures with their own rich culture and heritage. Quirinus found himself grappling with his conscience. To speak of killing seemed simple, merely a flick of the wand, but in practice, it proved far more challenging. Naturally, had Voldemort's corporeal form been unguarded before him, Quirinus would have struck him down without hesitation. Act, Quirinus, contemplate. With but a gentle flick of your wand, a vibrant life shall meet its untimely end in your hands. How exquisite is the sensation of wielding such power over life and death. The beguiling voice of Voldemort echoed in Quirinus's mind, causing his defenses to tremble. Quirinus's voice faltered slightly, gripping his wand tightly. Look at him, merely a filthy, wretched creature, not even deserving of the title human. Killing him is akin to slaying a mere chicken. In fact, a chicken would at least struggle. Act swiftly. Once you take his life, I can bestow upon you power and dominion. Voldemort's voice seeped into his consciousness like a dark melody. The killing curse is a fearsome incantation. Those ensnared by it would not hesitate to end their own lives if commanded, and the wand was poised against Ragnar's forehead. The creature staring blankly at Quirinus with lifeless eyes. Quirinus, surely you know the killing curse, do you not? Are you aware of why its victim is doomed to perish? Voldemort's tone was unexpectedly gentle, and before Quirinus could respond, he continued, the killing curse, also known as the death curse, serves the singular purpose of extinguishing life, with no possibility of counter-curse. It is my favored spell. With a mere flick of my hand, I can claim a life. The target experiences no pain upon impact. How wondrous, how gentle a spell it is, ha 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 ha. His laughter crescendoed from a low rumble to a maniacal cackle. Even the Dark Lord cannot withstand a killing curse, especially in his current spectral form. Though he may not truly die due to the existence of Horcruxes, it would be enough to incapacitate him. Quirinus felt a jolt in his heart. To die by the killing curse would be a twisted gift, granting him the embrace of death, rendering him the Dark Lord's most loyal servant. Voldemort's voice brimmed with delight, reveling in leading souls into the abyss. Quirinus inhaled deeply, his gaze gradually solidifying with resolve. In this renewed existence, though he was coerced into servitude under the Dark Lord's oppressive shadow, he must uphold his own principles and integrity. After all, the values instilled in him since childhood promoted kindness towards others, and his intrinsic gentility and upbringing forbade him from committing acts of unwarranted violence. Even if he forced himself to rationalize that it was by compulsion, a chasm would remain within. Perhaps one day, no, in this world. Having glimpsed a fragment of its chaotic future, he would inevitably take lives, but that would be a choice aligned with his true self. Exorcising evil and safeguarding the innocent are noble virtues of the Chinese nation. Ragnar collapsed to the ground. Quirinus exhaled softly, having made his decision, his mind suddenly clear. Quirinus Chilo, how dare you defy the commands of the great Dark Lord? Voldemort's voice rose in a fit of hysteria. Master, I would never dare, Quirinus stammered, his voice trembling with trepidation. Incompetent fool, Voldemort seethed, just as a cacophony of shouts erupted nearby, prompting him to command, go. Quirinus, having heard the commotion, did not hesitate. From the pocket of his transfigured lizard, which had been enchanted with a non-detection spell, he retrieved a tattered goblet, the very one from the Broken Axe Tavern. Whispering an incantation, Minthos, it was as if a hook had latched onto his navel, instantly pulling Quirinus into oblivion. The key, when utilized in a location safeguarded by the disillusionment charm, often yielded remarkable results. Quirinus, however, would not ordinarily possess such an advantage. This spell was strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic, a teaching of Voldemort. Chapter 5. A Return to Hogwarts. As the commencement of the academic year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry approached, there was no longer a need to seek clues regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Quirinus's days had finally become tranquil. He spent his time nestled in his room, engrossed in the study and practice of magic. Although he had wholly inherited Professor Quirrell's memories, the essence of memory was one thing, while the execution was another. Many spells that Professor Quirrell merely knew were not mastered, and Quirinus's immediate task was to proficiently grasp the fundamental spells within his recollections, while also honing his aim with incantations. In this realm, the majority of magic operated as projectiles, making accuracy paramount. The technique for the silencing charm had long been mastered, and the spell Quirrell excelled at was the stunning spell, which had now become Quirinus's forte, effortlessly conjured at will. On this day, with less than a week until the school term commenced, Quirrell packed his belongings and prepared to journey to Hogwarts for the new semester's preparations. Having returned from Gringotts several days prior, he still felt somewhat weakened, finding even the lifting of his suitcase arduous. Alas, Voldemort's path to immortality had expanded yet again. With a flourish of his wand, the levitation charm was invoked, and the suitcase began to levitate, trailing behind Quirinus as he descended the staircase. "Good morning, Professor Quirrell. Next time, I shall treat you to a butterbeer," greeted Tom, the bar owner, with an unusually broad smile, evidently pleased that news of Quirinus's employment at Hogwarts had spread. "Good morning, Tom. I shall certainly hold you to that butterbeer," Quirinus replied with a grin, choosing not to linger in conversation. He emphasized Tom's name slightly before striding through the fireplace towards Hogsmeade, the last remaining all-wizarding village in England. Hogwarts was situated adjacent to the village. The fireplace at Hogwarts was typically not in use. The last occasion had required special permission. Upon returning to Hogwarts and completing the necessary preparations for the new semester with Professor McGonagall, Quirinus wandered through the ancient castle. Gazing upon the magnificent edifice that had withstood the ravages of time, he felt a surge of emotion as he appreciated the weight of history. Though Professor Quirrell had once spent considerable time at Hogwarts, the experience was different from this new perspective, yielding a unique sensation. Quirinus exited the castle and strolled to the edge of the Black Lake, seating himself upon the ground. As he gazed at the shimmering surface of the water, his thoughts began to drift. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps halted behind him, jolting Quirinus from his reverie. Turning to look, he found a middle-aged wizard with a sullen countenance and greasy black hair, clad in a dark robe, staring down at him with an imposing demeanor. "Professor Snape, I see you are also out for a stroll. I must say, the scenery at Hogwarts is truly splendid," Quirinus remarked with a sense of ease. "Humph, I am not as leisurely as you. Dumbledore seeks you," came the curt response. Snape let out a soft huff, his tone smooth and devoid of any fluctuation. "He has arrived." Quirinus pondered silently to himself before inquiring, "Oh, the headmaster seeks my presence. Has he mentioned the purpose?" Snape remained silent, turning to depart, his voluminous wizarding robes billowing behind him, reminiscent of a great bat. "How rude," Quirinus sighed, then rose to make his way towards the castle. Upon reaching the castle's entrance, Snape halted, pivoted, and fixed Quirinus with a scrutinizing gaze, awaiting his approach, before demanding, "What precisely is your purpose in coming to Hogwarts?" "Work, of course. After all, a professorship at Hogwarts is a prestigious and well-compensated position," Quirinus shrugged nonchalantly. "You are the only individual to have voluntarily applied to teach this subject in decades. What ulterior motives do you harbor?" A mocking smirk flitted across Snape's lips as he stepped forward, positioning himself on the stairs to impose a greater sense of intimidation. Quirinus met Snape's penetrating stare with calm composure, remaining silent. It felt as if Snape's eyes sought to delve into the depths of his very soul. After a tense 10 seconds of mutual gaze, Snape scoffed, his lips parting slightly as he uttered, "Humph, legilimency." Having undergone rigorous training during this period and possessing a foundational understanding, Quirinus had indeed become proficient in the application of legilimency, though he was far from mastering the advanced skill of fabricating false memories. "Why does Professor Snape harbor such animosity towards me? We shall soon be colleagues." Quirinus mused with a hint of confusion. "I shall keep a watchful eye on you," Snape said. His glare fixed intently on Quirinus for a moment longer before he turned and walked away. Had Quirinus applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor the previous year, Snape's reaction would not have been so pronounced. Yet, why now? This year, Harry Potter was enrolling. Sighing inwardly, Quirinus quickened his pace to catch up with Snape. The two exchanged no further words along the way. Upon reaching the 8th floor of the castle, they encountered a massive gargoyle outside the headmaster's office. Snape approached and disdainfully announced the password, "Cockroach Cluster." At the utterance of the command, the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the entrance to the headmaster's office, and a spiraling staircase began to ascend slowly. Upon traversing the staircase, they arrived at the office door. Without knocking, Snape pushed the door open, and Quirinus followed suit without hesitation. The headmaster's office was a circular chamber adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all seemingly napping. In one corner, a phoenix perched on a golden branch, also at rest. Within the office, besides Headmaster Dumbledore, sat Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout. The leadership of Hogwarts gathered, evidently engaged in discussion. As the two entered, the conversation paused. Dumbledore rose with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Quirinus, how delightful to see you. I am truly pleased that you have returned to Hogwarts." Headmaster Dumbledore, it is my honor. Quirinus replied with a smile and a nod. The other 3 deans rose to greet Quirinus, with Professor Flitwick affectionately patting his waist. For Quirinus had once been a student of Ravenclaw and under Flitwick's tutelage. The sight of his former pupil, now a professor of defense against the dark arts, undoubtedly filled him with joy. Severus Snape stood aside, arms crossed, observing coldly. "Oh, please take your seats," Dumbledore said, tapping his head, and with a gentle wave of his uniquely shaped elder wand, 2 chairs materialized beside Quirinus and Snape. He then inquired, "Quirinus, Severus, would you care for a cup of tea?" "Thank you, but no, Headmaster," Quirinus replied with a smile. Snape, however, offered no pleasantries, snorting dismissively, "You've brought him here, so let us get on with it. I have potions to finish. No rush. It has been a while since we've all gathered. A little conversation one tea hurt." Dumbledore replied, lifting the teacup before him and taking a sip. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I am quite busy. The new students are soon to arrive, and I have much preparation still to complete," Snape stated tersely. McGonagall, unable to contain herself, pursed her lips, her expression growing more serious. "Very well, Minerva. You truly are impatient," Dumbledore said, shaking his head in resignation. He then spoke earnestly. "I have summoned you all because an old friend has entrusted me with the safeguarding of a certain treasure, and I would like to request your assistance in designing a secure chamber for its protection." Quirinus raised an eyebrow, pondering the abrupt revelation. The other professors, unaware of the context, exchanged puzzled glances, questioning what treasure could warrant such a significant undertaking. Chapter 6, The Philosopher's Stone. You are all familiar with Nicholas Flamel, I presume? In response to the collective confusion, Dumbledore wasted no time. He retrieved a small pouch from within his robes, untied its string, and poured its contents into his palm. Upon seeing the object and connecting it to the name Nicholas Flamel, Snape sprang to his feet, knocking over his chair. Professors McGonagall and Sprout clutched their mouths in disbelief, while Professor Flitwick held his head in astonishment. "Oh my goodness." Quirinus, too, found his breath quickening and his pupils constricting. While the treasure was not physically present, one could only marvel at its wonders. However, once such a mystical artifact lay before one's eyes, few could maintain their composure. That was the Philosopher's Stone, a symbol of boundless wealth and eternal life. Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist who created it, had lived for over 6 centuries and was still among the living. Snape stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the seemingly ordinary irregular red stone resting in Dumbledore's palm. His eyes reddened, his breath became labored, and his voice hoarse as he uttered, "Hand it over to me. I can brew the elixir of life for you." In that fleeting moment, he envisioned several potion formulas in his mind. Though the Philosopher's Stone was the pinnacle of alchemical achievements, it was intrinsically linked to the realm of potions. Snape was convinced that given the Philosopher's Stone and a modicum of time, he could concoct various extraordinary elixirs, making the cessation of death not merely a fanciful notion, but a tangible possibility. Even the revival of the deceased was not beyond reach. Snape extended his trembling hand towards the Philosopher's Stone, almost making contact when Dumbledore swiftly clasped the stone in his palm, gazing at Snape with an air of tranquility. He admonished, "Severus." Startled, Snape closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and withdrew his hand. In contrast to Snape's reaction, the other heads of houses, though astonished, merely registered their surprise without further thoughts or actions. Even Quirrell remained notably restrained. Dumbledore, slightly taken aback, regarded Quirrell before scanning the assembly and stating, "Nicholas entrusted me with the safeguarding of the Philosopher's Stone. I require your assistance in designing a concealed chamber to ensure its preservation." Upon hearing this, the heads of houses subdued their tumultuous emotions and bowed their heads in contemplation. Even Snape resumed his seat, casting a glance at Quirrell, evidently harboring some thoughts. At this juncture, Quirrell raised his hand and softly inquired, Headmaster, why can't you keep it with you? Since Nicholas entrusted such a significant treasure to your care, it is a testament to his trust in you. I cannot conceive of a location more secure than your person." The others exchanged glances and concurred. "Indeed, Albus, you should simply keep it yourself." Snape continued to fixate on Quirrell, darkly remarking, "Dumbledore, you truly are becoming forgetful. By divulging such crucial information, you increase the risk with each additional ear that hears it." The others cast puzzled looks at Snape and then at Quirrell. "That is precisely why I suggested the headmaster carry it. No one could seize it from him, thereby dispelling any nefarious intentions of the unscrupulous," Quirrell countered, undeterred. "I believe no one could possibly wrest the Philosopher's Stone from your grasp." The others nodded in agreement at this assertion. "Ah, Quirrell, you overestimate my capabilities. I am merely an old man of over a century, panting after ascending the 8th floor to my office. I wish I could relocate the headmaster's office to the ground floor to avoid the daily climb." Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Quirrell scoffed in disbelief. Who would believe such a claim? Snape cast a disdainful glance at Dumbledore, opting for silence. "Ah, Albus, should you require assistance navigating the stairs in the future, please inform me, and I shall accompany you, Professor Flitwick offered, concern etched on his face. Quirrell rolled his eyes, finding the bumbling headmaster inexplicably endearing. Professors McGonagall and Sprout exchanged bemused looks at Flitwick, incredulous that he would take such a statement seriously. Dumbledore paused for a moment before responding. Thank you for your concern, Phileas. I can manage for now, but I will certainly call upon you if the need arises. He then shifted the conversation, stating, I intend for each of the esteemed professors present to establish a protective challenge for the Philosopher's Stone, ensuring, of course, that none pose a lethal threat. A challenge game? Quirrell mused, stroking his chin. Snape, maintaining his icy demeanor, interjected, if we are to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, we must implement some high-risk mechanisms to ensure adequate security. Severus, we must ensure that should any students inadvertently stumble upon our location, they can safely await our arrival for rescue. After all, some of our children are quite spirited, Dumbledore remarked with a knowing tone. Aside from those reckless, empty-headed Gryffindors, I cannot conceive of anyone daring to intrude. It would serve as a lesson for those foolish little lions, teaching them the value of reverence. Snape replied with an impassive expression. Professor McGonagall, listening to this, bit her lip but remained silent, unable to counter his words. Youth. In my own days, cough cough. Very well, let us all ponder how to set this challenge. We aim to complete it before the term officially commences, Dumbledore continued, intending to elaborate further until he noticed the disapproving expression on Professor McGonagall's face, prompting him to change the subject. Quirinus, might you stay behind to engage in conversation with this venerable old man? Of course, it would be my honor, Headmaster Dumbledore. Quirinus smiled and nodded. While it was natural to feel a tinge of nervousness at the prospect of being alone with Dumbledore, he felt no fear. Rather, he anticipated that the headmaster might discern some insight. The other heads of house rose and bid farewell to Dumbledore and Quirinus before departing, with Snape casting a lingering, intense gaze at Quirinus before leaving. Do relax, Quirinus. Let us merely engage in conversation as friends. If I may be so bold, may I call you Quirinus? Dumbledore quipped playfully. Could I possibly refuse? Quirinus silently mused, though he responded, certainly, it would be my honor, Headmaster Dumbledore. You may also call me Albus. By the way, would you care for some cockroach clusters? They happen to be my favorite confection. Dumbledore reached beneath the table to retrieve a glass jar, teeming with the crawling candy. Quirinus felt his stomach churn at the sight, though he knew they were merely sweets, a product of magic. Their appearance was far too realistic. Steadying himself, he inquired, Headmaster, may I ask why you have retained my presence? Not for any specific reason, merely to inquire about your travels over the years. Share your adventures with this old man. Age makes it rather inconvenient for me to journey anywhere, Dumbledore expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Inconvenient? 10 of me tied together would not suffice for you to best. Quirinus thought wryly. In recent years, I have primarily traveled throughout Europe, exploring various magical communities, delving into jungles to observe the ecosystems of fantastical creatures. I have visited Germany, France, Belgium, Austria, with my final destination being Albania. I returned from the dark forests of Albania, and this journey left a profound impression on me, Quirinus recounted. Albania. Now that place is rather tumultuous, Dumbledore remarked, his tone laden with significance. Chapter 7. The Flow of Magic. Indeed, Albania is not a favorable place. Teeming with dark wizards and devoid of a ministry of magic, it is a veritable haven for crime, a city steeped in chaos. Aside from the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, there exists no semblance of order. Quirrell expressed his lingering trepidation. The International Confederation of Wizards, along with the various ministries of magic from different nations, staunchly upholds the statute. While other laws may be deemed optional, few dare to contravene the secrecy law. Although Quirrell had never personally ventured into Albania, he had wholly inherited Professor Quirrell's memories, through which he could glimpse the pandemonium of Albania, murder, plunder, and the manipulation of muggles as casually as one might dine or drink. It has not been an easy journey, has it? You appear somewhat weakened. Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey, as she is an exceedingly trustworthy healer, Dumbledore suggested gently, stroking the elder wand in his hand. Thank you for your concern, Headmaster. I shall visit Madame Pomfrey tomorrow. It has indeed been many years since I last saw her. I wonder if she remains as stern as ever. Quirrell nodded in response. Without a touch of sternness, it would be impossible to manage those exuberant little ones, Dumbledore smiled. In the ensuing moments, Quirrell and Dumbledore engaged in delightful conversation about the customs and unique magics of various regions, sharing their thoughts until the sun began its descent, at which point Quirrell took his leave. Before departing, Dumbledore imparted a significant remark to Quirrell. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. You know the password. His blue eyes, sharp behind the crescent-shaped spectacles, scrutinized Quirrell intently. With his back to Dumbledore, Quirrell slightly turned his head, allowing a moment of silence to pass before he replied, I will, Headmaster. With that, he exited the office. The evening at Hogwarts, prior to the commencement of term, radiated an unusual tranquility. The dying rays of the sun streamed through windows that had stood for over a millennium, casting a warm glow within the castle's depths. Quirrell made his way directly to the basement, arriving at the kitchen door, where he scratched the pair depicted on the mural. A door swung open, revealing the kitchen. Upon entering, a dozen house elves rushed forth from all directions, their diminutive forms clad in pillowcases, their large eyes fixed intently upon Quirrell. One of them bowed and inquired, "Professor Quirrell, how may Kaka assist you?" "Mr. Kaka, could you kindly prepare a dinner for me? Please deliver it to my office on the 3rd floor." Quirrell smiled. "Oh, Professor Quirrell has called Kaka, and he has asked for Kaka's help." "Professor Quirrell is truly a gentle and great wizard," Kaka exclaimed, his excitement evident as he began to dance. "I shall prepare it right away." Quirrell felt a hint of embarrassment, although he had long known about house elves. It was his first experience of their warmth and sentimentality. Not lingering further, Quirrell promptly returned to his office on the 3rd floor. Upon his return to Hogwarts, Voldemort had fallen completely silent, clearly wary of Dumbledore's presence. Despite his confidence that Dumbledore remained unaware of his existence, he pondered, unaware, indeed? The Dark Lord, in all his arrogance, displays a remarkable naivety, believing he can operate so openly beneath the very noses of others without detection. It is a shame for one deemed the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Furthermore, it is evident that this is a scheme specifically targeting Voldemort. Quirrell is certain that during their earlier meeting in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance at the top of his head. This year, with the arrival of the Chosen One at school and the entrustment of the Sorcerer's Stone to Dumbledore by Nicholas Flamel, the bait is glaringly obvious. Keeping an eye on someone is far more prudent than allowing them to roam freely, presenting the opportunity to strike a blow against this foolish adversary once again. Quirrell chuckles derisively. Ah, the Dark Lord. After finishing the meal delivered by the house elves, Quirrell sits at his desk, perusing the tome The Power of Charwick. This book, a textbook from the American Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, offers unique insights into charms and transfiguration, along with a generalized explanation of magical power. Quirrell realizes that the understanding and exploration of magical power in this world is exceedingly superficial. No one seems to have delved deeply into this extraordinary substance that distinguishes the extraordinary from the mundane, only offering vague descriptions. For instance, both Muggle and wizard children may experience a surge of magical energy before the age of 11, which signifies their innate wizarding talent. Provided they engage in systematic magical study after turning 11, they can gradually harness this extraordinary power. Yet, there is no inquiry into the origins of this phenomenon, nor are there any targeted methods for cultivating magical power. It is merely suggested that casting spells can help organize one's internal magic, which appears primitive to Quirrell, who comes from a more advanced civilization. Everything, including power, has its origin and methods of enhancement. In this world, the absence of foundational practices for strengthening magical power has instead given rise to a myriad of elaborate spells. Moreover, it is widely accepted that magical power cannot be artificially enhanced, only growing naturally. Between the ages of 11 and 17, wizards experience a rapid increase in magical power, which slows down upon reaching adulthood. However, it continues to grow, albeit at a diminished rate. Theoretically, a wizard's magical power increases with age until death, and wizards are typically long-lived. The former headmaster, Armando Dipet, is still alive and is said to be nearing 300 years of age. Thus, in theory, older wizards should be more potent. Yet, reality contradicts this notion. As Quirrell peruses more texts and contemplates deeply, he suspects that the underlying reason for this discrepancy may lie in the low utilization of magical power among the majority. With the simplification of magic, many individuals rely solely on a few commonly used spells for daily life and work, scarcely employing others. These frequently used spells often consume minimal energy, leaving a substantial reserve of magical power dormant within them. Over time, this unused power becomes inert and stagnant. Conversely, aurors and dark wizards, who engage in frequent combat, utilize their magical power more actively, resulting in heightened vitality and strength. Those who are fervently devoted to the study of magic often exhibit greater strength, as they harness a more abundant reservoir of magical energy. Prolonged engagement with this energy fosters heightened activity and a greater output. However, this approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Such effects are transient at best. Ultimately, what is lacking is a fundamental method to integrate and invigorate magical energy, allowing it to flow freely and even amplify its potency. The circulation of magical energy is paramount. The principles of innovation and metabolism apply equally to magic. An excess of stagnant energy can render it lifeless. When one wields magic with vigor, their energy surges forth like a mighty river. Conversely, when another manipulates it with less finesse, it resembles the slow dribble from a sponge. The disparity is starkly evident. Take the levitation charm as an illustration. Some can elevate but a feather, while others can lift an entire automobile, highlighting the pronounced differences in capability. Of course, the potency of spells also correlates with factors such as the proficiency of the caster and the strength of their will. Nonetheless, in the eyes of Quirinus, the crux of the matter lies in the rate of magical output. It is this energy that determines a wizard's true might. Magic itself is merely the branch sprouting from the trunk. While certain spells may exhibit considerable strength, they are but slightly sturdier offshoots. From Quirinus's Eastern perspective, the evolution of the magical world over millennia appears misguided, overly focused on technique rather than the underlying principles. He believes that the superiority of wizards over muggles stems not from ostentatious magical effects, but from the possession of this surreal force known as magical energy. Many magical effects can be replicated or even surpassed by technology. It is not a matter of disregard, but rather a complete oblivion to these principles. Admittedly, these are merely Quirinus's initial thoughts on magic. As he delves deeper into his studies, his understanding may evolve, potentially even overturning his current beliefs. The following day, Quirinus visited the school infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey assessed his condition. She quickly discerned the depletion of his vital energy, yet had no effective remedies to restore it. This outcome was anticipated, so Quirinus felt no significant disappointment. Exiting the infirmary, he made his way directly from the castle towards the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 8. The Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is a realm shrouded in mystery and peril, situated at the very edge of Hogwarts. Within its depths reside numerous dangerous magical creatures, such as centaurs, unicorns, and acromantulas, with legends even whispering of werewolves. It conceals many secrets and treasures. At the forest's periphery stands a stone hut, accompanied by a vast pumpkin patch. Beyond this dwelling lies the entrance to the forest, where Hagrid resides. Upon reaching the stone hut, Quirinus knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted, mingled with the barks of dogs, and it took some time before the door creaked open. Hagrid appeared, his expression a mix of anxiety and surprise upon seeing Quirinus at the threshold. Professor Quirrell, what brings you here? Is there something I can assist you with? He inquired. At Hagrid's feet lay a large dog named Fong, a timid creature, who, upon noticing Quirinus, immediately whined and darted into the room. Fong was somewhat shy, yet typically not this sensitive. Hagrid scratched his head, pondering the dog's keen instincts. Quirinus raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the interior. Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment? No, that's not possible. The room is too disordered, Hagrid stammered, his face reddening, visible even through his bushy beard. Well, I wish to enter the Forbidden Forest and would like to request your company as a guide. Quirinus decided against teasing him further, as they had grown familiar. Absolutely. Professor Quirrell, I am well acquainted with the Forbidden Forest. Please wait a moment. With that, Hagrid turned to enter the house, remembering to close the door behind him. A flurry of sounds followed, and Hagrid lowered his voice deliberately. Shoo, Fong, be quiet. Clearly, he underestimated his own loud voice, even when attempting to speak softly. He was still quite audible. Moments later, Hagrid emerged, his clothing, hair, and beard in disarray, carrying a large crossbow on his back and a small red umbrella at his waist. Looking at Quirinus with an affected calmness, he remarked, Fong can be a bit clingy. Fong, standing nearby, glanced up at Hagrid, then at Quirinus, offering a soft whine. Quirinus found the situation amusing but chose not to comment, simply nodding. Shall we proceed? He stepped first into the Forbidden Forest. Seeing how easily he had deceived Quirinus, Hagrid let out a quiet sigh of relief and followed Fong into the woods. Catching up to Quirinus, he inquired, Professor Quirrell, do you have any specific purpose for entering the Forbidden Forest? Should you require any potion ingredients or need to capture any magical creatures, do not hesitate to inform me. You need not make this journey alone. Hagrid, please call me Quirinus. We have worked together for some time. There is no need for formality. Quirinus patted Hagrid's arm, then drew his wand, emphasizing the need for caution while traversing the forest. Hagrid was delighted, thumping his chest as he exclaimed, Oh, Quirinus, if you ever require any teaching materials for your classes, just let me know, and I will procure them for you. The Forbidden Forest has everything you could possibly need. With that, Hagrid brandished a machete, leading the way. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall certainly take you up on that if the need arises, Quirinus smiled. No problem at all. I am the most trusted keeper of the Forbidden Forest for Professor Dumbledore. I know where everything is located within the forest, Hagrid replied confidently. The forest was a tangle of overgrown branches and dense foliage, devoid of any proper paths, relying entirely on Hagrid to forge a way ahead. Hagrid, you are aware of the Philosopher's Stone, correct? Quirinus asked, seemingly casually. Hagrid paused momentarily and then, with a hint of panic, stammered, The Philosopher's Stone? I don't know what that is, and I have no idea who Nicholas Flamel is. Hagrid, there's no need to be anxious. Professor Dumbledore has tasked me with setting up a safeguard for the Philosopher's Stone. As one of Dumbledore's most trusted individuals, I assumed you would know about it. Quirinus observed Hagrid's flustered demeanor, guessing that his face must be quite flushed. "Oh, I see," Hagrid finally responded. Hagrid exhaled a sigh of relief and continued, "So, your venture into the Forbidden Forest this time is merely to, well, I believe capturing a couple of trolls to place at the checkpoint would suffice." Quirinus, tugging at a shrub caught on his robe, replied, "Oh, that is indeed a splendid idea. Once captured, might I be permitted to care for them? We certainly can't allow them to starve in the chamber, can we?" Hagrid appeared somewhat exhilarated as he responded, "No problem. I hardly have the time to tend to them myself." Quirinus chuckled, well aware of Hagrid's passion for magical creatures. "I know where to find trolls. There's a shortcut if we head this way." Hagrid, brimming with enthusiasm, took the lead to the left. After approximately 2 hours of navigating through thickets and encountering a plethora of sights, they finally reached a small hill ahead, where at its base lay a cave. A foul odor wafted towards them from a distance, and as they approached the cave entrance, a pungent stench assaulted their nostrils. Quirinus struggled to contain himself and quickly waved his wand, casting a cleaning spell that summoned a gentle breeze to disperse the overwhelming odor, allowing him to breathe again. In contrast, Hagrid appeared completely unfazed, his face alight with excitement. Quirinus, with a twitch in his eye, remarked, "Inside that cave, I've been there a few times before. There's only one, though it does have quite the temper." His tone grew somewhat somber at the last statement. Quirinus, incredulous, gazed at Hagrid, contemplating. "You have an affinity for fire dragons, acromantulas, and erumpents, which is one thing, but trolls?" Hesitation crept in for Quirinus, faced with the noxious stench. Even seasoned wizards would likely falter, let alone first-year students. It was no wonder that trolls posed a challenge even for adult wizards. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Hagrid bellowed, "Hey, big fella, it's time for dinner." He then raised an eyebrow at Quirinus, boasting, "Once I tell him it's dinner time, he'll come right out. The truth is, I have nothing to offer him. I'm simply tricking him." Quirinus, taken aback, replied, "Well done, Hagrid. Employing strategy, are we?" Suddenly, an indignant roar echoed from within the cave. Whether it was a result of Hagrid's ploy or a disturbance to its slumber was unclear. A towering figure emerged from the cave, standing over 5 meters tall, with green skin, robust muscles, and a tattered sheepskin wrapped around its waist. In its right hand, it brandished a wooden club as thick as Hagrid's thigh, its disproportionately small head rendering it somewhat awkward. Upon spotting the two, the troll glared around before letting out another roar and charging towards them, wielding its club. "Hey, big guy, it's me. Remember, we played together." Hagrid attempted to soothe the troll. The creature, however, paid no heed, and as it bore down on them, Quirinus swiftly thrust his wand forward, uttering the incantation, "Stupefy." 2 beams of white light shot from the tip of his wand, aimed directly at the troll. Though he employed a silent spell, his mastery was not sufficient to match the potency of a spoken incantation. The first spell struck the giant, causing it to halt in its tracks. The second incantation also hit, making the giant stagger back a step, shaking its head before unleashing another furious roar and swinging its club toward Hagrid. The giant's magical resistance proved to be quite formidable. Hagrid deftly sidestepped the blow, still attempting to calm the creature. "Surely, you remember me, my friend?" Quirinus brandished his wand, casting a transfiguration spell. In an instant, 2 nearby branches morphed into iron chains, one wrapping around the giant's club-wielding right hand, the other ensnaring its legs, tightening swiftly and bringing the immense creature crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Quirinus thrust his wand forward, striking the giant's underdeveloped head with a stunning spell. The giant tried to struggle, lifting its head slightly before it fell heavily back to the earth. Observing the unconscious giant, Quirinus was momentarily perplexed. Its weight was rather burdensome, and transporting it back to the castle might very well disrupt the entire school year. After a brief contemplation, Quirinus pointed his wand at the giant and softly uttered the incantation Wingardium Leviosa. Gradually, the giant began to levitate, while a stream of water coalesced in midair, forming a large sphere as he maintained the magical energy. With his right hand sustaining the water orb, Quirinus guided the floating giant into the sphere, then mentally directed the orb to rotate in a clockwise motion. Hagrid watched, utterly astonished. Although this process appeared straightforward, it was far from simple. Quirinus clenched his jaw, his complexion pale, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Simultaneously maintaining 2 spells, levitating a giant with high magical resistance, and sustaining an extraordinary flow of water to form a sphere, was an unprecedented challenge for him. The demands on his control, magical energy, and mental fortitude were immense, and he felt his mind begin to fade. Chapter 9, the start of term. At his limit, Quirinus could endure no longer. With a release of tension, his pallor deepened, fatigue etched in his eyes as he gasped for breath, his mind blank. The water sphere plummeted to the ground, splashing everywhere. The giant had regained consciousness and attempted to rise. However, Hagrid, who had been watching from the sidelines, swiftly approached and delivered a powerful punch. The sound echoed as the giant succumbed once more. With the giant subdued, Hagrid hurried to Quirinus' side, steadying the wavering wizard with concern. "Quirinus, are you all right?" Quirinus gathered himself, replying, "Thank you, Hagrid. I just need a moment to rest." Hagrid supported him as he leaned against a sturdy tree, closing his eyes to recuperate. Satisfied that Quirinus was recovering, Hagrid returned to examine the giant closely. It took Quirinus a full 10 minutes to open his eyes and rise. He walked slowly to the giant, finding Hagrid preparing several thick vines to bind the creature. "No need for that, Hagrid," Quirinus said, waving his hand. He lifted his wand and softly chanted, "Wingardium Leviosa." "Let us go, Hagrid." The giant began to float gently, and Quirinus gestured to Hagrid before turning to head in the direction of Hogwarts. After such an intense and overwhelming use of magic, although his spirit was greatly strained, Quirinus found that casting the levitation charm on the troll had surprisingly become even more effortless, akin to lifting a feather. He walked ahead, seemingly lost in thought, while Hagrid trailed behind the floating troll, choosing not to disturb him, instead gazing at Quirinus's back with a hint of reverence. The two proceeded in silence, until they could faintly glimpse a corner of Hogwarts. Suddenly, Quirinus's eyes brightened, and his steps grew lighter, as two words drifted into Hagrid's ears: water prison. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Quirinus unceremoniously deposited the troll deep inside the secret chamber on the 4th floor, entrusting its care to Hagrid, and then made his way back to his office, prioritizing rest. Quirinus had already conveyed Dumbledore's arrangements to Voldemort to preempt any unforeseen complications. Voldemort instructed him to remain idle until the obstacles were set, and once Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone, he would seek a way to bypass the barriers and seize the stone. Quirinus was uncertain whether Voldemort was genuinely oblivious to the trap or intended to play along, attempting to gain from the flames. However, in Quirinus's view, the probability of ignorance was higher. After all, the current Voldemort, with his fractured soul, had little intelligence left. Nevertheless, this was perhaps fortuitous, as it increased the hope of escape. Time passed amidst a flurry of activity, consumed with preparing various teaching materials, lesson planning, and frequenting the library. The troll was entirely in Hagrid's care, as the task of setting up the obstacles had been completed. Madame Pomfrey brewed several potions for Quirinus, barely alleviating his pallor. He had not seen Dumbledore in several days, but Severus Snape frequently appeared near him, watching like a hawk, often lurking in shadowy corners with a brooding gaze that made Quirinus want to remove his scarf and challenge Snape to acknowledge him as a father figure. Just as he was engrossed in his tasks, the school year began abruptly. On that day, Quirinus was buried in books in his office, and he had to admit that the Hogwarts library was indeed the largest in all of Britain, its vast collection of magical tomes leaving him in awe. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a bright knock at the door pulled Quirinus from his literary reverie. Rising, he opened the door to find Professor Flitwick. "Quirinus, the start of term feast is about to commence. We should go," Professor Flitwick said, appearing quite cheerful. During this time, Quirinus had often sought Flitwick's counsel, engaging in warm and friendly discussions. And given his status as an outstanding Ravenclaw alumnus, Flitwick was most forthcoming with his knowledge. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick, were it not for you, I would have missed this annual significant feast," Quirinus expressed with a smile of gratitude. "Quirinus, how many times must I remind you? Call me Phileas," Flitwick replied, somewhat displeased. "Professor Flitwick, in my eyes, you are not merely a friend but a respected professor and mentor. I use this title to convey my esteem for you." Quirinus spoke earnestly, expressing that certain ingrained habits from the Celestial Empire are invariably resistant to change. In Western cultures, addressing one another by name signifies mutual recognition. However, the essence of his heritage made it difficult for him to directly utter the revered old professor's name. "Quirinus, even if you say that, I remain unmoved," replied Professor Flitwick, a smile stretching from ear to ear as he playfully patted Quirinus on the waist. "Now, let us proceed. The ceremony is about to commence, and we must enjoy a drink afterward." Though the bloodline of fairies rendered Professor Flitwick diminutive in stature, he commanded immense respect as a venerable scholar. Upon entering the grand Hogwarts Hall, Quirinus surveyed his surroundings. The hall was expansive, adorned with hundreds of floating candles that flickered without a drop of wax falling. For long tables, filled with students from all 7 grades across the 4 houses, buzzed with conversation about their summer escapades, while numerous ghosts flitted about. Among the professors seated at the head table, only Professor McGonagall remained absent along with himself and Flitwick. As Quirinus and Flitwick entered, all the professors nodded in acknowledgement, including Dumbledore, though Snape's gaze was fixed on him with unwavering intensity. Once seated, Quirinus observed the students below, many of whom whispered amongst themselves, particularly regarding his turban. Stifling giggles, especially from the exuberant Gryffindor table where 2 red-haired youngsters laughed the loudest. Quirinus met their scrutiny with a smile. "Ah, youth is truly delightful," remarked Flitwick, turning to Quirinus with evident joy. "Indeed, they are quite spirited, Quirinus replied with a nod and a smile. At that moment, the side door on the right of the hall swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered, leading a procession of young witches and wizards, approximately 50 or 60 in total. The previously boisterous hall fell silent, as everyone turned their attention to the newly arrived students. Quirinus spotted Harry Potter among the crowd, who appeared as timid as ever. Professor McGonagall guided the newcomers to the front of the head table, instructing them to form a single file line. Before them sat an old, tattered, and grimy pointed hat, the Sorting Hat, representing Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, known for its valor. Once the students stood in place, a wide seam opened along the brim of the hat, resembling a mouth, and it began to sing. You may deem me not particularly fair. Yet do not judge by mere appearances. If you find a hat more clever than I shall willingly devour myself. You may polish your top hats to a sheen, and make your high-crowned hats smooth and grand, but I am the hat of Hogwarts, naturally superior to your headgear. Any thought concealed within your mind will not escape my discerning gaze. Don me, and I shall reveal to which house you truly belong. You may belong to Gryffindor, a house where the courage buried deep within resonates with valor, audacity, and chivalry, setting Gryffindor apart. Perhaps you are destined for Hufflepuff, where honesty and loyalty thrive. The students of Hufflepuff exhibit perseverance and integrity, unperturbed by arduous toil. If you possess a sharp intellect, you might find yourself in the venerable Ravenclaw, a sanctuary for the wise and learned, where kindred spirits frequently converge. Alternatively, you could be sorted into Slytherin, where genuine friendships may blossom. Yet be wary of the cunning and treacherous individuals who will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Come, Dunme. Fear not. Do not panic. In my grasp, you are assuredly safe, for I am a thinking, magical hat. The melody may not be melodious, yet upon careful listening, it reveals profound meaning. Chapter 10, The Sorting. As the Sorting Hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The hat bowed to each of the 4 long tables before coming to a standstill. Professor McGonagall produced a parchment, presumably the list of all new students, and declared, I shall call the names of those who will then take a seat in this chair to await their sorting. With that, she lifted the Sorting Hat from the chair and began to read from the list. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, hurriedly approached and sat down. As McGonagall placed the hat upon her head, it perfectly obscured her eyes. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The students at the right table rose in a jubilant cheer, warmly welcoming the first year into Hufflepuff House. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The hat called once more. Susan dashed to the Hufflepuff table, sitting closely beside Hannah. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. At this, the second table on the left erupted in applause as Terry made his way to the Ravenclaw table, where several students stood to shake his hand. The sorting continued, and Professor Flitwick's eyes glistened with emotion as he turned to Quirinus and softly remarked, Every time we experience this process, it is rather moving. His chair had been specially elevated, allowing him to appear of similar height to Quirinus. Indeed, it symbolizes the magical community, representing the enduring legacy of Hogwarts. Quirinus nodded before inquiring, Professor, where do you think Harry Potter will be sorted? Is there a possibility he might join us in Ravenclaw? Perhaps a sensitive remark triggered Snape's acute awareness. He slightly turned his head, casting a sharp glance at Quirinus, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. If Harry Potter is sorted into Ravenclaw, I shall dedicate myself to nurturing his talents, imparting to him the skills that earn me the title of dueling champion thrice. Flitwick, who had been momentarily contemplative, suddenly appeared invigorated, exclaiming, The name Harry Potter is indeed a formidable force in the wizarding world of this era. Yes, if he is placed in Ravenclaw, I shall ensure his well-being is closely attended. Quirinus sensed the chill emanating from Severus Snape, seated just one place to his right, and smiled as he nodded. Professor Sprout, who was sandwiched between Quirinus and Snape, remarked that it mattered not where one was assigned, naturally. She would be delighted if Harry were placed in Hufflepuff. I believe Harry will be sorted into Gryffindor, she added. Dumbledore, occupying the central seat, blinked and joined in the conversation, stating that regardless of the house to which he was assigned, Harry would always be a student of their school, and all heads of houses should treat him equally. At this juncture, the sorting ceremony had progressed significantly. Justin Finch-Fletchley rang out, followed by Hufflepuff. Seamus Finnegan. The Sorting Hat paused for a notably extended moment, taking a full minute before declaring, Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Gryffindor. Quirinus had anticipated a momentary hesitation between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Yet the decision was made swiftly. Neville Longbottom, a rather chubby boy, stumbled as he rushed toward the stool. This time, the Sorting Hat took a considerable duration before finally placing him in Gryffindor. When the hat called out Gryffindor, Neville, wearing the hat, bolted off, only to sheepishly jog back amidst laughter to return the hat to Professor McGonagall, his ears flushed red. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy strutted over with an air of arrogance. The moment the Sorting Hat touched his head, it screeched, Slytherin. Malfoy sauntered toward the Slytherin table, casting a smug glance at Harry, who remained in line. At this point, only a few students were left. As 4 remained, all eyes in the hall turned to Harry Potter. The significant figure always makes a grand entrance. Professor McGonagall placed down the parchment and called out, "Harry Potter." As Harry stepped forward, a low murmur swept through the hall. "Potter? Is she calling Potter? Which Harry Potter?" "Harry Potter is our classmate." Sitting on the stool, Harry felt like a monkey in a zoo, overwhelmed by the cacophony and the multitude of curious gazes. Even though he had only visited a zoo once, and that visit ended rather poorly, as the hat was about to descend upon his head, obscuring his view, he noticed that nearly everyone in the hall had risen to their feet, craning to catch a glimpse of him. Then came the engulfing darkness within the hat and the waiting. It seemed he was no longer in the school hall, for the surroundings were quiet, with only the sorting hat's conflicted mutterings breaking the silence. Observing the prolonged stillness as Harry donned the sorting hat, the chatter among the crowd grew louder. Potter belongs in Gryffindor. Ravenclaw is where Potter truly belongs. It wouldn't be so bad for him to end up in Hufflepuff. Missing Slytherin would be a loss for Potter. The debates were rife. Listening to the students' discussions, Quirinus smiled and turned to Snape, inquiring, "Professor Snape, where do you think Harry Potter will be sorted?" Severus Snape's countenance was frigid. He contemplated feigning ignorance when Albus Dumbledore, with a spark of curiosity, remarked, "Severus, do share your thoughts." The surrounding professors turned their gazes towards Snape, who shot a menacing glance at Quirinus before expressionlessly asserting, "Slytherin is, without question, the finest house at Hogwarts." Quirinus inwardly chuckled at the snobbishness of his colleague. Professors Flitwick and Sprout appeared displeased and were about to voice their objections when the sorting hat's loud proclamation interrupted them. "Gryffindor." Instantly, the great hall erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the most fervent applause emanating from the Gryffindor table, where every student leaped up in jubilation. Harry, somewhat dazed, made his way down from the Gryffindor table, where Prefect Percy Weasley approached him with palpable excitement, grasping his hand tightly. The Weasley twins embraced each other exuberantly, exclaiming, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" The remaining new students drew little attention during the sorting, but each house extended a warm welcome to their newcomers. Ron Weasley, of course, was a staunch Gryffindor. The other 2 new students, Lisa Turpin, was sorted into Ravenclaw, while Blaise Zabini found his place in Slytherin. Once the sorting concluded, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away. Dumbledore rose, his face beaming as he surveyed the throng of students, arms wide open, as if nothing delighted him more than witnessing the assembly of young wizards. "Welcome," Dumbledore announced. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few words. Fools, crybabies, riffraff, twist. Thank you all." With that, Dumbledore took his seat, and applause and cheers erupted. Though Quirinus suspected the applause was less for Dumbledore's eloquence and more for the imminent feast. At that moment, an abundance of food mysteriously appeared on the empty plates at all the long tables. Roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, Yorkshire pudding, and much more. The young wizards eagerly dug in, their hunger palpable. The professors at the staff table also began to partake, but after only a few bites. Quirinus turned to Snape with a smile and remarked, "Professor Snape, what a pity that Potter did not choose Slytherin." Snape's movements while cutting his steak intensified, the sharp sound of knife against plate echoing ominously, sending shivers down spines. "Quirinus, you have changed remarkably since your return from your travels. You were once so bashful, prone to anxiety in various situations, even during your time as a Muggle studies professor. Now, you have become much more open and confident. You would never have spoken so freely to Professor Snape in the past," Professor Sprout observed with a hint of nostalgia. "Indeed, with experience comes perspective. Those once overwhelming concerns now seem rather trivial," Quirinus replied. Quirinus hesitated momentarily. What could possibly surpass the weight of life and death? Having traversed dimensions, he had already experienced death once, which imbued him with a sense of tension and anxiety in the face of Voldemort's looming threat, yet fear eluded him. In his previous life, not even the words of a mere leader could let him rest easy at night, let alone the formidable Dark Lord. Chapter 11. Heart of the Matter. While savoring exquisite delicacies, he occasionally engaged in light-hearted conversation with Professors Flitwick and Sprout, feeling quite relaxed. Abruptly, sensing a stir above him, Quirinus felt the presence of Voldemort, perhaps weary from solitude. He glanced around, particularly towards Dumbledore, who remained oblivious to the Dark Lord's presence in the dining hall, engrossed in jovial discourse with Professor McGonagall. Of course, perhaps someone had detected it, but chose to disregard it. Quirinus suddenly noticed Severus Snape fixated intently on one of the students. Following Snape's gaze, he saw Harry Potter, who was sharing a laugh with Ron. Feeling the weight of another's stare, Harry looked up and met Snape's penetrating gaze. Professor Quirrell also turned his attention toward Harry, who suddenly felt a sharp pain in his scar. Ouch! Harry instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead. "What is wrong, Harry?" Percy inquired with genuine concern, akin to a leader checking on a subordinate. Nothing, nothing, Harry replied, brushing it off. The pain was fleeting. However, the unsettling feeling derived from the professor's gaze lingered. He sensed a distinct disfavor from Snape, while Quirrell merely nodded in acknowledgement. Who is that professor? Harry asked Percy. Who? Percy replied, puzzled. The one with the greasy hair. Harry struggled to articulate, unsure how to point out the professor without being obvious. Oh, that's Professor Snape, the potions master and head of Slytherin House. He is quite proficient in the dark arts, and students from houses other than Slytherin generally do not harbor fondness for him, Percy explained. What is the matter? Percy continued. Harry kept his gaze fixed on Snape, who had averted his eyes. Quirinus felt Voldemort had just used his eyes to scrutinize Harry. Clearly, there was a fixation on the boy. At that moment, everyone had eaten their fill, and the remnants of the lavish feast vanished as if they had never existed. Dumbledore rose, and an immediate hush fell over the room. Now that everyone is satisfied, I wish to share a few words. As the term commences, I would like to remind everyone of a few important points. First-year students, please take note. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. This is also a reminder to our upperclassmen. Dumbledore cast a bright glance toward the Weasley twins. Additionally, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must implore all of you, those who wish to avoid unforeseen calamities and a most painful demise should refrain from venturing into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Well, it is evident that this clearly informs the students that there is something on the 4th floor, urging them to embark on an adventure. At the very least, Quirinus observed the eager expressions already appearing on the faces of the Weasley twins. Ignoring the murmurs from below, Professor Dumbledore once again raised his voice, stating, "Before we retire for the night, let us all join in singing the school song." With a gentle wave of his wand, a long, golden ribbon floated into the air, twisting and coiling like a serpent above the grand dining table, forming lines of text. Everyone may choose their preferred melody. Dumbledore continued, "Prepare, sing." Thus, the entire faculty and student body burst into song. Hogwarts, 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 please impart unto us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to a myriad of fascinating things. For now, our brains are empty, filled with air, dead flies and trifles. Teach us some valuable wisdom. Restore what we have forgotten. You need only give your utmost. The rest we shall handle ourselves. We shall strive to learn until we turn to dust. The voices of the assembly melded into a chaotic symphony. Once the song concluded, Dumbledore remarked, Music possesses a charm beyond all we do here. Now, it is time to retire. Please return to your dormitories." Subsequently, the heads of the various houses organized the first-year students to their respective common rooms, while the others were left to find their own way back. The professors at the head table also began to depart. Quirinus made his way directly to his office. And as he settled into his chair behind the desk, the haunting voice of Voldemort echoed, "Quirinus, the preparations for Dumbledore's secret chamber are complete, are they not?" "Yes, my lord, it is done. After I threw in the 2 trolls, I could not enter myself," Quirinus stammered. Voldemort, a twisted psyche, thrived on the fear others felt. He demanded not loyalty, but terror. "Excellent. Next, seize every opportunity to navigate through the challenges. Perform well, and should you succeed, boundless riches await you," Voldemort declared. Then, he shifted the topic. "Quirinus, you do not harbor any resentment for my borrowing your body, do you?" "And no, it is my honor to serve the great Dark Lord." Quirinus thought to himself, sensing impending doom. Before he could react, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if each inch of his bones were being hammered down. He slid off his chair, curling on the floor, racked with convulsions. 2 minutes felt as long as a century. When the agony receded, Quirinus, as if dragged from the depths of water, lay curled on the ground, drenched and gasping weakly. "I am quite dissatisfied with your progress. Suppress your unwarranted thoughts and complete the task I have entrusted to you promptly. Otherwise, next time will not be so easily resolved." With that, Voldemort's presence faded, having siphoned away a portion of Quirinus's vitality. When Voldemort lay dormant, Quirinus's body continued to sustain him, yet the strain was palpable. Each awakening of Voldemort greatly exacerbated the toll. It was akin to a gentle stream versus a torrent unleashed from a dam. After a considerable duration, Quirinus gradually propped himself up with his arm, slowly rising to his feet. Bowing his head, he leaned against the wall and ambled into the inner lounge, eventually collapsing onto the bed. Lying there, waves of pain coursed through his body, and a somber expression clouded Quirinus's eyes. He understood that any notion of progress was merely a pretext. One could not simply approach another and inquire if they had completed their tasks. Moreover, the school year had just commenced, and the sight of Harry had provoked him, providing an excuse for his frustrations. That old Binns would eventually have to reckon with him. The following morning, Quirinus awoke early. After a night of rest, though still somewhat weakened, he found that normal movement was manageable. He had received the class schedule several days prior but had yet to examine it, originally intending to study it the previous night, only to be interrupted. After freshening up, he sat at his desk, enjoying breakfast delivered by the house elf, Kaka, and opened the schedule, only to feel as if the sky had fallen. 40 class periods in a week. He recalled Professor Chilo's Muggle Studies class, which had only 19 periods. Quirinus's lips twitched. Breakfast lost its appeal. Chapter 12, Classes. 7 classes a day, 5 days a week. The schedule was densely packed. The first class commenced at 8:30 and extended until 10, comprising an hour and a half of instruction, followed by a 15-minute break. 2 additional classes followed suit, interspersed with another 15-minute reprieve, continuing until noon. A 1-hour lunch break ensued, and classes resumed at 1 o'clock with an unbroken sequence of 4 classes, while 6th and 7th years attended lessons collectively. The other years had separate sessions by house. It was unclear how other subjects were organized, but the Defense Against the Dark Arts class did not combine houses. Fortunately, the classroom was located on the 4th floor of the castle, directly above his office, which had a staircase leading straight to the classroom. The first major class of the day was for the 5th-year Ravenclaws. Quirinus adjusted his wizarding robes, ensuring his scarf was presentable, then picked up a stack of examination papers from the desk. He ascended the spiral staircase behind his office and entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Being 5th-year students and known for their intelligence, the Ravenclaws maintained a relatively tranquil atmosphere. Quirinus emerged from the side door of the classroom, adjacent to the podium. Standing before his students, he placed the examination papers down, and the hushed whispers faded into silence. Surveying the class, Quirinus began, "Greetings, everyone. I am Quirinus Chilo, and from this day forth, I shall be your professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts. I trust many of you recall me. Some may wonder if I, having previously taught Muggle studies, possess the capability to instruct effectively in this subject. As for this matter, let it be questioned by students from other grades. As for you, you should be aware of what the 5th grade entails. Indeed, it is the ordinary wizarding level examination. Therefore, in this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, we shall focus on reinforcing our preparations for this examination. To that end, I have devised a strategy for you, known as the Sea of Questions approach, aiming to ensure that each of you can successfully pass this examination." Upon hearing Professor Quirrell's words, the students below displayed little reaction, clearly having prepared themselves mentally. For they are Ravenclaw, the Academy of Scholars. Today, as the first major class of the semester, we shall commence with a diagnostic test. With that, Quirrell drew his wand, and with a gentle flick uttered, "Wingardium Leviosa." Instantly, all the test papers floated up, gracefully delivering themselves to each student's desk. This display astonished everyone, showcasing a remarkable proficiency in the levitation charm, as well as a high degree of control over spells, skills that Quirrell had not demonstrated even before grappling with a giant. The class unfolded amidst the examination. As the class concluded, all pens ceased their scribbling, and with a wave of his wand, Quirrell sent all the test papers soaring back to the podium, neatly stacking them. Everyone gazed at this display of levitation with admiration. "Class dismissed," Quirrell announced, gathering the papers and heading straight back to his office. Once Quirrell departed, a flurry of discussion erupted among the students. Professor Quirrell's display was truly impressive. All the papers just flew up. This was the sentiment of the boys, for even amidst Ravenclaw, they remained boys. If it weren't for that ridiculous turban, Professor Quirrell would be rather handsome, thought the girls. Although they were engrossed in the test, the elegant display of the levitation charm left an impression on these 5th-grade scholars. Did Professor Quirrell forget to assign homework? Hush, Penelope, don't let the professor hear you. The second class was for the 2nd-year Gryffindors, marking the first lesson for them, which would introduce them to magical creatures, specifically the Cornish pixie. These small, blue creatures stand about 8 inches tall, possess the ability to fly, and delight in mischief. They can sometimes lead people astray or induce a state of disorientation. To deal with them, a simple freezing charm will render them immobile. Although called the Cornish pixie, they are not exclusive to Cornwall, as they can also be found in the Forbidden Forest. The 3rd class was for the 3rd-year Hufflepuffs, focusing on the Boggart, a fascinating magical creature that can see into your heart and transform into your greatest fear. However, this creature is inherently weak. As long as one can conquer their fear, it can be easily overcome. The spell to confront it is ridiculous, and laughter is said to vanquish it. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes for 1st to 3rd years, the emphasis lies primarily on combating dark creatures, while the concepts of defending against dark magic will only be introduced in the 4th year. The 1st to 3rd years will focus on mastering foundational knowledge and accumulating spells. Quirrell had no other intentions but to adhere to the established curriculum. After a brief respite of 1 hour at noon, the first class in the afternoon was that of Gryffindor's 4th-year students. True to the nature of Gryffindors, the classroom was filled with raucous noise, which Quirinus could hear even from downstairs as the lesson approached. It was not until he entered the classroom and took his place at the podium that silence enveloped the room. All right, let us commence the lesson, Quirinus announced, surveying the eager faces around him. The fourth year marks a pivotal moment in your education. The first 3 years were dedicated to laying a solid foundation, while now is the time to put your acquired knowledge into practice. Therefore, for this inaugural class, we shall not require textbooks. Please, take out your wands. The young lions erupted into cheers, hastily stowing away their books and brandishing their wands, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they turned their attention to Quirinus. The desks were moved aside, clearing a space in the center of the classroom. From this year onward, we shall learn to confront dark magic and defend against it, which entails understanding how to combat dark wizards and engage in battle. Quirinus cleared his throat, his demeanor growing serious as he continued. Though this world may seem tranquil, beneath the surface lie tumultuous currents. I hope that upon your graduation, you will possess the essential skills for self-preservation when faced with dark wizards and perilous situations. As the mention of danger and battling dark wizards resonated, the young witches and wizards seemed invigorated, their spirits lifted as if by a surge of adrenaline. In terms of combat, what do you believe is the most crucial element? Quirinus inquired, his gaze sweeping across the room. Striking first. Powerful magic. A formidable spell. The students clamored with their opinions. Quirinus listened with keen interest. In truth, since his arrival in the magical realm, he had not encountered much combat. Only a rather tenuous encounter with a giant could be considered a battle. However, having come from a society inundated with information and possessing a penchant for contemplation, he had distilled some essential elements of combat. As the students grew more animated in their discussions, Quirinus raised his hands to quiet them. Once silence returned, he spoke again. Indeed, you are all correct. Many faces lit up with delight, but Quirinus quickly added, yet your insights are not entirely comprehensive. I have compiled 4 key points regarding combat: power, speed, defense, and evasion. Power refers to the potency of spells, influenced by several factors: your proficiency with the spell, the strength of your will, and your inherent magical ability. A spell lacking in power, even if cast upon an adversary, may merely result in a trickle of blood from the nose. Speed encompasses the quickness with which spells are cast, the swiftness from launch to impact, as well as your own physical agility, including movement and reaction times. Defense involves protecting oneself. In combat, one should not assume that a single spell will suffice to vanquish the opponent. While it is certainly advantageous if it does, one must be prepared for timely and effective defense if it does not. Evasion is the art of dodging an opponent's magic. During a duel, one cannot simply stand idly by, exchanging spells with the foe. Instead, one must be agile, anticipating the trajectory of the opponent's spells, dodging preemptively, and then counterattacking. The ability to evade relies upon keen perception and speed. Quirinus spoke eloquently, captivating the attention of his classmates around him. Following his discourse, we proceeded to practical exercises. Upon concluding his explanation, the young lions brimming with excitement. Chapter 13, the combat system. As you are now in the 4th grade, the disparity in magical power among you is minimal, and your proficiency in spells is also fairly comparable. The judicious application of spells is of paramount importance. To enhance your combat capabilities, it is essential to establish a comprehensive combat system, encompassing offensive spells, restraining spells, and defensive spells as a foundation. If possible, it would be advantageous to incorporate some spells that enhance your abilities. The curriculum for the 4th grade is fundamentally designed to facilitate the assembly of a basic combat system, including offensive spells such as disarming spell, stunning spell, and petrification spell, which directly inflict damage or incapacitate adversaries. This year's defensive spell, the Armored Shield, is both practical and formidable. Mastering it before the 5th grade ordinary wizard level examination will confer additional points. For restraining spells, options such as Mire spell, slippery path spell, freezing spell, and obstacle spell can be employed, even the growth spell, as they can alter the terrain, restrict enemy movement, and compel opponents to err. Furthermore, spells that enhance one's state, such as the hyper-awareness spell, can amplify your senses. Incorporating transfiguration could further enrich your combat system. The students around him listened with eyes alight, Quirinus's words opening their minds to new possibilities. They had previously believed combat consisted solely of exchanging spells, unaware of the intricacies involved. Next, we shall demonstrate the interplay of offense and defense, Quirinus stated. You will attack, and I shall defend. Mr. Nocamp, you will go first. Quirinus randomly selected a student. The surrounding students cleared a spacious area, allowing Quirinus and Nocamp to stand face to face, 10 paces apart. Do not be anxious. Employ your most adept spell, Quirinus reassured. His demeanor relaxed, hands resting at his sides. Repel swiftly. Nocamp stepped forward, reciting the incantation loudly as he swiftly waved his wand, projecting a pale yellow spell light that surged towards Quirinus. Quirinus raised his wand before him, incanting, Armor Shield. The iron armor spell lacked flamboyant spell light. yet it seemed to collide with an invisible barrier before Quirinus, dissipating instantly. Following this, the disarming spell and petrification spell were unleashed in succession, each shattering against Quirinus as he remained impervious, rendering No-Camp somewhat dejected. "Bravo!" Quirinus exclaimed, applauding. "You executed the standard incantation gestures and a fluid offensive. Mr. No-Camp has a solid grasp of his spells." The others joined in applause, and No-Camp's earlier disappointment transformed into joy. "What I just demonstrated was the defensive magic. The Iron Armor spell. As you witnessed, a single Iron Armor spell withstood Mr. No-Camp's assault. However, should the disparity in magical power be negligible, one Iron Armor spell may merely counter a single offensive spell. Therefore, even after mastering the Iron Armor spell, one must not become complacent. Additionally, if utilized adeptly, the Iron Armor spell can even deflect an opponent's spell. I recently mentioned that Mr. No-Camp has a commendable grasp of spells. However, his approach is rather rigid. A single incantation, paired with precise gestures, can enable you to swiftly learn and unleash magic. Yet, upon achieving proficiency, we should strive to minimize these gestures, and even the incantations themselves, allowing for silent spellcasting with a mere flick of the wrist. Furthermore, in combat, one need not employ an abundance of spells. Each individual should select a singular incantation to focus on and practice diligently, quality over quantity. For instance, Mr. No-Camp's repelling charm proves more effective than the disarming charm or the petrifying charm. Thus we shall prioritize practicing this particular spell. Quirinus then shifted the topic, stating, "Next, let us delve into the ironclad charm. Pair up, for practice is the finest teacher. One shall attack while the other defends. The attacker will utilize the petrifying charm, and the defender will employ the ironclad charm. Those standing to my left shall attack first, and evasion is not permitted. We will take turns." A mischievous smile played upon Quirinus's lips. The students commenced their practice, relishing the rare opportunity to cast spells upon their classmates. After all, the petrifying charm merely immobilizes without inflicting harm, allowing for uninhibited experimentation. Should one fail to cast the ironclad charm and be petrified, a simple charm would resolve the matter. Although no one successfully cast the ironclad charm during the lesson, the proficiency with other spells was notably on the rise. As the class concluded, the Lions felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled eagerness. Quirinus interjected at the opportune moment. I nearly forgot to assign homework. A 2-foot paper on the ironclad charm. That will be all for today," he added. "In the next lesson, I shall assess your progress with the ironclad charm, and this time, I shall take on the role of the attacker." Just as Quirinus was about to exit the classroom, he turned back to add one final note. The subsequent 3 classes unfolded smoothly, comprising the third-year Ravenclaw students and the first-year Hufflepuff students, without any notable incidents. The final class was an advanced defense against the dark arts course, attended by students from all 4 houses in the 6th year. Admission to this advanced class indicated that these students had achieved commendable grades, possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge and a solid foundation in magic. They were already well-versed in the ironclad charm and had nearly bridged the gap with adult wizards. Some of the more exceptional students had even mastered silent spellcasting. When instructing these upperclassmen, aside from the standard curriculum, the focus was placed on the 4 essential elements of combat and training on how the ironclad charm can resist various spells. The distinction between knowing a spell and being able to use it effectively is significant. In a world where magical prowess is prevalent, it is disheartening to realize that many within the vast ministry of magic are unable to conjure even the ironclad charm. The adage "practice makes perfect" holds true. If one does not utilize their magic, it will grow rusty, especially if one remains confined to the standard casting positions and precise incantations. Prolonged inactivity can lead to a complete inability to perform spells. The rationale behind encouraging students to focus on mastering 1 or 2 specific spells is to ensure they become second nature. Not only does increased proficiency enhance the spell's potency, but it also fosters muscle memory, thereby improving reaction times in unexpected situations. In the heat of battle, while others unleash a flurry of spells, one cannot afford to hesitate in selecting their own incantation. Certainly, other spells cannot be entirely disregarded. Rather, they should be approached with both breadth and depth. Currently, Quirinus excels in the sleeping charm and the levitation charm, particularly the latter, which has alleviated numerous burdens. Nonetheless, he senses a lingering inadequacy, as the combat framework he has tentatively devised seems more suited for novices than for grand sorcerers. Consider the duels between Voldemort and Dumbledore, who employed the sleeping charm, and Severus Snape, with a mere flick of his wrist, conjured the killing curse with such panache. These elementary offensive spells cater to ordinary wizards. One must pursue more formidable enchantments to construct a robust tactical system. Dark magic, however, cannot be wielded openly, and having personally dabbled in it, Quirinus is acutely aware of how it gnaws at the soul. In the lead-up to the school year, Frequent recourse to the soul-draining curse made Quirinus feel an insatiable desire to unleash it upon anyone he encountered, relishing the intoxicating power of complete dominion over another. The killing curse, or the curse of death, demands a fierce intent to kill. The stronger the malice, the more potent the spell. Moreover, repeated use of the killing curse can corrupt one's magical essence, intensifying its power. Yet this malevolence simultaneously erodes one's inner self, rendering self-control increasingly elusive. Witnessing those one dislikes becomes an irresistible temptation to unleash violence, a path many notorious criminals have tread. In this idealistic realm of magic, many spells require emotional fortification. For instance, the Patronus charm necessitates joy and positivity, while apparition demands an unwavering will to reach the intended destination. Conversely, the majority of dark magic relies on negative emotions for sustenance. The killing curse draws from murderous intent, the torture curse from torment, and the soul-draining curse from a desire for control. The volatility of emotions, especially prolonged exposure to negativity, can obliterate a person's essence. Tranquility is not a trait possessed by a competent wizard. Dark magic, while formidable, is not easily mastered. Too many souls become enslaved by their own powers. After a day's classes, Quirinus nearly collapsed in his office, yet he felt a sense of accomplishment. Teaching serves as a process of revisiting the old while discovering the new, particularly for someone like him, who has only recently begun to navigate the magical world. Chapter 14, MaraudersEra. In the days that followed, Quirinus diligently adhered to his teaching schedule, also complying with Voldemort's request to investigate the challenges on the 4th floor of the castle. He even encountered the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Indeed, Fluffy, aside from Hagrid, shows no leniency to anyone. Even claiming he wished to see his giant would not suffice. The sleeping charm merely tickled Fluffy's thick fur. Of course, if Voldemort intervened, perhaps it might succeed, but such an approach could create too much commotion, especially with Dumbledore still present. Quirinus was aware of the means to subdue Fluffy, yet until he devised a way to elude Voldemort, it was prudent to keep this knowledge concealed. Henceforth, his task was to seek ways to tame Fluffy. The previous conversation with old Professor Dumbledore made Quirinus acutely aware that he had sensed the presence of Voldemort, thereby granting Quirinus an opportunity for assistance. He wondered whether in his past life, Professor Quirrell had received any subtle hints from Dumbledore, or if he had indeed received them but failed to comprehend their significance, or perhaps he had completely succumbed to Voldemort in a desperate bid for power, hoping that after fulfilling his mission, Voldemort would keep his promise and make him the foremost henchman. However, Quirinus deemed this as ultimately meaningless. The moment Voldemort perceived any danger, he would unhesitatingly drain Quirinus of his life force and engage in a confrontation with Dumbledore. Perhaps not just a possibility, but a certainty that Quirinus would meet his demise. Quirinus sought self-preservation, not to become mere cannon fodder. To separate Voldemort from himself without arousing suspicion was an exceedingly arduous task. Quirinus felt that Dumbledore had no viable solutions either. He resolved to devise a means for his own salvation. Keeping matters clandestine would inherently increase the likelihood of success, and he had already begun to form a plan. Quirinus did not deliberately approach the trio of saviors. At present, it was merely a duo, or more accurately, the savior and his loyal companion. The magical realm was remarkably benevolent towards Harry Potter. Here, he faced no reprimands or oppression, save for the occasional haughty bat, and indeed, many regarded him with respect and admiration, particularly after he was elected as a seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry had shed his former timid demeanor and was transforming into a true Gryffindor, or rather, he had always possessed the essence of a Gryffindor, merely stifled for too long, now finally releasing his innate nature. During the weekend, classes at Hogwarts were suspended, and as a professor, Quirinus was not obliged to remain on the premises. At the invitation of Professor Flitwick, he ventured to the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade for a drink. Arriving in Hogsmeade, a village solely inhabited by wizards, he marveled at the distinctive charm of each house, all retaining the architectural style of 17th century England. The village boasted a plethora of shops, serving as the largest wizarding marketplace outside of Diagon Alley, far surpassing the limited establishments he had glimpsed in the films of his previous life. Dark wizards and smugglers were ever present, yet given its proximity to Hogwarts, they had tempered their activities considerably, especially during the weekends when frenzied young witches and wizards flooded into Hogsmeade, causing the dark wizards to vanish without a trace. Upon entering the Three Broomsticks, Quirinus quickly spotted Professor Flitwick seated in a corner and hastened over, exclaiming, "Professor Flitwick, you arrived quite early." Seeing Quirinus approach, Flitwick rose and replied, "I have just arrived as well, Quirinus. I suspect it has been quite some time since you last enjoyed a glass of fire whiskey from the Three Broomsticks. Please, take a seat." "Indeed, it brings back fond memories. This atmosphere remains unchanged," Quirinus said with a smile as he settled down. "It has truly been ages since I last saw you, Professor Quirrell," came the melodious voice of Madame Rosmerta. Madame Rosmerta was as enchanting as ever. Now that you are here, we must share a drink, she insisted. Quirinus's eyes lit up. Madame Rosmerta was still strikingly beautiful, exuding a mature wisdom akin to a fully blossomed rose. Rosmerta brought forth a glass of wine and seated herself, remarking, Professor Quirrell certainly knows how to speak. Today's libation is on me. Madame Rosmerta, we mustn't show favoritism, interjected Flitwick, feigning displeasure. That will not do. Today must indeed be my treat. I sincerely wish to share a drink with Madame Rosmerta, Quirrell chimed in, not waiting for Rosmerta's response. With a radiant smile, Rosmerta gladly acquiesced and promptly turned to the bar to fetch a glass of wine. She clinked it with Quirrell's before taking a delicate sip. Professor Flitwick observed the pair with playful scrutiny, his own enthusiasm undeterred by their exchange. Quirrell downed his drink in one gulp and, feeling unsatisfied, exclaimed, Madame Rosmerta's fire whiskey lives up to its reputation. Back in my student days, I longed for a taste, yet you wouldn't sell it to me. At that time, you were but a student. I dared not serve you, for Professor Flitwick would have surely had words with me. Rosmerta replied with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Now in her 30s, she was a few years older than Quirrell, having already assumed ownership of the tavern, a family establishment, before he even graduated. Indeed, I would have confined you to the 3 broomsticks, making you wash dishes. Flitwick pretended to be serious, eliciting laughter from both. Their merriment caught the attention of other patrons in the bar. Which house did you belong to, Madame Rosmerta? Quirrell inquired with a smile. I was once a Hufflepuff. How swiftly time passes. I have nearly been graduated for 2 decades, Rosmerta mused, then continued, Please, call me Rosmerta. Then I shall call you Quirrell, he replied without hesitation. And what of you, Quirrell? Which house claimed you? Rosmerta asked in return. Quirrell pointed to the diminutive Flitwick beside him. Professor Flitwick is both my instructor and head of house. Oh, how splendid. From student to colleague. Professor Flitwick must be quite pleased, Rosmerta exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. I take great pride. Quirrell is an exceptionally talented wizard, Flitwick said with a sense of pride. If only I had been sorted into Ravenclaw, Rosmerta lamented. In truth, I believe Hufflepuff to be the greatest house, Quirrell reflected thoughtfully. This revelation astonished not only Rosmerta, but even Professor Flitwick, who had always considered his own house to be the finest. Of course, other houses are commendable. Ravenclaw is indeed remarkable. But Hufflepuff is particularly renowned for its tolerance and compassion, Quirrell continued. Gryffindor seeks only the bravest, Ravenclaw the wisest, and Slytherin the most ambitious. Honesty belongs to Hufflepuff, which essentially receives the remainder. Hufflepuff offers everyone a fair opportunity to learn magic. As long as you arrive at Hogwarts, you may study magic. You need not possess courage, wisdom, or formidable ambition. If you come, Hufflepuff shall be your home. But is Hufflepuff truly inferior? Integrity, loyalty, honesty, and resilience are the hallmarks of Hufflepuff. Their courage to confront challenges is evident, and as for wisdom, the head of the 3rd-year class is indeed from Hufflepuff. They simply lack the flair for self-promotion, accustomed as they are to remaining in the shadows. Furthermore, many legendary wizards hail from Hufflepuff, including the eminent Newt Scamander, a master of magical creatures par excellence. Oh, Quirinus, how eloquently you speak, remarked Professor Flitwick, wiping his eyes. Rosmerta's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed intently at Quirinus, her voice filled with gratitude. This is the first time I have heard such a perspective. Thank you for vindicating Hufflepuff. I merely expressed my thoughts, Quirinus replied, somewhat bashful. Having boasted in his previous life, he had indulged a bit too much in drink and was now succumbing to old habits. As the day drew to a close, Quirinus bid farewell to Flitwick and Rosmerta. By the time they departed for Hogwarts, the sun had already set. It was impossible to refuse Ms. Rosmerta, who had generously treated them to drinks. Quirinus, it is only by accompanying you that I get to savor such fine wines for free, Flitwick jested. Then we shall return again, Quirinus replied with a smile. Is that truly appropriate? Flitwick hesitated. While enjoying a free drink was delightful, it could not become a perpetual arrangement. Ha ha ha, Professor Flitwick, you are simply delightful. I meant that next time. The treat will be on me, Quirinus laughed heartily, feeling an unusual joy that seemed to dispel the shadows cast by Voldemort. Ha ha, Quirinus, you startled me. Flitwick chuckled in return. The laughter echoed across the vast mountain path. Chapter 15, The Quidditch Match. Time flew by, and before long, Quirinus had been serving as the defense against the dark arts professor for nearly 2 months. Halloween was fast approaching. During this period, aside from teaching and practicing magic, Quirinus immersed himself in the library's vast collection. It is no exaggeration to say that Hogwarts, with its millennium of tradition, boasts a library of unparalleled breadth. This, however, is not the entirety of it. The headmaster's office is rumored to house tomes that are forbidden within the library, particularly those concerning dark and malevolent magic. Ravenclaw even possesses its own exclusive library. Thanks to Quirinus's status as an esteemed graduate of Ravenclaw, Flitwick generously permitted him to traverse the Ravenclaw Tower at will. During this time, The vast ocean of literature significantly enriched Quirinus's magical knowledge. Perhaps owing to his dual existence, his memory and comprehension far surpassed those of his former life. Reading was no longer a mere skimming of the surface, but rather an experience of profound retention. This laid a solid theoretical foundation for his magical pursuits. Every weekend, he would stroll through Hogsmeade, often inviting Hagrid to the Three Broomsticks for drinks and conversation, under the pretext of seeking ways to counteract the threat posed by Luffy. Voldemort had already discovered the identity of the three-headed dog's owner, which only intensified his animosity towards Hagrid, his former classmate. As for how Voldemort came to know this, well, on Halloween, all remained tranquil. Without Professor Quirrell stirring up trouble, Hogwarts was at peace. Quirinus does not possess the same zealous inclination towards instigating turmoil for Voldemort as Professor Quirrell does. However, it is entirely possible that he has grown impatient, contemplating the release of a troll in the basement to divert attention and bypass the obstacles, only to be thwarted by Snape in the end. Over the past couple of months, Quirinus has felt his physical strength waning day by day, as if life itself were slipping away from him. In response, he has begun to devise a counteroffensive strategy, even immersing himself in the study of the soul-sucking curse, with his sights not set on students, but rather on Hagrid's prized possession, the Acromantula. The Acromantula is a fearsome creature of dark magic, yet aside from its overwhelming numbers, venomous fangs, and menacing pincers, it possesses no other capabilities that would pose any significant obstacle to Quirinus. His mastery of the soul-sucking curse has advanced remarkably, and once he succeeds, he plans to express his gratitude accordingly. The execution of his plan is now within reach. As November dawns, the air has grown quite frigid. The mountaintops surrounding the school are now blanketed in ice and snow, and the lake's surface has frozen over. Frost now coats the ground each morning. Hagrid, clad in a thick moleskin coat, adorned with rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver skin boots, is busy de-icing the brooms on the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season has commenced. This is a sport beloved by all in the Wizarding World, a thrilling collision of strength and speed. Despite the questionable scoring mechanism, it remains captivating. The first match of the term is set for Saturday, featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. Gryffindor and Slytherin have long been rivals. Slytherin looks down upon Gryffindor's recklessness, while Gryffindor scoffs at Slytherin's blood purity ideology. The entire student body tends to rally around these two houses. The intensity of the match is palpable, with injuries and casualties being a common occurrence. Thus, this contest promises to be particularly riveting, especially with the debut of Harry Potter, the so-called savior, on the Quidditch field. The anticipation surrounding his first appearance has already generated considerable discussion, given that a first-year student making the team as a seeker is a historic feat, and he has only undergone a few weeks of training. Fortunately, the trio has successfully formed their group, thanks to Hermione's assistance in keeping up with their assignments. Lest they fall behind, Quirinus ponders how they will reconcile without the presence of the troll. But it occurs to him that it was perhaps on Halloween night when Hermione was found weeping in the basement, with Harry and Ron searching for her after not spotting her during dinner. At that age, young girls are easily placated. One gentle nudge, and they can be soothed. Regardless, post-Halloween, wherever one may find any one of them, the other two are invariably nearby. Quirinus feels a tinge of regret, wishing to witness how far the savior could venture without Hermione's influence. Would he face expulsion for failing to complete his assignments? At 10 o'clock in the morning, the entire faculty and student body make their way towards the Quidditch pitch. Quirinus also exits his office and approaches the stairwell corner, preparing to descend. When he hears footsteps behind him, casually turning his head, he is surprised to find Snape, his expression inscrutable, descending from the fourth floor. During this period, Snape has been observing him closely but has found nothing noteworthy, and his presence has become increasingly sparse. Quirinus greeted Professor Snape with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring how he had descended from the fourth floor. "Must I report my whereabouts to you, Quirrell?" Snape replied with a somewhat somber tone. "That's not necessary. I merely asked out of curiosity." Quirinus shrugged, sensing Snape's discontent but remaining unfazed. Snape harbored suspicions of ulterior motives from Quirinus, finding it quite exasperating, as his instincts were undeniably acute. As they conversed, a disheveled young girl hurried past them, seemingly in a great rush. Recognizing her, Snape remarked in a low voice, "Failing to greet a professor, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. No, 10 points, for both of us." The girl abruptly halted, her face flushed with disbelief as she stared at Snape and Quirinus. It was Hermione Granger. With a hint of irritation, she managed to say, "Good morning, Professor Snape." Professor Quirrell, before storming off without waiting for a response. Quirinus was left astounded, unable to comprehend Snape's actions. It was quite singular for a head of house to bully a first-year girl. "Professor Snape, it's no wonder the entire school despises you," Quirinus remarked with a sense of awe. Snape's expression darkened as he retorted, "I am merely fulfilling my duties as a professor," and with a huff, he briskly walked past Quirinus. Chuckling to himself, Quirinus hastened downstairs. Meanwhile, Hermione dashed into the Quidditch pitch where the Gryffindor team was preparing, grabbing Harry's arm. With Ron also present, she whispered, "Harry, just now, I saw Professor Snape coming from the direction of the fourth-floor chamber, and he was intercepted by Professor Quirrell." Harry gasped, firmly asserting, Snape must be attempting to sneak into the chamber while everyone is occupied with the match, hoping to steal the treasures the headmaster has stored away. His expression soured as he lamented, "Unfortunately, we've yet to uncover what those treasures might be. I think we should seek Professor Quirrell's assistance. He must have sensed Snape's scheme. We can inquire if he knows anything. After all, he traveled the globe for a year before returning to teach. So he must be quite knowledgeable," Hermione suggested. "We could serve as his aides, helping him combat the nefarious Snape. Perhaps he knows how to deal with the three-headed dog. And Snape is pressuring him to reveal it," Ron chimed in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Indeed, once the match concludes, we shall seize the opportunity to ask him. I wonder if Professor Quirrell can withstand the pressure from Snape," Harry declared, clenching his fists with determination. By 11 o'clock, the entire school had gathered, with Dumbledore notably absent, as he seldom participated in such events. Soon, the match commenced, with both teams soaring into the sky. Harry, mounted on his Firebolt 2000, secured a commanding vantage point, scanning the surroundings for the elusive golden snitch. As the other players engaged in fierce competition, the Seekers glided leisurely through the higher skies. Below, Gryffindor took the lead with a score, courtesy of Angelina, a spirited young woman. Harry remained aloft, his gaze scanning for any trace of the elusive golden snitch, while occasionally dodging the bludgers that darted up from below. Suddenly, Harry seemed to catch sight of something, diving down from the heights. Slytherin Seeker, Terrence Higgs, also spotted it, a shimmering golden streak, the golden snitch. The two raced towards it, but the snitch was swift and agile, and soon they were neck and neck in pursuit. Harry's speed surpassed that of Higgs, for he was mounted on the Nimbus 2000, the finest broom of the era. The chasers appeared to have forgotten their own tasks, hovering in the air, captivated by the duel between the Seekers. The atmosphere was tense. Quirinus sat behind Snape, noticing the latter's tightly pressed lips and clenched fists. As Harry accelerated, he surged closer to the snitch, but suddenly, bang! Marcus Flint lunged from the side, colliding forcefully with Harry. Harry spun off course but clung desperately to his broom, narrowly avoiding a fall. "Foul!" the Gryffindors cried out. Quirinus observed Snape relax slightly, contemplating a quip to taunt him, when suddenly, he heard Voldemort's rasping voice. "Quirinus, let us create some obstacles for the great savior." Voldemort's tone dripped with mockery. Quirinus frowned, reluctant to comply, surrounded by spectators. Voldemort was asking him to act in such a public setting. Was he mad? "Hurry!" Voldemort's voice brimmed with impatience. Reluctantly, Quirinus clasped his wand within his robes. Focusing intently on Harry, he murmured the movement charm, which exerts greater control over objects than the levitation charm. Following Marcus Flint's foul, a penalty was awarded, inciting displeasure among the Gryffindor supporters. Yet, the game continued. In the sky, having just regained control of his broom, Harry narrowly evaded a bludger that zipped past his head. Suddenly, his broom shook violently, leaving him momentarily convinced he might plummet. Gripped by fear, he clutched the broom tightly, pressing his knees against it and leaning forward. He had never felt such terror. Falling from this height would surely leave him bruised and battered. Just as he exhaled in relief, the broom jolted again, as if it were determined to throw him off. Harry attempted to steer towards wood, hoping to call for a pause in the match. But he realized the broom was completely beyond his control, careening erratically through the air, threatening to dislodge him at any moment. No one noticed Harry's peculiar behavior. They all assumed he was merely showing off. Hagrid muttered, genuinely perplexed by Harry's intentions, and if I weren't familiar with him, I would have thought he had lost control of his broom. Yet, how could that be? The broom was shaking violently, darting about, carrying Harry higher and higher into the sky. Finally, someone caught on to Harry's unusual predicament. Commentator Lee Jordan shouted into the microphone, "Look at Harry. Goodness. He's going to fall." Only then did the crowd realize that Harry's broom had suddenly begun to roll uncontrollably. Unable to maintain his grip, Harry was flung off the broom. But fortunately, he managed to grasp it with one hand, hanging suspended in midair. At that moment, the broom abruptly calmed down, quivering slightly. Harry exhaled in relief. Although he was nearing his limit, Quirinus did not intend to harm Harry in front of the entire crowd. He had no desire to kill him. He was merely following Voldemort's orders to toy with Harry. Even if Harry fell, he could ensure his safety, especially with so many professors present. Severus Snape would certainly not abandon him. However, he underestimated the allure of the match for the spectators. The sight of the great savior flitting about on the broom went unnoticed, forcing him to escalate his actions. Indeed, once the crowd became aware, an unseen force disrupted his control over the broom. Casting a glance at Snape's moving lips, Quirinus smirked, maintaining his magical output while contending with Snape. Though he may not yet be a match for Snape, he had gained the upper hand. It would not be so simple for Snape to seize control. The broom trembled, its initial frenzy subsiding. Harry clung desperately to the broom, striving to ascend. The Gryffindor players attempted to assist him, but as they drew near, the broom shot upward once more, leaving them no choice but to circle below, waiting for Harry to falter. Meanwhile, Slytherin seized the opportunity to score 5 goals. Yet no one paid them any mind. All were fixated on Harry's peril. In the opposite stance, Hermione did not gaze at Harry but instead seized Hagrid's binoculars, directing her attention toward the teacher's box. She lowered the binoculars, her face a mixture of shock and anger. It's Snape. I see his lips moving incessantly. He's casting a spell on Harry, and Professor Quirrell is trying to counteract Snape. What are we going to do? Ron asked, feeling somewhat helpless. Watch me. I shall assist Professor Quirrell, Hermione declared with determination. Before Ron could respond, she vanished from sight. Hermione swiftly navigated through the stands to the rear of the teacher's section. Seizing the moment when no one was looking, she pointed her wand at Snape's robes, and a burst of flame erupted before she discreetly slipped away. A few seconds later, the flames grew larger, and only then did Snape notice, leaping up in a panic to extinguish the fire. A startled scream echoed from the astronomy professor, Sinistra, as the flames nearly splashed onto her. The surrounding professors, startled, stood up and distanced themselves from Snape. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, pure water. Like a spring, a stream of water erupted from Quirinus's wand, precisely striking Snape's chest before veering towards the tail of his ignited robe. With a sizzle, the flames were extinguished, yet Snape remained drenched, his greasy hair unaltered. Well done, Quirinus. Truly, your swift reaction is commendable, he remarked, acknowledging the young man's prowess. If we are to speak of worthy support, Professor Flitwick remains unparalleled in all of Hogwarts. Your praise is unwarranted, Professor Flitwick. I too was taken aback, Quirinus replied. Then turned to Snape, inquiring, Are you unscathed, Professor Snape? Humph, I am perfectly fine, Snape retorted, casting a fierce glare at Quirinus before swiftly turning his gaze skyward. Up above, Harry's broom had ceased its tremors, allowing him the opportunity to ascend once more. Suddenly, Harry dove towards the ground, leaping off just before impact, and with a hand covering his mouth, he expelled something into his palm, the golden snitch. The stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the fervor reaching a crescendo. 170 points to 60, Gryffindor triumphs. What a missed opportunity for Slytherin, Professor Snape, Quirinus remarked, observing the jubilant crowd as they lifted Harry in celebration. Snape, however, remained silent, fixated on Quirinus, muttering, If I were your charms instructor, I would be utterly embarrassed. The simplest spell for extinguishing flames is the extinguishing charm. With that, he disregarded the commotion and departed the stands. Oh, I found your water conjuring spell quite exquisite, Flitwick commented, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, I concur, Quirinus replied with a wink. As the match concluded, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered at Hagrid's hut. It was Snape. Hermione and I saw him casting a spell while fixated on you. Ron exclaimed to Harry. Hagrid immediately dismissed the notion. Nonsense. Why would Professor Snape do such a thing? Exchanging glances, Harry opted for honesty. We uncovered certain details. We know that Professor Dumbledore has a treasure stored on the 4th floor, guarded by a 3-headed dog. We often seen Snape lurking around that classroom. We suspect he intends to retrieve something from the dog. Wait, how do you know about Fluffy? Hagrid asked, slamming down the teapot, having just poured them each a cup of strong tea. Fluffy? You mean the 3-headed dog? Hermione interjected, seizing upon Hagrid's words. Indeed, Fluffy is mine. I lent him to Dumbledore for protection, Hagrid began, then abruptly halted. What? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Enough inquiries. That is a secret of Dumbledore's. And I must keep it, Hagrid replied gruffly. But Snape is attempting to steal it. If we are unaware of what it is, how can we stop him? Hermione argued, holding her ground. That's nonsense. Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Dumbledore has complete trust in him. Hagrid remained unconvinced, for after all, he was merely a first-year wizard, and his words were difficult to take seriously. He even wanted to harm Harry, Ron muttered beside him. It's impossible. I do not understand why Harry's broom would malfunction, but Snape would never wish harm upon a student. Now, you should return to rest, forget about that large dog, and disregard what it is guarding. That concerns Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, Hagrid said, somewhat irately. Ah, so there is a person named Nicholas Flamel involved, is there? Harry inquired. This is not your concern, Hagrid replied, visibly irritated with himself for losing his temper, as he brusquely ushered Harry and the others out of the small hut. You should return to rest now. Chapter 17, The Scapegoat. Ha ha ha, the Savior, in such a wretched state, is hailed by the entire wizarding world as the Savior. Voldemort's frenzied voice echoed in Quirinus's mind, tormenting him to the point where he felt as if he might tear his own brain out. It was an incessant, torturous reverberation. However, Quirinus scoffed at Voldemort's smug demeanor. It was rather unbecoming for the Dark Lord to treat a first-year wizard in such a manner. In recent days, Quirinus had frequently encountered Harry and his friends around the campus. The trio often looked at him as if they were on the verge of saying something, yet held back due to the presence of others. One day, after finishing a class with the first-year Gryffindors, Quirinus called Harry over as the lesson concluded. "Mr. Potter, please come to my office at 8 p.m. tonight. I may require your assistance." "Certainly, Professor Quirrell." Harry appeared surprised that Quirinus had called him over and requested him to come to his office that evening, which seemed rather ominous. He couldn't help but reflect on what he had done during class. Aside from being a bit distracted, nothing particularly noteworthy had occurred. "Harry, this is an opportunity. You can ask Professor Quirrell about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone tonight," Hermione suggested. "Indeed," Harry exclaimed, clapping his hands in realization. At 8 p.m., Harry arrived promptly outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," Quirinus's voice called from within. Taking a deep breath, Harry glanced back before pushing the door open. Upon entering, Harry did not close the door tightly. He found Professor Quirrell engrossed in grading assignments and hesitated to interrupt, standing before the desk waiting patiently. After a while, Quirinus set down his quill and addressed Harry. "Please, have a seat, Mr. Potter. Would you like some tea?" He poured a cup of strong tea for Harry. Holding the cup with both hands, Harry was somewhat cautious. Observing this, Quirinus chuckled lightly. After all, he was merely a first-year wizard, naturally inclined to feel a certain reverence toward his teacher. "No need to be nervous. Let us just chat as friends." "May I call you Harry?" Quirinus reassured him. "Of course, it is my honor, Professor," Harry replied with a nod. "Relax, Harry. Your visit today is not a matter of great significance. We are merely here to chat," Quirinus reassured. "You have consistently excelled in defense against the dark arts, but I have noticed that you seem distracted in recent classes. Is there something troubling you?" Harry scratched his head, surprised by Professor Quirrell's attentiveness. His inability to uncover any clues regarding the three-headed dog, Fluffy, had rendered him unable to concentrate in class. "Professor," Harry hesitated, realizing that if he intended to seek information from Quirrell and assist him in opposing the nefarious Snape, he must speak candidly. "We have uncovered a secret in the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. There is a three-headed dog guarding something, and Snape intends to acquire it." As he spoke, Harry discreetly observed Quirinus, and upon seeing no sign of astonishment, he felt reassured that indeed, Quirrell was aware. "We have noticed him frequently loitering in the 4th floor corridor, likely attempting to gain entry to that classroom, but it is guarded by a three-headed dog," Harry continued. "Wait, are you saying that Snape often lurks around the 4th floor?" Quirinus responded, slightly astonished. It seemed plausible that the old bat believed his target to be the Philosopher's Stone, hence his persistent watch. "Yes, and during the last Quidditch match, Snape even attempted to harm me. He cast a spell on my broom, but thankfully, Professor Quirrell intervened," Harry said, casting a grateful glance at Quirinus, who felt a tinge of embarrassment. "It was I who sought to harm you, clever boy." Meanwhile, Quirinus secretly chuckled, thinking, "Old bat, you attempted to ensnare me. But it appears you have miscalculated. To others, you are the villain. I have heard that the treasure within is connected to a man named Nicholas Flamel. I wonder if Professor Quirrell knows who he is and what is being guarded inside," Harry continued. "Well, you do not know Nicholas Flamel?" Quirinus asked, somewhat surprised. "I assumed young wizards like yourselves would be curious about such legendary figures." No, I don't," Harry admitted, a flush creeping to his cheeks. "Nicholas Flamel is the greatest alchemist of the millennium and the sole creator and possessor of the Philosopher's Stone," Quirinus explained. "Legend has it that the stone can turn stone into gold and produce the elixir of life." At that moment, Quirinus heard a soft gasp from outside the door, followed by a sudden heaviness in the air, yet he chose not to acknowledge it. "That must mean the three-headed dog is guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Snape's goal is indeed to obtain it," Harry declared, slapping his palm with conviction. "Is that so? What do you plan to do about it?" Quirinus inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Christmas is approaching. It might be time to put our plans into action. We must thwart him from executing his malevolent intentions," Harry replied resolutely, causing Quirinus to feel a twinge of concern. "No, you are merely a first year. Snape could easily overpower you with a mere breath. It is far too perilous for you to involve yourself in this matter." Quirinus shook his head firmly. "Professor," Harry began, but Quirrell interjected. "All right, Harry, you are here to learn, not to seek adventure. I understand this matter. Do not involve yourselves." Harry felt a twinge of disappointment, opening his mouth to speak further, but was met with Quirrell's unwavering expression. "You may return to rest now," Quirrell gestured dismissively. "Yes, Professor Quirrell," Harry replied, turning away with a sense of dejection. Why did everyone feel incapable of assisting? Hagrid felt the same, and so did Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's words were not meant as a provocation. He spoke sincerely, intent on facing Voldemort alone, wishing to spare others from involvement, even the destined savior. Simultaneously, he feared that Harry might inadvertently uncover his weakened state, as his body gradually became a mere shell. unable to withstand the protective magic surrounding Harry. He was keen to prevent any news of his parasitic connection to Voldemort from spreading. The plan must be expedited. With a heavy heart, Harry exited Quirrell's office and made his way toward Gryffindor Tower. Upon reaching the corridor's corner, a sudden ripple in the darkness behind him revealed two figures, Ron and Hermione, with Hermione holding the invisibility cloak, one of the three Deathly Hallows. In the following days, aside from attending classes, Quirrell saw little of the trio, only hearing that they, along with Neville, had lost 200 points, likely facing a rough time ahead, with detention inevitable. This suited him, as he had no inclination to investigate the Philosopher's Stone further. On Saturday morning, Quirrell found himself at the Three Broomsticks, alone. The establishment was quiet, with few patrons present. Upon entering, he noticed Rosmerta lethargically polishing glasses behind the bar. Her eyes brightened upon seeing him. "Quirrell, you've come," Rosmerta exclaimed, her smile radiant. "Indeed," Quirrell replied, unable to suppress his own smile as they exchanged glances. Eventually, Rosmerta's cheeks flushed slightly. "You haven't had breakfast, have you? Let me prepare something for you." "All right," Quirrell responded softly. The sunlight streamed through the bar's windows, bathing the already cozy interior in a warm glow. Quirrell and Rosmerta sat across from each other, with her lazily resting her chin on her hand, gazing intently at him. Quirrell held a glass of fire whiskey as they enjoyed each other's company, engaging in light banter about school days while sharing unguarded glances, as if their gazes were glued to one another. As dusk approached, Quirrell rose to take his leave, and Rosmerta's eyes glimmered with reluctance as she escorted him to the door. Quirrell opened the door, stepping outside, but paused and turned back, saying, "Rosmerta, ah yes?" She responded. Rosmerta harbored a flicker of anticipation. "I shall take my leave for now. I shall return another time," Quirinus remarked, departing without a backward glance. "Well, goodbye." Rosmerta waved her hand, turning only after Quirinus's silhouette faded from view. On Sunday, Quirinus once again stepped beyond the gates of Hogwarts, traversing the winding path. After surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was in sight, he twisted his body, and with a soft whoosh, he vanished, leaving no trace behind. In London, there lies Knockturn Alley, a thoroughfare for wizarding commerce. Unlike Diagon Alley, which thrives on legitimate trade, Knockturn Alley specializes in the sale of dark artifacts and various illicit goods. Even the smuggling of magical creatures is a commonplace occurrence here. The existence of such a place is entirely justifiable within the imperfect legal framework of the wizarding world. Knockturn Alley is connected to Diagon Alley, with its entrance located just past Gringotts. Diagon Alley is spacious and well-lit, whereas Knockturn Alley is narrow, oppressive, and shrouded in darkness. The alley's edges are often populated by peculiar wizards, both male and female, embodying the archetype of wizards that permeate the Muggle world's imagination. The study of dark magic invariably leads to various repercussions, often manifesting in one's appearance and demeanor. For instance, a certain noseless Dark Lord was once a dashing young man during his academic years. As Quirinus navigated the shadowy confines of Knockturn Alley, he could feel the malevolent gazes of passers-by upon him. The storefronts lining the alley displayed an array of grotesque wares, withered heads, desiccated arms, and shriveled infant corpses, enough to frighten even the most stalwart of souls. He continued deeper into the alley until he reached a sizable circular plaza, where dark wizards and smugglers congregated to sell their illicit goods. Quirinus perused the area, encountering vendors of various dark artifacts and smugglers of magical creatures. He even spotted Avila and centaurs, intelligent beings with their own cultures, whose presence in such a place could spell trouble if discovered. He also observed individuals peddling trolls and other creatures, alongside a few house elves huddled together, attempting to sell themselves. These self-selling house elves were either cast out for grave transgressions or abandoned due to family misfortunes. The most tragic were those who had rebelled against their oppressive masters. A remarkable feat given the ingrained servitude that defined their very existence. Without masters or employment, these house elves were pitiable, looked down upon by both humans and their fellow beings. Humans often deemed them unworthy, believing they must have failed in their duties to be discarded. Quirinus approached a stall that dealt in the smuggling of magical creatures. The proprietor was cloaked in black robes, a mask obscuring their face save for a pair of gnarled hands, unmistakably a dark wizard. "Do you have a Cerberus?" Quirinus inquired. "The three-headed dog of Greek lore?" came the curt reply, the dark wizard not even lifting his gaze. "No. Do you know any effective methods to deal with a three-headed dog?" Quirinus inquired. "No," came the succinct response from the vendor. The three-headed dog, a rarity found in Greece, possesses a tough hide and substantial resilience against most magical spells. For an adult wizard, confronting such a creature is no less daunting than facing a dragon, which is universally acknowledged as a top predator in the magical hierarchy. Quirinus turned away, continuing his inquiries with the next merchant, using his quest to find a solution for the three-headed dog as a mere pretext to mask his true intentions. After consulting several vendors, he received the same disheartening answer. Approaching another stall, he was taken aback to discover a creature resembling a black cloak, a boggart, akin to Voldemort's cousin. This exceedingly rare being, measuring merely half a foot in thickness, is classified as a magical creature of danger level 5. The Patronus charm is the only known spell capable of repelling a boggart, indicating that even the killing curse cannot affect it. What is the price? Quirinus asked, intrigued. The vendor, devoid of expression and bearing a ghastly visage, responded with a chilling figure, 1,000 galleons. Quirinus furrowed his brow. This was no trifling sum. In the wizarding world, galleons hold significant purchasing power. For context, Arthur Weasley, head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic, earns just over 100 galleons a month, while Quirinus, as a professor at Hogwarts, receives a modest salary of around 200 galleons. 300, Quirinus countered. The vendor fell silent for a moment before replying, 900. Quirinus contemplated further negotiation, but the vendor brusquely added, if you don't want it, then leave. Embarrassed, Quirinus fell silent. In both of his lives, he had never been adept at haggling. Very well, I shall take the boggart. He conceded. With that, he produced a significant pile of galleons from his enchanted lizard skin pouch, the clinking of coins drawing the attention of onlookers. He extracted 900 galleons, returning the remainder to the pouch, oblivious to the vendor's astonished gaze. He then retrieved a specially crafted, magically expanded trunk, into which he placed the boggart. This trunk, enchanted with a spell to allow for seamless expansion, was not particularly large, merely the size of a room, unlike Newt's vast storage, which was considered a strategic treasure of inestimable value. Just as Quirinus intended to depart, the vendor's words halted him. I also have a dragon egg. Would you be interested? A dragon egg? Which dragon? Quirinus' heart raced. Dragon eggs are exceptionally rare. A Norwegian ridgeback, one that I acquired at great expense, the vendor replied. I want it, Quirinus declared decisively, realizing that Hagrid's dragon hatchling was nearby. Dragon eggs are far more valuable than boggarts, revealing his wealth. Quirinus approached a group of house elves. They gazed at Quirinus with a humble plea in their eyes. Quirinus surveyed the surroundings. These diminutive house elves appeared frilier than those at Hogwarts, their bodies draped only in a mere pillowcase. I require a servant, Quirinus declared. The little elves exchanged glances filled with eagerness, yet none spoke a word. You. Quirinus pointed to a smaller female elf nestled in the corner and retrieved a robe from his shape-shifting lizard skin belt, tossing it to her. The elf, in disbelief, clutched the garment, tears welling in her eyes as she tremulously vowed, Dodo will serve her master with utmost devotion. With that, she knelt and bowed repeatedly. The other elves seemed to lose their luster, casting envious glances at Dodo. Come with me, Quirinus commanded. The simplicity of the act was striking. The contract between Quirinus and Dodo was thus established. One robe signified an agreement, while another would dissolve it. Observers in the square regarded the scene with scorn. A house elf without a master was deemed worthless. Who would take in such a lowly creature? The arrogance of wizards rendered them disdainful of these forsaken beings. With the matter concluded, Quirinus turned to leave, Dodo cautiously following behind, clutching the robe. As Quirinus exited the square, a few perceptive onlookers began to stir. The vendor of the fanged bats shook his head, quickly dismissing the affair as irrelevant. Chapter 19, The Battle. Stepping out of the overturned alley square, Quirinus ventured into a darker, more secluded passage, with Dodo trailing closely behind. After a few paces, Quirinus halted, confronted by two figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured by masks. Two more stood behind them, wands at the ready. It was evident that a trap had been set. Whether Quirinus could escape, it depended solely on his prowess. Anxiety gripped him as he faced four adult dark wizards. Having never engaged in a serious battle against such foes before, Dodo trembled at the sight, yet instead of fleeing, she turned to confront the dark wizards, raising her right hand as if to snap her fingers. What do you intend? Stay back, or Dodo shall not hold back. Her voice quavered, yet the firmness in her tone drew attention. However, the two wizards dismissed her, viewing the house elf as too insignificant, a being too lowly to dare threaten a noble wizard. What do you want? Quirinus brandished his wand, ready for conflict. One of the wizards to Quirinus's left responded, we seek wealth. Hand over your shape-shifting lizard skin bag, and we shall leave at once. Dodo, be cautious, Quirinus whispered, feigning contemplation as he cast an enhanced perception charm upon himself, augmenting his senses, a true asset in dueling. Master is concerned for such a humble creature as Dodo. Dodo would never allow you to harm such a magnificent master. The little sprite Dodo became even more resolute in her determination to protect Quirinus. Those who fail to recognize the gravity of the situation shall meet their demise. A wizard standing at Quirinus's right front could no longer contain himself. He struck first, shouting, heart-piercing. When it comes to silent curses, any dark wizard daring enough to rob would certainly possess the skill, yet invoking the three unforgivable curses brings immense psychological pressure. A beam of purple light, as thick as an arm, surged towards Quirinus. In the blink of an eye, Quirinus, having anticipated the attack, deftly flicked his wand, gathering the ironclad charm at its tip, effortlessly deflecting the heart-piercing curse aside. The purple light struck the adjacent wall, creating a small crater, and with a swift motion of his left hand, the resulting debris transformed into projectiles, hurtling towards the two adversaries ahead with the velocity of bullets. The individual on the left, witnessing Quirinus deflect his companion's heart-piercing curse, intended to assist, only to be met with a barrage of stones, causing him to hastily dodge aside. The other, a more irritable fellow, was less fortunate. Having just cast a spell and retracting his hand, the stone struck him directly, inflicting 2 gashes upon his head, blood splattering, while he sustained several other hits, the pain searing. In a panic, he conjured an ironclad charm to shield himself from the remaining debris. Seizing the opportunity from his successful strike, Quirinus pursued relentlessly, pointing his wand at the man on the left, rendering him unconscious. A gray flash zipped by, and the man who had narrowly evaded the stones collapsed to the ground. "Damn it, perish!" exclaimed the irate fellow on the right, his fury igniting as he unleashed Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light surged forth, sending a chill down Quirinus's spine. He could not afford to be struck by that curse, swiftly retreating to the side. The 2 comrades who had initially intended to spectate, anticipating the spoils of victory, were taken by surprise when one of their own was swiftly incapacitated. In an instant, they both sprang into action. One had barely raised his wand when, with a snap of Dodo's fingers, he was sent flying as if struck by a heavy truck. The other took this moment to attack, casting another heart-piercing curse directly at Quirinus. Fresh from dodging the killing curse, Quirinus, heightened by the sensory enhancements from the awareness charm, sharply detected the fluctuations of the heart-piercing curse. With his wand raised, an invisible barrier instantaneously blocked the attack. Without hesitation, he directed his left hand towards the unconscious dark wizard in a gripping motion, forcefully hurling him towards the irate companion, the impact resounding as he crashed against the wall. Quirinus then turned, casting a stunning spell that struck the dark wizard who had attempted a sneak attack, and before he could soften his fall, Dodo's snap followed suit, sending him sprawling against the wall. At that moment, the dark wizard who had been flung earlier was just regaining his footing when he was met with yet another stunning spell. Without waiting for Quirinus to assess the situation, he hurried to the side of the irate companion, who had just pushed off the weight of his fallen ally, only to find a wand thrust before him. As the irate fellow opened his mouth to speak, he heard the chilling sound of his soul departing from his body, his pupils dilating, rendering him devoid of autonomy. Upon resolving the situation with the 4 individuals, Quirinus felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing against the wall for support. Despite the brevity of the encounter, the tension had gripped his heart throughout, compounded by his frail condition, which had reached its limits. At that moment, Dodo stepped forward, fervently tugging at her large ears, her voice trembling with a hint of sorrow. "I am sorry, master. Dodo could not protect you. Dodo is not a good elf." Quirinus took a breath and softly reassured her, "It is all right. Dodo has already been of great help. Master is truly magnificent. Dodo is." "Enough, Dodo. Please gather everything from them. Leave nothing behind." Quirinus, slightly exasperated by the little elf's demeanor, interjected. They could not overlook the spoils. Soon, apart from the one controlled by the soul snare, the other 3 were stripped of all their possessions. Quirinus collected 3 shape-shifting lizard pouches and 3 wands. Subsequently, he cast a memory charm on the 3 individuals, then retrieved a pre-prepared trunk to contain the wizard under the soul snare. He had prepared several such trunks. Once everything was concluded, Quirinus, accompanied by Dodo, used a disillusionment charm to return to the house he had previously rented in London. He had leased it quite some time ago, a muggle dwelling to serve as his safe haven, known only to him. Of course, Voldemort was aware of it, and it would surely be abandoned in due course. As a wizard, acquiring muggle currency was exceedingly simple. Upon returning to his safe house, he instructed Dodo to move about freely, requesting that she awaken him at sunset, before retreating to his room for a deep slumber. When Quirinus awoke, the sky had darkened, and it was Dodo who roused him. Rising to the first floor, he found that Dodo had prepared dinner, and upon surveying the house, he was pleasantly surprised to see it tidily cleaned and organized. Indeed, house elves excelled at domestic tasks. As he sat down to dine, he found the meal unexpectedly delightful. Noticing Dodo standing nearby, he invited her to join him at the table. Upon hearing this, Dodo shook her head vigorously. "Dodo cannot dine with master, as a good house elf. I must wait until master has finished before I can eat." Quirinus, understanding her position, did not insist. After their meal, he instructed Dodo to take good care of the house before picking up the trunk containing the dark wizard and returning to Hogwarts. The safe house had been fortified with numerous defensive charms, including muggle-repelling spells, and being situated in a suburban area, it was generally devoid of visitors. Quirinus returned to Hogwarts via Hogsmeade, but did not enter the 3 broomsticks. He made his way directly along the path back to the castle. Upon his return to Hogwarts, dinner had concluded, and the students had retired to their respective common rooms. However, as he entered the castle, he was intercepted by Snape. "Is that not Professor Quirrell? Returning so late, what were you up to?" Snape remarked, his tone laced with subtle irony. "Why should I tell you?" Quirinus replied, rolling his eyes. "What is in the trunk? None of your concern. As a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House, I bear the responsibility and obligation to ensure that you have not surreptitiously brought any perilous items into the school that might jeopardize the safety of the students." Snape's gaze was piercing, seemingly capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul. Quirrell, with a somewhat vacant expression, employed a mental occlusion charm to defend against Snape's legitimacy and smiled, asserting, "I am also a professor at Hogwarts, specifically the defense against the dark arts instructor. I am uncertain of Dumbledore's ulterior motives, but rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant eye on you." Snape replied ominously, "Do as you please, but kindly step aside." With that, Quirrell brazenly brushed past Snape, their shoulders colliding. "By Merlin, old chap, when I unleash Voldemort, you had better be by my side. I want to witness you kneel and call me father." Quirrell thought to himself, feeling a surge of anxiety. Snape's keen instincts were truly unnerving. Chapter 20, The Beginning. The examination period had arrived, and Hogwarts was filled with students buried in their books and assignments. Even the Gryffindor Lions pranks had diminished significantly. Completing their exams signified that the students were on the brink of vacation, yet Voldemort's patience had worn thin, frequently awakening to urge Quirrell to act swiftly, even resorting to tormenting him to alleviate his own frustration. This relentless pressure had rendered Quirrell increasingly feeble, to the point where he was panting after merely ascending or descending the stairs. During this time, he endeavored to remain upstairs as much as possible, even having his meals delivered to his office by the house elf, Dobby. Voldemort had once suggested that he hunt unicorns and consume their blood to somewhat replenish his dwindling strength, a proposal he had unhesitatingly rejected. To drink unicorn blood would cast a curse upon him, leading to certain death. The dark wizard he had previously confined in a box was also taken away by Dobby, ensuring he would not perish from hunger. It must be said, house elves are truly remarkable. The anti-apparition charm at Hogwarts was utterly ineffective against them, allowing them to come and go freely. As for the dragon egg, it had long been entrusted to Hagrid for care and had successfully hatched, now frolicking in the Forbidden Forest. Given the vastness of the forest and its myriad magical creatures, the sudden presence of a dragon was hardly a cause for concern. The dragon was Hagrid's cherished ideal, its destructive potential immense. He had insisted on getting Quirrell thoroughly intoxicated, to the point where even the number of holes in his undergarments was a topic of conversation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were currently quite troubled. They had approached Hagrid to inquire whether he had divulged any methods for dealing with the three-headed dog, only to learn from him that he had indeed informed Quirrell, which brought them a measure of relief. In their eyes, Quirrell was their ally. As they bid farewell to Hagrid and prepared to return to the castle, Hermione suddenly halted. "Do you think that gifting Hagrid a dragon, while simultaneously learning how to confront Fluffy, could have involved Professor Quirrell?" Harry and Ron instantly shuddered, a wave of dread washing over them as they exchanged fearful glances with Hermione. Surely not, they thought. Hermione, now flustered, recalled having seen in a potions textbook a potion that could completely transform one into another's likeness. "I must head to the library," she declared. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance before hastily pursuing Hermione towards the library. Upon their arrival, they perused numerous tomes but found no relevant potion. Just as Harry and Ron were about to exhale in relief, they spotted their fifth-year brother Percy also in the library. Observing their research efforts, he approached with an eager expression and inquired, "What are you searching for?" Hermione explained that there exists a potion capable of transforming a person into the likeness of another. "How is that even possible?" Ron questioned, momentarily hesitant to engage, given his strained relationship with his academically inclined brother. However, he considered that Percy, being a scholar, might indeed counter Hermione's assertion. "Oh, I see. You won't find it here. That's the Polyjuice potion, detailed in Potent Potions. That book is located in the restricted section, and one would need a professor's approval to borrow it," Percy explained. "Is it truly real?" Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed it is. However, the brewing process is quite arduous. Preparing a single dose requires a month." Percy regarded his brother with a look of displeasure, disheartened by Ron's apparent lack of academic diligence. Hermione slumped into a chair, her expression one of numbness, while Harry wore a look of dread, realizing that their gravest fears were coming to fruition. Percy, observing their reactions, felt perplexed and asked, "What is the matter with you?" "Nothing, thank you, Percy," Hermione replied, quickly pulling Harry and Ron away. Percy watched their retreating figures, bemused. "I suspect that Snape has used the Polyjuice potion to assume Professor Quirrell's appearance," Hermione said, walking briskly, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. "After all, he is the potions master, and I have heard he is a master of potions. He must know how to brew the Polyjuice potion. He is aware of the close relationship between Professor Quirrell and Hagrid. Ron muttered, indeed, who would casually gift someone a dragon egg? We must inform Dumbledore, Harry declared resolutely. Hagrid has divulged the method for taming the dragon to Snape. I can only hope Dumbledore believes our account, especially since he once attempted to kill me. At that moment, Harry paused, asking, where is Dumbledore's office? Hermione and Ron halted, exchanging glances. Just then, a figure approached from the end of the corridor, and their spirits lifted as they hurried forward. Professor McGonagall, they exclaimed in unison. Hermione addressed her directly. We wish to see Professor Dumbledore. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. In that moment, they appeared less like a savior and his companions, and more like Hermione, the scholar, accompanied by her two sidekicks. Desiring an audience with Professor Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is the matter? Harry swallowed hard, contemplating how to articulate their predicament. Should he speak plainly? He doubted she would believe him. Rubbing the back of his neck, he mustered the courage to say, it's a secret. Immediately, he regretted his words. Wishing he could slap himself, Hermione face-bombed in exasperation, while Ron merely nodded in agreement. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, McGonagall replied, her tone turning icy, her nostrils flaring. He received correspondence from the Ministry of Magic and has departed for London. He has left? Harry exclaimed, anxiety lacing his voice. Professor Dumbledore is exceedingly busy. His time is invaluable, for he is not merely a professor at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall glared at Harry and stated, if you have something to say, do so. Professor, we suspect that Professor Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry hesitated before speaking. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Professor McGonagall's eyes sharpened instantly. And you claim Snape is attempting to steal it? Nonsense. But Professor, if this is true, the stone is in danger, and during the previous Quidditch match, my broom suddenly went out of control. It was Snape who was causing me harm. He wants to kill me. Harry exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Harry, Snape is your professor. You should show him basic respect. You claim he wishes to harm you? That is impossible, Professor McGonagall replied, utterly unconvinced. But, Professor, Harry began, only to be interrupted by McGonagall, who, irritated, said, Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow. I do not know how you came to know about the Philosopher's Stone, but rest assured, it is quite safe. No one can take it. With that, she disregarded the trio and walked away, as if their claims were as ludicrous as a 12-year-old niece or nephew declaring that their teacher wished to kill them. The studious Hermione and her two companions felt disheartened. No one believed their words. Once McGonagall had distanced herself, Harry whispered, Snape could very well act tonight. He has acquired what he needs. Perhaps Dumbledore's sudden departure was orchestrated by him. But what can we do? Hermione gasped sharply, causing Harry and Ron to turn around. Snape stood right behind them. Good afternoon, he said ominously. The trio froze, their minds blank. 15 points from Gryffindor for failing to greet a professor. Snape's expression twisted into a strange smile. What were you about to say, Harry? They wondered, unsure of how to respond. You ought to be more cautious. Wandering about like this makes others suspect you are plotting something nefarious, Snape continued, his tone eerily calm. Moreover, Potter, should I catch you roaming about at all hours again, I shall personally expel you. He then walked away without a further glance at them. Harry's face flushed with anger, while Ron and Hermione appeared equally troubled, uncertain if Snape had overheard their conversation. We must keep watch near the classroom on the 4th floor, just outside the corridor. If we see Snape enter, we must immediately inform the other professors. With the invisibility cloak, let us go and investigate, Harry declared, leading the way toward the 4th floor, with Hermione and Ron following closely behind. However, as soon as they reached the 4th floor corridor, Professor McGonagall reappeared, and upon seeing them, unleashed a tirade. Who do you think you are? Are you more capable than a professor? Or even than Dumbledore? Professor, Harry stammered. Enough. Do not let me see you here again. Now, immediately return to your common room. McGonagall bellowed. The trio scurried back to the Gryffindor common room, their spirits dampened, and sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. As the students of Gryffindor came and went, they noticed the glum expressions on the faces of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and approached them with concern. Yet, the trio offered no response. After a prolonged silence, Harry suddenly rose, his face alight with enthusiasm, declaring, We can seek out Professor Quirrell. He will surely believe us. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, feeling a surge of hope. With that, Harry rushed upstairs to retrieve his invisibility cloak. Hermione and Ron waited below, and as Harry descended, the three of them promptly exited the Gryffindor common room. Chapter 21, Coherence of Logic. Cloaked in invisibility, the trio navigated the darkened halls of Hogwarts with cautious steps. The castle was eerily silent, with even the faintest footfalls echoing clearly in the stillness. They made their way to the door of Professor Quirrell's office on the 3rd floor, encountering no one along the way, not even the ever-watchful Filch. Discarding the invisibility cloak, Harry took a deep breath and knocked on the door, the sound reverberating in the quiet. Hermione and Ron, visibly anxious, scanned their surroundings, fearful of an unexpected appearance by Filch or Snape. Knock, knock, knock. The sound rang out once more, yet silence prevailed. Growing impatient, Harry increased the force and frequency of his knocks. Knock, 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 knock. This startled both Hermione and Ron. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the darkness, accompanied by Filch's irate voice. Who asked there? You little pests, if I catch you alarmed. The three of them turned and fled down the corridor, racing upwards until they reached the classroom door guarded by Lockhart on the 4th floor. They concealed themselves behind a large pillar, panting for breath, and pulled the invisibility cloak over them. Moments later, a meow pierced the silence, and the trio held their breath as the gaunt cat, Mrs. Norris, padded gracefully past them, followed closely by Filch, who was brandishing a lantern and shouting, "Those little brats. I should suggest to Professor Dumbledore that he reinstates the old punishments and hangs you all up." Only when the sounds of Filch's footsteps faded completely did they exhale, gasping for the fresh air. What if Professor Quirrell isn't in his office? Where could he possibly be at such a critical moment? Harry lamented. Ron and Hermione were equally at a loss. I must retrieve the Sorcerer's Stone first. That way, Snape won't get his hands on it, Harry asserted after a moment's hesitation. You've lost your mind. You'll be expelled, Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. And what of it? What time is it now? If Snape acquires the stone, it will be catastrophic. Harry's voice rose with urgency. Well, Snape. I mean, even if he gets the stone, it doesn't seem like such a disaster, does it? He could only use it to prolong his life or amass untold wealth. Ron scratched his head, pondering. Quirrell isn't causing any trouble, and Harry hasn't yet confronted Voldemort. He concluded, momentarily at a loss for words. How dare you? Hermione exclaimed furiously. Snape wants to kill Harry. Think about it. Who in the wizarding world would desire Harry's downfall the most? You mean the Dark Lord? Ron replied, astonished. Exactly. Snape must be working for Voldemort. He might be acting on his master's orders to exact revenge on Harry, and stealing the Philosopher's Stone could be a means to resurrect Voldemort. Please, Harry, don't utter that name, Ron shivered. The mention of Voldemort's name bore immense weight in the hearts of the wizarding community. Ron continued, so, are you suggesting that Snape is a Death Eater? A Death Eater? Harry asked, perplexed. Yes, a devoted follower of the Dark Lord. During his reign of terror, the Death Eaters roamed freely, attacking countless individuals. After Voldemort's downfall, many Death Eaters were captured, though some managed to evade punishment. As a native of the magical world, I am well aware of these affairs. If Snape is indeed a Death Eater, it makes sense. Voldemort, well, the Dark Lord, must not be entirely vanquished. He is awaiting the return of his followers to resurrect him, Hermione remarked, clapping her hands together. Therefore, I must stop him, Harry declared resolutely. It is our duty. Hermione affirmed with determination. Yes, together. Ron hesitated momentarily, but after glancing at his friends, he nodded in agreement. The trio inhaled deeply, brandishing their wands as they approached the classroom door, which was ajar. Harry exchanged glances with his friends before pushing the door open. It swung wide, revealing unsettling news. Snape had already entered. Upon entering, they noticed that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, was not charging at them but instead lay asleep, a harp beside him playing enchanting melodies, while a trapdoor stood open nearby. At this point, Harry's prepared flute, a gift from Hagrid, was rendered unnecessary. The three friends approached the trapdoor, peering into the dark abyss below, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Harry said, I'm going down. Are you ready? Hermione and Ron gulped and nodded. Then, Harry leaped into the darkness. Meanwhile, Quirinus had been at the final checkpoint for quite some time. It was a vast hall, inexplicably abandoned. At the end of the hall stood a magnificent mirror, the mirror of Ariste, a reflection of one's deepest desires. Uninterested, Quirinus wandered about the hall, searching for traces of the hidden Philosopher's Stone. Not here. No. Where the hell is it? The frustration of nearing success without results drove Voldemort to a state of agitation. Suddenly, Voldemort chuckled darkly. Ah, cunning Dumbledore. My lord, have you found it? Quirinus inquired, puzzled. It lies within that mirror in the corner, Voldemort replied, a hint of pride in his tone. The mirror? I've already checked. There's south no place to hide anything, Quirinus protested. Huh, Quirinus, if it were so easily obtained, it wouldn't be Dumbledore's doing. Moreover, if it were that simple, it would certainly be a trap, Voldemort remarked with a sinister laugh. As for now, it can only be said that Dumbledore has become quite muddled in his old age, thinking he could conceal matters from the formidable Dark Lord. The master is truly remarkable. Quirinus offered a half-hearted compliment. Hurry over, Voldemort said impatiently, standing before the mirror. Following his command, Quirinus positioned himself in front of the mirror of Ariste. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of what he might behold, Quirinus gazed into the mirror, his expression peculiar. The image within flickered to life, revealing him standing coldly while a bald wizard lay prostrate at his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the noseless Dark Lord. Quirinus, what do you see? Have you glimpsed the Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort's voice resonated. I see it. We have succeeded. We shall seize the Philosopher's Stone, resurrect the Master, and then an endless bounty of galleons, piled high, with me standing behind the Master while the wizarding world grovels before us, Quirinus exclaimed, intoxicated by his vision. Cursed wretch, worthless, lowly scoundrel, suppress your base thoughts. Only those who do not desire the Philosopher's Stone can attain it. Voldemort, clearly unprepared for failure at the final hurdle, descended into madness. Quirinus, filled with dread, retreated repeatedly, stammering, I am sorry, great master. Cursed be your apologies. It is all because of you, all because of you. Voldemort raged. Master, the warning magic I left has detected intruders, 3 young wizards. Quirinus suddenly declared, his face alight with surprise. Oh, what did you say? Someone is coming? Ha ha ha, truly. The heavens are aiding me. Let me see who the fortunate soul is that arrives here shortly. Voldemort laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had reached the 3rd challenge, the giant chessboard, the renowned battleground of the knight Ron Weasley, marking his moment of glory. In Chapter 22, The Resolution. Amid the chessboard, Harry, Ron, and Hermione took on the roles of Bishop, Castle, and Bishop respectively, with Ron as the player. The magical chess pieces were animated, and those captured were shattered into fragments. Ron, with his impressive chess skills, surged forward with ease. However, the situation inevitably devolved into a stalemate. Despite Ron's fondness for chess and his top-tier abilities among Hogwarts young wizards, passing through the game unscathed seemed nearly impossible, and time was not on his side for lengthy contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, Ron's expression grew resolute. As the companion of the savior, it was time for him to step forward. Harry, I must be sacrificed. And in that moment, you can checkmate the king. No. Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison, unwilling to allow their friend to perish. They observed the shattered pieces strewn across the board, and they certainly did not believe Ron's head was any harder than those pieces. Harry, as a knight, it is your duty to charge into battle. You must stop Snape. That is your task, and this is my battlefield, Ron declared with a carefree smile, shining with determination. Yet Harry hesitated. Quickly, if we do not act soon, Snape will have the Philosopher's Stone. Ron urged fiercely. All right. Harry no longer hesitated. With a resolute expression, he nodded. The valiant knight, Ron Weasley, commanded his fellow knights to advance. The White Queen immediately lunged forward, raising her arm and fiercely striking down upon Ron's head. No. Harry and Hermione shouted in unison, only to realize that the White Queen had merely rendered Ron unconscious and was now dragging him off the chessboard. Upon witnessing this, Harry and Hermione collectively sighed in relief. At this point, the outcome of the chess match was beyond doubt. Next, Harry and Hermione ventured into the subsequent challenge. Yet they encountered neither magic nor traps. Instead, an unbearable stench assaulted their nostrils. Upon closer inspection, they found a towering giant, over 5 meters tall, lying motionless in the center of the room, its chest rising and falling, indicating that it was merely unconscious. Eventually, they faced Snape's logic puzzle, a challenge that would pose no difficulty for the astute Hermione Granger. However, the potion required to progress was sufficient for only one person, evidently halting Hermione in her tracks. With a worried expression, Hermione gazed at Harry. Are you sure it's not too dangerous for you to go alone? She asked. If Snape truly intends to strike, having 2 of us or 1 team make much difference in his eyes. Harry smiled with a hint of nonchalance. So we must, Hermione hesitated. I must stop him. Ron has already accepted the possibility of sacrifice, and I am prepared to do the same. Perhaps I can turn misfortune into fortune. After all, I have escaped death once before. Harry touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and declared with determination. Hermione's lips quivered as she suddenly opened her arms and embraced Harry tightly. Harry, do you know? You are an extraordinary wizard. I cannot measure up to your brilliance. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. No, I merely excel in rote learning and possess a modicum of cleverness. In many respects, I fall short of you, like courage and friendship. Harry, be careful. After speaking, Hermione released him. Harry nodded gravely, took the potion, and drank it in one swift motion before turning towards the firewall, behind which lay Snape. Quirinus felt a sense of ennui as he awaited the conclusion, especially as the climax approached. Despite his mental preparations, anxiety was unavoidable. All his arrangements amounted to a gamble with no guarantee of success, not even a 30% chance, perhaps not even a single percent. Yet he was unwilling to succumb to oblivion without a fight. Suddenly, Quirinus heard the sound of a door creaking open. At last, all characters were assembled. Quirinus turned and beheld Harry, cautiously stepping forward, his face a mask of disbelief. Harry was momentarily breathless but persisted in his questioning. Professor Quirrell, why are you here? Where is Snape? Snape? Why do you presume it is Snape, Harry? Quirinus chuckled lightly. Indeed, Snape does not appear to be a man of virtue. He resembles a bat flitting about, with hair that seems to have been neglected for ages, coupled with that eternally morose countenance. He certainly gives the impression of a dark wizard. does he not? But then, the individual who sought to harm me on the Quidditch pitch. Harry still struggled to believe that everything was orchestrated by the seemingly genteel Professor Quirrell. No, no, no. That was also me. It was Snape who stood against me to save your life. Quirinus discovered that he somewhat relished the sensation of embodying a villain. How could it be possible? How could Snape ever save me when he appeared to harbor such disdain for me? Harry remained unwilling to accept why the potions professor, who had constantly targeted him, would come to his rescue. Indeed, he despises you. He shares a profound enmity with your father. However, he would never wish for your demise. In fact, he once ardently hoped you would be sorted into Slytherin. Quirinus, enjoying himself, playfully teased Harry while simultaneously adjusting his own mindset. Why? Why wouldn't he want me dead? Harry sought clarity in all of this. It is undoubtedly due to your mother. He was a close friend of hers. Had circumstances not unfolded as they did, perhaps you should be called Harry Snape instead. Quirinus's smile at that moment was rather peculiar, as he yearned to ensnare Snape. What? Harry stammered, incredulous. He and my mother? Theoretically, your father was an interloper, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. One could only wonder if Snape harbors any animosity towards you. Quirinus seemed to conjure an image of Snape's reaction upon learning this revelation. Harry, momentarily dazed, nearly forgot his purpose upon hearing such explosive news. This mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, come, assist me. Quirinus's smile remained warm as ever. Why are you doing this? Harry finally regained his focus, recalling the matter at hand. Ah, did I not mention? It is for my illustrious master, of course. Quirinus slightly tilted his head back, arms spread wide. Your master? Harry questioned, bewildered, then gasped. You mean Voldemort? Indeed, and he is right here with us. Quirinus nodded. Here? Harry exclaimed in panic, scanning his surroundings, but seeing no one. Potter, we finally meet. Suddenly, Harry heard a raspy voice, although it was his first encounter with it. He recognized it as Voldemort's. The voice seemed to emanate from Professor Quirrell's very body. Quirinus, hurry, let him retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort urged. All right, Harry. My master can hardly wait. Come stand before this mirror. The stone is hidden within it. Quirinus clapped his hands, though I would prefer to converse a bit longer. Harry approached Quirinus. I must deceive him, Harry thought. I need to gaze into the mirror and concoct a lie to fool him. Quirinus stepped aside, allowing Harry to stand before the mirror of Ariste. He beheld his reflection, pale and anxious, yet after a moment, a smile graced his face. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket, retrieving a red, irregular stone, then blinked and returned the stone to his pocket. At that moment, Harry felt a heavy object drop into his pocket, causing him to panic. The Philosopher's Stone had emerged. Harry, what did you see? Quirinus inquired at that instant. Harry, with a flicker of determination in his eyes, bravely declared, I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I won the House Cup for Gryffindor. He could feel the Philosopher's Stone pressed tightly against his leg in his pocket. Oh, Harry, you truly possess no talent for deceit, Quirrell remarked, shaking his head. I do not, Harry insisted stubbornly. Allow me to speak with him, face to face. Voldemort's voice quivered with excitement. He could never contain himself in the presence of the boy who had caused him such ruin. As you wish, my master, Quirrell replied, slowly unwrapping his turban and turning his back to Harry. Harry yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips, his body frozen in terror. There, on the back of Quirrell's head, lurked a face, pale and devoid of color, with blood-red eyes, lacking a nose, possessing only two slits reminiscent of serpents. Harry had never encountered such a grotesque and terrifying visage. Harry Potter, we finally meet, Voldemort's voice whispered into Harry's ear. As Harry gazed upon the horrifying face of Voldemort, he instinctively wished to retreat, yet his legs refused to obey. Look at what I've become, Voldemort said menacingly, a mere shadow. All thanks to you and your filthy mudblood mother. However, the great Dark Lord has conquered death, and I shall return. Now, hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket. He understood. A chill ran down Harry's spine, prompting him to take a step back. Do not struggle. It is futile, Voldemort hissed ominously. Focus on preserving your own life. Join me, or you shall meet the same fate as your parents. They begged me for mercy in their final moments. You lie? Harry shouted defiantly. How touching, Voldemort rasped. I have always admired courage. Your parents were brave. Your father dared to draw his wand against me. To honor his bravery, I granted him the first death. Your mother willingly sacrificed herself to protect you. Do not let her death be in vain. Now, give me the stone. Never, Harry declared, turning to dash towards the door engulfed in black magical flames. Seize him, Voldemort bellowed furiously upon witnessing Harry's audacity to flee. Now, Quirrell suddenly pivoted to face Harry, directing Voldemort's visage toward the end of the hall. At the far end of the hall, a figure emerged, brandishing a wand pointed directly at Voldemort's ghastly face. The little elf Dobby stood beside him, trembling with fear. Avada Kedavra! A blinding green light erupted from the wand, hurtling toward Voldemort. Voldemort was taken aback. Before he could react, he was struck squarely in the face by the long-anticipated killing curse. Quirrell staggered, feeling as though his skull had been struck by a hammer. Darkness encroaching upon his vision, yet he remained alive, untouched by death's grasp. A piercing scream echoed through the chamber as Voldemort violently extricated himself from Quirrell's head, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Quirinus shook his head and, somewhat unsteadily, turned to face Voldemort, bursting into raucous laughter. "Ah, my magnificent master. How does it feel to be struck by the killing curse for the second time?" He felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, a delightful release from the oppression that had long burdened his heart. "Ah, Quirinus Quirrell, how dare you, how dare you?" The black smoke began to dissipate, thinning considerably in mere moments. Voldemort's visage flickered amid the smoke. Clearly, with multiple Horcruxes, he was not destined for death, yet he was not invulnerable. The killing curse could not extinguish his life, but could force him out, severing the bond between him and Quirinus. Harry, taken aback by the sudden dramatic turn of events, was astonished. Did you truly believe anyone would willingly become your lackey? To give you dominion over life and death, to be at your beck and call? That is the fate of a mere cur. I am Quirinus Quirrell, a proud Ravenclaw. His laughter echoed, a triumphant release of all his grievances from the past year. You think this will suffice to vanquish me? You are woefully naive. Voldemort seethed, his fury palpable. Of course not, my esteemed master. I am acutely aware of your immortality. But what of it? It would be far more entertaining to see you flee like a frightened dog. Quirinus chuckled, inspired by Voldemort's own words. Recalling how he had once claimed that the killing curse could annihilate all, his laughter rang out, a cathartic outpouring of suppressed emotions. Fool, do you believe you can escape me so easily? Voldemort's voice, though frenzied, betrayed an inkling of weakness. With that, he surged forward, enveloped in the remaining wisps of black smoke, clearly intent on employing his previous tactics, determined not to let Quirinus evade him this time. As Voldemort lunged, Harry couldn't help but shout, "Professor Quirrell, be careful! Expecto Patronum!" Quirinus waved his wand, and a beam of white light shot forth, coalescing in the air into the shape of a bird that darted towards Voldemort. Before the Patronus could reach him, the silvery light scorched the black smoke that surrounded Voldemort, causing him to cry out in agony as he swiftly turned, hurtling towards Harry. He had not anticipated that the Patronus could inflict harm upon him, clearly seeking to change targets. "Harry, be cautious!" Quirinus exclaimed in alarm, directing his wand as the Patronus pursued Voldemort's fleeing form. Harry, gazing at the figure shrouded in black smoke, found his mind momentarily blank, raising his hands instinctively to shield his chest. Another crackling sound echoed through the air as Voldemort sped away from Harry, evidently realizing that the protective magic surrounding Harry could also pose a significant threat to him. Damn it! Voldemort seethed, suddenly recalling another presence. He turned towards the end of the hall, but found it empty. Quirinus's body had reached its limits, swaying unsteadily. Clearly, Voldemort's departure had inflicted considerable damage on him as well. Voldemort was still contemplating how to regain the upper hand. He could not bear the thought of retreating in such a cowardly manner. Tom. At that moment, an aged yet clear voice resonated, causing the three individuals to turn in unison. There stood Dumbledore before the gate engulfed in black flames, his demeanor serene. Voldemort was taken aback and immediately bellowed, "Dumbledore, mark my words, I shall return." With that, the black smoke dissipated without a trace. Before vanishing, his crimson eyes cast a malevolent glance at Quirinus. Quirinus shrugged, feigning indifference. As Voldemort disappeared, Quirinus could no longer maintain his composure. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, Quirinus felt a profound ache pervading his entire body, weighed down by an inexplicable heaviness. Attempting to lift his hands, he found his arms unresponsive, and he could not suppress a groan of discomfort. "If I were you, I would remain still," came a chilling voice. Turning his head, Quirinus was surprised to find Severus Snape before him, and upon surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in the Hogwarts infirmary. "Oh, Professor Snape, I am truly delighted to see you again." Quirinus managed a faint smile. "Humph," Snape grunted, though his expression was tinged with complexity. "Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave." Snape rose to depart. "Severus, wait a moment," Dumbledore interjected as he entered, accompanied by Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, and Professor Flitwick. At this, Snape stood aside, arms crossed. The professors hurried to Quirinus's bedside. "How do you feel, Quirinus?" Dumbledore inquired first. "I feel as though I am on the brink of death," Quirinus replied with a wry smile. The gravity of his words cast a somber pall over the professors, and Professor Flitwick even produced a handkerchief to dab at his eyes. "Oh, I cannot allow you to perish so easily, Quirinus. You are the hero who bravely stood against Voldemort and dealt him a significant blow," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "I do not wish to be regarded as a hero," Quirinus retorted. "I merely struggled to survive under Voldemort's oppressive reign." Upon hearing Voldemort's name from Dumbledore and Quirinus, The professors visibly shuddered. Heroism is not a title one can simply claim or discard at will, Dumbledore stated. The achievements of a hero are both serendipitous and inevitable, born of a series of correct choices made in the face of peril that ultimately forged the title of hero. The professors nodded in agreement, even Snape, who unusually refrained from contradiction. When confronted with Voldemort's threats and temptations, you may have feigned compliance under duress, yet you never lost sight of your true self. Instead, you fought with unwavering determination against him, enduring torment and suffering, even risking your life, all while maintaining the resolve to resist. Ultimately, through your remarkable intellect, you triumphed over him and escaped his grasp, Dumbledore praised. In every regard, you are a hero. I am convinced that had another been in your place, this past year at Hogwarts would not have been so tranquil. Headmaster, if you continue, I shall be utterly mortified, Quirinus lamented. Dumbledore's laughter rang out, joined by the chuckles of the other professors, while Snape managed a begrudging smile. Chapter 24, After the War. Quirinus, I believe you should have been sorted into Gryffindor from the very beginning. You possess an extraordinary courage that the house values greatly. The sorting hat must have erred. Professor McGonagall remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, her tone laced with resentment towards the sorting hat. Quirinus is an exceptional Ravenclaw. It is his remarkable intellect that enabled him to vanquish the Dark Lord, and Ravenclaw takes pride in him. Did you not hear Harry say that Quirinus boldly declared during the battle, I, Quirinus, am an outstanding Ravenclaw? Professor Flitwick, momentarily forgetting his tears, stepped forward with pride. Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes and ceased her argument. Suddenly, Professor Sprout stepped forward and asked, Quirinus, did you truly endure it for an entire year? She gestured towards her own head. Indeed, I bore the weight of Voldemort for a full year, Quirinus nodded. Does that mean the students were living alongside Voldemort for an entire year? How terrifying! Professor Sprout exclaimed, covering her mouth. Voldemort was exceedingly weakened at the time. He dared not reveal himself before the headmaster, Quirinus chuckled. You overestimate me, Quirinus, Dumbledore interjected, waving his hand dismissively. I lack the capability to intimidate Voldemort. Rather, I believe it was your continued influence over him that prevented him from inflicting harm upon the students. Without waiting for Quirinus to retort, he turned to Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey, inquiring, Poppy, Severus, have you examined Quirinus's condition? How is he? His body is severely depleted, teetering on the brink of collapse. He is nearly an empty shell, sustained only by his formidable magical energy. Moreover, it seems some of Voldemort's magic lingered after his departure, which has temporarily spared him from immediate ruin, Madame Pomfrey replied gravely. Upon hearing this, Professors McGonagall and Sprout's eyes reddened, and Professor Flitwick discreetly wiped away tears, clearly struggling to accept this outcome. Snape continued, additionally, we detected traces of extensive Cruciatus Curse torture within his body. Cruciatus Curse? An extensive? McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes glistening as she looked at Quirinus, who remained composed. We had no idea. An entire year, Quirinus. How have you endured it all? Professor Flitwick approached and gently patted Quirinus's arm, remaining silent. Professor Sprout also inquired, Quirinus, how do you feel now? I feel utterly drained, in pain. And I sense my time is short, Quirinus replied with a smile. Though he had evaded a fate of becoming ash, his remaining time was scant. Throughout his long tenure at the school, he had been desperately searching for ways to replenish his waning vitality. But all efforts seemed as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. Is there any remedy? Dumbledore asked calmly. I can erase the damage caused by the Cruciatus Curse, Snape hesitated. His life force is nearly extinguished. This is quite difficult, Madame Pomfrey stated with difficulty. Madame Pomfrey, how much time do I have left? Quirinus asked with a nonchalant demeanor. At this rate, less than 3 months, she turned away, unable to bear looking at Quirinus any longer. Well, what if this exists? Dumbledore calmly produced a transparent vial from his pocket, containing a modest quantity of crimson liquid. What is this? Professor Pomfrey inquired with a look of puzzlement. Severus Snape, however, seemed to surmise something, his expression one of disbelief. I mentioned to Nicholas that it was to save the life of a hero courageous enough to resist evil, and he generously bestowed it upon me, Dumbledore quipped, winking at Quirinus. Nicholas? You mean Nicholas Flamel? Is this the elixir of life? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Quirinus was taken aback as well. An elixir of life? Dumbledore continued. Do not rejoice too soon. The elixir does not grant true immortality. Its genuine effect is to prolong life. It may extend one's lifespan. Yet the body will continue to age, growing older without succumbing to death. Dumbledore spoke softly. The gathered individuals appeared perplexed. You have not met Nicholas, have you? He is over 600 years old and can continue to live, perhaps even for another 600 years, but his body has grown exceedingly frail and weak. A gentle grip could easily fracture his hand, Dumbledore explained. Then, Dumbledore's cerulean eyes peered over the crescent-shaped glasses at Quirinus. The elixir will not restore lost vitality, but it will grant you enough time to pursue your endeavors and seek a way to replenish your life force. With that, Dumbledore offered the small vial to Quirinus. Although it would not restore strength, it would merely maintain a state of frailty, having no detrimental impact on life. How long can this small vial extend Quirinus's life? Professor Flitwick asked with excitement. As I said, it will provide Quirinus with ample time to accomplish his aspirations. Perhaps 300 years, perhaps 400. Dumbledore replied with a playful wink. Gasps of astonishment resonated among the crowd. 300 years, perhaps 400. It is worth noting that while wizards live considerably longer than muggles, their lifespan maxes out at around 200 years. This meant Quirinus could outlive them all. How splendid. Quirinus, with this time, you shall surely become a legendary wizard, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, patting Quirinus on the arm, while the other professors wore smiles, except for one particular oily-haired professor. Let us not disturb Quirinus's rest. Any further discussions can await his departure from the infirmary, Dumbledore stated. The group bid farewell to Quirinus. After the professors left, Madame Pomfrey prepared a potion for him, and after consuming it, he finally felt a surge of strength. Quirinus held the elixir of life before his eyes, gazing at it quietly. The crimson liquid was crystalline and pure, lacking the deep red of blood. Without further hesitation, Quirinus struggled to sit up, uncorked the vial, and poured the elixir directly into his mouth. With a slight clatter of his lips, there was nothing particularly unique about the flavor. However, its effects were rapid. As soon as the potion coursed through his system, the oppressive sensation of impending doom dissipated. Although his body still felt weary and achy, an unshakable intuition emerged, assuring him that he would not meet his end just yet. There remained an abundance of time ahead. Quirinus succumbed once more to a deep slumber. His frail physique and fatigued spirit rendered him incapable of sustaining wakefulness for long. Upon awakening again, the previous sense of weakness had vanished, and the pain that once engulfed him had subsided. Though still somewhat enfeebled, he felt that normal activities would pose no significant challenge. He could not help but marvel at Madame Pomfrey, who was undoubtedly Dumbledore's most trusted healer. Just as Quirinus contemplated rising, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, we merely wish to see Professor Quirrell. We promise not to disturb his rest. Came the earnest voice of Harry, the savior. No, your Professor Quirrell is still quite weak. He requires peace and quiet. Madame Pomfrey's tone brooked no argument. We'll just peek in. I assure you we won't utter a single word, Hermione interjected. Absolutely not. Madame Pomfrey remained resolute. Quirinus propped himself up with a pillow against the headboard, a smile gracing his lips as he called out, Madame Pomfrey, let them in. Oh, you lot. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in exasperation as 3 figures burst through the door, her eyes narrowing at them as she followed closely behind. As the trio approached the bedside, their mouths poised to speak but halted when Madame Pomfrey's concerned voice broke through the silence. Quirinus, how are you? I am quite well, thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Your medical expertise is truly exceptional, Quirinus replied with a smile directed at the trio, giving Madame Pomfrey a thumbs up. Oh, you flatter me, Quirinus, she chuckled. Before turning sternly to the 3 young ones, you have only 10 minutes. With that, she departed. The trio instinctively recoiled, clearly intimidated by Madame Pomfrey's formidable presence. Chapter 25, Dialogue. Chapter 23, Dialogue. Once her figure vanished from sight, the 3 turned towards Quirinus, their words caught in their throats. Quirinus found their hesitance amusing and urged them, speak up. What brings you to see me? It was Hermione who broke the silence. Professor Quirrell, she began, gesturing to the back of her head. You truly have, yes. I have been harboring Voldemort on my head for an entire year, Quirinus responded with a grin. Observing the trio, a collective shiver coursed through them, their faces pale and eyes wide with terror, particularly Ron, whose body trembled uncontrollably. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Quirinus teased, noting the audacity of 3 first-year wizards daring to chase Voldemort for the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell, could you please refrain from mentioning that name? Ron's voice quivered, his gaze pleading with Quirinus. What is there to fear? You had the courage to pursue him into the Chamber of Secrets. Now you shudder at the sound of his name? Quirinus found it amusing but tactfully avoided uttering Voldemort's name himself. I don't know. Ron's complexion grew ever more ashen. Very well, listen closely. You display remarkable courage, even possessing a spirit of fearlessness that many adult wizards lack, which I commend. However, you are excessively arrogant and reckless. Do you truly believe that a handful of young wizards can vanquish Voldemort and seize the Philosopher's Stone from him? Quirrell stated solemnly. The 3 of them bowed their heads, yet it was evident that Harry bore a hint of defiance upon his face. Quirrell turned to Harry, who had remained silent, and said, Harry, tell me, if it were not I beneath Voldemort but a Death Eater loyal to him, could you still stand here unscathed? A single curse could obliterate you 8 times over. Professor, did Voldemort ultimately perish? Harry inquired, a touch of shame evident in his voice. Not at all, for now. He is immortal. This time, We have merely inflicted a severe blow upon him. He will be unable to wreak havoc for a while, Quirrell replied. How did he manage that? Harry asked. It is an exceedingly malevolent and ancient dark magic that allows him to endure even the gravest of injuries, surviving countless killing curses without succumbing, Quirrell explained. Was that green light a killing curse? The unforgivable curse? Harry exclaimed. Who cast that curse, and where did they go? Where? They were, of course, taken away by the little elf. Yes, that was indeed a killing curse, and a friend assisted me, with Voldemort hovering above me. I could not cast a spell at the back of my head without aid, Quirrell acknowledged calmly. But using the unforgivable curse is illegal. One would be sent directly to Azkaban, Hermione gasped, clearly unable to accept the notion of breaking the law. Professor, it was you on the Quidditch pitch as well. Harry stammered before finally asking. It was I, Quirrell replied, casting a sidelong glance at him with a smile. Why? Harry demanded, his anger flaring. Do not worry. You would not have perished. Even if you fell, someone would catch you, Quirrell dismissed lightly. Why would you do such a thing? Harry remained indignant. That is, Quirrell began to mention Voldemort's name, but, upon seeing Ron, altered his words. It was the Dark Lord who compelled me to do so. He harbors an intense hatred for you and seeks to humiliate you, exposing the so-called savior as nothing more than a hollow figure. Was it truly Professor Snape who saved me? Harry questioned, still resistant to the idea of Snape's involvement. Indeed. He is the one in Hogwarts who cares for you the most, Quirrell remarked with a hint of mockery. He, Snape, cares for me? Harry found the notion utterly ludicrous, even after hearing Quirrell's account of Snape's tumultuous past with his parents. Snape saved Harry? Snape cares for Harry. Hermione and Ron were bewildered, preferring to believe that Dumbledore was Voldemort in disguise rather than accept such an absurdity. Then why not inform Professor Dumbledore? He is the greatest white wizard, Ron queried, puzzled. The Dark Lord is exceedingly cautious and perceptive. His senses are intertwined with my mind, and any actions I take against him would be detected, Quirrell lamented. All right. Your visiting time has come to an end, Mrs. Pomfrey urged as the three of them contemplated saying more. The trio obediently turned to leave. Just as they were about to exit the infirmary, Harry turned to Quirinus and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for saving me, Professor Quirrell. You are a good professor. Ha ha, Harry, I must thank you as well, for your bravery in daring to thwart Voldemort's attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Your courage distracted him long enough for me to seize the opportunity to counterattack. I owe you my gratitude. And, of course, to both of you, without your assistance, Harry would never have reached the end, and I would not have had the chance to confront Voldemort. After Madame Pomfrey's examination confirmed that Quirinus was no longer in grave danger, he was permitted to leave the infirmary. With graduation imminent, the young wizards were reveling in pre-commencement festivities. Quirinus stepped out of the infirmary, traversing the halls of Gryffindor Tower. Every passing student regarded him with admiration, approaching him to offer greetings. Even the Slytherin students gazed at him with a mixture of awe and an indescribable nuance. It was evident that the events in the Chamber of Secrets had spread like wildfire. Everyone knew of his control by Voldemort and the subsequent reversal of fate. Upon returning to his office, Quirinus had barely settled down when a vigorous knock echoed from the door, the impatience of the knocker palpable. Here we go, Quirinus sighed, rising reluctantly. I wonder who it could be, given the urgency of that knock. Opening the door, his expression fell upon seeing Severus Snape. What brings you here, Professor Snape? Dumbledore seeks you, Snape replied, his face devoid of expression as he uttered the words slowly before turning to leave. Quirinus, taken aback, pondered what Dumbledore could possibly want from him. Without hesitation, he closed the door and followed in Snape's wake. The two walked in silence until they reached the entrance to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, standing before the gargoyle. Snape halted and turned to face Quirinus. How dare you defy him? Snape's voice was grave as he regarded Quirinus. Who? Quirinus asked, perplexed. Do not play coy with me. You know precisely whom I am referring to, the Dark Lord. Snape's words were tightly clenched, as if forced from the corners of his mouth. Oh, you mean Voldemort. Quirinus replied nonchalantly. At the mere mention of Voldemort's name, Snape's pupils dilated. I do not wish to die, so of course, I must resist, Quirinus stated calmly. You are not afraid of him? Snape's demeanor remained icy, yet a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Why should I fear him? He treats me like a servant and intends to take my life. What is there to fear? Whether I extend my neck or withdraw it, it is all the same. I must take a stand. I cannot simply await my demise, Quirinus remarked with a slight smirk. Besides, he is nothing more than a wretched dog, a remnant of a lost soul. What is there to fear? It is all the same in death. I might as well take a gamble. If I win, I find liberation. If I lose, well, thankfully, I emerged victorious, Quirinus concluded, with a grin revealing his teeth. He was certain he had glimpsed a fleeting moment of shame and admiration in Snape's eyes. Indeed, he had become a stray dog, so what was there to fear? Many failed to comprehend this. Even the mere mention of his name sent shivers down spines. At that moment, the water nymph leapt aside, and Dumbledore's figure emerged from behind. Smiling as he remarked, "I wondered why you had not arrived. It appears you were hiding here in conversation." As he spoke, he gestured invitingly towards the two. Quirinus shrugged and strolled past Snape, who remained rooted in place. Quirinus added, "You know, he is immortal. He will return, and when he does, he may be at the height of his power. So what? I managed to defeat him once. I can do so again. Even if he cannot be killed, I can certainly make him miserable. Besides, by the time he returns, I will not be as easily bullied, and I shall take my revenge." Quirinus stood beside Dumbledore. His right hand clenched into a fist as he spoke. A flicker of intrigue passed through Dumbledore's eyes. Chapter 26, Refusal. Quirinus ascended the staircase leading to the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore called to the still Snape, "Severus, you should join us." Snape, coming to his senses, turned and followed. Upon reaching the entrance to the headmaster's office, Quirinus was greeted by the cacophony within. However, as he opened the door, silence enveloped the room, and the portraits of former headmasters appeared to be in a deep slumber, as if the previous noise had been but an illusion. Quirinus cast a glance at the phoenix perched on the golden branch in the corner, feeling a pang of envy. Ah, a phoenix, who wouldn't desire one? Alas, the phoenix only accompanied Dumbledore. "Please, have a seat, Quirinus." Dumbledore entered and waved his wand, conjuring 2 chairs before the desk. Quirinus sat down, and Dumbledore took his place behind the desk, casually placing his wand upon it while folding his hands atop the surface. Quirinus discreetly eyed the wand, a uniquely shaped artifact, riddled with knots, sneering slightly at the notion of an old wand. At that moment, Snape also entered, silently taking a seat in the other chair. The door to the headmaster's office closed soundlessly, and Dumbledore tapped the table, murmuring, "Coffee." Suddenly, 3 cups of coffee materialized before them. "Let us begin with a cup of coffee," Dumbledore suggested, lifting his cup to take a sip. Quirinus followed suit, grimacing at the overwhelming sweetness. "Quirinus, how is your health?" Dumbledore set down his cup, smiling. "I feel invigorated, as if a tremendous burden has been lifted. Now, I sense the vastness of the world around me." Quirinus replied with a gentle smile. "Excellent. It seems you have turned misfortune into fortune," Dumbledore remarked, nodding with a grin. "What are your plans moving forward?" "For the time being, I have no particular plans. Perhaps I shall take this time to reflect and rest. This past year has provided me with insights into magic, and I intend to organize my thoughts. It is possible that I may even publish a book," Quirinus said, wearing a relaxed expression. Free from the pressures of survival, he wished to revel in life and delve into the mysteries of magic. "Oh, what genre are you considering? If you finish writing it, remember to send me a copy to read," Dumbledore said, somewhat astonished. "Of course," Quirinus replied with a smile. As a renowned wizard in the magical community, the endorsement of his book by Dumbledore would undoubtedly lead to remarkable sales. "Then I shall await your work eagerly." With that, Dumbledore retrieved a piece of parchment from the drawer beneath the table and slid it across to Quirinus. Quirinus, puzzled, inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, what is this?" "If you have no immediate plans, I would like to invite you to continue as the defense against the dark arts professor for the next academic year," Dumbledore said with a smile. Severus, who had been sitting in silence, finally reacted upon hearing this. He glanced at the parchment and then at Quirinus, his expression stiffening. It was well known that Severus had long aspired to be the defense against the dark arts professor. Although Quirinus did not see the appeal in the position, burdened as it was by Voldemort's curse, he acknowledged that some might still find it enticing. Quirinus, after a moment's contemplation, looked at Dumbledore with a hint of regret and said, "I appreciate your kindness, Professor Dumbledore, but I fear I must decline your generous offer." "Oh, what a pity. It seems I shall once again face closed doors this year," Dumbledore lamented, tugging at his beard. "With your reputation, who would dare to deny you? Moreover, if no one in England is willing to accept, you might consider seeking someone abroad," Quirinus suggested. Every year, Dumbledore sought a temporary professor, and the curse on the defense against the dark arts position was common knowledge throughout the wizarding world. "Let us not dwell on that matter, Quirinus. The reason I called you here is that I sensed a trace of Voldemort's magic within you," Dumbledore said, shaking his head before adopting a serious demeanor. Before Quirinus could respond, Severus's expression shifted dramatically. His hand twitched reflexively, summoning his wand, which he pointed at Quirinus, magic crackling in the air. "There's no need to be alarmed, Severus. Voldemort is not here," Dumbledore said, placing a hand on Severus's arm and then turning to Quirinus, who remained calm. Upon hearing that Voldemort was absent, Severus relaxed slightly, though he continued to scrutinize Quirinus closely. How to explain? Voldemort was rendered corporeal 11 years ago by the rebound of the killing curse, losing both his physical form and much of his power. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, he did not perish but rather existed in a state of diminished essence. Though feeble, the remnants of his power remained formidable compared to that of an ordinary wizard, allowing him to dominate and parasitize me. During this process, he continuously siphons my life force. His magical tendrils have infiltrated every corner of my being, enabling him to seize control of my body at will. This connection, albeit involuntary, has fused our magics. When he was struck by the killing curse, the bond between us was severed, but a portion of his magic lingered, intertwining with my own. Quirinus pondered for a moment before slowly articulating his feelings and conjectures. Every individual possesses a unique essence of magic, a distinct breath of life that, under ordinary circumstances, does not amalgamate but rather expels. However, due to a particular form of magic, he siphons your life force, and in turn, his magic becomes tainted with your essence. In a certain sense, you are bound together, almost as one entity. Thus, when he is expelled, the residual magic left behind is absorbed by you. Dumbledore gently stroked his beard as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Snape's body relaxed entirely, and he nonchalantly stowed away his wand, a fleeting look of regret crossing his features, which Quirrell was quite certain he had witnessed, leading him to suspect that Snape might seize the opportunity to strike him. "How do you feel now?" Dumbledore inquired, his cerulean eyes peering through crescent-shaped spectacles at Quirrell. "I feel immensely powerful now. My overall magical capacity has significantly increased, and there has been a qualitative transformation in my magic. The same magical force, when wielding the same spell, should yield a considerably greater impact. Of course, I have not yet experimented with this," Quirrell replied, closing his eyes to attune to his newfound abilities. "A qualitative transformation in magic," Dumbledore murmured thoughtfully. "Indeed. If previously the potency of the same magic and spell was rated at 5, now it should reach a potency of 10, Quirrell asserted. Suddenly, Snape stood abruptly, startling both men, who gazed at him in bewilderment. He strode to the center of the headmaster's office and turned to Quirrell, commanding, "Now, cast your spell upon me." Quirrell glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in affirmation. With Dumbledore's consent, Quirrell rose without hesitation, his right hand flicking to reveal his wand. Dumbledore also stood, grasping the Elder Wand. Quirrell raised his wand towards Snape and pronounced sharply, "Petrificus totalis." A beam of spell light, the thickness of a child's arm, zipped through the air, striking Snape's wand, which was held upright. The spell collided with an invisible barrier before dissipating, yet Snape staggered back 2 or 3 steps. His demeanor grave as he remarked, "The spell's power may not rival that of the Dark Lord, yet it should not be underestimated." Quirrell rolled his eyes and sat down, pondering what he was thinking. Did he truly believe he could match Dumbledore and Voldemort? Dumbledore and Snape also took their seats. It requires the usual magical energy for a petrification spell, but the enhancement in its efficacy is quite substantial. In the Wizarding World's conventional understanding, magical power cannot be augmented by external forces, it only grows with age, referring specifically to the individual's magical reserves, Quirrell mused as he examined his wand. Snape nodded in agreement. "Yes, this has been the established belief in the Wizarding World for centuries." Dumbledore concurred. "However, I must assert that not all ingrained beliefs are necessarily correct," Quirrell countered. A hint of sarcasm crossed Snape's face as he retorted, "Do you think that by serendipitously acquiring the Dark Lord's power and enhancing your own, others can emulate this method to overturn the established laws of the Wizarding World? Such a feat is indeed non-replicable." Dumbledore agreed, stating, "Even I cannot augment another's magical prowess. Is what is inherent necessarily correct?" Quirinus scoffed lightly. Both Dumbledore and Snape momentarily paused. Chapter 27. A brief discourse on magic. The magical world remains entrenched in tradition, adhering rigidly to conventions. Despite possessing the power to transform the world, it confines itself to a narrow existence, a manifestation of myopia. Magic is an innate force within wizards, deeply embedded in their bloodlines. Yet, for countless centuries, no one has sought to unravel the mysteries of this power, accepting it as a divine gift to be utilized without inquiry into its origins or means of enhancement. Quirinus sipped his coffee delicately, noticing that both Dumbledore and Snape were intently listening, which filled him with a sense of pride. After all, he was the contemporary strongest white wizard, having vanquished 2 generations of dark wizards. Indeed, there has been little exploration into the nuances and differences of magical power. Quirinus continued, asserting that people often perceive magic as a uniform entity. Your power and mine are considered roughly equivalent. In truth, there are distinctions in magical ability. As Headmaster Dumbledore previously mentioned, magic carries the essence of life itself, and that is merely one aspect. Furthermore, I have discerned a hierarchy within magical power. After observing these young witches and wizards for a year, I've noted that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd year students possess comparable levels of magical ability, as do their 4th and 5th year counterparts. However, the potency of spells wielded by 4th and 5th years markedly surpasses that of the younger students. The same applies to 6th and 7th years, with significant disparities emerging across these tiers. A proficient 4th year wizard, adept at the disarming charm, may not necessarily exceed my own performance, yet to break through a shield charm I might casually conjure, he would require a series of 3 spells. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. However, Snape let out a derisive laugh, stating, "Is this your profound insight? That higher-year wizards are superior to lower-year ones? What is erroneous about that?" "It is not a matter of error," Quirinus countered, "but rather, in what aspects do they excel? The leap from 3rd to 4th year marks a significant enhancement, as does the transition from 5th to 6th or 7th year. Among adult wizards, the disparity becomes even more pronounced. Some may be on par with freshly graduated wizards, while others may ascend to remarkable heights, even becoming dark wizards or figures like Dumbledore." Quirinus fixed his gaze on Snape, posing the question, is it not because they have learned more, mastered additional spells, and thus improved their proficiency, resulting in a natural increase in power? A sardonic smile crept across Snape's lips. "This is but one facet of the matter. Through my analysis, I assert that the deeper reason lies in a qualitative transformation of their magical essence." Quirinus shook his finger, elaborating, "I believe it is the quality of magic that has undergone a change. Previously, discussions regarding magic focused solely on its quantity, the total amount contained within each individual. In the absence of external influences, while there may be differences in magical reserves, they are generally comparable." Headmaster Dumbledore, what factors do you believe influence the potency of a spell? Quirinus inquired, directing his gaze toward Dumbledore. "The mastery of the spell, an unwavering will, and the essence of magic itself," Dumbledore replied with keen interest. "Indeed, there exists a force known as magical energy, which can be further delineated into various components: the reservoir of magical energy, the output of magical energy, the quality of magical energy, and the rate of its utilization. This is merely my personal perspective," Quirinus articulated while counting on his fingers. "The reservoir of magical energy, the output of magical energy, the quality of magical energy, and the rate of utilization?" Dumbledore murmured thoughtfully. "In my view, the channels of magical output resemble pipes. Some are as robust as a human, while others are slender like willow twigs. The magical energy that flows through these conduits will undoubtedly vary greatly, leading to spells of vastly different potency. This is what I refer to as the output of magical energy." Quirinus gestured with his hand as he spoke. "Oh, the concept of magical output is indeed novel and imbued with wisdom," Dumbledore applauded, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "Now, concerning the quality of magical energy, one pipe may deliver water, while another dispenses oil. Which do you believe to be superior?" Quirinus continued. "As for the rate of utilization, it hinges upon the total magical energy one possesses and how much of it one can effectively wield. Every wizard possesses an immense reservoir of magical energy. In my years of practicing magic, I have yet to encounter anyone who has depleted their magical reserves while casting a spell. When the reservoir of magical energy is relatively similar, it is the rate of utilization that reveals the disparity. For instance, if your magical capacity is 100, yet you can only utilize 30% of it, while Dumbledore can harness 70%, the difference is starkly apparent." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. This notion was indeed fresh and had never been previously examined. "Why does such a situation arise?" Quirinus queried. "It is due to underutilization. When one possesses an abundance of magical energy but employs only a fraction of it, the surplus merely accumulates, akin to stagnant water. How many spells do you cast in a day? How much magical energy can you summon? If unused, magical energy loses its vitality, much like flowing water. If it ceases to circulate, it becomes stagnant and murky. Why are Dumbledore and Voldemort so much more powerful than ordinary wizards?" Quirinus turned to Severus and asked. Severus found himself at a loss for words. Had this inquiry arisen before today, he would have confidently attributed their superiority to their mastery of more profound spells and greater magical energy. However, the question remained, where does this power manifest? "Ah, Quirinus, I am but a centenarian. How can I claim to be powerful? I am no match for Severus." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Quirinus and Severus exchanged knowing glances, their lips twitching slightly. "Cough, please continue, Quirinus. Today's lesson has been immensely enlightening," Dumbledore stated with gravity. "Certainly, though Voldemort may be younger than Dumbledore, he stands as an equal due to his extensive research into dark magic, conducting magical experiments, and even altering his own body. However, the pursuit of dark magic and bodily transformation ultimately serves to amplify one's magical energy. According to the established laws of the wizarding realm, magical energy naturally increases with age, experiencing a rapid growth phase before adulthood, and then entering a more gradual phase, continuing to grow until death. Yet, many wizards are far older than Dumbledore. Why is it that Dumbledore is the only one referred to as the White Wizard?" Quirinus continued. Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment. "The White Wizard? What is this White Wizard? There is no such thing." Quirinus disregarded him and continued. "The ages from 11 to 17 represent a period of rapid growth for a wizard's magical power. I categorize this phase into 3 stages. The first stage encompasses the 1st through 3rd years. The second stage includes the 4th and 5th years. and the third stage comprises the 6th and 7th years. Upon reaching the 7th year, one enters adulthood, and the increase in magical power slows significantly. Progressing naturally becomes exceedingly challenging. Advancement can only be achieved through diligent practice, research, and application, which leads to the 4th stage. Typically, those who reach this stage are considered the elite among wizards, including hit wizards and aurors, while those who continue to refine their magic become the Sar Mi de las Army of Aurors, known as senior aurors, denoting the 5th stage. Is there more? Dumbledore inquired, his interest piqued. The remainder is speculative, Quirinus shrugged. It was only after I absorbed Voldemort's power that I experienced a profound transformation in my own magic. Generally, magical power strengthens gradually through persistent practice. However, this transformation is not abrupt, but rather a subtle and imperceptible change that goes largely unnoticed. I sensed the enhancement of my magic and, upon comparison, concluded that I currently reside in the 5th stage. The 5th stage, you say? There is indeed more to achieve. Dumbledore remarked softly. Certainly, but I do not consider myself worthy of being compared to you at this moment. Quirinus replied with a touch of mischief. Not only Dumbledore and Snape were engrossed in Quirinus's discourse, even the portraits of past headmasters on the office walls listened with rapt attention. What stage do you believe your speculations have reached? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. The 7th stage, Quirinus replied, though it should extend beyond that. It lacks some theoretical underpinnings. When did you conceive these thoughts? Dumbledore asked, perplexed. During my time as a host to Voldemort, I sought to rid myself of him and replenish my depleting life force. I delved into the majority of the library's tomes. While I could not find a method to restore my vitality, my magical knowledge expanded significantly. I reflected deeply, observing students. Yourself, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and, of course, Professor Snape, Quirinus said nonchalantly, showing no shame about being a host to Voldemort. Humph, Snape scoffed, displeased to learn that Quirinus had been observing him. Chapter 28, The Stages of Magical Power. And what thoughts do you have regarding the enhancement of magical power? Dumbledore asked, stroking the old wand in his hand. Though the magical world has thrived for millennia, it has never focused on the fundamental essence of a wizard's magic. Instead, it has celebrated spells, akin to a tree where magic serves as the roots and trunk, while spells are the branches and leaves. The trunk remains thin and frail, while the branches flourish excessively. This is a state of imbalance. Quirinus glanced out the window, seemingly transcending centuries, envisioning the relentless efforts of predecessors in the study of spells. I believe the magical community lacks a foundational principle of magic, namely methods to cultivate magical power, enabling it to flow and remain vibrant. When your magical energy flows freely and is imbued with vitality, no longer stagnant or frozen, coupled with a significant output of magical energy, how formidable one could become. Quirinus mused dreamily. A foundational principle of magic? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Yet another novel term had emerged in the stale realm of wizardry, where fresh concepts were all too rare. Although there existed no fundamental law of magic, predecessors had ingeniously devised effective methods for honing magical prowess, including silent casting, wandless casting, and even silent wandless casting. Through my extensive experimentation and observation, I have discerned that silent casting is predominantly the domain of accomplished adult wizards, while wandless casting is mastered by only a handful. As for silent wandless casting, to my knowledge, it is limited to just a select few. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and Professor McGonagall. Quirrell narrowed his eyes. Is that it? What about me? Snape's eye twitched. Was he the only one among the 4 heads absent from this elite group? Admittedly, he lacked that particular skill. While the potency of silent wandless casting may not rival that of wielding a wand, its mastery is nonetheless commendable. And those who possess it are significantly more formidable than ordinary wizards. Quirrell's expression brightened slightly. Numerous tomes recount the formidable nature of ancient wizards. Though their magic was often crude and perilous, lacking the refinement of our current practices, their strength is indisputable. Beyond the sheer might of ancient magic, ancient wizards generally surpassed us in power. They had no wands, relying solely on wandless casting, and even silent wandless casting. With the advent of wands, ancient magic gradually evolved into the more accessible forms of contemporary magic, which has since become more nuanced and safer. It is seldom heard that a young wizard has perished due to a miscast spell, yet the upper limits of wizardry have concurrently diminished, Quirrell remarked. Thus, I boldly hypothesized that mastering silent casting signifies a threshold into the 4th tier of magical ability. I reached this stage myself. Wandless casting corresponds to the 5th tier, while silent wandless casting aligns with the 6th. As for you, Professor Dumbledore, who surpasses even the likes of Professor McGonagall at the 6th tier, I surmise that you have undergone a more intense transformation of magical power, thereby advancing to the 7th tier. Quirrell's eyes glimmered with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before applauding. A splendid inference, well-reasoned and substantiated. Quirrell, you exhibit remarkable brilliance. You have introduced a thesis that has remained overlooked for millennia, and you are the first to propose the concept of magical tears. For this alone, you are deserving of the first-class Order of Merlin. Snape appeared equally astonished. Should this discourse be published, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. You flatter me, Headmaster. I merely enjoy pondering such matters, Quirrell replied. Yet many of these ideas remain to be validated. You mentioned wanting to write a book. Will it encompass these ideas? Dumbledore's gaze deepened. Indeed, merely some humble opinions, intended for discussion, Quirrell nodded. A truly magnificent proposition. It is in your presence that I realize how much I have aged. Dumbledore reflected, then added, once you have completed your manuscript, do not forget to share it with me. I will assist you in its publication. Certainly. Thank you, Headmaster. You shall be the first to see it, Quirrell smiled. Oh, the hour grows late. The year-end banquet must be commencing. Let us not keep the students waiting, Dumbledore remarked, glancing out the window to find the sky darkening. He rose and addressed Quirrell and Snape. Very well. Quirinus also rose to his feet and spoke. It was Snape, however, who silently stood up and turned to leave. In the grand hall of Hogwarts, candles burned brightly in mid-air, illuminating the spacious chamber. The hall was adorned with decorations in the green and silver representing Slytherin, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup, as was to be expected. The 4 long tables were filled to capacity, with young wizards eagerly sharing their holiday plans. Among the faculty, aside from Dumbledore and 2 others, all the professors were present, including Hagrid, who sat there fuming quietly. Ron at the Gryffindor table regaled everyone with tales of his bravery and decisiveness, having easily navigated the chessboard. Harry and Hermione were also fielding inquiries from the crowd. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. Even the loquacious Ron ceased his chatter. Dumbledore entered through the side door, accompanied by Quirinus and Snape. Quirinus and Snape took their seats, and Dumbledore arrived at his designated position, surveying the hall before speaking slowly. Another year has passed. And before you indulge in frivolities, allow this old man to impart a few words. This year has been remarkable. You have acquired new knowledge and forged new friendships. Each moment invaluable. I hope you cherish all that you have gained at Hogwarts, not merely the arcane arts. As we approach the next term, I urge you to embrace the forthcoming challenges with renewed vigor. Now, let us commence the awarding of the House Cup. The points reflect the collective efforts of each house member. To the house that wins, do not gloat. To those who do not, do not despair. Strive to earn more points next term. Now, I shall announce the current standings. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 472 points. Instantly, the Slytherin table erupted in cheers, with Draco Malfoy casting a derisive smile in Harry's direction, while Gryffindor appeared despondent. They did not particularly covet the House Cup, yet they could not bear to see Slytherin claim it, for it was vexing. Professor Snape, congratulations on your 7th consecutive victory, Quirinus jested, nudging Snape's shoulder. Humph, well deserved. Slytherin is indeed the finest house, Snape replied, suppressing a smirk. Enjoy your moment of triumph. Wait until Dumbledore's actions unfold, and we shall see how long you maintain that glee, Quirinus thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. Nearby, Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression, her gaze fixed intently on the Gryffindor table, particularly the Weasley twins, those troublemakers, along with Harry and his friends, who had collectively cost the house more points than anyone else throughout the year. Everyone has performed admirably, yet recent events must also be factored into the equation, Dumbledore remarked, casting a discreet glance at Harry and winking. Harry's heart raced, having felt despondent moments before. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, with the smiles of the Slytherins fading away. Snape felt a sudden jolt of foreboding. It seemed everyone had heard about the recent events. Dumbledore surveyed the crowd and, noting their rapt attention, continued, Indeed, a dark wizard infiltrated Hogwarts in an attempt to steal a treasure entrusted to me by a dear friend. Thanks to the valiant efforts of a few young wizards, the professor succeeded in vanquishing the dark wizard and preserving the treasure. For this, I must acknowledge their contribution in safeguarding the honor of Hogwarts. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards Harry, Ron, and Hermione before shifting to Quirrell. Snape clenched his jaw, his expression darkening, with his fists tightly balled beneath the table. Quirrell, however, wore a look of amusement and, feigning concern, addressed Snape. Professor Snape, do you think Slytherin might be surpassed? Snape whipped around, glaring at Quirrell with fiery intensity. Oh, my apologies. With Slytherin's lead, how could they possibly be overtaken? Quirrell's tone was irritatingly smug. Chapter 29, Departure. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, I have some additional points to award. First, Mr. Ronald Weasley. Upon hearing his name, Ron's face turned beet red. He had just triumphed in one of the most exhilarating games of chess Hogwarts had seen in years, and through his courage and responsibility, He had proven himself a worthy, even exceptional, Gryffindor. Therefore, I have decided to award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. The hall erupted in astonished murmurs. The cheers from Gryffindor threatened to lift the very roof of the great hall. Percy was loudly proclaiming to those around him, "This is my brother. This is my own brother," as he celebrated Ron's success in navigating Professor McGonagall's formidable chess set. The crowd roared, "Ron, well done." Ron trembled. Overwhelmed by the attention he had rarely received, his face flushed to the point of embarrassment. Only Snape maintained a grim countenance. The Slytherin contingent also appeared dismayed. Particularly Draco Malfoy, who glared at Ron with barely concealed animosity, muttering under his breath. Professor McGonagall, however, was beaming. Their house was no longer in last place. And Ron's impressive performance brought her great joy, especially since the chess set had been her own design. Professor Sprout remained indifferent, as Hufflepuff had slipped to the bottom, a position they had never particularly cared about. The second award goes to Miss Hermione Granger, who, in a moment of crisis, displayed remarkable composure and executed logical reasoning with swift precision. I believe many adult wizards would struggle to match her excellence. Therefore, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Dumbledore looked at Hermione encouragingly. Overcome with emotion, Hermione buried her face in her arms, her shoulders shaking with tears of joy. The Gryffindor table erupted once more. Knowing that Harry was yet to be recognized, this implies that they might ascend directly from the last position to the second. And should Dumbledore show a touch more generosity and grant a few additional points, then defeating Slytherin would not be beyond the realm of possibility. At this moment, Professor Flitwick and the Ravenclaw students felt a surge of anxiety. Flitwick even stood upon his chair. The next contender was Harry Potter. Dumbledore paused for a moment, and Harry's heart raced to his throat. The Great Hall was engulfed in an extraordinary silence, with Professor McGonagall clasping her hands tightly. He exhibited remarkable bravery, unwavering courage, and a spirit unafraid of sacrifice. And at the critical moment, he faced the dark wizard with valor, ultimately assisting the professor in gaining a glimmer of hope, leading to the dark wizard's defeat. For this, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 100 points. The cacophony erupted, signifying their triumphant reversal, successfully toppling Slytherin. Snape and the Slytherin students wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. Malfoy glared at Harry, his eyes brimming with envy. Professor Flitwick and the Ravenclaw students, having fallen from second to third, took it in stride, merely shaking their heads and sighing before joining the celebratory throng, reveling in Slytherin's dismal defeat alongside Hufflepuff. Harry, Ron, and Hermione embraced, jumping joyfully, soon lost amidst the crowd. Professor McGonagall at the teacher's table beamed with delight, her hands at a loss for where to rest. Torn between standing and sitting. What a splendid tale of a hero battling a dragon. Quirinus, ever the instigator, clucked beside them. This time, Snape paid no heed to Quirinus, merely gritting his teeth, prompting Quirinus to worry that Snape might shatter his own teeth. This necessitated Dumbledore to amplify his voice magically to quell the students' raucous celebrations, declaring a slight alteration to the Great Hall. With a flick of his wand, the silver and green decorations transformed into crimson and gold. A magnificent Gryffindor lion materialized in midair, roaring skyward. Snape and Professor McGonagall shook hands, signifying the transfer of the house cup from the previous year to the current, both wearing strained smiles, though McGonagall's joy was a rare sight. The Weasley twins brandished their treasured Weasley-S Wizard Wheezes fireworks, turning the Great Hall into a sea of celebration. When Snape's gaze met Harry's, his eyes remained filled with disdain, yet Harry's gaze conveyed an unexpected mix of gratitude and apology, leaving Snape feeling perplexed. This night would be etched in the memories of all, for the Hogwarts feast had not been so thrilling in ages, the dramatic ups and downs leaving the guests in a state of exhilaration, rendering even the delectable dishes secondary. For Quirinus, this evening marked the most liberating day since his arrival in this world, surrounded by mentors and colleagues, amidst youthful, spirited young wizards, devoid of the oppressive presence of a noseless Dark Lord, and free from the shackles of survival anxiety. His entire demeanor felt rejuvenated, his smile imbued with warmth and innocence. It was no wonder that Dumbledore chose to remain at Hogwarts his entire life. Quirinus, why not stay a while longer at Hogwarts? Professor Flitwick gently patted Quirinus on the arm. Perhaps one day, when I tire of the world, I shall return here. But for now, I yearn to explore the vastness of the world and experience the magic it holds, Quirinus replied, returning the gesture to Flitwick, whose eyes glistened with emotion. The following day, students boarded the train home. Quirinus had packed his belongings, casting a final glance at the office he had inhabited for a year before softly closing the door behind him. As he exited the castle, he spotted a figure standing by the bridge at the castle's entrance, the wind billowing the cloak around them, resembling a great bat. Approaching, Quirinus noted that Severus Snape did not turn to acknowledge him. With a suitcase in hand, Quirinus waved goodbye as he passed Snape, saying, "Until we meet again, Professor Snape." To his surprise, Snape spoke, uttering Quirinus's name for the first time. Quirinus turned to see a complex expression on Snape's face. "What troubles you, Professor Snape?" "I misjudged you from the very beginning," Snape replied, his tone awkward, as if such admissions were foreign to him. "No, you did not misunderstand me. I did indeed come to Hogwarts with ulterior motives, and it was fraught with peril, especially with Voldemort looming over us." "I must commend your keen perception," Quirinus chuckled. "But you have been silently resisting him, ultimately even turning the tide against him." "I find myself lacking in comparison," Snape remarked. "He is not dead yet. I have a premonition that his true return is not far off, and when he does return, it will be his final demise, entirely and irrevocably," Quirinus said with a smile. Snape paused, his voice heavy. "The Dark Lord has conquered death." "Huh, conquered death? Such audacity." "It is merely a wretched existence sustained by Horcruxes," Quirinus scoffed. "Horcruxes?" Snape exclaimed in surprise. "I spent a year in his company." Quirinus pointed to his head. "Everyone is destined to die. Horcruxes are not without their vulnerabilities." Snape appeared momentarily disoriented, the secret of Voldemort's immortality crashing upon him. "To be honest, there were times I wished to remove my headscarf and let you call me father." Quirinus laughed heartily before turning to leave. Snape, however, stood rigid, his right hand brushing his left arm, surprisingly devoid of anger, yet feeling a twinge of anxiety at the thought of what might have transpired had Quirinus actually done so. As Quirinus's figure began to fade from view, Snape prepared to turn back to the castle when Quirinus called out, "Professor Snape, I forgot to mention that I told Harry in the Chamber of Secrets that you and his mother were childhood friends. Had it not been for an unwelcome interruption, perhaps Harry would not bear the surname Potter, but rather Snape." "Ha ha ha." With that, he erupted into laughter and dashed away. Snape stood frozen, his body trembling, face flushed and contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Quirinus Gilo, you insufferable wretch, sectum sempra." An invisible wave glided across the sky, and in the distance, the echoes of Quirinus's farewell resounded. "Until we meet again." Chapter 30, Parting. Quirinus stepped through the gates of Hogwarts, casting a final glance at the majestic castle before departing with a sense of liberation. As he traversed the winding path from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade, surrounded by lush forests, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom and vastness. "Here I am, Quirinus." Unable to contain himself, he let out a long, joyous shout. Upon reaching Hogsmeade, he found the Hogwarts Express had already departed, leaving behind no bustling students. On this particular day, the absence of numerous visiting wizards, especially dark wizards, rendered Hogsmeade exceptionally tranquil. Arriving at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, he gently pushed the door open, and the sound of wind chimes chimed joyfully. Although he had heard it many times before, this time the melody felt particularly jubilant. As he stepped inside the pub, Quirinus was greeted by a deep, resonant voice. "Hey, Quirinus, over here." Recognizing the voice immediately, he knew it could only belong to Hagrid, whose presence was always unmistakable. Beside him sat several professors from the school, all smiling warmly at him, with Madame Rosmerta standing nearby. Hurrying over, Quirinus placed his suitcase down and sat in a chair reserved for him. Before he could utter a word, Professor Flitwick chimed in. "I told you, as soon as Quirinus emerged, he would surely come here." With that, he winked at Quirinus. Madame Rosmerta, her cheeks slightly flushed, casually poured Quirinus a glass of butterbeer. "I wonder why no one except Snape came to see me off. Surely, my social standing can't be as poor as his." Quirinus mused with a quiet smile. "What brings all the professors here?" he asked, beaming at them. "We wanted to bid you farewell," Phileas explained. "I knew you would come here, and indeed, I was right," Professor McGonagall added with a hint of mischief. Suddenly, Hagrid, as if struck by a revelation, exclaimed, "Oh, so Quirinus, you enjoy coming here for a drink." "I do enjoy the fire whiskey here. It's delightfully spicy and full of flavor," Quirinus agreed, earning a disapproving glance from Professor McGonagall. "Indeed, the fire whiskey concocted by Madame Rosmerta is unparalleled. Once tasted, it is unforgettable," Quirinus concurred. "Is it the whiskey that is unforgettable, or something else?" Professor Flitwick teased, raising his eyebrows playfully. Quirinus, unperturbed, replied with a smile directed at Madame Rosmerta. "The drink is exquisite, but I dare say Madame Rosmerta is even more delightful." "What nonsense are you spouting? No amount of drink can ever silence you," Madame Rosmerta retorted, her face aflame as she shot him a playful glare. "Originally, Dumbledore was meant to join us, but he received an unexpected summons from the Ministry of Magic." Professor McGonagall interjected. "Professors, you needn't have gone out of your way to see me off. The farewell at last night's banquet sufficed." Quirinus shook his head. Professor Sprout, who had been observing the merriment with a warm smile, chimed in. "Last night was the end-of-term feast. Today is the farewell gathering, and that makes all the difference." Professor Sprout donned a gray robe, adorned with several patches. Although one would assume that Hogwarts professors, especially a headmistress, would not be financially constrained, Professor Sprout's benevolent nature led her to allocate a substantial portion of her salary to assist economically disadvantaged students. Despite the presence of scholarships at Hogwarts, funds often dwindled after purchasing school supplies, leaving little for additional necessities, as the consumption of quills, ink, and parchment was considerable. Quirinus had limited interaction with Professor Sprout, but was well aware of her warm-hearted and nurturing disposition. It was indeed a rare occasion for Professor Sprout to venture beyond the walls of Hogwarts, which Quirinus deemed quite an honor. "You are a source of pride for Ravenclaw," proclaimed Professor Flitwick with a sense of delight. "Professor, you too embody the pride of Ravenclaw," Quirinus replied, acknowledging the truth in his words. In a wizarding world dominated by blood purity ideologies, where wizards often looked down upon other intellectual races, Professor Flitwick's ascent to the position of head of Ravenclaw House as a half-elf was a testament to his remarkable achievements. Flitwick beamed with joy. Quirinus then turned to Hagrid, saying, "Hagrid, I regret having betrayed your trust by seeking your methods for taming a Thestral. Do not speak so, Quirinus. We all understand that you were compelled to act as you did, and ultimately, you triumphed over that individual. I admire you for that," Hagrid replied, giving Quirinus a hearty pat on the shoulder that nearly caused him pain, leading Quirinus to suspect that another such blow might dismantle the chair beneath him. "Hagrid, your Thestral is exceptionally well cared for, robust, and strong. I could hardly manage it on my own," Quirinus remarked, patting Hagrid's sturdy arm, though he wished he could reach his shoulder. As a half-giant, Hagrid possessed immense strength and magical resistance, making it nearly impossible for an average adult wizard to breach his defenses. With a compliment about his Thestral, Hagrid's joy was palpable. "What are your plans moving forward?" Madame Rosmerta inquired, her eyes glimmering with unspoken emotions. "I wish to return home for a visit. It has been many years since I last set foot there," Quirinus said, a sense of nostalgia in his gaze as he looked into Rosmerta's eyes. "Do remember to visit often. You look rather handsome without the headscarf." Rosmerta gently replied with a nod. Indeed, Quirinus is still quite the charming young man. They all chuckled, including Quirinus. After conversing for a while, Quirinus rose to bid farewell, while Hagrid and Flitwick, the two sentimental old men, wiped away tears. Rosmerta's eyes glistened with moisture as she watched Quirinus. Professor McGonagall regarded him with a sense of wistfulness, stating, "Quirinus, the doors of Hogwarts will forever remain open to you." "Ha. Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Quirinus responded. Quirinus chuckled as he was escorted out of the pub by the crowd. He cast a lingering glance at Rosmerta before turning away, waving his hand in farewell. With a light pop of displaced air, Quirinus vanished from sight. A half-blood wizard hailing from Dorset. Nestled in the southwestern corner of England along the northern shore of the English Channel, he stood in stark contrast to Hogwarts, located in the Scottish Highlands. Both of Quirinus's parents had passed away, leaving him to be raised by his grandfather, who also departed from this world 2 years after Quirinus graduated. Since then, he seldom returned home. In Dorset, specifically in the village of Stir, a quaint locale where muggles and wizards coexisted. Most wizarding residences were fortified with a plethora of protective enchantments designed to deter muggles from encroaching upon them. At the southernmost edge of the village stood a 3-story house, its architecture replete with the charm of the 17th century, accompanied by a small courtyard. In an instant, Quirinus materialized outside this charming abode. He pushed open the gate to the yard, which was spacious and impeccably tidy, devoid of weeds, save for a few roots that indicated recent removal. Suddenly, the door swung open to reveal a diminutive figure. Upon sighting Quirinus, the creature joyfully bowed and exclaimed, "Welcome home, master. Dobby has tidied the house and awaits your return." "Thank you, Dobby," Quirinus replied with a gentle smile, patting Dobby on the head as he stepped inside. The house was immaculate, its furnishings meticulously arranged. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow that added to the inviting atmosphere. This was indeed his home. The house was quite spacious. To the left of the entrance stood a fireplace, with a table and sofa arranged before it. Quirinus set down his suitcase and sank into the sofa, relishing the comfort it offered. Chapter 31. Establishing a combat system. Having returned home for several days, Quirinus could not help but acknowledge that home was an eternal sanctuary. During these days, he had completely emptied his mind, spending his time reading, practicing wandless magic, and napping whenever fatigue set in, all while being meticulously cared for by his devoted house elf. This life was undeniably indulgent. There were few traces of magic within the house. Not even a single moving portrait adorned the walls. Stir was a village where muggles and wizards lived side by side, and aside from the Changs, there were only a handful of wizarding families, who rarely interacted. In his memories, Quirinus recalled spending his childhood in solitude, with few companions. The wizarding families were quite insular. Wizards had little difficulty traveling, whether through apparition or the use of flue powder, which made it easy to reach any destination in a heartbeat. After a few days of rest, Quirinus found himself restless, yearning for adventure and engagement. To his dismay, he discovered that he seemed to lack friends. His recollections of his time at Hogwarts revealed a similarly solitary existence. Helplessly, "I shall continue in solitude," taking this opportunity to meticulously refine my magical system, solidifying my core spells, and constructing a combat framework that is uniquely my own. Initially, I shall set aside the stunning spell, which, despite being my most mastered incantation, inflicts minimal damage and proves insufficient against foes with heightened magical resistance. Even if it strikes true, its efficacy is not guaranteed. The shooting spell, Vadivasi, unleashes a barrage of projectiles that strike with the swiftness and ferocity of bullets, yet it is encumbered by significant limitations, requiring prior excavation of walls. The levitation spell moves objects languidly, rendering it ineffective for lethal force. However, when combined with the movement spell, it yields commendable results, albeit only through surprise. The killing curse, while within my grasp, cannot be wielded openly. Excessive use leads to an overwhelming intoxication of murderous intent, proving counterproductive and relegated to a supplementary role. My proficiency in transfiguration is somewhat tenuous, and the water prison spell conceived during my encounters with giant creatures is challenging to implement in arid environments, as my ability to conjure water is too slow. The fire spell boasts tremendous power, yet it is difficult to control and necessitates extreme emotional turmoil to cast, once unleashed. It is arduous to halt, demanding an exceptionally resilient will to master. Quirinus finds himself in dismay. The establishment of a robust combat system is no trivial endeavor, as it directly influences the extent of one's future prospects. Magic is synonymous with power. Without a formidable core system, one lacks competitiveness, a truth that becomes increasingly evident as one ascends the ranks. Consider Dumbledore, whose unparalleled transfiguration serves as the cornerstone of his ever-evolving tactics, employing spells such as the Firestorm and Water Prison, each exhibiting extraordinary might. Conversely, Voldemort centers his strategy around the killing curse, which is lethal upon contact and nearly impossible to counter. Evasion is the sole recourse. The cinematic portrayal of Harry's ability to counter the killing curse with the disarming charm is solely attributable to their intertwined destinies, an endeavor that would falter with any other opponent. Furthermore, one cannot overlook the first Dark Lord, Dumbledore's dear friend, Gellert Grindelwald, who manipulated the fire spell to extraordinary heights, transforming flames into advanced azure fire that possesses automatic recognition capabilities, an achievement beyond mere effort. And then there is Newt Scamander, the renowned magizoologist, whose enchanted suitcase, upon opening, releases an array of magical creatures, from thunderbirds to venomous leopards, overwhelming even Voldemort and bringing Grindelwald to his knees. Such mastery cannot be replicated. Let us not forget Severus Snape, whose creation of the non-corporeal curse exemplifies brilliance. Formless and elusive, it is virtually impossible to defend against. Moreover, it embodies an air of prestige. Without such distinction, how can one aspire to become a great sorcerer? As others wield devastating spells, one cannot merely approach with the basic stunning or disarming charms. How shameful. These spells, with their meager damage output, struggle to even penetrate the protective enchantments of the armored charm. They serve only as functional adjuncts. Quirinus experiences a throbbing headache. Contemporary spells, having undergone millennia of simplification for ease of learning and practicality, have significantly diminished in potency. Now, the pursuit of ancient magic is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Although Quirinus was considered an exceptional Ravenclaw during his student years, a true scholar, he remained largely confined to the contents of textbooks. To truly distinguish oneself and excel, mere knowledge of academic material was far from sufficient. Hogwarts merely nurtures students in the fundamentals of magic and the understanding of their magical essence, rather than cultivating great wizards. The path to becoming a powerful sorcerer must be forged independently. After several days of solitude and contemplation, Quirinus began to have some insights. He realized that instead of solely aspiring to learn formidable spells, he could start by experimenting with existing magic, perhaps combining or even enhancing certain spells. One day, Quirinus could no longer endure the reclusive lifestyle he had adopted and, with a flicker of apparition, found himself in Diagon Alley. True to its reputation as the commercial hub for wizards, Diagon Alley bustled with life, especially now that Hogwarts was on break, drawing many students who could not bear to remain at home. As Quirinus strolled leisurely through the alley, he was greeted by several students who recognized him. He sought to acquire a short sword or dagger, preferably crafted by a goblin, yet the Wizarding World favored wands, leaving bladed weapons in scant demand. Although Quirinus had previously wandered through Diagon Alley, he had been weighed down by the burdens of his thoughts, rendering him unable to truly enjoy the experience. This occasion was different. He wandered with ease, absorbing the unique ambience each shop along the magical street offered. The ice cream at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor delighted his senses with its exquisite flavors. The Quidditch shop was teeming with students, and the newly released Nimbus 2001 appeared remarkably elegant, its streamlined design captivating all who beheld it. In the cauldron shop, an array of cauldrons dazzled his eyes, including those crafted from pure gold. He wondered who would ever use a gold cauldron for potion making. Passing by the Owl Emporium, Quirinus suddenly remembered that he lacked a messenger. During the past few weeks, he had corresponded with Madame Rosmerta, Professor Flitwick, and others, always responding to their letters while his owl waited patiently. He decided it was time to procure an owl of his own. Upon entering the Owl Emporium, he discovered a lively scene filled with students and some younger ones who appeared to be this year's Hogwarts freshmen. The shop was brimming with various breeds of owls, including the gray owl, the barn owl, the tawny owl, the brown owl, and the snowy owl. After perusing the selection and finding nothing to his liking, he exited, recalling that there was a pet shop located on the south side of Diagon Alley that offered more than just owls. The shop bore a simple name, the Magical Creatures Emporium. As Quirinus stepped inside, his attention was drawn to a raven perched quietly on a branch in the corner, its feathers a deep shade of black, exuding an air of independence. Its calm eyes regarded Quirinus with a serene gaze. And it was in that moment he recognized tranquility within the raven's demeanor. This was the one. Quirinus named it Pys, meaning calm. Opting not to confine it to a cage, he placed Pys on his shoulder, where the raven remained still, content to rest there. Unable to find what he desired in Diagon Alley, Quirinus resolved to venture to Nocturne Alley. In the enchanting realm of Turnover Alley, I found myself engaged in my inaugural battle against a wizard, emerging victorious with a resounding 14 wins. Admittedly, my companion Duoduo lent a helping hand, instilling within me an immense surge of confidence. Chapter 32, The Return to Turnover Alley. As I stepped into the first shop, the Bogenbach store, I was met with an array of dark magical artifacts. Glorious hands and cursed necklaces were but the basics. Yet, Quirinus held little interest in these sinister wares. The neighboring shops, albeit similar, often showcased items that appeared menacing but were, in truth, of little value, perfect for intimidation, yet lacking substance. Comparatively, Bogenbach's offerings seemed more genuine. Though it should be noted that other establishments might house authentic treasures, one's discernment would dictate their worth. The malevolent gazes of the street's denizens no longer fazed Quirinus. Upon his return to Turnover Alley, their scrutiny ceased to impose any pressure upon him. Venturing into the bustling square once more, Quirinus ambled from stall to stall. This time, he had utilized a transfiguration spell to alter his appearance to such an extent that even acquaintances would struggle to recognize him. He halted before a stall brimming with various magical items, most of which he deemed lackluster, their magical essence faint. However, a particular dagger caught his eye. Its design resembled that of a letter opener, adorned with peculiar inscriptions and marred by rust. How much for this? Quirinus inquired, gesturing towards the dagger. The stall owner, a diminutive wizard whose features were obscured, replied, 1,000 galleons. Quirinus shook his head in disbelief. Why not just steal it? Look at how rusted this blade has become. Observe the exquisite craftsmanship, the elegant lines, and the inscriptions on the blade. This is a product of the fairies and remarkably sharp, the stall owner retorted, demonstrating its sharpness by plunging it into the ground until the hilt disappeared. Quirinus raised an eyebrow, impressed. So sharp, you say? But I am merely a wizard, admiring this dagger as a collector's piece. What does its sharpness matter? I cannot wield it to harm others. The stall owner withdrew the dagger, hesitating before asking. What would you be willing to offer? 20 galleons, Quirinus replied, forming a peace sign with his fingers. What? No way. I painstakingly retrieved this from the Egyptian pyramids. 20? That is hardly enough for travel expenses. The stall owner nearly leapt in indignation. Quirinus felt a jolt of realization. If it truly hailed from the Egyptian pyramids, it could indeed be a remarkable artifact. It is well known that treasures from the pyramids are invaluable, with Gringotts headquarters located in Egypt, frequently sending adventurers and curse-breakers to explore its depths. Numerous private explorers and organizations abound. Ron's brother, Bill Weasley, serves as a curse-breaker in Egypt. You've been peddling here for quite some time. Has anyone inquired about this dagger? Quirinus mused, toying with the blade. This isn't the age of the strong devouring the weak. The era of Muggle knights has passed, and no one pays heed to swords and daggers anymore. The stall owner fell silent at this remark. Let's do this. Considering your difficulties, I genuinely desire to acquire this dagger. Let us settle on a round figure, say 100. If you agree, I will take it. If not, so be it. Quirinus set the dagger down and clapped his hands. Very well. 100. Hand over the money. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before nodding. Quirinus extracted a bag from his pocket, which transformed into a pocket of a lizard, reached inside, and produced a cloth pouch. Weighing it in his hand, he tossed it to the stall owner, precisely 100. He then picked up the dagger and began to leave. The stall owner accepted the pouch of coins without further concern for Quirinus, opened it to inspect, and, satisfied, stored it away. Continuing his stroll, Quirinus arrived at a corner of the square where a door stood ajar. Numerous individuals, cloaked and veiled, were entering and exiting. Curiosity piqued. Quirinus recalled that he had not noticed such a throng on his previous visit. He stepped inside. Though the entrance appeared modest, The interior was quite spacious. Directly opposite the door was a counter, behind which 3 attendants were stationed. To the left, there was another counter resembling a bar, adorned with tables for patrons to rest, serving beverages and coffee. The right wall was plastered with parchment. Unable to contain his curiosity, Quirinus approached the wall covered in parchment. It was divided into 3 sections. Quirinus first examined the section nearest the entrance. The parchments were of ordinary yellow-brown hue, seeking a Hebridean black dragon egg, 1,000 galleons. In search of a niffler, 200 galleons. Requesting a venomous tentacula, 1,000 galleons. Looking for a vanishing cabinet, 5,000 galleons. Seeking a pensive, 1,000 galleons. In search of a basilisk, 10,000 galleons. Requesting a basilisk fong, 200 galleons. Seeking the method to conquer death, 10,000 galleons. At the top, a string of zeros dazzled Quirinus, requesting a potion of immortality, 100,000 galleons. Quirinus could hardly believe it. Had he truly consumed 100,000 galleons in one gulp? It dawned on him that he had stumbled upon the Bounty Hunter's Hall. He had heard of this place, renowned for posting and accepting tasks. It was said that one could procure anything here, provided they had the coin. Even a contract to assassinate Dumbledore could be solicited. Moving to the central section, he discovered it was adorned with bounties, some issued by the British Ministry of Magic, others from foreign lands. However, claiming a bounty here incurred a service fee. Many dark wizards would never dare to approach the ministry for their reward, for it would be akin to lambs entering the lion's den. Thus, beneath these notices, many individuals lingered, predominantly dark wizards. Finally, he approached the leftmost section, which revealed an assassination list. Although the wizarding world had ostensibly enjoyed a semblance of peace in recent years, beneath the surface, conflicts of all kinds were ever present. This was a realm where power resided within oneself, and even in the Muggle world, the notion of wielding weapons and harboring murderous intent existed, let alone in the more primitive magical world. Kingsley Shacklebolt, 1,000 galleons. He is an elite auror from the Ministry of Magic, having personally apprehended countless dark wizards. Surprisingly, the name of Lucius Malfoy appears, with a bounty of 3,000 galleons. This individual, the patriarch of a pureblood family, has been assassinated, indicating he must have offended many. As competition in business can be ruthless, as the wealthiest in the magical realm, this price seems rather modest. Barty Crouch, 10,000 galleons. He serves as the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation within the British Ministry of Magic and is at odds with the Minister of Magic, making him a formidable rival. Quirinus strongly suspects that this bounty was placed by the current Minister of Magic. Numerous renowned figures from the magical community are listed as well. In recent years, there have been no reports of any celebrity being assassinated, suggesting that either the dark wizards fear the ministry or these individuals are not easily subdued. Quirinus glanced upward, where the name Albus Dumbledore prominently appeared. Chapter 33, Bounty Hunters. Albus Dumbledore, 100,000 galleons. My goodness, Quirinus exclaimed, not out of astonishment at the sum of 100,000 galleons, but rather at the audacity of placing Dumbledore on an assassination list. He found himself curious whether there existed any foolhardy souls willing to undertake this task, perhaps believing that sheer numbers and well-laid traps could suffice to eliminate Dumbledore. How absurd. A wizard of Dumbledore's caliber would require opponents of equal strength. Otherwise, no amount of lesser wizards would suffice to challenge him. Quirinus felt a stir of interest, not in the bounty itself, but in the profession of bounty hunter. Though he had served as a professor at Hogwarts for several years, including a tenure in Muggle studies before teaching defense against the dark arts, he possessed a modest fortune, yet could not afford to live off his means indefinitely. The vocation of bounty hunter seemed fitting, offering both financial opportunity and combat experience. However, he pondered the prerequisites for joining this line of work. Quirinus scanned the hall before approaching the counter directly facing the entrance, where a tall, slender wizard sat, wearing a white mask that concealed their gender. Sir, may I inquire if there are any commissions that require attention? Before Quirinus could respond, the wizard spoke first, revealing herself to be a witch. What are the requirements to undertake a commission from that list? Quirinus contemplated for a moment before asking. No requirements. Anyone can accept the commissions listed above. Though it is advisable to adopt a moniker for future reference as your alias, the witch replied. Very well, thank you. Quirinus expressed his gratitude and returned to scrutinizing the bounty board. The tasks posted on the board were extensive. Beneath the layers of parchment lay many more assignments. The tasks still available were either unclaimed or had been attempted and failed. Failure incurs a penalty, which is not steep, 10% of the commission amount. Serving as a guarantee for accepting the task, Quirinus meticulously perused the notices, and he even stumbled upon an enticing offer for the rescue of the Lestrange couple, imprisoned in the wizarding prison of Azkaban, with a reward of 20,000 galleons. Many Death Eaters had shown interest. However, the mere fact that these tasks remained unclaimed suggested that none had succeeded. The location of Azkaban was a closely guarded secret, accessible only through a key. And with its whereabouts unknown, the prospect of a rescue seemed utterly implausible. Among the tasks listed, one stood out as immediately achievable upon acceptance, yet he hesitated, pondering the potential butterfly effect of his decision. The Dark Lord's method of conquering death lingered in his thoughts. No, that was not quite right. He merely understood that Voldemort had achieved immortality through the ancient and sinister magic of Horcruxes. Yet, the process of creating a Horcrux eluded him, as he only knew that it required murder to split one's soul. But how to achieve that division remained shrouded in mystery. After some time, a particular bounty caught his eye, the acquisition of the Queen's crown, also offering a reward of 20,000 galleons. This audacious theft of the Queen's crown was quite the bold endeavor, although the current Queen was not as formidable as her predecessors. Obtaining such an item was far from straightforward. Yet, it was not impossible. A wizard's power could easily beguile a muggle. However, he pondered why this task had not been claimed. The reward was certainly enticing enough to attract a throng of desperate souls. Would it incite diplomatic strife? After all, even the Muggle Prime Minister was aware of the magical realm's existence, leaving little doubt that the Queen was also informed. Perhaps that was the sole reason. Moreover, the exorbitant reward implied an equally hefty security deposit. 2,000 galleons were not easily amassed. Still, it was not insurmountable if approached with caution. After a moment's deliberation, Quirinus tore down the notice. He approached the counter and presented the bounty to the witch from earlier. Upon examining it, she stated, to accept this task, a deposit of 2,000 galleons is required. Should you succeed and the item is authenticated here, the deposit will be fully refunded. Quirinus nodded and promptly paid the deposit. Though his heart ached at parting with such a sum, 2,000 galleons was a significant portion of his resources. What is your code name? The witch inquired. Bluebird, Quirinus replied. Very well, Mr. Bluebird, she said, wishing him success in his endeavor. Thank you. Quirinus nodded and departed the task hall. Throughout this time, Peeves had remained perched on Quirinus's shoulder, utterly still. Not lingering any longer, Quirinus exited Diagon Alley, intending to stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. Tom still owed him a butterbeer. On this visit to Diagon Alley, he felt somewhat disappointed that no ill-fated individuals had attempted to rob him. The dark wizard, previously under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, had been released after his memories were cleansed. After enjoying a butterbeer courtesy of Tom, Quirinus returned directly to Dorset. With a soft crack, Quirinus materialized in his yard. Entering his home, he spotted an owl perched on the coffee table before the fireplace, clutching a letter in its talons. It was a letter from Rosmerta. After retrieving the letter and offering the owl some jerky, he noticed it had not departed, clearly awaiting Quirinus's reply. You may return for now. I shall respond later. I have a messenger. With that, I turned to indicate the owl perched on my shoulder, Piss. The owl, tilting its head, regarded Piss for a moment before taking flight. Perhaps it was merely a figment of my imagination, but I sensed a hint of disdain in the owl's gaze. Owls are widely employed as messengers in the wizarding world, though some countries utilize other birds. For instance, ravens are used in France. Rosmerta's letter was unremarkable, merely sharing some mundane details. I held a certain fondness for Rosmerta, and I believed she harbored some affection for me as well, though it had yet to develop into anything resembling romance. For now, we maintained our correspondence. Perhaps one day it would evolve into something more. After composing my reply and entrusting it to Piss for delivery, I retrieved the dagger I had purchased in Nocturne Alley. The dagger was modest in size, its blade slender, roughly the length of an adult's palm. Inscribed upon the blade were several runes, some ancient, such as those in the language of the Nile. With my knowledge of archaic magic runes, I recognized only the words for sharp and durable. The others were likely unique to fairy culture. Ancient runes serve as carriers of ancient magic, and few possess the ability to wield them today. The lessons at Hogwarts merely covered recognizing and translating runes, offering scant guidance on their practical application. From this perspective, acquiring the dagger was not a loss. The combination of runes alone constituted a worthwhile gain, and I could only thank the vendor for their lack of discernment. I would decipher the runes later. For the moment, I needed to test the dagger's capabilities. I gathered some timber, and without surprise, I found 2 discarded cauldrons from my childhood potion-making endeavors. With a single strike, I effortlessly cleaved one in 2, and it could even cut through iron. Overall, I was quite pleased, though the rust on the blade was somewhat disconcerting. The cleaning charm made little difference against the rust. I would use it for now and purchase a rust remover on my next visit to Diagon Alley. I also used a transfiguration charm to create a sheath for the dagger, securing it to my belt. In the deep of night, after replenishing my energy, I slowly rose and employed the disillusionment charm within my room. When I reappeared, I found myself at the gates of Buckingham Palace. Chapter 34, Buckingham Palace. The palace at night was a magnificent sight, resembling a colossal beast crouched in the darkness. Guards stood sentinel at the entrance. I stood in the square before Buckingham Palace, cloaked in shadows, quietly observing this world-renowned edifice, where the Queen resided. However, I was unaware of her exact location within the palace, though this mattered little to a wizard. Casting a disillusionment charm upon myself, I retrieved my broomstick, and with a gentle push, ascended into the air, gliding leisurely into Buckingham Palace. The palace was a square fortress, encircled on all sides, with a vast courtyard in the center, where guards continued their vigil. Perched upon my broomstick, I surveyed Buckingham Palace, secretly pondering where the Queen might dwell. It should be located behind the castle. The sides are rather implausible, as they do not accord with the grandeur befitting the Empress, mused Quirinus while stroking his chin. With a press of his broomstick, Quirinus descended slowly to the rear of the castle, seeking the potential dwelling of the Empress, while the sentinels patrolled below. Buckingham Palace consists of merely 4 stories, with 2 of them being subordinate and relatively low, thus the Empress could not reside there. Hence, he directed his attention to the higher 2 levels. After meandering along the windows for a while, he found nothing. In a stroke of resolve, he simply opened a window and entered to explore. Quirinus accessed the 2nd floor through a comparatively large window. The sealed window was as inconsequential as air in the eyes of a wizard. As he gently landed, Quirinus stowed his broom and surveyed the room. Though it was night, the moonlight streamed through the window, allowing him to discern some details. The room was indeed spacious, with a grand long table positioned in the center, resembling a conference chamber. There were doors on either side, and after listening intently for a moment, he heard no sounds. He carefully opened one of the doors and stepped outside, treading lightly. He found the thick carpet muffled his footsteps almost entirely. It would be unwise to search blindly. First, he needed to locate someone to ascertain the whereabouts of the Empress's chamber. After a brief assessment, Quirinus entered a room on his left. Oh, it appeared to be the place where the Empress received her ministers. Exiting that room, he noticed a door that was more magnificent than the others, causing his heart to race. This must be it. Upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find it empty, save for a solitary piano. Was it possible that such an expansive room contained merely a single piano? Dismissing his disbelief, Quirinus continued his search, room by room, encountering not a soul. At the end of the corridor lay a vast banquet hall, adjacent to an enormous ballroom. The hallway was adorned with numerous artifacts, presumably antiques. But Quirinus felt no interest in them. He realized he had ventured into the administrative quarters. Somewhat disheartened, he acknowledged the castle's vastness. Nearly 1,000 rooms in total. This search could stretch into eternity. Continuing down the corridor, he came upon a connecting passage that linked the front of Buckingham Palace. Without hesitation, he turned and retraced his steps. The Empress was likely on the opposite side of the castle. Indeed, as he approached the left side of the castle, he found the corridor illuminated, and a maid approached him. Thankfully, he maintained his disillusionment charm. As Quirinus drew nearer to the maid, he flicked his wand, ensnaring her consciousness with a spell. Having discerned the location of the Empress's chamber, Quirinus wasted no time and proceeded directly to the door of the bedroom. Taking a deep breath, he pointed his wand, and the door swung open. The bedroom was expansive. Upon entry, he noted several sofas arranged within, the ceiling soaring high above. With a colossal bed positioned at the far end, Quirinus ceased his search, recalling the crown's design he had glimpsed while accepting the commission. With a flick of his wand, the crown soared into his grasp. A soft whistle pierced the air as an object flew out from within. Quirinus grasped it in his hand. The crown felt surprisingly light. Adorned primarily with elements of rose, thistle, and clover, its entire surface gleaming in silver. Without further inspection, Quirinus promptly stowed it away. Upon opening the door, he stepped outside. But as he secured the door to the Queen's chamber, an abrupt chill coursed through him, his hair standing on end and an oppressive sensation settling on his brow. With little time for contemplation, he flicked his wand, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped him entirely. Just as a glint of cold steel flashed towards him, a sword slicing through the air. With a soft thud, the barrier shattered, yet the sword hesitated momentarily. Seizing this fleeting moment, Quirinus sidestepped, narrowly evading the blade. The sword pursued him relentlessly, aiming directly for his heart. Quirinus, unable to turn in time, waved his wand behind him, conjuring obstacles. Yet the sword's wielder was undeterred, breaking through the barriers, although this action created distance between them. At that moment, Quirinus turned to face the assailant, who was clad in light armor reminiscent of medieval knights, wielding a cross-shaped sword and bearing a resolute expression. Quirinus felt a jarring disconnect. Was it possible? How could a mere muggle wield a sword capable of breaking his magic? Who are you? Quirinus inquired, his face a mask of skepticism and gravity. Humph. Wizard, Buckingham Palace is not a place for your kind to run rampant, the knight retorted with a scoff, twisting his sword and charging forward with a fierce strike aimed at Quirinus. Without hesitation, Quirinus raised his wand, casting his most proficient spell, a stunning charm. A beam of gray light shot forth, but the knight parried with his sword, dispersing the spell's energy and continuing his aggressive advance. Quirinus retreated while brandishing his wand. Casting a series of spells, all of which were deftly countered by the knight's sword. As the knight closed in, Quirinus pointed towards a suit of armor standing against the wall, initiating a transformation spell. The armor sprang to life, brandishing a sword to strike at the knight. Startled yet composed, the knight deflected the blow, then swiftly kicked the armor, shattering it into pieces with a resounding crash that echoed throughout the castle. I must leave at once. Who knows what chaos may ensue? The guards are surely on their way, Quirinus thought, already hearing the distant sounds of footsteps and shouts. Without a moment's delay, he darted into an adjacent room, intending to escape through the window. The knight pursued him, bellowing, "Do not flee." As the knight entered the room and saw Quirinus nearing the window, panic surged within him. He crouched slightly, roaring as his body transformed into a blur. His sword aimed directly at Quirinus. A charge? Is he mad? Quirinus gasped and sidestepped. The knight's sword slashed down, crashing into the wall with a thunderous roar, creating a large gaping hole, and without pause, he redirected his blade towards Quirinus. Seeing this, Quirinus disregarded restraint. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed a powerful spell aimed straight for the knight's chest. The knight stood firm, allowing the spell to strike him, his armor glowing with a protective rune as he continued his assault on Quirinus without impediment. Anti-magic armor? Quirinus's heart sank as he waved his wand once more, conjuring a blazing inferno. A colossal fireball surged towards the knight, who, realizing the futility of a direct confrontation, deftly slashed at it. With a resounding explosion, the fireball shattered. Yet the shockwave still propelled the knight backwards, crashing him against the wall on the opposite side. Shaking his head, the knight rose to his feet, evidently unscathed, save for a few singed strands of hair. Seizing the moment, Quirinus waved his wand, and the scattered rubble on the ground hurtled towards the knight, manifesting the spell of 1,000 arrows. The knight raised his hand to shield his head as the stones battered against his light armor, splintering upon impact. Taking advantage of the distraction, Quirinus leapt through the breach in the wall created by the knight, mounting his broom. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted a group of soldiers rushing into the recently contested chamber. Before he could exhale in relief, another massive fireball ascended from the ground, hurtling towards him. Startled, Quirinus rolled aside, muttering under his breath, There are more skilled adversaries. Chapter 35, More Skilled Adversaries. Quirinus felt a chill run down his spine, astonished to discover the presence of a sorcerer within Buckingham Palace. Or rather, the existence of a sorcerer seemed more plausible than that of the knight. Glancing down, he beheld a middle-aged man standing firm, wand in hand. Before Quirinus could make a move, soldiers from the second floor raised their rifles and opened fire. Quirinus swiftly cast the iron armor spell, enveloping himself in a protective shield as bullets ricocheted off, creating ripples across the surface. The sorcerer on the ground, undeterred, unleashed another formidable fireball. Without hesitation, Quirinus yanked on his broom, evading the fiery projectile, his body leaning forward as he pressed down on the broom, intending to soar away. However, the sorcerer, seeing this, waved his wand in a sweeping arc above his head, conjuring a mighty whirlwind that encircled Quirinus, rendering his broom nearly immobile. The force of the tempest threatened to carry him away if he did not hold on tightly. The gusts whipped Quirinus's robe, gradually forcing him downwards. Cursing under his breath, Quirinus pressed down on his broom, descending to the ground. Once grounded, Quirinus stowed away his broom, letting his wand droop at his side as he regarded the sorcerer with gravity. "Who are you?" "It is surprising to find a sorcerer within the Muggle royal court," he inquired. "I am the royal sorcerer of the British Empire," the sorcerer replied, arms crossed before him, offering no further motion. "And you, what brings you to the palace?" At that moment, the knight approached the edge of the breach, leaping down to stand beside the sorcerer, his voice laced with fury. "You wretched thief! I shall see where you run." The soldiers arrived, encircling Quirinus from all directions, rifles raised and ready. Quirinus spoke slowly. "I had not anticipated such hidden prowess within Buckingham Palace. I merely wished to admire its majesty. Do you believe that yourself? Once I capture you, your true intentions shall be revealed." The knight scoffed, gesturing for the surrounding soldiers to withdraw. Stepping forward, the knight tightened his grip on his long sword, bending his knees slightly before launching himself off the ground, leaving 2 shallow impressions. In an instant, he closed the 30-foot gap, his sword aimed directly at Quirinus. The sorcerer in the rear tightened his grip on his wand. Quirinus had long been on high alert. The moment the knight launched his charge, 3 formidable barriers materialized before him. 1, 2, 3. The knight's onslaught was relentless, yet the trio of obstacles was swiftly breached, significantly diminishing the force of his advance. Nevertheless, the long sword still aimed straight for Quirinus's throat. Remaining composed in the face of danger, Quirinus unleashed a long-prepared repulsion spell. The surge of magical energy cascaded forth like a torrential flood, a robust beam of spell light striking the knight's chest. The runes on his light armor flickered briefly before extinguishing, and the knight was propelled backward, crashing through the castle wall behind him, creating a substantial breach. The impact of the repulsion spell was formidable, its direct damage far exceeding that of a fainting spell. It was evident that, with sufficient magical output, even simple incantations could wield remarkable power. Before Quirinus could catch his breath, a blinding red light streaked toward him, trailing the retreating knight. With a flick of his wand, Quirinus focused the ironclad spell at the tip of his staff, attempting to deflect the incoming magic. However, the wand felt unexpectedly heavy in his grasp, forcing him to barely redirect it aside, resulting in a spell light that exploded into the ground, creating a fist-sized crater. The shattered stones were not to be wasted. A barrage of projectiles was unleashed, scattering the wizard's fireball. In quick succession, Quirinus waved his wand, causing several bricks from the ground to rise and transform mid-air into colossal wolves that lunged at the wizard. The wizard, undeterred, cast a shattering spell, obliterating the brick wolves into dust, which enveloped the area in a cloud of debris. At that moment, the knight, roaring with fury, charged through the broken wall. Before he could locate Quirinus, a massive torrent of water surged forward, forcing the knight to choke on the deluge as it swept him violently against the wall. The water enveloped him, forming a swirling water prison, a manifestation of the water cage spell. This spell instantaneously condensed a significant volume of water, creating an aquatic confinement. As the water prison spun, the ensnared knight became disoriented and struggled to breathe, risking asphyxiation over time, not to mention the formidable pressure of the water itself. Just then, a fierce wind arose as the wizard dispersed the dust. Upon seeing the water prison, he instinctively prepared to rescue the knight, but was abruptly halted by the sound of a blade clashing. A rusted dagger hovered before him, suspended in midair. Quirinus raised his left hand, controlling the water prison. He advanced with measured steps and remarked, "My dagger may not necessarily harm you." Casting a glance at the knight thrashing helplessly within the water prison, the wizard hesitated, surveying the chaotic scene of the square before conceding with a nod, "You may go." Quirinus exhaled with relief, loosening his grip as the water prison shattered. The knight fell to the ground, gasping for breath, violently expelling water while struggling to regain his composure. Quirinus sheathed the dagger and produced a broom, mounting it and ascending slowly into the air, remaining vigilant of both the wizard and the knight. As the knight watched Quirinus rise, he stood up and called out, "Wait." Quirinus braced himself, wary of a potential confrontation. "What is your name? I must know who has bested me," the knight solemnly inquired. Quirinus merely waved his broom, departing into the sky while uttering two words, "Bluebird." As I gazed at the receding figure of Quirinus, I called out loudly, "I am Lavanda, Knight of the Royal Order of the British Empire, a Round Table Knight. Next time, I shall surely defeat you." Alas, he had moved far enough away that my words were lost to him. The wizard shook his head and remarked, "Bluebird." As the knight muttered, "Humph, defeated this time, but next time I shall reclaim the honor of the Round Table Knights." With a disdainful snort, the knight turned and strode into the castle. The wizard, shaking his head, waved his wand, and as if time reversed, the shattered walls and the ground began to mend themselves. In a short while, the castle appeared as it had before, undisturbed. Quirinus sped away on his flying broom, finally stopping atop a building after a considerable distance. He stowed his broom and gazed wistfully at Buckingham Palace, reflecting, "I never anticipated that such hidden talents resided within Buckingham Palace. A mere muggle knight was able to throw me into disarray. Had that wizard arrived a moment sooner. Trapped within the castle, I doubt I could have extricated myself so easily. In the end, it was merely luck that favored me. The water prison spell was instrumental in my victory. I should have foreseen that in this world of extraordinary phenomena, one of the oldest dynasties could not possibly possess only overt power. After all, the legends of the great mage Merlin and King Arthur still endure. Though wizards do not believe in deities, they continue to speak of Merlin. The highest honor in the wizarding world is the Sir Merlin's first-class medal. As a royal closely associated with Merlin, it is impossible that there would be no trace of magic. Evidently, the legacy of Merlin still thrives within the court, albeit without engaging in the conflicts of the wizarding realm. Once my magical energy and vitality had settled, Quirinus turned and disapparated away. It was not that he could not have used disapparation earlier. Rather, it was impossible to employ it amidst battle. During combat, one's vitality surged, and magical energy boiled. Disapparation requires resolve, a clear target, and composure, qualities that necessitate a calm state of magical energy. In the heat of battle, one's thoughts race, and resolve becomes difficult to master, making disapparation challenging to execute. To achieve disapparation in combat demands exceptional magical prowess and high proficiency, qualities that Quirinus had yet to attain. Chapter 36. The Wind Chaser. Upon returning to his home in Dorset, Quirinus lay upon his bed, reflecting on the night's battle. He lamented the lack of core spell output, which left him somewhat constrained during the fight. Ultimately, it was the fortunate and timely application of the water prison spell that secured his victory. This was further augmented by the gifts bestowed by Voldemort, which enhanced his magical energy, including its reserves, quality, output, and efficiency. The improvements in magical output and quality heightened the strength of his spells, while the enhancements in reserves and efficiency extended his endurance. Although wizards rarely concern themselves with the depletion of magical energy, this is primarily applicable to the ordinary usage of regular wizards, whose efficiency is woefully low, casting only a handful of spells in a day. Their command of simple spells does not recover or grow quickly enough. Moreover, high-intensity spellcasting is not something an ordinary person can easily accomplish. The gift bestowed by Voldemort awakened the dormant magic within, transforming the previously stagnant energies into a vibrant force. Only when this magical reservoir was enriched could a surge of power be unleashed. Although magic naturally accumulates over time, there exist exceptionally gifted wizards who enhance their magical prowess through various means, allowing them to wield extraordinary power at a young age. Consequently, their magic remains remarkably active. In the absence of a fundamental technique akin to the cultivation of inner strength found in novels from previous lives, one must engage in extensive and continuous practice and study to keep the magic alive and growing stronger. Esteemed wizards like Dumbledore undoubtedly possess exceptional talent. Yet their dedication far surpasses that of the average individual. A comprehensive enhancement of magical capabilities is essential at critical moments. A powerful outpouring of magic is necessary to perform grand spells, such as the Aquamini, which serves as a foundation for the water prison charm. While invigorating, this process places immense strain on both body and mind. Should one wish to cast this spell again in the future, it must undergo some refinement and optimization. For its original design was merely intended for watering, and the natural channels for magic are limited, forcing its execution bears too great a burden. The following day at noon, Quirinus, having enjoyed lunch prepared by the house elf Dodo, apparat to Nocturne Alley. Entering the bounty hall, he approached the task counter and placed the queen's crown before the clerk, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. "Mr. Bluebird, you truly succeeded," exclaimed the witch, visibly astonished. Quirinus had donned a cerulean mask, intricately designed to resemble a hawk, which he had conjured using transfiguration. Nonetheless, the witch recognized him, as he was the only one to have undertaken this task recently, and she was surprised by his swift completion. Quirinus offered little in response. The witch continued, "Please hold on a moment. We need to perform an appraisal." He nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the back, similarly cloaked, who examined the crown for a moment, prodding it with a wand before nodding to the witch and retreating inside. The witch accepted the crown and stored it away, then retrieved a small cloth pouch from beneath the counter. "Mr. Bluebird, your item has been appraised and is indeed what was required for the task. Here is your reward, along with the guarantee deposit you previously submitted, from which a 30% intermediary fee has been deducted. Please take care of it." While a 30% fee may seem steep, the value of this platform is paramount. Quirinus nodded, remaining silent as he accepted the pouch and turned to exit. Behind him, in the bar, all eyes were fixed on Quirinus, whispers of intrigue and envy swirling around. A hint of greed flickered in their gazes. For a task worth 20,000 galleons was exceedingly tempting yet undeniably challenging, with rewards exceeding 10,000 galleons marking a significant threshold. None among them could accomplish a bounty exceeding 10,000 alone. Quirinus paid no heed to their stares. Those bold enough to approach could try their luck, for he had yet to fully relish the thrill of the previous night's battle. Exiting Nocturne Alley, he found no one trailing him. Having procured a bottle of rust remover from Diagon Alley, he returned home. Upon arrival, he immersed the dagger in the rust-removing solution. Bubbles began to rise, and after approximately 10 minutes, he retrieved the dagger. With a snap of his fingers, Quirinus restored it to pristine condition. The froth dissipated, taking with it the dagger's mottled rust. At last, the dagger lay before Quirinus in its entirety. The blade possessed an antique charm, its edge smooth and even, sharpened on both sides, resembling a short sword, albeit shorter and more slender. Not a single scratch or blemish marred its surface. 6 inscriptions intertwined harmoniously. It fit comfortably in his hand, and even if it served no practical purpose, it would make a fine piece for idle admiration. With a playful spirit ignited, Quirinus began to wield the dagger, slicing through the air with swift motions. Who among us has not harbored dreams of martial prowess in our youth? Hand me a straight branch, and I would vanquish all the wild grasses within a 5-mile radius. In the midst of his flourishes, Quirinus appeared to unearth something extraordinary. The dagger moved effortlessly, devoid of any resistance. It glided through the air as though parting the very atmosphere, producing not even a whisper. In contrast, even a slight movement of a wand-like stick would create a distinct sound of rushing wind. As Quirinus contemplated the dagger, his heart raced with excitement. Drawing a deep breath, he swung the dagger in his right hand, whispering a spell in his mind, "Cleanse the whirlwind." A gentle breeze arose, sweeping through every corner of the living room, stirring his garments and igniting his fervent spirit. The motion was fluid and unencumbered, an astonishing feat considering he had only recently begun to master wandless magic, and had yet to achieve proficiency in silent spellcasting. Indeed, this dagger surpassed any wand, offering a seamless and unhindered flow of magical energy while effortlessly eliminating air resistance. Quirinus was overjoyed, having initially sought a dagger to complement his levitation and movement spells, only to stumble upon a remarkable treasure worth 100 galleons, an unexpected windfall. In a fit of exhilaration, he unconsciously summoned magic, swinging the dagger without incantation. A surge of energy poured into the blade, coalescing at its tip. As the dagger glided, a pale azure crescent of light shot forth, slicing through the sofa before continuing to carve a path along the wall. Startled, Quirinus leapt to inspect the damage. He discovered a faint crack in the center of the sofa. A gentle push revealed it had split cleanly in two, the edges smooth and unblemished. Turning to the wall, he noted a slender, straight fissure extending outward. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently manifested a wind blade. Quirinus was overwhelmed with delight. This dagger was truly a priceless treasure. Its spellcasting ability alone would elevate his prowess significantly, not to mention the formidable wind blade it granted him, an unparalleled weapon of great lethality. Sheathing the dagger, he gazed at its compact form in his palm and softly declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as the Wind Chaser." The Sword of the Wind Chaser. Uncertain, how does it compare to Snape's shadowy precision? Perhaps an opportunity to engage? Chapter 37, Manuscript. In the days that followed, Quirinus spent most of his time sequestered at home, practicing magic and penning his writings. He gradually became adept at wandless magic. Focusing more on mastering the Sword of the Wind Rider, Quirinus had developed an affection for this exquisite blade, having cast aside his wand. Of course, treasures should not be displayed lightly. One must reserve their trump cards for crucial moments. Quirinus stumbled upon a fine piece of rosewood in Diagon Alley and fashioned a new sheath for the Wind Rider, which he wore at his side. During his leisure, he delved into the ancient magical texts that Professor Quirrell had left untouched for many years. Ancient runes serve as the vessels of archaic magic. One cannot study magic without grappling with these enigmatic inscriptions, which are indeed exceedingly complex. Throughout this period of research, by comparing the runes on the Wind Rider, he confirmed his interpretations of the runes pertaining to sharpness and resilience, barely managing to deduce that one rune had a connection to the wind. However, he did begin to formulate some ideas regarding the optimization of the Clearwater rune. Occasionally, he took time to moonlight as a bounty hunter. The bounty tasks varied widely, from gathering materials to brewing a pot of living hellfire potion, magical vitality elixirs, truth serums, and procuring creatures such as the eight-eyed giant spider or the Naga snake. Despite Hogwarts being accessible to nearly all in the wizarding community, potion making remains a core discipline. However, few graduates can brew potions independently, let alone advanced ones. Moreover, not all wizards attend Hogwarts. Many are nurtured through familial lineage and apprenticeship. A significant portion of dark wizards falls into this latter category. Though they may possess one or two secret techniques, they often lack the breadth of knowledge that Hogwarts graduates acquire, who are typically well-versed in multiple disciplines. Quirinus, a distinguished Ravenclaw graduate, was a bona fide scholar, having been taught by Professor Slughorn, a renowned master of potions in the British wizarding world. As October arrived, Hogwarts had been in session for over a month. Quirinus appeared in Professor McGonagall's office fireplace, enveloped in emerald flames. Once the flames subsided, he brushed off the dust from his robes and addressed Professor McGonagall, who sat behind her desk. Powder travel is splendid for reaching any destination, but the dust is rather excessive. It has been a while, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, with a warm smile, invited Quirinus to sit and poured him a cup of coffee, saying, "It hasn't been too long. I received your letter about requesting to open a fireplace to visit Professor Dumbledore. Is there something you wish to discuss? You may share your concerns with me. I might be able to assist. It's nothing of great consequence. Merely that I informed Professor Dumbledore of my intention to write a book, and he suggested that I show it to him once completed, so he could help me contact a publisher." Quirinus replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, I was unaware of this. What is the subject of your book? May I have a look?" Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat astonished. "Of course, it would be my honor. Please, Professor McGonagall, offer your insights," Quirinus said as he retrieved the bound manuscript from his pocket and handed it to her. "Call me Minerva, Quirinus." She had expressed this sentiment numerous times. Professor McGonagall, displaying a hint of displeasure, extended her hand to receive the manuscript, perusing its contents. "Very well, Minerva," Quirinus relented, embracing local customs. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. As she turned the pages, her expression shifted from eager enthusiasm to a grave demeanor laced with surprise. Quirinus remained patient, allowing her to read intently. After a considerable interval, McGonagall finally lifted her gaze, admiration flickering in her eyes as she regarded Quirinus, exclaiming with excitement, "Quirinus, this is truly a remarkable book. The ideas and perspectives within are astonishing. My goodness, I must inform Dumbledore. Oh, right. You came to see Dumbledore today. Let us hurry along. I am eager to hear his thoughts. With that, she clasped the manuscript, rose hastily, and began to depart. Quirinus followed suit, bemused by McGonagall's animated demeanor. I never anticipated that you could compose such a work at such a young age. I am certain that upon publication, it will evoke a tremendous response worldwide. You flatter me, Minerva. These are merely some rather immature ideas, Quirinus replied modestly. Oh dear, Quirinus, you are far too humble. Your name will undoubtedly be etched in the annals of magical history. McGonagall continued to express her admiration, leaving Quirinus feeling somewhat bashful. As they traversed the halls, numerous students greeted Quirinus warmly, while McGonagall remained entirely absorbed in the manuscript's contents, oblivious to the students' salutations. Upon reaching the 8th floor of the castle, just as the water dragon statue leapt aside, McGonagall smacked her forehead, realizing she ought to summon Filius and the others to take a look. With a flick of her wand, a shimmering white light materialized into a small white kitten that swiftly scampered down the stairs. She then led Quirinus directly to the headmaster's office, bypassing the customary knock and simply pushing the door open. Dumbledore, who had been amusing himself with Fawkes, was startled by the sudden commotion. Observing the flustered McGonagall and the bemused Quirinus trailing behind her, he approached, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, Minerva, what is the matter? Has something occurred? Nothing of consequence. It is Quirinus. He has brought the book he wrote and wishes to share it with you, McGonagall replied, taking a deep breath. Oh, Quirinus, you have completed it. I can hardly wait to see it, Dumbledore exclaimed, glancing at the manuscript in McGonagall's arms before turning to Quirinus with surprise. He then extended his hand towards McGonagall, eager to receive the manuscript. I have already notified Filius, Pomona, and, Severus. They will join us shortly, McGonagall said. Disregarding Dumbledore's outstretched hand as she strode toward the desk, seated herself, and firmly placed the manuscript down, pressing her hand atop it. Dumbledore, unperturbed, withdrew his hand and turned to Quirinus with a warm smile, saying, Quirinus, it has been quite some time. It seems your book has taken Minerva by surprise. He gestured invitingly, adding, Please, take a seat. Quirinus, somewhat amused yet compliant, settled into a chair. After Dumbledore took his seat, he retrieved his treasured collection of cockroach clusters from beneath the cabinet, presenting them to Professor McGonagall and Quirrell with an air of pride. Would you care for a piece? I just purchased them from the Honeyduke's candy shop a couple of days ago. Upon gazing at the vividly lifelike cockroach confections, Professor McGonagall expressed her distaste, saying, Albus, I shudder to think who, apart from you, would be inclined to purchase such a thing. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore, Quirrell chimed in, and too much sweetness is hardly advisable. Not only are these cockroach clusters excessively sugary, but they are also quite repulsive to behold. Oh, Quirrell, I am a centenarian. My years are limited. One cannot impose too many restrictions upon a man of my age. Besides, biting into these clusters releases a delightful burst of sweetness, a rare indulgence. Their antennae even dance within one's mouth. How amusing, Dumbledore remarked with a glum expression. Professor McGonagall's countenance darkened, her lips pressed tightly together, revealing her discomfort. Quirrell could hardly doubt that had this individual not been Dumbledore, McGonagall would have swiftly drawn her wand to silence him. Chapter 38, Gathering Together. The trio engaged in a somewhat desultory conversation. Evidently, Dumbledore and McGonagall's minds were elsewhere. Although Quirrell had previously discussed the book with Dumbledore, the latter still harbored great expectations. This could potentially be a tome that transforms the wizarding community. Before long, Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape arrived. Quirrell stood to greet them. Snape wore an expression reminiscent of one who feels owed money, glaring menacingly at Quirrell, his teeth grinding audibly, as though they might shatter. Harry Potter's inexplicable gaze during class always left him uneasy, and despite his relentless efforts to deduct points and target Harry in class, it proved futile. Upon seeing Quirrell, Professors Flitwick and Sprout embraced him with enthusiasm. Thank you so much, Quirrell. The seeds you sent me have been planted. They are exceptionally rare, Sprout exclaimed, patting Quirrell on the back. You are too kind, Professor Sprout. They are of little use in my hands, Quirrell replied. Having encountered numerous rare herbs during his bounty tasks, better to entrust them to Sprout. Oh my, Minerva hurriedly summoned me to the headmaster's office. I feared something was amiss. I see you have returned. Have you decided to resume your position as a professor? Flitwick said, excitement evident as he patted Quirrell's arm. I have no immediate plans for that, and besides, Professor Dumbledore has already appointed someone else. There's no place for me, Flitwick. I have authored a book, which I intend to present to Headmaster Dumbledore, Quirrell replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Flitwick's exuberance. Flitwick's enthusiasm dimmed, his tone turning somber. How could that fellow possibly compare to you? I truly cannot fathom Dumbledore's reasoning in appointing him as the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly said, All right, everyone is here, please take a seat. With a wave of his hand, 4 chairs materialized out of thin air. Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and remarked, "Minerva, perhaps you could show us the manuscript now?" Professor McGonagall then removed her hand from atop the manuscript, and with a flick of her wand, duplicated it, instantly producing several identical copies that appeared on the table. Each person received a copy and began to read intently. Silence enveloped the room, the only sound being the rustling of pages. While even the portraits of former headmasters seemed eager to peer out of their frames for a glimpse of the proceedings. Feeling bored in solitude, Quirrell rose and approached a corner, gazing at Fawkes, the phoenix, dozing upon a golden branch. Enchanted by the bird's resplendent plumage, Quirrell felt an irresistible urge to stroke its feathers. He contemplated this impulse and ultimately acted upon it. As Quirrell reached out, just as his fingers were about to brush against Fawkes, the phoenix's eyes snapped open, and its sharp beak lunged towards him, prompting Quirrell to hastily withdraw his hand. Chirp! Fawkes flapped his wings and cast a discontented glance at Quirrell. Fawkes is a bit shy. He does not allow anyone else to touch him besides me, Dumbledore remarked with a chuckle, lifting his gaze. Chirp! Fawkes shot a reproachful look at Dumbledore as well. All right, such a miser, Quirrell replied nonchalantly, retracting his hand and continuing to explore the headmaster's office. After a considerable period, a long sigh escaped, followed by Flitwick's somewhat excited voice. Quirrell, this is truly remarkable. I have long believed you would become a great wizard, and the emergence of this book confirms my thoughts. The others lifted their heads, their gazes towards Quirrell filled with reverence. Quirrell, you have indeed refined your theories. It is impressive, Dumbledore expressed with admiration. This is merely a preliminary step. I feel there is still much yet to be discovered, Quirrell replied, remaining standing. The magical theory you mentioned in your book has greatly inspired me. Historically, we have conducted no research into magic. Your ideas will change the world, Professor Sprout praised. Snape remained silent, his complex gaze fixed on Quirrell. In your book, you mentioned that our wizarding community has long fallen into a misconception, prioritizing spells over principles. The spells represent the craft, while the principles pertain to the cultivation of magic. You argued that we lack a fundamental law of magic. What, then, is this fundamental law? Professor McGonagall inquired, her expression grave as she regarded Quirrell. Instantly, everyone perked up, including Dumbledore, whose eyes glimmered with anticipation. Quirrell had shared his thoughts on the fundamental law of magic with Dumbledore and had contemplated it himself, possessing some insights. Yet he was eager to hear Quirrell's interpretation. Upon hearing the question, Quirrell paced a few steps in the headmaster's office and began to speak slowly. The fundamental law of magic is the method of magical cultivation, a means to allow magic to flow and thrive perpetually. In a prior conversation with the headmaster and Professor Snape, I mentioned, as noted in the texts, that magic resembles water. Stagnant water is prone to accumulate dirt and foster disease, and magic, too, can lose its vitality when left to stagnate over time. To avert such a predicament, one must allow magic to flow, akin to running water, which remains unspoiled, while a door hinge that does not move becomes corroded. Upon hearing this, both Dumbledore and Snape nodded, though Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout exchanged glances that hinted at their disapproval. This discussion had occurred when Quirinus was preparing to depart from Hogwarts. Dumbledore felt somewhat exasperated, sensing that the gazes of the three were as if they intended to devour him. Dumbledore then spoke earnestly. Regarding this matter, I wish to provide a testament for Quirinus. For us wizards, magic is akin to our limbs. Typically, we do not sense any abnormalities, and the majority remain oblivious to any irregularities in magic. Yet, I possess a modicum of talent that enhances my perception of magic, and I believe Quirinus shares a similar gift, enabling him to discern issues. As he spoke, Dumbledore cast a profound look towards Quirinus. Quirinus nodded and remarked, since vanquishing Voldemort, I have felt as though I have shed an immense burden, and my awareness of magic has heightened. However, I had pondered this issue prior to that. Dumbledore continued, I too have noticed certain anomalies, yet I did not regard them with sufficient seriousness until I heard Quirinus's words. Upon introspection, I earnestly attuned to my body and my magic, and indeed, I found that there was a considerable accumulation of magic that was difficult to mobilize. I consulted several old friends, who, at my request, examined the situation and corroborated my findings. Moreover, this condition becomes increasingly pronounced with age. But how to resolve this dilemma? Dumbledore's expression turned contemplative. Chapter 39, The Legend. Dumbledore's remarks plunged those present into deep reflection, and they turned their attention to Quirinus, eager to hear the thoughts of the initiator concerning the fundamental laws of magic. I do not yet possess a specific method, but I have some ideas, Quirinus began slowly. To understand the fundamental laws of magic, we must comprehend how magic operates, where it originates, through what channels it flows, and ultimately, where it leads. We know that magic is a power of the mind. Many spells require intense emotion or unwavering will to be cast. If you believe, magic can indeed manifest miracles, At this juncture, Quirinus paused, surveying the group, who nodded in agreement. Snape softly uttered a single word. Heart? Yes, yet not entirely, Quirinus replied. Magic is a force of the heart, but it does not stem from the conventional notion of the heart. Rather, he continued, lightly tapping his head, it arises from the brain. Emotions and will are products of the mind. In the ancient Eastern philosophies, the brain is regarded as the gathering place of essence and divinity, the center from which mental activities are produced and governed. The brain is also referred to as the abode of the true spirit, where the soul resides. As the crowd nodded in contemplative agreement, Dumbledore smiled approvingly. Magic is born within the mind, and, when we wield it, traverses a mysterious conduit through our arms to reach our wands, culminating in the manifestation of spells. What is this conduit? Blood vessels? Muscles? I believe not, rather. It is an elusive passage, imperceptible to the naked eye, known in the East as meridians. Thus, to establish the fundamental laws of magic, one must acknowledge the existence of these meridians. Meridians? The crowd appeared momentarily bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Dumbledore, however, expressed admiration. Quirinus, you must have devoted considerable effort to pen this book. That distant Eastern nation harbors a truly magnificent civilization. Indeed, I am inclined to visit the East someday. I have a premonition that the fundamental laws of magic lie within that great nation. Quirinus nodded wistfully, reminiscing about his homeland in dreams. Presently, without the fundamental laws of magic, our course of action is to extensively practice magic, which will enhance our proficiency in spellcasting while also stimulating our magical energy, incrementally unlocking its potential. Some of our prescient ancestors may have recognized this issue, yet found themselves at a loss, having already imparted their methods to us. Quirinus continued. Are you referring to silent casting and wandless magic? Professor Flitwick inquired. Indeed, Quirinus affirmed. In the wizarding world, silent casting, wandless magic, and the combination of both are techniques reserved for elite wizards, each more challenging than the last, particularly the silent and wandless variety, which only a select few can master. They are invariably powerful sorcerers. As he spoke, Quirinus regarded Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout, while Snape, seemingly struck by the revelation, let out a cold huff, though the other professors smiled amiably. Thus, silent casting, wandless magic, and the silent wandless technique are not merely methods of spellcasting. They serve as indicators of a wizard's prowess and as exercises to cultivate magical energy, which could be said to inherently function as a means of honing one's magical abilities, albeit in a somewhat rudimentary manner, Quirinus remarked, noting that he had not included this in his book. When practicing silent casting, wandless magic, and the silent wandless technique, the magical energy summoned is more abundant and dynamic than that required for mere spellcasting. Indeed, during our previous practices, silent casting was manageable, whereas wandless magic proved exceedingly challenging, with the flow of magical energy being sluggish, necessitating greater focus and a more substantial reservoir of magic, Sprout added. Quirinus, what are your thoughts on the seventh tier? That is, the path beyond silent and wandless magic? Professor McGonagall inquired with anticipation. The other professors also regarded Quirinus with keen interest. The seventh tier, theoretically akin to Dumbledore's level, is a coveted aspiration for any aspiring sorcerer. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's question, Quirinus turned to Dumbledore with a wry smile, saying, I merely speculate about the existence of the seventh tier. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore surpasses all the esteemed professors here. However, I possess no concrete ideas on how to elevate oneself to the headmaster's caliber. That is a matter best posed to the headmaster himself. Dumbledore was taken aback, not anticipating the sudden turn of events. However, upon observing the keen gazes of his old colleagues, he pondered for a moment and spoke. In truth, I cannot say for certain. From a young age, I possessed a strength far surpassing my peers and even my seniors, coupled with an unwavering diligence. I devoted myself to the study of magic, practicing spells tirelessly. One day, when I regained my awareness, I realized I had already forged ahead significantly. For a time, I believed myself to be the chosen one, destined to be invincible, and that it was my responsibility to rectify the myriad ills within the wizarding world. The others exchanged glances but refrained from interjecting. I formed deep friendships, and we intended to join forces to transform the wizarding realm, restoring its former glory. Yet, for the greater good, I felt that the vast expanse of the outside world was my true home. However, a profoundly painful and indelible event transpired, compelling me to abandon that reckless notion. Dumbledore's gaze grew distant, immersed in long-forgotten memories, as a glimmer of moisture escaped the corner of his eye. The assembly was taken aback, surprised that Dumbledore had suddenly recounted tales from his youth. Thank you for indulging an old man in reminiscing about the past. Now, let us hear your thoughts, Quirinus, Dumbledore said, wiping his eye. I am still contemplating, Quirinus replied. Before reaching that pinnacle, all musings are but illusions. Yet, with Dumbledore's example before us, there remains a path ahead. We need only to explore, and learn through trial and error, and we shall inevitably discover the right course. Well said, Quirinus. The journey is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below, Dumbledore remarked in Mandarin, winking at Quirinus. These words were shared with me by a friend from a faraway, mysterious ancient land. Oh, I didn't realize the headmaster was proficient in Chinese, Quirinus expressed with surprise. Whenever you wish to visit that land, remember to seek me out. I shall pen you a letter of introduction, Dumbledore said with a hint of pride. Quirinus thanked Dumbledore and continued, I previously discussed with the headmaster the categorization of magical power. However, I find the labels of 1, 2, 3, and 4 rather unsatisfactory and wish to devise alternative names for them in the book. Ah, of course, this notion originated with you, the others remarked dismissively. Regarding the 1st through 4th tiers, I propose no significant alterations. The 4th tier represents the realm of Aurors and select elite wizards, capable of performing silent spells, whom I shall designate as elite wizards. The 5th tier pertains to elite Aurors adept at wandless magic, referred to as high-level wizards, akin to Professor Snape. The 6th tier encompasses those endowed with tremendous magical prowess, capable of silent and wandless spells, such as Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout, whom I shall call great wizards. Quirinus, filled with enthusiasm, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of classifying wizards and personally designing these titles. In truth, Severus is quite formidable, Dumbledore began, yet was abruptly interrupted by Snape's piercing gaze. Ah, very well then. What of the 7th tier? How would you designate it? Dumbledore shrugged. Let us call the 7th tier legendary. Quirinus replied, his eyes sparkling with imagination. Chapter 40, The Response. Legendary Wizards. The title seemed to possess an enchanting quality, causing a few to pause momentarily, deep in contemplation, before raising their gazes towards Dumbledore, all nodding in agreement. Legendary, indeed. Perhaps this was a tad ostentatious. Yet Dumbledore appeared somewhat hesitant. I believe it is entirely fitting. Only a legend is worthy of the 7th tier, and only by sharing the same echelon as you can one rightfully be deemed a legend, Professor McGonagall countered. Quirinus also chimed in. Headmaster, you have vanquished 2 generations of Dark Lords, the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. It is entirely appropriate to call you legendary. After a brief pause, Quirinus continued, and then there's Voldemort, though I harbor a deep disdain for him. I must concede that his magical prowess and life experiences are indeed sufficient for him to be considered legendary. At this, Snape's expression hardened, hesitatingly uttering, Do you really intend to include him in your book? Certainly, for fairness and impartiality must prevail in any hierarchy. One cannot dismiss his capabilities merely due to his malevolence. Quirinus affirmed. It must be so. Only through fairness and justice can we gain the trust of all. Dumbledore concurred, adding, Tom's strength is formidable. I may not even stand a chance against him. Albus, who does not know? You are the only one Voldemort fears, Professor Flitwick interjected, dissenting. You've even claimed you cannot best Snape, Quirinus remarked with a smirk. Snape, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Dumbledore replied slowly. Professor Snape is indeed an exceptional and powerful wizard, by your definition. He is a high-level sorcerer and a renowned potions master. There are many aspects in which I fall short of him. Snape subtly puffed out his chest. Yet the thoughts of those present were clearly not focused on him. Now, does anyone have further thoughts regarding Quirinus's book? Dumbledore inquired earnestly. I find it splendid. It should be published at once, Professor Flitwick exclaimed enthusiastically. Witnessing the remarkable achievements of his favored pupil filled him with immense satisfaction, as he eagerly anticipated sharing the book with the world. I concur, it is indeed excellent, Professor McGonagall chimed in with a smile. Professor Sprout, a plump witch, beamed warmly. Of course, this is a magnificent book, and I can hardly wait for its release. We shall assist in promoting it. I shall reach out to the publisher for you. Quirinus, Dumbledore remarked as he gently tapped the manuscript in his hands, smiling. Thank you ever so much, Headmaster Dumbledore, and to all the professors, Quirinus expressed his gratitude. One more thing, what is the title of your book? Dumbledore raised the manuscript in his hand, inquiring of Quirinus. It shall be titled On the Origins of Wizards, a brief analysis of magic. Quirinus reflected for a moment before responding. Once published, with endorsements from the 5 esteemed heads of Hogwarts, the book ignited a fervent response within the British wizarding community. Discussions about the book echoed through the streets, particularly not regarding the 4 elemental aspects of magic or the silent wandless casting techniques, but rather the wizarding tier system. With esteemed wizards such as Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall endorsing the hierarchical system, the majority of individuals found themselves inclined to accept its legitimacy, particularly in attributing legendary status to both Dumbledore and the enigmatic Voldemort, with none dissenting. However, a multitude of contrasting opinions emerged, predominantly from those who felt their own capabilities warranted a higher ranking. At Hogwarts, the reactions were particularly fervent. For instance, Draco Malfoy incessantly proclaimed his father to be a grand sorcerer, while Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff asserted that his father was a high-ranking wizard, boasting that his uncle held a prestigious position within the Ministry of Magic. Some even dared to inquire about their professors' ranks during class. The second-year potions lesson, a joint class attended by Slytherin and Gryffindor, witnessed Malfoy audaciously questioning Professor Snape about his wizarding tier, resulting in a severe deduction of points by the visibly displeased Snape. This unprecedented penalty marked the first time Snape had ever docked points from his own house, causing quite a stir within the school. The young witches and wizards, particularly the Gryffindors, speculated that Snape was at best an elite wizard. This speculation intensified when it was revealed that the heads of the other three houses, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout, were all sixth-tier Grand Sorcerers. The students from these houses took pride in this distinction, often flaunting it before the Slytherin students, which led to numerous confrontations with the proud Slytherin serpents. Amidst the excitement, one individual remained unfazed, Gilderoy Lockhart, the current defense against the dark arts professor, who considered Quirinus to be a mere showman, monopolizing the front pages of the Daily Prophet for several consecutive weeks. During a defense against the dark arts lesson, when a student inquired about his rank, he fervently claimed to be a Grand Sorcerer, yet faltered when the students requested a demonstration of wandless magic. Though he yearned for the admiration of others, he possessed only a single memory charm. What could he possibly showcase? As the influence of this hierarchical system gradually spread through literature to other countries, the name of Quirinus Quirrell resonated throughout the wizarding world. The wizarding tier system was unprecedented, garnering widespread acceptance among wizards eager to measure their prowess. In this relatively peaceful era, conversations once revolved around past honors and published works to showcase one's achievements. Now, clarity prevailed. The mere act of exhibiting wandless magic elicited awe and admiration, with the acknowledgement of being a high-tier wizard serving as the ultimate accolade. Legendary figures within the wizarding realm were exceedingly rare, Grand Sorcerers even more so, and high-ranking wizards seldom encountered. Being an elite wizard already placed one among the upper echelons, with elite wizards qualifying to become Aurors. The majority of adult wizards, however, were remiss in their training, with most being third-tier wizards. The days of Quirinus were far from tranquil. Since the publication of his book, countless owls had flocked to his yard daily. The Muggle villagers, witnessing this spectacle, had even alerted the authorities. Although they could not see Quirinus's abode, the sky filled with owls was indeed a sight to behold. Most of the correspondence pertained to discussions about the content of his book, with the majority expressing admiration, while some voiced their discontent, questioning how a young man could assign ranks to witches and wizards, and what qualifications he possessed to do so. Selecting a few renowned wizards from the magical community, he replied to their letters, while he incinerated the ones filled with vitriol. Yet, the deluge of letters remained unceasing, causing Quirinus considerable distress. Unable to confront the situation, he sought refuge in the guise of a bounty hunter. In the northern reaches of Wales, amidst a vast and shadowy forest, he found himself in a realm rarely trodden by human feet, a veritable paradise for magical creatures. It was said that once, many Welsh green dragons thrived here, although most had since been relocated to dragon sanctuaries in Romania. Quirinus navigated cautiously through the dense woodland, having previously encountered not one, but several venomous leopards and five-legged beasts. These magical creatures were undeniably perilous, and the threats did not solely stem from them. Quirinus had been tracking a pack of werewolves for 3 days, relentlessly pursuing them from Lincolnshire in eastern England to the northern expanse of Wales. During his bounty hunting endeavor, he inadvertently stumbled upon this pack attacking a village and abducting several children. As a successor to socialism, the qualities embedded in his soul, combined with his upbringing, compelled Quirinus to take action, especially now that he bore significant power. The werewolves' abduction of children was a means to proliferate their kind. Should those innocent souls be bitten, they would be condemned to live in the shadows, scavenging alongside wild dogs for the rest of their lives. Quirinus could not bear to witness the innocent children plunge into such a dire fate. However, the werewolves, true to their canine nature, possessed an acute sense of smell. Evading Quirinus's attempts to intercept them and plunging deeper into the vast, dark forest. The thickets of the Black Forest were so dense that sunlight could scarcely penetrate, creating an atmosphere of profound gloom, especially now that night had fallen. Quirinus cast an enhanced perception spell upon himself, heightening his senses to perceive clearly in the darkness, allowing him to traverse the Black Forest swiftly. 3 days of relentless pursuit had drained his vitality, and though he rode a flying broom rather than running on foot, both his body and spirit were nearing exhaustion. It was only his innate magical fortitude that enabled him to endure this far. Nevertheless, he could not afford to pause. A moment's delay could mean a child would succumb to the venom of the wolf. Suddenly, Quirinus yanked on his broom and halted. The tracking spell indicated that the werewolves were just ahead. Yet, the heightened awareness afforded by his spell alerted him to the unsettling realization that he had unwittingly walked into the encirclement of the wolf pack. Quirinus gently descended to the ground, stowing away his broom and raising his wand to survey the surroundings. Gradually, a dozen figures emerged from the shadowy thicket, encircling him slowly. 12 individuals, clad in tattered garments, with pallid complexions yet robust physiques, their eyes brimming with ferocity and brutality. Who are you? We have been pursued all the way from Lincolnshire and cannot shake you off. One figure stepped forward, baring his teeth in a menacing manner. Return the children you have abducted, Quirinus stated, his gaze sharpening as he spoke. Huh, you expect the werewolf to surrender his kin? Do you wish for death? The werewolf retorted with a derisive snort. Enough, Gordon, show some respect to our guest. He is a noble wizard. Another figure emerged, more imposing than the previous werewolf. His bulging muscles strained against his ample wizarding robe, which, though somewhat wrinkled from the forest, was evidently of fine quality, setting him apart from the other werewolves. Gordon. The werewolf furrowed his brow but fell silent. Are you the alpha? Quirinus inquired coldly. Well, one could say that. The robust figure stroked his smooth chin, devoid of hair. Oh, then as an alpha, you are not doing well. You may be well dressed, but your pack. Quirinus sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding werewolves. Your attempts at sowing discord are pitiful. I have only just won them over. From today onward, my brethren shall enjoy a prosperous life, with warm hearths, endless fine wines, and exquisite delicacies, no longer needing to hide and scurry. The imposing man shook his head, surveying the other werewolves. The eyes of the werewolves flickered with longing. Their lives had been exceedingly harsh. The regulations imposed by the wizarding community under the Werewolf Management Act were particularly severe, leaving them unable to integrate into either the wizarding world or the Muggle society, as wizards forbade any exposure of the extraordinary to the light of day. Dear wizard, you may call me Andre, he said, bowing slightly to Quirinus, having mastered the etiquette of human society. Let us make a deal. You turn around and leave, and we shall pretend you were never here. We might even become friends. How does that sound? Not at all, werewolf. Huh. Quirinus shot a sidelong glance at Andre, a light chuckle escaping his lips, the meaning behind his laughter unmistakable. Andre's expression hardened, his countenance darkening. The other werewolves, feeling as though they had been gravely insulted, emitted deep growls from their throats. Though it was not a full moon, and the werewolves had not transformed, their essence had already changed, embodying many of the traits of beasts. It was no wonder the Ministry of Magic classified werewolves under the jurisdiction of the Beast Management Office. Quirinus had previously held no particular thoughts about werewolves, let alone any disdain, merely a modicum of curiosity. After all, they were frequent figures in Western myth and fantasy. However, after witnessing the cruel slaughter of several Muggle civilians and the abduction of children, he had developed a profound aversion to them. It seems this wizard is refusing my goodwill. Andre's countenance darkened further, his gaze icy as he raised his right hand, prompting the surrounding werewolves to stir restlessly. Quirinus remained impassive, standing tall and resolute. Then let your demise occur here, Andre declared, suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. Oh no, noble wizard, we shall transform you into one of our kind. Huh? You cannot escape. This place has been ensnared by a counter-disillusionment charm. With that, he waved his right hand downward. Among the werewolves, several raised their wands and directed them at Quirinus, incantations resounding as they cast spells, causing him to collapse, shatter, and fragment into pieces. Numerous beams of spell light surged toward Quirinus from all directions, while the remaining werewolves, lacking magical prowess, stood ready on the sidelines. Without hesitation, Quirinus raised his wand. Invoking a protective charm, a faint golden bell-shaped aura enveloped him, a magical creation he had devised during his recent studies of arcane scripts. The spell struck the golden bell, creating ripples of golden light, which ricocheted outward, forcing the werewolves into disarray as they scrambled to evade. A couple of unfortunate souls were caught by the spells but merely staggered back 2 steps, as the werewolves possessed considerable magical resistance, and their magical aptitude was rather lacking. Seizing the moment of chaos, Quirinus flicked his wand, unleashing a growth charm and a transfiguration spell in succession. Vines and roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring the surrounding werewolves. They hurriedly attempted to evade, yet a few were ensnared, their cries of agony echoing as the roots tightened their grip. One werewolf managed to dodge the vines and, with a malicious grin, shot a bone-crushing curse at Quirinus, who, ensnared by an overactive spell, had no blind spots. Quirinus swiftly pivoted, deftly deflecting the curse with a flick of his wand, sending it hurtling toward a hapless victim, who stumbled and was subsequently ensnared by the vines. Quirinus recognized this ambusher. He had witnessed him shatter a Muggle's skull. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly. Quirinus uttered a low incantation, his wand emitting a green light directed at the ambushing werewolf. Avada Kedavra! A blinding, terrifying green light surged forth, and the werewolf's eyes instantly glazed over, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This flash of green light also blinded the other werewolves, The killing curse. How dare you? How could you? The infamous killing curse. One of the 3 unforgivable curses instilled fear in the hearts of the werewolves. They were aware that these formidable dark spells were not to be trifled with. They were strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic and not easily acquired, especially by downcast werewolves. Yet, rather than deterring them, the terror of the killing curse ignited their ferocity. 2 werewolves, positioned at a distance, evaded the ensnaring vines and roots, and retaliated with 2 massive fireballs. The Fiendfire Curse, a powerful dark magic far surpassing the ordinary fire-making spell, had been employed by Quirinus before at Buckingham Palace. The sight of these enormous fireballs startled Quirinus. Igniting a fire in this dense jungle was a recipe for mutual destruction. Quirinus, without a moment's hesitation, summoned forth a resounding magic that cascaded into his wand like a torrential waterfall. With a flick of his wrist, a stream of water, as thick as a barrel, materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a faint yet ominous dragon's roar. The head of the water stream morphed into a fearsome dragon visage, charging towards the 2 fireballs. With a sizzling sound, both fireballs extinguished simultaneously. The water dragon roared. This was Quirinus' innovative adaptation of the spell Clear Water like Spring. Its power incomparable to its predecessor. As this spell was newly conceived, it demanded utmost concentration to control, leaving him unable to simultaneously manage the wildly thrashing tendrils and vines, which abruptly ceased their movements. Seizing the opportunity, 2 non-magical werewolves, relying on their agile physiques, swiftly approached Quirinus, intent on clawing at his throat. Should they succeed, it would spell certain death for him. Yet, Quirinus remained unperturbed. With a mere thought, the raging water dragon lashed its tail, sending the 2 werewolves hurtling away. Then pivoting to strike the 2 werewolves who had ignited the flames. The 2 werewolves had no time to react before being collided with by the dragon's head, crashing them against a massive tree capable of embracing several men. Water splashed everywhere, followed by 2 brief, anguished howls. The water dispersed, only to converge once more into a swirling water dragon hovering above Quirinus' head. The 2 werewolves had ceased to breathe. Quirinus turned around to face the remaining werewolves, who had gathered together, including those previously ensnared by the vines, which had not strangled them to death. Despite not having transformed, the werewolves possessed formidable strength and remarkable recuperative abilities. The 2 who had been struck by the water's tail were not dead, though they appeared quite battered. In such a brief span, 3 werewolves had perished. Andre stood at a distance, his expression grim and his gaze piercing as he surveyed the battlefield, refraining from joining the fray. Above Quirinus, a robust water dragon circled, his demeanor cold as he regarded the opposing werewolves, the menacing dragon head directed at them. I do not seek total annihilation. Surrender the child to me, and I shall depart, Quirinus intoned in a deep voice. You have slain our kin and expect us to hand over others of our kind to you? Do you consider werewolves mere dogs that beg and whimper? Gordon sneered, having sustained no harm in this round of battle as he eyed Quirinus with a malicious grin. They are not your kin. Quirinus shot him a sidelong glance. Not now. But they will be later. Gordon's smile twisted unnaturally. Andre, you are the alpha. What say you? Quirinus dismissed him, returning his focus to Gordon. Gordon's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. Gordon, Andre called out, halting him. Gordon cast a resentful glance at Quirinus, but chose silence. It seemed that Andre commanded significant respect. Quirinus pondered quietly. I confess I underestimated you, wizard. Now, you have earned the right to present your name before me. Reveal it, Andre said darkly. Quirinus raised an eyebrow at Andre, bewildered by his sudden confidence. You are not yet worthy to know my name. Quirinus scoffed. How pretentious, as if I could not do the same. Andre's pupils constricted as he coldly inquired, have you firmly resolved to oppose us until the very end? Do you intend for all of you to meet your demise here? Quirinus, unyielding, retorted, if that is the case, then prepare to be torn asunder. You have no chance to escape now. Andre scoffed in response. At that moment, however, Quirinus sheathed his wand, drawing instead the Wind Rider's sword from his side, its rosewood scabbard understated and ancient. Upon witnessing this, Andre was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Oh, wizard, do you intend to use this little blade to tickle us, or have you come to your senses and decided to surrender? The pack of werewolves erupted into laughter. Huh. I shall only send you all to your deaths, like a pack of dead dogs, Quirinus chuckled darkly. No, rather, a whole litter of dead dogs. Arrogance. Gordon could no longer contain himself, roaring as magical energy surged forth, his wand waving to unleash a thunderous explosion. A beam of spell light shot directly at Quirinus, igniting a frenzy among the wolves, those skilled in magic casting spells while others flanked, poised for a surprise attack. With the Wind Rider's sword in hand, Quirinus swept it forward, causing the water dragon that circled above to spring into action. Bolstered by the sword's magic, the flow of power surged more fluidly and violently. The water dragon, previously the thickness of a water barrel, swelled to more than double its size, rushing downward with a torrent of waves. The thunderous explosion that struck the water dragon only sent up a spray of droplets. The water dragon roared past, catching the wolf pack unprepared, scattering them chaotically. The forceful surge caused many werewolves to spew blood. Andre, having distanced himself, was unharmed, yet he gazed in horror at the water dragon's devastation. Without allowing the werewolves a moment to react, Quirinus grasped with his left hand, the water dragon coiling around, ensnaring those werewolves caught in its flow, forming a colossal water prison. The relentless whirlpool and fierce water pressure left the trapped werewolves utterly immobilized. Only 5 werewolves remained, all transformed from muggles, their eyes flashing with terror. 2 had managed to creep up behind Quirinus, their gazes glinting with malice as they lunged forward. Quirinus maintained control over the swirling water prison with his left hand, twisting his body to execute a horizontal slash with his sword. A pale blue sword light sliced through the 2 werewolves, soaring into the nearby thicket, severing several large trees before dissipating. The 2 werewolves stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground. Their bodies cleaved in two. Even with their resilience, there was no hope for survival. The remaining werewolves, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were struck with terror. Their advancing bodies halted in unison, then they abruptly turned to flee into the darkness. Thinking of escaping? Quirinus sneered, and with another horizontal slash of the Wind Rider, 2 werewolves standing too close were instantly bisected. Only 1 werewolf remained, on the verge of vanishing into the shadows. A glint of murderous intent surged in Quirinus's eyes as he pointed the Wind Rider at the fleeing werewolf, unleashing a thick beam of green light. Avada Kedavra. An opportunity. Andre thought fiercely, and in an instant, he surged forward, transforming into a series of afterimages, charging directly at Quirinus. As he sprinted, his physique underwent a dramatic transformation. His already imposing form surged to over 3 meters in height. His head morphed into that of a colossal wolf, and razor-sharp fur sprouted from his neck, while his limbs transformed into powerful wolf claws. In mere moments, he was nearly upon Quirinus. The night was devoid of a moon. In the common understanding of the magical realm, werewolves could only shift into their lycanthropic form during a full moon, and this transformation was uncontrollable. The transformed werewolf became a savage, bloodthirsty beast, devoid of any rational thought. Yet tonight, there was no moon. Even if there were, the dense foliage of the dark forest would have obscured the moonlight. Without the illumination of the moon, how could this werewolf undergo such a metamorphosis? Moreover, Andre's eyes, sharp and clear yet tinged with a hint of ferocity, indicated that he had not lost his sanity. Quirinus caught a glimpse of Andre's transformation from the corner of his eye, and he was inwardly astounded. Andre's wolf claw was now within striking distance, its sharp tip slicing through the air, causing Quirinus's throat to feel a foreboding sting, the green glow of the killing curse still lingering in the air. With his left hand, Quirinus was controlling the water prison from afar, while his right hand had just unleashed the killing curse, leaving him no time to defend against Andre's assault. In the blink of an eye, Andre's wolf claw was about to pierce Quirinus's throat, when the collar of Quirinus's outer cloak unexpectedly stood up on its own, shielding him from the claw. The claw grasped the fabric as if it were indestructible dragon hide, leaving only faint scratches. Andre's expression shifted. Without time to ponder the anomaly, his left claw lunged toward Quirinus's heart, yet the cloak, as resilient as dragon skin, thwarted the sharp claws once more. Using the momentum from the claw's impact, Quirinus deftly stepped back, increasing the distance between himself and Andre, unscathed. Andre, too, hesitated, unable to comprehend the peculiar cloak. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinary, and it seemed to possess a will of its own. What manner of garment were you adorned with? Andre's face darkened, his gaze icy. He had expected to be as steady as a rock, only to find himself isolated, knowing without looking that the fleeing werewolf was surely dead. What else could the cloak be but a cloak? Quirinus smirked subtly, as he had no habit of revealing his secrets to adversaries during combat. Yet you, who can transform at will and maintain clarity of thought, what manner of being are you? Quirinus glanced upward, where the thick canopy of leaves obscured any glimmer of light. Once I capture you, I shall enlighten you. With a wizard's frail physique, had it not been for this cloak, you would already be dead. And tell me, can your head withstand such protection? Andre's wolfish jaws moved with surprising clarity as he spoke. Oh, Quirinus's expression turned peculiar, and in an uncanny response to Andre's words, the collar of the cloak began to extend, transforming into a hooded cloak that gracefully floated up and settled upon Quirinus's head. Andre's wolfish mouth twitched, his chest heaving visibly. His once clear eyes were now bloodshot, an amalgamation of fury and helplessness. Now, the advantage lies with me. Quirinus let out a light chuckle and conceded, I admit. You are formidable. Your swiftness, your robust strength, and your razor-sharp claws certainly present a challenge. With that, he raised the blade of the Windchaser in his right hand, its tip directed at Andre, and continued, but now, it is time for you to flee. Andre, casting a wary glance at the wind chaser, decisively turned and sprinted away with remarkable speed. Quirinus summoned his magic, and as he swung the wind chaser, the surrounding vines and roots sprang to life once more, wildly thrashing towards Andre in an attempt to ensnare him. However, Andre was agile and quick, deftly evading the tendrils when confronted by an unavoidable obstacle. He wielded his sharp claws to sever them with ease. He had initially contemplated sparing a life, but thought better of it. Quirinus mused to himself as he sliced through the air with the wind chaser, sending forth a pale blue crescent moon that sliced towards Andre with incredible velocity. Andre, catching a glimpse of the wind blade from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of dread. Despite his remarkable speed, the chaotic writhing of the vines obstructed his escape, and should the blade strike true, even his robust physique would be cleaved in two. Gritting his teeth, Andre withdrew a weathered flask from within his cloak. The wind blade soared past, severing the swirling vines in its path, and as it bore down on him, Andre fixed Quirinus with a cold, intense gaze, determined to etch the visage of his adversary into his memory. In the blink of an eye, Andre's form vanished. Remarkable. He possesses a key. Quirinus squinted slightly and murmured. The key was a highly practical spatial magical artifact capable of being applied to any object, allowing rapid transit from one location to another, far surpassing the distances achievable by mere shadow shifting, and with minimal spatial fluctuations, making it exceedingly difficult to trace. With the battle concluded, Quirinus turned his attention to the still swirling water prison, pondering the fate of the remaining werewolves. A flicker of thought passed through him, and he relinquished his control over the water prison. Instantly, the swirling waters collapsed, crashing to the ground, and the few remaining werewolves tumbled out, lifeless and devoid of any semblance of life. They are all dead? The water prison is quite potent, Quirinus remarked, somewhat astonished. This was not his first encounter using the water prison in combat, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. He pondered whether the werewolves had perished by drowning or by the pressure of the water. Exhaling heavily, Quirinus felt utterly fatigued, yearning to lie down and sleep. Yet he knew he had unfinished business. He steeled himself and resumed his search for the werewolves' trail. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a cave nestled at the foot of a small hill, evident from the signs that it was the werewolves' lair. It seemed all the werewolves had ventured forth to hunt him down and had met their demise. The cave entrance was unguarded, yet Quirinus remained cautious, gripping his wand tightly as he stepped into the cavern. The cave was not deep but was remarkably spacious, its innermost chamber comparable in size to a basketball court, illuminated by a dozen torches affixed to the walls. In the center of the cave, a campfire flickered, and seated beside it was a woman, her tattered clothing and pale complexion suggesting she had endured considerable hardship, leaning against a wild rabbit. To the right of the cave, 4 or 5 diminutive figures huddled together, pressed tightly against the wall as if seeking solace in proximity. They were mere children, aged around 5 or 6. Their faces pale and their eyes reflecting a mix of trepidation, panic, and fear, with traces of dried tears etched upon their cheeks. A woman, clad in tattered garments, wore an expression devoid of emotion, occasionally glancing towards the cave entrance, her gaze towards the children flickering with a hint of compassion and anguish. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, causing the woman's countenance to shift as she rose to peer towards the cave's mouth. A tall silhouette emerged gradually from the firelight, draped in a black cloak, strikingly handsome, exuding an air of refinement. He held a wand in his right hand and stepped forth from the darkness. "Who are you?" the woman inquired anxiously. "A werewolf," the newcomer retorted, offering no direct answer. "What has become of them?" The woman swallowed hard, pressing on with her inquiry. "They are dead," came the blunt response. "Dead. Dead is good. Very good," the woman murmured, her body tensing momentarily before relaxing slowly. "Werewolf?" the visitor questioned again. "Yes, a werewolf." The woman seemed to release a burden, her anxiety dissipating. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Quirinus raised his wand, sensing a peculiar calmness in the female werewolf, as if she were resigned to her fate. "No." The she-werewolf closed her eyes gently, appearing almost liberated. Chapter 44, The Return. "What has become of those children?" Quirinus asked, his tone steady and devoid of emotion. "One has been bitten, the rest are fine. You arrived too swiftly, they did not have the chance." The female werewolf opened her eyes and glanced back at the children, who were watching with trepidation. "One," Quirinus spoke softly, "indicates I am not swift enough. But why did you not bite them all before I arrived?" I could not," she lamented, closing her eyes once more, tears streaming down her cheeks. Quirinus understood. The bruised skin occasionally visible beneath her ragged attire spoke volumes. A woman, even a she-werewolf, would face a grim fate amongst a pack of ravenous wolves. Quirinus maintained his focus, the female werewolf's experiences flashing before his mind, plunging him into silence. Werewolves primarily propagate their venom through biting, expanding their ranks. Adults bitten inevitably transform into werewolves. "Who is that, Andre?" Quirinus inquired. I do not know. I have only heard Gordon and the others refer to him as my lord. Perhaps he is a dark sorcerer, having joined some nefarious faction. Much like they did with the mysterious ones over a decade ago, the female werewolf replied. Quirinus nodded and approached the children, who shrank back in fear at his approach. As he drew nearer, the children huddled together, desperately pressing against the wall. Who are you? Stay back. I will bite you. A girl, sitting at the edge of the group, suddenly stood, facing Quirinus directly. Despite her fear, she summoned the courage to shout defiantly. A flicker of compassion and anger passed through Quirinus's eyes as he approached and knelt down, gently whispering, Children, do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. The children, however, were not convinced. Fear enveloped them, and they gazed at him with trepidation. Quirinus found himself at a loss for words. For dealing with children had always been his Achilles heel, in this life and the last. I will take you home now, he said helplessly. But upon reflecting that their families had likely perished in tragedy, he faltered, unable to continue. In that moment, a girl who had been standing suddenly froze and timidly asked, Uncle, are you a police officer? Are you truly here to save us? Yes, dear, I am a police officer, come to take you home. Quirinus replied with a nod and a gentle smile. What about the bad people? She inquired. They have all been chased away by me, he assured her. Then we can go home and see Mommy. Woo! The little girl's eyes sparkled with hope, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks, which she hastily attempted to wipe away. As she cried, the other children joined in, their wails crescendoing as if they were releasing all the grievances of the past few days. At that moment, Quirinus noticed a ragged cloth wrapped around the girl's arm, stained with droplets of blood. His expression shifted as he turned to the she-wolf, who nodded with an expression of empathy. A heaviness settled in Quirinus's heart as he gazed into the depths of the girl's eyes, filled with pity. He stepped closer, gently stroked her head, and embraced her, allowing her tears to dampen his clothing. Observing the sobbing children, Quirinus felt a pang of sorrow. Their parents had perished in the werewolf attack, and after returning them home, those with relatives would likely be taken in, while those without would probably end up in an orphanage. Just days ago, they had all enjoyed the warmth of a loving family, particularly this little girl. As the children's cries gradually subsided, Quirinus stood up and addressed them. All right, little ones. Let us go home. Did you come to pick us up in a police car? The girl asked, sniffling and still sounding forlorn. Quirinus hesitated, pondering the logistics of their return. If it were just him, he could simply use his shadowy powers to return in an instant, within the confines of England. There was no place he could not reach. However, with these children in tow, the matter of a door key was moot. Although he could create a door key, the method of travel it entailed was rather wild, far too intense for these young ones. Thus, flight became the only viable option. Resolute, Quirinus cradled the little girl and addressed the group. All right, children, follow me outside. After taking a few steps, the girl suddenly exclaimed, Uncle, I can walk by myself, and leapt down. Quirinus released her, ruffling her hair as he encouraged. Then let us proceed. But what about that sister? The girl pointed at the she-wolf. Quirinus was momentarily taken aback by her question. At that moment, a little boy, stuttering slightly, chimed in. That sister is a good person. The bad people bit Elsa. And it was that sister who helped bandage her. The innocence of a child's thoughts is truly pure. Upon hearing this, the female werewolf clasped her mouth in astonishment, tears streaming down her face. Of course, she will accompany us. Quirinus mused for a moment before speaking. You want to kill me? The female werewolf was taken aback. Why would I kill you? Quirinus replied. Because. The female werewolf hesitated. Because your conscience has not entirely faded, Quirinus interjected, moving past her. The werewolf remained momentarily stunned when a small boy grasped her hand. He was the very child who had just called her a good person. Sister, let us go, he urged. Her heart felt as if it had been touched, and she allowed herself to be led by the little boy to follow Quirinus. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they beheld an endless sea of trees. A little girl named Aisha tugged at Quirinus's hand, looking up with wide eyes. Uncle, where's the police car? We want to take a police car. We will fly back. Quirinus responded with a mysterious smile, gently patting her head. Fly? Like on a plane? Aisha's eyes widened, and the other children gazed at Quirinus in awe. Well, something like that, he said, drawing the Windseeker's sword. For the ensuing actions, this sword felt more comfortable to wield and would alleviate some of the strain. With a deft sweep of the Windseeker, a pale blue wind blade sliced through a tree that 5 people could barely encircle. Wow, Uncle, you're amazing. The children gasped in astonishment. There's even more to behold. Quirinus chuckled, waving his hand again, causing the fallen tree to transform into a light vessel, while the children, having never witnessed such a spectacle, sparkled with excitement. All right, aboard. We are about to take off, Quirinus called with a light laugh, beckoning the children onto the vessel. They promptly forgot the harrowing days they had just endured, eagerly scrambling onto the light boat. You should join us too, Quirinus said, glancing at the female werewolf. Yes, sir, she replied, boarding the vessel and seating herself at the stern. Once Quirinus was aboard, He waved his hand again, invoking the levitation charm. The light vessel lifted gracefully into the air, eliciting gasps from the children. Quirinus sat at the bow, Aisha beside him, as the boat drifted skyward, branches and leaves parting to make way. Soon, they emerged from the trees into the night sky, devoid of moonlight but filled with a multitude of stars. Aisha tugged at Quirinus's cloak, whispering, "Uncle, you're not a policeman. You're a wizard, aren't you?" "Indeed," Quirinus replied with a gentle nod, addressing everyone. "Hold on tight. We are about to accelerate." With that, he waved the Windseeker, conjuring a barely perceptible barrier around the vessel to shield against the fierce winds. Then, with a thought, the vessel shot through the night sky like an arrow released from a bow. These children were mere muggles. I have no experience in returning them home. Perhaps I should leave it to Dumbledore. And I could send both the large and small werewolves along with them, a 2-for-1 deal. The capable may bear more burdens. Amidst the howling winds, Quirinus harbored his own contemplations. Chapter 45, Arrival. In the early morning, the dense fog had yet to dissipate, and a faint light was just beginning to shimmer on the horizon. In Dorset, at the village of Stour, the air was suddenly pierced by the crisp sound of air explosions as 4 or 5 figures emerged from the mist, making their way toward the entrance of Stour village, where the Quirrell residence stood. "Dumbledore, why have you summoned us here so early?" a gruff voice inquired. "Alastor," Quirrell wrote to me, stating that significant matters were unfolding regarding werewolves. "He is uncertain and requested my presence, along with an Auror," Dumbledore replied. "I have already retired." Moody's voice expressed dissatisfaction. "Thus, I have also called Kingsley. You could have simply summoned him." "Oh, I believe he requires the guidance of a distinguished elder. And no one is more suitable than you, Alastor." "Humph. I am curious to see which werewolf is worthy of your personal attention, the legendary wizard Dumbledore." "Oh, and you?" "The legendary Auror." "Humph. Merely the flattery of the masses. I am no legend." As they spoke, the group beheld a modest 3-story building standing at the village's entrance. "We have arrived," Dumbledore announced. He gently pushed open the gate, which creaked in response, and the group entered the courtyard in single file. Before stepping inside, Moody instinctively turned to survey the surroundings, his magical eye spinning wildly. Dumbledore approached and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In a moment, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled woman with a pale complexion who eyed the group warily. "Who are you? Werewolves?" Before Dumbledore could respond, Moody stepped forward, positioning himself beside Dumbledore. His wand pointed at the woman as he spoke sharply, his magical eye fixed intently on her. Noticing Moody's reaction, the others tensed, drawing their wands in response. "Alastor, do not be alarmed," Dumbledore softly reassured, raising his right hand to gently rest on Moody's arm, signaling him to lower his wand. "I am Dumbledore. Quirrell should have informed you of our arrival. Please do not be frightened." "Where is he?" Dumbledore smiled, attempting to soothe the woman. "He is still asleep." "You may come inside," the woman hesitantly replied. "Humph, we've traveled quite a distance to find him, and he remains in slumber," a cold voice interjected, clearly displeased. "Severus, I believe Quirrell must be utterly exhausted. Let us enter the house," Dumbledore said, unperturbed. Once the group settled onto the sofa by the fireplace, a house elf named Dobby swiftly served them tea. "He certainly knows how to indulge himself, keeping a house elf to attend to his needs, such pure-blood pretensions," Snape remarked derisively. "Dobby won tea allow you to speak ill of the master. He saved Dobby and provided him with a job and a home," the house elf retorted. His slender fingers clenched as if ready to deliver a fierce blow to Snape. "Enough, Severus. Quirrell's way of life is his own choice, and we have no right to interfere," Professor McGonagall interjected, having remained silent until now. "Humph." Originally, Severus Snape had intended to engage in a verbal duel with Dodo, but he abruptly silenced himself, huffing coldly and turning away. "Ah, you arrived quite early, Professor Dumbledore, Minerva, and of course, Severus," a voice resonated from upstairs. The group looked up as Quirinus descended the stairs, his eyes bleary, pallid complexion revealing signs of fatigue. Upon seeing Quirinus, Snape's demeanor turned hostile. "Are you all right, Quirinus?" Professor McGonagall inquired with concern. "I managed to catch a couple of hours of sleep. I feel much better now," Quirinus replied, heading directly to the sofa to take a seat. "That is reassuring. What prompted you to summon us in such haste?" McGonagall pressed. "Professor, you haven't introduced these 2 friends of yours," Quirinus remarked. "This is the legendary Auror, Alastor Moody, my old friend." Dumbledore seamlessly took over the introduction. "Mr. Moody, it's a pleasure to have you here." Quirinus nodded in acknowledgement towards Moody. "Greetings, Mr. Chilo. I have perused your insightful work, a study of magical forces. It is quite thought-provoking." Moody returned with a nod. "And this is the esteemed Auror from the Ministry of Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, a friend of mine. When you requested an Auror, he was the first who came to mind." Dumbledore indicated a tall, imposing figure beside him. "Good day, Mr. Shacklebolt," Quirinus acknowledged, though he was unfamiliar with Kingsley. He was aware of his reputation. The bounty of 1,000 galleons remained unclaimed in the reward hall. Kingsley nodded in response. Can we proceed now? I have a class shortly. Snape interjected, his dissatisfaction evident. Quirinus shot him a glance before recounting his recent experiences in meticulous detail, from discovering the werewolf attacks to tracking the creatures, engaging in battle, and ultimately rescuing the children involved. However, he chose to omit the aspect of the bounty mission and did not mention the werewolf, Andre, who could transform at will. As Quirinus narrated his ordeal, the expressions of the listeners grew increasingly grave. The magical community rarely paid heed to the affairs of the Muggle world unless it directly impacted wizards. Thus, the revelation of werewolves attacking a village, murdering and abducting children, was a significant and shocking incident for them. When Professor McGonagall's face reflected tension upon hearing that Quirinus had single-handedly fought 12 werewolves, both Moody and Kingsley displayed admiration at the mention of Quirinus having vanquished them all. Dumbledore listened intently throughout, his expression remaining unchanged. Snape discreetly cast a glance at Quirinus. Upon learning that a young girl had been bitten by a werewolf, McGonagall gasped. Covering her mouth, even Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. Snape appeared to recall something, his face contorted in distaste. Once Quirinus concluded, he took a gentle sip of the coffee that Dodo had brought, allowing the others a moment to process his words. Silence enveloped the group. Quirinus, may I call you that? Moody broke the stillness. Certainly, it would be my honor, Mr. Moody, Quirinus replied with a nod. Would you be interested in working at the Auror office? I assure you, you could ascend to the rank of a fully fledged Auror in no time, Moody remarked. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Moody, but I am not considering it at the moment, Quirrell replied, somewhat amused yet compelled to appreciate Moody's sincerity. Becoming an Auror is no easy feat. Many endure a lengthy process from being a trainee to achieving full status. Well, that is truly unfortunate. Moody expressed with a hint of disappointment. He then shifted his attention to the female werewolf standing nearby and inquired, Are you in league with them? Yes, they captured me, bit me, and forced me to join their ranks. However, I have never committed any wrongdoing. The female werewolf stammered, startled by the sudden question. But you never resisted them, allowing them to prey upon children and inflict harm upon them. You are an accomplice. Moody pressed aggressively. The werewolf, evidently unaccustomed to such confrontational tactics and intimidated by Moody's fierce demeanor, began to tremble, slowly crouching down and sobbing. I did not know how to resist them. I couldn't fight back, nor did I wish to. But who will come to my aid? Professor McGonagall shot Moody a sharp glance, rising to approach the distressed werewolf and gently embracing her, offering quiet comfort. Observing this, Moody instinctively reached out to intervene, concerned that the werewolf might suddenly lash out at McGonagall, which would lead to complications. Chapter 46, The Arrangement. Dumbledore gently shook his head, prompting Moody to halt his actions. Professor McGonagall tenderly stroked the werewolf's disheveled hair and softly inquired, What is your name? Mary Millennial, the werewolf replied after a considerable pause, her sobs gradually subsiding. Mary, how long have you been with them? McGonagall continued her questioning. 3 years, Mary answered, then raised her arm to wipe her tears, exposing her bruised and battered skin. The sight of her arm, marred with contusions, caused the others to stiffen. Werewolves are known for their remarkable healing abilities, and such injuries should have healed within days. Clearly, her condition suggested she had endured repeated torment and beatings, which explained the severity of her wounds. Hey, werewolf, Snape scoffed derisively, his expression one of disdain. McGonagall, having noticed this, quickly rolled up her sleeves and pants, confirming their suspicions. Her skin bore no semblance of health. Anger flushed her cheeks. These beasts. As a woman trapped in a den of male werewolves, one can only imagine the torment she must have endured. It is evident that werewolves are not deserving of sympathy, Snape remarked through clenched teeth, his resentment palpable. Mary is a werewolf now, Dumbledore stated, casting a glance at Snape. Not all werewolves are malevolent. Some are merely victims of unfortunate circumstances. Moody and Kingsley fell into a contemplative silence. Clearly, the werewolves' reckless attacks on Muggles extended beyond the current situation, with much more occurring unbeknownst to the Aurors. Kingsley, upon your return, you must follow up and initiate stringent measures against the werewolves. I will also speak with Rufus. If we do not take a firmer stance, they will continue to disregard the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors. Moody spoke to Kingsley in a harsh tone, asserting that although he was retired, his reputation loomed large, particularly within the Auror ranks. Kingsley nodded silently, a man of considerable integrity himself, unable to remain unmoved by the scene. Once Mary had calmed down, Professor McGonagall assisted her in settling onto the sofa. What are your thoughts, Quirinus? Dumbledore inquired of Quirinus. Well, you may decide, Quirinus replied, shaking his head. The fact that Mary was a werewolf was unalterable. Reintegrating her into the Muggle community was simply impossible. Dumbledore turned to Mary and asked, Ms. Mirinal, what do you wish to do next? I wish to go home and see my family, if that is permissible. I reside in Surrey, and I have been missing for 3 years. My parents must be frantic, Mary replied, tears welling in her eyes. We can escort you back to see your parents. However, you must understand that you are now a werewolf. Returning to them poses a significant risk, and the Ministry of Magic would never allow a werewolf to enter the Muggle world, Dumbledore said slowly. Thank you, Mary expressed, displaying her understanding. Over the past 3 years, she had witnessed countless tragedies, and it was apparent that the current animosity towards werewolves was not solely a product of Wizarding Society's prejudice, but also related to their own circumstances. Then we shall arrange for you to stay in Hogsmeade, a village entirely inhabited by wizards. I believe you will find it to your liking, Dumbledore continued, then turned to Snape, saying, Severus, I entrust her wolfsbane potion to you. Snape's expression darkened, yet he nodded in acceptance. Despite his outwardly cold demeanor, he possessed a heart that was warm at its core. As for those children, I would appreciate your assistance in returning them to the Muggle world, entrusted to the Muggle Aurors. They will ensure their safe arrival. They are merely unfortunate little ones. Dumbledore added, directing his remarks to Moody and Kingsley. Both men nodded in agreement, confident in their methods of coordinating with the Muggle Aurors, akin to the police, as they were familiar with the process. Regarding the remaining little girl named Aisha, Dumbledore paused, gazing upward toward the staircase. The others followed his gaze and spotted a small head peering down, wide-eyed and transfixed. With her tousled hair and cat-like face, it was indeed Aisha. Dumbledore offered Aisha a gentle smile and waved her over. She ignored him, instead turning her attention to Quirinus. He smiled back, nodding and gesturing for her to come. Aisha dashed down the stairs and buried herself in Quirinus's embrace, slowly turning her head to reveal one eye peeking at the group. As they regarded Aisha, warmth spread across their faces, even Moody, whose rugged features seemed oddly softened in the moment. Snape's expression also softened considerably. Yet the thought of the girl's plight caused him to frown once more. I have a friend who has endured a similar fate, Dumbledore began. But before he could finish, Snape interrupted, his expression darkening. No, he is a despicable wretch. Snape cast a glance at Aisha's large, expressive eyes, swallowing the words that lingered on his lips. Ultimately, he felt unqualified to care for a young girl, especially when he himself was uncertain about his next meal. It was evident that everyone present understood whom Dumbledore referred to, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. Quirinus had also deduced the identity of the individual in question. However, he was not well acquainted with him, having never met him in this lifetime. Remus was indeed a trustworthy individual, and Dumbledore wished to advocate for him. Quirinus interrupted, saying, Headmaster Dumbledore, I am unaware of whom you speak, but I believe this person must first have a stable residence to ensure a secure living environment. Furthermore, safety must be guaranteed. If there are no other candidates, I could take responsibility. Quirinus, you are not yet married, and now you wish to take in a child. Moreover, as a single man, it would be quite inconvenient to care for a girl, Professor McGonagall remarked, casting a glance at him. I am capable, Quirinus asserted. Perhaps we should send her to Hogsmeade, to the Hogshead Inn. Growing up there, she would find peers in the village and make friends, suggested Moody. With Snape nodding in agreement, albeit with a hint of skepticism. They were both aware of the questionable clientele that frequented the inn. The Hogshead Inn? Quirinus pondered, finding the name somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where he had heard it, certainly not from the memories of his predecessor, Professor Quirrell. The innkeeper is Aberforth Dumbledore. Snape remarked softly, as if sensing Quirinus's confusion. Ah, Aberforth, Dumbledore's younger brother, a powerful wizard indeed. I have seen him in films from my previous life. He bears a striking resemblance to Headmaster Dumbledore. Although Aberforth's existence was shrouded in secrecy, those present were core members of the Order of the Phoenix and were not surprised by this revelation. No one voiced dissent, and Quirinus gently lifted Aisha's chin, caressing her flower-adorned face as he asked, Aisha, would you like to stay at grandfather's house? He is a good man who will keep you safe. What about my mommy and daddy? Aisha's eyes widened, fixed on Quirinus with an expression of bewilderment. Aisha's parents have gone to a faraway place and cannot return for now. We will stay at grandfather's until they come back to fetch you. Quirinus replied softly after a moment of contemplation. Okay, little Aisha murmured, clearly grasping the situation. Burying her head in Quirinus's embrace, the others looked on with sympathetic gazes directed at Aisha. Can Aisha stay with the wizard here? Is it because Aisha has been naughty? Aisha's voice trembled with unshed tears. Quirinus fell silent, while Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall wiped their eyes, and Moody, Kingsley, and Snape averted their gazes. Chapter 47. The Original Werewolf. Quirinus gently patted Aisha's head, remaining quiet. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Snape narrowed his eyes at Quirinus, a smirk barely concealed at the corners of his mouth. Then let Aisha remain here, Quirinus stated resolutely, exhaling slowly. However, Professor McGonagall seemed poised to offer further counsel. Quirinus gently shook his head and softly addressed Aisha. Aisha, from now on, this place shall be your home. Aisha nodded vigorously, her head nestled in Quirinus's embrace, her grip around him tightening. After all, You are a man, caring for a little girl. Professor McGonagall hesitated, admitting that had she not been so overwhelmingly occupied, she would have personally taken on the responsibility of nurturing little Aisha, residing primarily at Hogwarts as the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House. The weight of the school's administration had largely fallen upon her shoulders, with Dumbledore scarcely involved. Fear not, for there is Dodo, Quirinus replied with a smile, unperturbed. Aisha is alone, and so am I. It is fortuitous that we shall keep each other company. Dumbledore smiled with reassurance, saying, It appears little Aisha has taken quite a liking to you, Quirinus. Severus Snape's lips subtly lifted in a faint smile before his expression turned serious. I shall provide Aisha with the Wolfsbane potion, he declared. Quirinus glanced at Snape with mild surprise, not expecting such a decision from him. The Wolfsbane potion was not inexpensive, and even if he brewed it himself, the cost of ingredients was considerable. Nonetheless, accepting Snape's generosity, Quirinus acknowledged the potion's master's substantial resources. Well then, the arrangements are settled. Everyone, please attend to your duties, Dumbledore announced, surveying the room. I shall investigate the scene in the Welsh Black Forest. Moody was the first to rise, lifting his wooden prosthetic as he departed. Kingsley, I leave those children in your care. No problem. I'll summon a few more people. Kingsley nodded as he exited. Professor McGonagall and Snape also stood, stating, We shall take our leave as well. Preparations for classes await us. Quirinus glanced at Dumbledore, rising with Aisha in his arms to bid farewell to the departing individuals. Shortly thereafter, Kingsley returned with several others, each carrying a child away. The little ones were thoroughly exhausted and remained asleep throughout the process. Aisha nestled deeper into Quirinus's embrace, silently watching as her companions were carried off. Once everyone had left, Quirinus called for Dodo, requesting her to take Aisha and Mary for a bath and a change of clothes. Aisha, unperturbed by Dodo's alien-like appearance, displayed a commendable level of acceptance. Dumbledore remained seated on the sofa, and after attending to these matters, Quirinus finally took a seat himself. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me, Quirinus? Dumbledore inquired, lifting the now lukewarm tea to his lips. There is one more matter I haven't mentioned. I believe it is rather significant, Quirinus mused, pausing for a moment. In fact, there were not just 12 werewolves involved in this battle, but 13. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, remaining silent and attentive. This individual calls himself Andre, and he too is a werewolf, Quirinus continued, sipping his coffee. However, those werewolves regard him as their leader. Mary informed me that he had only recently arrived, yet swiftly subdued the others, expanding their ranks and integrating them into a certain organization. Beyond that, I am unaware of further specifics, as Mary only managed to glean this information discreetly. However, last night was not a full moon, and he astonishingly managed to transform into a werewolf, and even did so at will. If it weren't for my own means, you would have been unable to recover my remains. Quirinus's expression grew somewhat grave. Although I had encountered werewolves before, I had never seen one capable of autonomous transformation while retaining clear thought. Dumbledore's demeanor also shifted slightly as he remarked softly, Ah, this is indeed troubling news. Are you unaware of this? Quirinus inquired in confusion. Perhaps you have overestimated my capabilities, Dumbledore replied slowly. I have not encountered such a werewolf, but an old friend of mine has. There are certain advantages to longevity. One gains broader insights over time. He then winked at Quirinus. Quirinus sighed, feeling an urge to punch him in the eye. Are you referring to Nicodemus? Indeed, there is no one in the magical realm who has lived longer than he. However, you might surpass him in time, Dumbledore chuckled gently. Nicodemus has mentioned that he has encountered such werewolves, formidable in strength, primarily engaging in physical combat. Yet, there are a few who possess wizarding abilities, capable of both spellcasting and hand-to-hand combat, though they are not numerous and tend to remain inactive, possibly lurking in the shadows, which is why few in the wizarding world are aware of them. More than one. Quirinus expressed his astonishment, recognizing that the disparity in strength between a werewolf in human form and one in its transformed state is substantial. The notion of a pack of autonomous, clear-minded werewolves is indeed terrifying. Yes, Nicodemus mentioned his curiosity about them and conducted an investigation for a time. Dumbledore paused, continuing, they refer to themselves as primitive werewolves, remarkably ancient, existing beyond the reach of historical inquiry. I had always believed them to be mere legends, unaware that they still exist and have extended their influence to Britain. What shall we do now? Should we investigate? Quirinus furrowed his brow. There is no need. I will instruct the Aurors to remain vigilant. They have stumbled this time, so the likelihood of their mischief in the short term is minimal. However, you must stay alert. Wolves harbor grudges, Dumbledore concluded with a teasing glance at Quirinus. Quirinus's expression darkened. That's fine. I am not a soft target. Just take care of yourself. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know, Dumbledore spoke softly. At that moment, Mary and Aisha had completed their cleansing. Aisha, with her long, light golden hair, appeared fresh from her bath, her complexion rosy. dressed in a nightgown modified from Quirinus's clothes, resembling a living doll. Mary looked quite delicate, yet her pallor was marked by dark circles beneath her eyes. Mrs. Mirinal, shall we depart? I will escort you to Hogsmeade. Rising to leave, Quirinus stood to accompany her. Sister, I will visit you in the future, Aisha said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, Aisha. I appreciate it, Mary replied, crouching to embrace Aisha before joining Dumbledore. Dumbledore stepped into the courtyard, glancing back at Quirinus, allowing Mary to place her hand on his arm, then casting a sidelong glance at the cloak draped over him, smiling as he said, Quirinus, your cloak is quite fine. With that, he turned and vanished without a sound. As Elsa, still waving at the two figures, suddenly gasped, tugging at Quirinus's sleeve, she exclaimed, Uncle Wizard. They just vanished with a bang. This unexpected display left Quirinus momentarily taken aback. The silent apparition signified Dumbledore's profound mastery of magic. With a slight grimace, Quirinus affectionately ruffled little Elsa's hair before retreating into the house. He needed a deep, restorative sleep. Chapter 48, Halloween. Halloween arrived quietly. With the home adorned in a tapestry of pumpkin lanterns and bat decorations, Dodo had prepared a grand feast. With a magnificent roasted turkey at the center of the dining table, its aroma enticing. Little Elsa, clad in the new outfit Quirinus had gifted her, darted about the hall wearing a skeleton mask, cradling Peas Blossom in her arms and wielding a toy wand, reciting incantations as if she were a genuine little witch. Though every so often, her skin would cast a forlorn glance towards Quirinus. Observing the spirited little Elsa, Quirinus couldn't help but smile. Since arriving in this world, he had never felt such comfort. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, the atmosphere was far less joyous. Harry and his companions eagerly attended the Hogwarts Ghosts Memorial Feast, only to find themselves shivering in the cold alongside hundreds of specters throughout the night, their stomachs growling in hunger. One could hardly expect a ghostly banquet to serve human fare. Yet, the desolate ghostly feast was nothing compared to the dread that soon enveloped the trio. Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved cat, was found stiffly suspended from the torch bracket in the corner, a puddle of water beneath her, while a line of glowing text on the wall read, The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemies. This scene instilled terror in the three, and before they could escape, they were confronted by a throng of people, including the insufferable Draco Malfoy. As Draco surveyed the grim scene, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His ordinarily pallid complexion flushing crimson. Sneering at Hermione, he taunted, Beware of the heir's enemies. You're next, mudblood. Shut your foul mouth, Malfoy, Harry retorted. Unfamiliar with the venomous nature of the term, Harry and Hermione, who were not natives of the magical world, felt Ron's anger boil over. He clenched his fists, ready to confront Draco, only to be restrained by Hermione. Filch soon arrived, horrified to see his cherished cat hanging lifelessly from the torch bracket, his gaze locking onto Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the forefront. My cat, my Mrs. Norris, what has happened to her? Filch shrieked, extending a trembling hand to touch the rigid feline. With red-rimmed eyes, he glared at the trio, bellowing, It must be you. You killed my Mrs. Norris. I will kill you. Harry flushed with indignation, shaking his head vigorously. It wasn't us. We just arrived. Don't slander us. Hermione's eyes widened in fury, her wild, voluminous curls resembling an enraged lion. Indeed, she had not been misallocated to her house. Ron, equally flushed, stood frozen, at a loss for words. It was you, Potter, just the three of you here. Who else could it be? Filch shouted. Calm down, Filch, Quirinus interjected. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Dumbledore arrived, followed closely by several other professors. He calmed Filch and stepped forward to unfasten Madame Loris from the torch stand. Holding her gently, he addressed Filch, saying, Come with me, Filch, and then glanced at the trio of young wizards, adding, And you as well, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Ms. Granger. Dumbledore's expression bore a somber gravity that left Harry and his friends feeling quite anxious. At that moment, the flamboyant Lockhart approached, suggesting, To my office, it is the nearest. Just upstairs. Thank you, Gilderoy, Dumbledore replied, casting a glance at Lockhart. The young wizards parted silently to allow them passage. Professor McGonagall paused as she walked by, surveying the surrounding students with a serious demeanor, stating, I believe it is time for you to return to your dormitories. A hush fell over the crowd. Lockhart appeared quite exhilarated, unable to conceal his delight. Dumbledore's acceptance of his suggestion surely affirmed his self-worth. Dumbledore and Lockhart entered the latter's office, which had formerly belonged to Quirinus. The walls were adorned with Lockhart's ostentatious photographs, and upon their entrance, some of the figures in the pictures hurriedly ducked away, their hair still wrapped in curlers. Lockhart lit the candles on the desk, while Dumbledore placed Madame Loris gently upon it, scrutinizing her with his cobalt blue eyes through half-moon spectacles, occasionally prodding her with his long fingers. Professor McGonagall also bent over to examine her closely, her brow furrowed in concern. Snape stood behind them, half shrouded in shadow, exuding an eerie presence. Harry and his friends lingered in the shadows, feeling uncertain and unsure of where to place their hands, while Filch continued to sob quietly. Lockhart, on the other hand, busied himself with idle chatter, recounting tales of how he had resolved various issues in the past. It must have been a spell that caused her demise, likely the Transfiguration torture curse. I have witnessed it employed on several occasions. Regrettably, I was not present at the time. I happen to know the counter curse that could have saved her, Lockhart lamented, shaking his head in feigned regret. However, no one paid him any heed, and Snape cast him a scornful glance. At Lockhart's words, Filch staggered, nearly collapsing, and hastily sank into a nearby chair, covering his face as he wept. Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for Filch, yet his greater concern lay with his own future. He feared that if Dumbledore believed Filch's words, he would surely be expelled. Hermione shared similar anxieties, her complexion pale and her hands tightly entwined. Ron, however, remained somewhat oblivious. Although he felt the tension, he was faring considerably better than the other two. After a while, Dumbledore examined Madame Loris with a furrowed brow, producing his wand and muttering incantations as he occasionally tapped her with it. There was no response. Madame Loris remained stiffly sprawled across the desk. Lockhart continued to prattle on, attempting to assert his importance, but his audience remained unresponsive. At last, Dumbledore rose and spoke slowly to Filch. "She is not dead, Filch." Lockhart's expression stiffened, a hint of panic creeping in as he had just fervently declared that Mrs. Norris was indeed deceased. "Not dead? Then why is she so rigid?" Filch's murky eyes seemed to glimmer with a flicker of hope, his voice trembling. "She has been petrified. It is an exceptionally advanced form of dark magic." Dumbledore replied with deliberate calmness. "Ah, I suspected as much. But alas, you voiced it first," Lockhart interjected, disappointment etched across his face. Dumbledore cast a glance at Lockhart, who forced a sheepish smile in return. "It must be him. It has to be him," Filch bellowed at Harry, his face contorted with resentment. "I doubt even a second-year wizard could wield such profound dark magic," Dumbledore countered, shaking his head slowly. "It must be him. Look at the writing on the wall. It is he who knows I am a squib," Filch cried out in despair. "I never touched Mrs. Norris. I don't even know what a squib is," Harry exclaimed in a flurry of panic, attempting to defend himself. At that moment, Snape stepped forward, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. His expression icy as he cast a glance at Harry, sending a chill down his spine. Snape had always loathed him. If he decided to strike now, Harry's predicament would worsen. "I too believe it cannot be Potter. They lack the capability. He cannot even distinguish between a porcupine quill and a wild boar bristle," Snape remarked derisively. At his words, Harry and his companions looked up in disbelief, astonished that Snape would speak in Harry's defense, albeit in such an awkward manner. Could it be related to that object? Snape pondered, his demeanor suddenly serious. At this, Dumbledore paused, stroking his ancient wand, lifting his gaze into deep contemplation, his cerulean eyes reflecting profound depths. Chapter 49. The Horcrux. Dumbledore scanned the room, finally resting his gaze on Harry, Hermione, and Ron, and spoke gently. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, you may return to rest." "No, Professor Dumbledore, my Mrs. Norris has been petrified. I demand to see someone punished," Filch screeched, clearly unwilling to let Harry and his friends off the hook so easily. "I can heal her, Filch. Professor Sprout has recently acquired some mandrakes. Once they mature, we can brew a potion to restore Mrs. Norris," Dumbledore assured him patiently. "I shall brew it. I have done so at least 100 times. I could concoct the mandrake restorative potion in my sleep." Lockhart volunteered eagerly. "I believe I am the potions master at this school," Snape interjected, his face a mask of fury, feeling as though Lockhart had sullied his reputation. Noticing Harry and his friends still lingering, he snapped, "Why are you still here? Do you not heed the professor's words? 15 points from Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall's fury was palpable, her chest heaving as she clenched her jaw tightly. Harry's face flushed with indignation, and just as he was about to retort, Ron clapped a hand over his mouth and dragged him away. Harry was filled with rage, reflecting bitterly, "I was mistaken. Snape remains the same Snape, unchanged by a mere word of support. Ugh, what nonsense about Harry and Snape. How could my mother ever be with him?" After Snape's outburst, he suddenly recalled Professor McGonagall was nearby, and an awkwardness washed over him, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet, the words had already escaped him, and the deduction of points was in effect. At Hogwarts, once a professor deducted points, the respective house's score was immediately adjusted, a swift process indeed. Ahem, Severus, I believe we, as professors, ought to exercise caution when deducting points, Dumbledore interjected, sensing the tension in the room. Professor McGonagall scoffed quietly, choosing silence. Gilderoy Lockhart, feeling the awkwardness, attempted to divert the conversation. "Professor Snape, what was it you mentioned earlier?" "I am unsure at this moment, Gilderoy. You have all had a long night. It would be wise to rest," Dumbledore replied before turning and exiting Lockhart's office, with McGonagall and Snape following closely behind. Filch gingerly cradled Mrs. Norris and left as well. As Dumbledore led the way, McGonagall and Snape mirrored his steps. Upon reaching the staircase corner, Dumbledore paused, turning to McGonagall. "Minerva, you two have had a long day. It is best you return to rest." McGonagall's eyes widened, her nostrils flared, and her lips pressed tightly together, a clear sign of her displeasure. She sensed that Dumbledore and Snape were concealing something from her. With a huff of discontent, she said nothing and turned on her heel, her footsteps echoing loudly on the stairs. Snape cast a silent glance at Dumbledore, realizing this only deepened McGonagall's disdain for him. "She is not ready to know." Dumbledore shook his head and proceeded toward the staircase. The two entered the headmaster's office, settling into their chairs before Dumbledore's desk. With a gentle tap on the surface, 2 cups of steaming tea materialized. Sipping lightly, Dumbledore slowly inquired, "Severus, what do you believe connects to that matter?" "I cannot ascertain the truth, but with the Dark Lord's re-emergence at Hogwarts last year, and now this incident suggesting the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, the heir of Slytherin has appeared. To my knowledge, the Dark Lord has repeatedly proclaimed himself the true and sole heir of Slytherin." Snape pondered before responding. "I do not believe this is mere coincidence. Thus, you suspect Voldemort has returned, perhaps possessing another individual, similar to last year's Quirrell?" Dumbledore spoke slowly. "Indeed. I do not dismiss that possibility." Snape paused before continuing. "However, given the severe setback the Dark Lord suffered last year, his resurgence seems unlikely, especially since the Philosopher's Stone is no longer at Hogwarts." "Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed by Nicholas himself," Dumbledore confirmed. "Destroyed?" Snape exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. "That was the Philosopher's Stone. Countless individuals yearned for it, and it was simply destroyed? Such a squandering of resources." "Well then, share your thoughts," Dumbledore said, resting his hands on the table. "I once confided in you that Quirinus revealed to me that the Dark Lord's method of conquering death lies within Horcruxes. I suspect that one of his Horcruxes may be hidden within Hogwarts, though I am perplexed as to why he has suddenly resurfaced to orchestrate the Chamber of Secrets incident." Severus, suppressing his astonishment, spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent, his gaze deepening considerably. "Perhaps he intends to exploit the Chamber of Secrets incident to instill fear. If you cannot swiftly quell the turmoil, he may seize the opportunity to force your departure from Hogwarts." Severus pondered for a moment before continuing. "Had I not learned of the Horcruxes from that fellow Quirinus, I would not have deduced such a possibility. He would not have had this chance." Dumbledore remained noncommittal, then inquired, "If it indeed is a Horcrux, where do you think it might be concealed?" Severus fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze and suggested, "I believe you could summon a certain individual. He may possess greater insight." That seems reasonable. I shall write to him and ask him to visit tomorrow," Dumbledore replied, promptly taking up a quill to compose a letter to Quirinus. Observing this, Severus chose not to speak, merely rising to exit the headmaster's office. The following morning, Quirinus awoke with bleary eyes and made his way downstairs. Young Aisha was already awake, playing with a goblin in the yard. The magical realm's wonders filled her daily life with fascination. Spotting Quirinus, Aisha exclaimed, "Quirinus, look at my goblin bomb. Hey." As she spoke, she hurled a struggling goblin towards him. Upon seeing the flailing creature approaching, Quirinus lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick, sending the goblin soaring out of the yard, much to Aisha's delight and applause. Watching the gleeful child laugh heartily, Quirinus felt a surge of youthfulness within himself. Goblins are diminutive creatures, typically standing only a foot tall, adorned with beards and pointed hats, known for burrowing and damaging plant life, yet possessing remarkable vitality. Quirinus's kick would pose no harm to the goblin, merely driving it away. The yard had been planted with various vegetables, which must be protected from the mischief of goblins. After spending some time with Aisha in her goblin pursuits, an owl swooped into the yard, delivering a letter to Quirinus. He accepted the letter and went inside to retrieve some jerky to offer the owl, which caused a hint of displeasure in Pius, who squinted at the uninvited guest. Once the owl departed, Quirinus opened the letter with a puzzled expression. "Ah, now I see. I knew I had forgotten something. Voldemort has returned. And it's the Voldemort from his student days. Excellent, splendid, truly splendid." A smile that was difficult to contain crept across Quirinus's face, gradually morphing into something more sinister. Chapter 50, The Gaze of Medusa. Quirinus was not magnanimous enough to repay kindness with kindness. He was perpetually consumed by thoughts of vengeance against Voldemort for all he had once bestowed upon him. In Dumbledore's letter, there was no mention of Horcruxes. It merely stated that Madame Loris had been attacked and requested Quirinus to inquire into the matter. Accompanying the letter was the password to the headmaster's office. However, upon seeing this, Quirinus recalled that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and a younger version of Voldemort had resurfaced. Unable to exact revenge on the old Voldemort, he thought it prudent to take some interest from the younger one instead. Quirinus had contemplated how to retaliate, with Voldemort still dormant. There was no need for grand schemes. Merely informing Dumbledore about the Horcruxes would effectively thwart Voldemort's plans. Yet, he had been too preoccupied to consider such matters, never anticipating that the opportunity would present itself so readily. Without hesitation, Quirinus instructed Dodo to look after little Aisha and proceeded directly through the fireplace to Hogwarts. Arriving at Professor McGonagall's office. The fireplace in McGonagall's office served as a conduit for external communication with Hogwarts, and Dumbledore had already granted Quirinus the necessary permissions for direct entry. Typically, the headmaster's fireplace was not connected to the flue network. With a swirl of green flames, Quirinus emerged from McGonagall's fireplace, finding her as focused and diligent as ever, seated behind her desk. He greeted her promptly. "Minerva, good morning." To his surprise, she did not lift her gaze, merely acknowledging him with a slight hum as she continued her work. Quirinus, puzzled, sensed an air of displeasure from McGonagall. Whom could she be upset with? "Minerva, you." Quirinus attempted to continue, but McGonagall abruptly stood, brandishing her Transfiguration textbook and casting a sidelong glance at him. "Dumbledore has urgent matters for you. Shouldn't you be on your way?" "Ah, I shall go at once," Quirinus replied. "Humph," she retorted coldly before exiting the office, leaving Quirinus alone in the room, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What had transpired this early in the day? Disregarding his confusion, Quirinus stepped out of McGonagall's office and closed the door behind him, making his way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The corridors were devoid of students. Upon reaching the entrance to the headmaster's office, he quietly uttered the password. Licorice wand. The stone guardian promptly leapt aside, revealing the staircase leading to the office. The password to Dumbledore's office was rather easy to guess, all revolving around suites. As he entered, he found not only Dumbledore, but also Severus Snape present. Quirinus inquired, "Professor Snape, aren't you supposed to be in class? It hasn't been long since your departure. Has your mind already been filled with flobberworm slime?" "It is not yet class time," Snape retorted with a touch of sarcasm. Accustomed to Snape's sharp tongue, Quirinus took no offense. He settled at Dumbledore's desk, rapped lightly on the surface, and requested, 2 fried eggs and a glass of milk, please." No sooner had he spoken than the eggs and milk appeared before him. "Dumbledore, where is that cat?" "I wish to see it," Quirinus said, taking a bite of an egg. "By the way, I noticed Professor McGonagall seemed rather upset." Snape's expression stiffened at this remark. "Wait a moment, Filch will arrive shortly," Dumbledore remarked, smiling serenely, unfazed by Quirinus' assertive demeanor. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed through the room, followed by Filch entering, cradling Mrs. Loris in his arms. "Headmaster, I have brought Mrs. Loris," Filch announced, casting a glance at Quirinus before addressing Dumbledore. "Ah, you may place her here. I have invited Quirinus to examine her. He was previously the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor and has ventured across the globe. He may possess insight into the cause of her affliction," Dumbledore said, his voice calm and deliberate. "Oh, thank you. Thank you, Professor Quirinus. Please, you must ascertain who has harmed the unfortunate Mrs. Loris," Filch implored, turning to Quirinus, his voice tinged with barely concealed frustration. "I shall do my utmost." Quirinus nodded in acknowledgement. Filch gently set Mrs. Loris upon Dumbledore's desk, and the headmaster instructed, "Argus, you may depart for now. I will return Mrs. Loris to you shortly." Despite his reluctance, Filch dared not defy Dumbledore and left, glancing back over his shoulder multiple times. Quirinus quickly finished his eggs and drained his glass of milk, which vanished along with his dishes. He scrutinized Mrs. Loris for a moment, prodding her. She felt rigid. He then withdrew his wand, casting a series of spells: the detection charm, the counter curse for dark magic, the toxin detection spell, and even the immobilization charm. All yielded no response. What sort of dark magic do you surmise could have caused this? Such a degree of petrification could not be achieved by ordinary means, Dumbledore inquired thoughtfully. "Oh, perhaps the gaze of a Medusa," Quirinus mused, retracting his wand and stroking his chin. He was aware of the truth, yet how could he articulate it logically? "What? Medusas have long been extinct. Do you suggest that a Medusa has infiltrated Hogwarts?" Snape mocked, his tone dripping with skepticism. "I merely draw a comparison. Only the legendary gaze of a Medusa could produce such an effect," Quirinus replied, elaborating that Medusas were serpent-like magical beings capable of casting powerful petrification spells with their gaze. Indeed, even the petrification curse was based on their abilities. What other creature in this world, particularly among serpents, could wield such magic? A basilisk? Snape's expression darkened. The basilisk was an exceedingly perilous magical creature, far more dangerous than dragons, birthed from the malevolent mind of Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Indeed, the basilisk was conjured by the nefarious Salazar Slytherin, a legendary dark wizard of ancient Greece. Medusas also hail from Greek mythology, and even Muggles recount numerous tales of them. Could it be that the creation of the basilisk was inspired by the Medusa, or perhaps it was modeled after her? Quirinus pondered aloud, increasingly convinced that he was inching closer to the truth. But the basilisk's gaze is lethal, while the Medusa's only petrifies. They cannot be conflated, Snape retorted, his countenance grim. If a basilisk were lurking within Hogwarts, it would spell disaster, leading to the inevitable demise of numerous students with a single glance. The gaze of a basilisk is lethal. However, what if one does not meet its eyes directly? Is its potency diminished? Quirinus pondered aloud. If the basilisk was indeed modeled after Medusa, it would surely have enhanced its deadly gaze, potentially rendering its power to petrify rather than outright kill. Quirinus slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "That puddle!" A flicker of insight sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes. Indeed, the location where Madame Loris was attacked had a puddle on the ground. It must have seen the basilisk through the reflection, Snape murmured. The portraits of former headmasters on the wall of the headmaster's office were taken aback by Quirinus's remarks. Buzzing with animated discussion. "Is the creature in the Chamber of Secrets a basilisk?" Snape muttered. "What chamber?" Quirinus feigned ignorance, noting that Dumbledore's letter made no mention of a chamber. "The Chamber of Slytherin," Snape replied, his expression growing complex. "Then it must be the basilisk," Quirinus declared, clapping his hands with certainty. Chapter 51, The Basilisk. "Why?" Snape inquired, perplexed as to why Quirinus was so certain that the creature in the chamber was indeed a basilisk. "Did you not just say the chamber has been opened?" "The Chamber of Slytherin, which has stood for a millennium." Quirinus countered with a question of his own. "Yes, Quirinus. The chamber has been opened," Dumbledore interjected, speaking slowly. "Legend has it that Slytherin left a chamber at Hogwarts, concealing a monster within. When Slytherin's heir emerges, it will be unleashed to purify Hogwarts. Naturally, I do not believe Slytherin would resort to such measures. However, if there truly exists an heir, one cannot dismiss the possibility of extremism." Dumbledore's countenance turned serious. 50 years prior, the chamber had been opened once, resulting in a student being attacked and perishing. 50 years ago? Snape's expression darkened. He was unaware of this incident, nor was it recorded in the Hogwarts history. 50 years ago, Voldemort was a student at Hogwarts. Quirinus remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. At the time of the attack, Tom stood forth to accuse Hagrid of opening the chamber, in a bid to quell the ensuing panic. Hagrid was apprehended as the perpetrator, and no further attacks occurred after his capture. Tom, of course, is Voldemort. Snape's face grew increasingly grim. "So he has returned. Are you suggesting that Voldemort has resurfaced? He opened the chamber last time, and now it is he again?" Quirinus feigned confusion. "Horcrux." Snape's cheeks twitched as he clenched his teeth. "You informed me that the Dark Lord evaded death through the use of Horcruxes." "Indeed," Quirinus nodded. "He must be hiding a Horcrux within the castle. It is likely that his Horcrux has emerged to open the chamber. He has always been Slytherin's heir, and only he could accomplish this." A storm cloud settled upon Snape's visage. "Well deduced," Quirinus remarked, astonished by Snape's acumen. "That clarifies much," he nodded. "You were quite certain that the monster was the basilisk. Why is that?" Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. Slytherin House, often referred to as the Serpent House, is symbolized by a serpent, and the founder, Salazar Slytherin, is renowned for his ability to speak Parseltongue. Without delving into Slytherin's intentions for leaving behind the monster, Professor Snape, if it were you, what would you leave that both represents Slytherin and possesses the capability to achieve its aims? Quirinus turned to Snape, emphasizing that the monster had persisted for a millennium. "Basilisk," Snape slowly uttered. "Alas, if only I had comprehended this sooner, Hagrid would not have been apprehended. While I ultimately safeguarded Hagrid from a permanent imprisonment in Azkaban, he was expelled and his wand broken, rendering him incapable of performing magic." "Thank you, Quirinus. And please extend my gratitude to Hagrid," Dumbledore lamented. "How did the basilisk navigate Hogwarts unnoticed?" Snape pondered aloud. "Through the pipes, of course. Hogwarts is an immense castle, with its labyrinthine network of pipes," Quirinus explained. "Ah, that clarifies everything," Snape remarked, his expression darkening. This was indeed troubling news. After centuries of repairs and enhancements, the castle's plumbing had become a dense web, allowing the basilisk to traverse freely and launch sudden attacks, rendering it virtually indefensible. If this is the work of Voldemort's Horcrux, where might he have concealed it? How many Horcruxes does he possess? Dumbledore mused, gently tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze distant. "I believe the number 7 holds a certain enchantment," Quirinus noted thoughtfully, unabashedly alluding to Voldemort's Horcruxes. Dumbledore's fingers paused, and Snape abruptly turned to Quirinus. "Are you suggesting I have said nothing?" Quirinus replied, mimicking a zipping motion across his lips. "Humph." Snape glared at Quirinus, emitting a cold snort. 7 is indeed a number imbued with magic," Dumbledore remarked, his eyes penetrating as they rested on Quirinus. "However, can a Horcrux act independently? If so, that would be terrifying." Snape's complexion paled as he spoke softly. "Oh, I doubt it, but the first one is always rather unique. Might it be possible that when Voldemort first divided his soul, lacking experience, he inadvertently severed too much, splitting it in two?" Quirinus mused casually, gesturing with his hand as if wielding a knife. Though Voldemort was undeniably a prodigious and gifted wizard in his youth, he was also rather reckless, perhaps even audacious. Dumbledore remarked with a raised eyebrow. Are you suggesting that the entity lurking within Hogwarts, orchestrating the Chamber of Secrets incident, is the Dark Lord's first Horcrux? Snape inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. It is quite probable. While Voldemort was still a student, he likely stumbled upon the method for creating Horcruxes, believing it to be the key to conquering death. His fear of mortality drove him to hastily experiment, Quirinus stated, rising and moving to the window, gazing contemplatively at the distant mountains. I understand that the creation of a Horcrux necessitates an act of murder to sever the soul. Yet the precise mechanics of the process remain unknown. Dumbledore cast a gentle glance at Quirinus, who rolled his eyes in response. I have no interest in Horcruxes, he declared. I am well aware that you are not one to fear death. It is merely another grand adventure, Dumbledore replied with a smile. No, I certainly fear death. I have not yet lived enough. However, I would never choose to split my soul. Who knows what consequences may arise? Quirinus retorted. When did Voldemort first create a Horcrux? Snape interjected impatiently. I believe it was likely 50 years ago, Dumbledore noted, as he mentioned that the Chamber of Secrets was opened then, resulting in a student's demise. Quirinus continued, Voldemort's initial act of murder probably occurred at that time, coinciding with his first creation of a Horcrux. Dumbledore nodded slightly. What purpose does knowing when he created a Horcrux serve? Snape inquired. Fool. At that time, he had not yet graduated. He was still a student. When creating a Horcrux for the first time, his choices for a vessel would have been limited, and it must have held significant meaning for him. Quirinus shot back, giving Snape a reproachful look. If it were you, would you carelessly select a teacup as a vessel for your soul? Snape fell momentarily silent, his expression hardened, and he could only grunt in discontent. It is even possible that this Horcrux was crafted in haste, necessitating the selection of a relatively important object from his belongings to bear his soul, Quirinus remarked, finding this likelihood increasingly plausible. Haste. Both Dumbledore and Snape were taken aback. Indeed, Quirinus snapped his fingers, growing increasingly convinced of this notion. While I know the outcome, deducing Voldemort's behavioral logic from the result is rather intriguing. Chapter 52, The Diary. Quirinus, feeling invigorated, posed a question to Dumbledore. Headmaster, who was the individual that perished 50 years ago due to the chamber incident? Quirinus was aware that this person had transformed into a ghost, residing within a lavatory, but he had forgotten the identity and the specific lavatory, as he had merely seen a film in a past life and could not recall such details vividly. Ah, you've caught me there, Quirinus. You must forgive an elderly man of over a century for his less than stellar memory, especially regarding events from 50 years ago, Dumbledore replied, clearly taken aback by Quirinus's sudden inquiry. Perhaps Minerva might know, Snape suggested, his expression as impassive as ever. Oh, never mind, Severus. If Minerva were to find out, she would be in a state of panic. Dumbledore slowly shook his head. Alternatively, we could consult the ghosts. They have lingered at Hogwarts for quite some time, Quirinus mused. They did not summon Professor McGonagall for this meeting, which explains her earlier ire. If we were to call her now, it would surely incite chaos. Oh, you make a valid point, Quirinus, Dumbledore acknowledged, then turned to a portrait on the wall, addressing it. Headmaster Black. Could you kindly assist me in locating the ghost of Gryffindor, Sir Nicholas? I would like him to visit my office. Very well. Who am I to refuse the current headmaster? Headmaster Black, who had been feigning sleep to eavesdrop, opened his eyes with a displeased expression. Quirinus was well aware that Phineas Black, the most irksome headmaster in the annals of Hogwarts, was a staunch purist. Just a moment later, Sir Nicholas, also known as Nearly Headless Nick, floated through the wall into the headmaster's office. It was said that during his beheading, the blade had been dull, leaving a strip of skin connecting his head to his neck, so that if he floated a bit too quickly, his head might fall off. Upon seeing the three individuals present, Sir Nicholas greeted them with enthusiasm. Dumbledore and Quirinus smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, while Severus maintained a stony silence. For few could elicit a greeting from him. Sir Nicholas, I summoned you today in hopes that you might assist me with a matter, Dumbledore said. His hands clasped on the desk, his tone measured. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. You may simply call me Nick, Sir Nicholas replied warmly. Do you recall, 50 years ago, when a student perished at Hogwarts? Dumbledore inquired. 50 years ago, a student. Sir Nicholas bowed his head in contemplation, causing it to nearly detach. And he hastily reached up to secure it, the strip of skin still connecting his head to his body. This incident startled Quirinus, raising goosebumps along his arms. Severus, too, was taken aback, though his expression remained inscrutable, save for a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Dumbledore, however, maintained an air of calm. Sir Nicholas managed to reattach his head, exhaling in relief, though he was uncertain whether a ghost could truly breathe. Indeed, I remember, it is quite rare for anyone to die at Hogwarts. Moaning Myrtle, she is still here, hiding in a broken lavatory on the second floor, perpetually weeping. She has never quite gotten along with us, and Peeves relishes tormenting her. Still at Hogwarts? She has transformed into a ghost? Dumbledore appeared somewhat astonished. Yes, Would you like me to summon her for you? Sir Nicholas offered eagerly. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Dumbledore nodded, reflecting on the news that a former victim still lingered within Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore, for 50 years. How could you be unaware that she had become a ghost and roamed the school? Quirinus remarked, clicking his tongue. I must confess my ignorance. This is indeed a failing on my part, Dumbledore sighed, his expression turning somber. Severus cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, remaining silent. Before long, Sir Nicholas returned, accompanied by a weeping female ghost. Moaning Myrtle continued her lamentations even upon entering the headmaster's office, and before Dumbledore could pose a question, she interjected, Headmaster, you know how lonely I am. Will you arrange for me to have a neighbor? I think he would do quite nicely. I've saved a stall for him next door. She shot a glance at Quirinus. Quirinus's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. It must be noted that since Quirinus had removed his headscarf, he had become rather handsome. Severus cast a sidelong look at Quirinus, barely able to suppress a smirk. Oh, I'm afraid that won't be possible, Myrtle. Quirinus has many pressing matters to attend to, Dumbledore stated with utmost seriousness. Alas, she lamented, I knew it. No one cares for the pitiable moaning Myrtle. With this, Myrtle wept once more, her voice imbued with sorrow and despair. Quirrell could not shake the impression that Sir Nicholas, observing the spectacle, was filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Dumbledore, with a heavy heart, amplified his voice, laced with enchantment, imparting a soothing essence. Myrtle, may I inquire if you recall the circumstances of your demise? Effectively, Myrtle ceased her weeping and recounted, I only remember feeling immense sadness, retreating to the second-floor lavatory. And then I beheld two enormous yellow lanterns before I perished. Thank you, Myrtle, Dumbledore replied gently, instructing Sir Nicholas to escort her away. It was evident that the girl's lavatory on the second floor marked the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Myrtle had concealed herself there in tears, while the young Voldemort had just emerged from the chamber, accompanied by the basilisk. Upon spotting Myrtle, he was startled and promptly commanded the creature to eliminate her to safeguard his secret. Quirrell rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Having committed murder, Voldemort must have ventured into the realm of Horcrux creation. Being young and reckless, he likely did not ponder the implications of crafting further Horcruxes. In a hasty act, he had severed half of his soul without a suitable vessel to contain it, unable to simply conjure a tap for such a purpose. Thus, he had to search his surroundings for an alternative. Quirrell returned to his seat, arms crossed. I surmise he must have recently acquired knowledge of Horcrux creation. Confronted with the dread of death and the allure of immortality, he would have eagerly sought to experiment. Thus, he likely possessed a diary chronicling the methodology of Horcrux creation, which also served as his commonplace book for magical studies, allowing him to document and reference at will. The chamber would have been his sanctuary for practicing magic. Even had he not encountered Myrtle, he would have swiftly devised a scheme for an attack, for he lacked patience. Quirrell's gaze sharpened as he looked at the two. Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord's first Horcrux is a diary? Snape inquired, his tone grave. And what of it? How does this aid us in locating him? Snape's demeanor was increasingly urgent, his capacity for calm reflection waning. A Horcrux, regardless of its uniqueness, possesses agency and requires energy to sustain it. What energy could a mere diary hold? Quirrell continued with resolve. Thus, it is highly probable that it is concealed within a student, drawing upon their life force and magic, manipulating their thoughts and actions to fulfill his desires. At this revelation, Snape paled, rising abruptly to leave. I must inspect the belongings of all students. Severus, Dumbledore called to him. Do not act impulsively. Such haste may incite panic. Quirrell was taken aback by Snape's fervor for the student's safety. There are always reckless, empty-headed so-called heroes who delight in nocturnal escapades. The basilisk cares not for who you are, Snape retorted, casting a desperate glance back at Dumbledore, urgency etched in his expression. Chapter 53, The Safety Advisor. With nearly 1,000 students in the school, diaries are the most commonplace of items, with each individual possessing one, if not several. How does one go about finding them? Should we rummage through every dormitory? Such items are likely to be concealed, and this could inadvertently alert the students in danger. Quirinus rolled his eyes and remarked, Are we to merely stand by as these students are exposed to the threat of the basilisk? Severus Snape's countenance hardened, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Well, do we not already know the location of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? We could place someone near the entrance to lie in wait and capture the creature before it is unleashed again. Quirinus shook his head in resignation. It was the first time he had seen Snape so concerned for the safety of the students, having lost his usual composure. No, it was not merely the students he was anxious for, but rather Harry. Snape paused momentarily, then with a flourish of his cloak, he strode out, leaving behind only a faint huff as his cloak billowed behind him, reminiscent of a great bat. Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall take my leave now. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Observing Snape's departure, Quirinus did not linger and rose to bid farewell to Dumbledore. Wait a moment, Quirinus, Dumbledore smiled. then retrieved a document from his drawer, sliding it across the table towards Quirinus. What is this? Quirinus inquired, perplexed, as he picked up the document, suddenly struck dumb. You wish to appoint me as the Hogwarts campus safety consultant? He exclaimed in shock. Indeed, just for this term, until the incidents are resolved. Of course. If matters conclude sooner, the commission will be settled accordingly, Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. The school's funds are limited. I can only offer you 1,000 galleons, which pales in comparison to your earnings as a bounty hunter. Quirinus's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated Dumbledore's awareness of his bounty hunting endeavors. However, it mattered little, for he had committed no grievous acts. 1,000 galleons would indeed be a substantial sum for many. But what need is there for my involvement in Hogwarts? With Minerva and Professor Flitwick, grand wizards in their own right, my presence seems unnecessary, Quirinus lamented. Oh, to be overly modest is to undervalue oneself, Quirinus. Moreover, they are occupied with their classes. As for me, one cannot expect a centenarian to overexert himself. Thus appointing a safety consultant is quite essential. Dumbledore asserted with a warm smile. Very well, I accept, Quirinus replied after a moment of contemplation. Excellent. Now, go speak with Minerva and have her arrange an office for you. Your previous office is currently occupied by Gilderoy. Dumbledore nodded in approval. Quirinus acknowledged this and promptly departed from the headmaster's office. With Professor McGonagall engaged in teaching, Quirinus found himself wandering the campus aimlessly. Truth be told, he held little worry about the basilisk. Having foreseen the outcome in his past life, he knew there would be obstacles, but no students would meet their demise. Thus, his overall disposition remained relatively relaxed. With the students occupied in their classes, the castle corridors were eerily empty. After a brief stroll, Quirinus grew weary and made his way out of the castle towards the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's stone hut stood adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. When Quirinus arrived, Hagrid was playfully engaging with a hippogriff. As its name suggests, this extraordinary creature possesses distinct features, and it is notably proud. One cannot approach it without first bowing in respect. Hagrid, Quirinus called out. Oh, Quirinus, what brings you here? Hagrid turned, his face lighting up at the sight of Quirinus, and waved him over. Come and meet this little fellow. Look at his beak and those claws. How charming. Charming, Quirinus muttered, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He conceded that the hippogriff was indeed impressive, but charming felt like an inadequate descriptor. This is Buckbeak, just come of age this year. A valiant young lad, Hagrid announced, patting Buckbeak with his large hands, causing the creature to stumble slightly, which prompted Buckbeak to peck at Hagrid in annoyance. That tickles. Haha, good boy. Quirinus, see? He is playing with me. Hagrid laughed heartily. After a couple of pecks that seemed ineffective, Buckbeak sulked away into the woods. Quirinus observed this interaction with a sense of trepidation. Only Hagrid would interpret such behavior as playful. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely suffered grievous injuries. Seeing Buckbeak depart, Hagrid eagerly approached Quirinus, still smiling. Come in, Quirinus. The stone hut was just right for Hagrid, but it felt somewhat oversized for Quirinus. Perched upon a chair that could comfortably accommodate his entire being, Quirinus inquired of Hagrid, who was pouring coffee for him. Hagrid, it's been a while since my last visit. How is Onyxia faring? Her name is Norbert, confound it. Norbert is a far more pleasant name. Why doesn't she appreciate it? Hagrid grumbled. Norbert is thriving. She is nearly the size of an adult dragon now and full of vitality. Hagrid's disappointment over not being able to name the dragon faded as excitement illuminated his face, his eyes sparkling, as he served the coffee to Quirinus. What seemed a normal cup for Hagrid appeared akin to a barrel for Quirinus. Gazing at the generously filled vessel, Quirinus felt a twitch in his eye. Though this was not his first encounter with such a sight, he could never quite acclimate to it. By the way, Quirinus, did you return to see Norbert? Hagrid inquired, taking a seat in his oversized chair. Oh, not exactly. It was just a convenient stop. Mainly, Dumbledore has requested my assistance with something, Quirinus replied, taking a delicate sip of the overly sweet coffee that mirrored Dumbledore's taste. You're quite impressive. Able to assist Dumbledore, Hagrid remarked with a hint of envy. You're equally remarkable, Hagrid. You are one of Dumbledore's most trusted allies, Quirinus smiled in response, acknowledging Hagrid's unwavering loyalty. Ha ha ha, Hagrid chuckled, scratching his head. Additionally, Dumbledore has invited me to serve as the Hogwarts campus safety advisor, to which I have consented, Quirinus stated, his tone measured and deliberate. Ah, the campus safety advisor. You truly are remarkable, Quirrell. Dumbledore must hold you in high regard. Hagrid, too, is immensely pleased, though he soon expresses a tinge of melancholy, wishing he could share in such distinction. Do not envy me, Hagrid. Professor Kettleburn, who teaches care of magical creatures, is retiring next year, and I firmly believe the next professor will be you. Quirrell offers a mysterious smile. Really? Is that true? Hagrid, upon hearing this, becomes excited and somewhat flustered. Of course. You are Dumbledore's most trusted confidant, and I believe no one loves and understands magical creatures quite like you, Quirrell confides, lowering his voice towards the end. Hagrid, visibly moved, has glistening eyes. Well, Hagrid, I must go check on Onyxia. Quirrell, having spoken, pushes through the back of Hagrid's stone hut and steps into the woods. Upon reaching a more spacious area within the forest, Quirrell cups his hands around his mouth and calls out, Onyxia. A resounding roar echoes from afar, and the figure of a fire dragon swiftly approaches Quirrell. As it nears, the dragon opens its fearsome maw, unleashing a torrent of flames directly at him. Chapter 54, Onyxia. As the searing flames surged toward him, Quirrell raised an eyebrow, flicked his sleeve, and his wand materialized in his grasp, erecting a faint golden shield around him. When the fire reached him, it could not penetrate the protective barrier, dispersing in all directions and incinerating a number of flowers and plants. A fierce wind swept through as the massive form of the dragon descended before Quirrell, its enormous head nudging insistently against him. Quirrell staggered back a few steps from the dragon's immense strength, sheathing his wand and gently stroking the dragon's head. Ah, Onyxia, look how you've grown. You've become quite the lady. It seems Hagrid has taken excellent care of you. Onyxia comfortably squinted her dragon eyes. Indeed. I even made her a nest in the Forbidden Forest, which she adores, don't you, Norbert? Hagrid arrived at that moment, a thestral boar slung over his shoulder. Norbert, look what your mother has brought you. Hagrid tossed the boar to the ground, already prepared. However, Onyxia paid it no mind. Oh, curse be it. I was the one to name her first, Hagrid muttered in frustration, before brightening his expression and calling out, Onyxia, look what I have brought you. Only then did Onyxia turn her gaze to the thestral boar, disdainfully snorting as a plume of fire escaped her nostrils. All right, it's time to eat. Quirrell patted Onyxia's head, prompting her to reluctantly approach the boar and begin her feast. Hagrid, somewhat vexed, remarked, I was the one who named her first. Why doesn't she appreciate it? Norbert is clearly a masculine name. How could she possibly like it? Quirrell rolled his eyes. Oh heavens. Hagrid smacked his forehead, realizing his considerable error. Is it too late to change her name now? It is too late. She is now called Onyxia. Quirinus crossed his arms, smiling as he spoke. Why does she hold such affection for you? You weren't even present when she was born. I am the one who raised her. Hagrid muttered. Ah, that must be fate. Quirinus replied with a cool smile, uncertain of the reasons behind Onyxia's special bond with him. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that he had rescued her from the clutches of smugglers and cared for her for a time, allowing her to recognize his presence, even though a mere egg requires little attention. Once Onyxia had finished her meal, Quirinus experienced the exhilarating sensation of being a dragon rider, soaring through the skies atop a fire-breathing dragon. This was a far more thrilling experience than riding a broom, leaving Hagrid drooling with envy. His eyes tinged with jealousy as he wished to join in, but Onyxia stubbornly refused to let him mount her back. At noon, Quirinus initially intended to share a meal with Hagrid, but upon witnessing the latter tossing a medley of animal entrails, meats, bones, and an array of colorful herbs into a large pot to stew, he promptly abandoned that thought and told Hagrid he had matters to attend to with Professor McGonagall. As Hagrid escorted Quirinus out of the stone hut, he hesitated, saying, Quirinus, I wanted to mention, you were once the defense against the dark arts professor. So you must be quite knowledgeable about dark creatures, right? What are you trying to say, Hagrid? Quirinus observed Hagrid's discomfort with keen perception. I have an old friend who has been increasingly restless lately, unable to eat. Given his age, I worry something may be amiss. Would you accompany me this afternoon to check on him? Hagrid stated, his teeth clenched. An old friend? Who might that be? Quirinus inquired, puzzled. It's Aragog, an acromantula. Hagrid replied awkwardly. Ah, if it's an acromantula, there is no need for concern. They are simply sensing the presence of a natural enemy and will soon be fine. Quirinus reassured, having grasped the situation upon hearing about the acromantula. He had little interest in accompanying Hagrid to the spider's lair, despite being raised by Hagrid for decades. The creature's inherent ferocity and bloodthirst remained unaltered. Quirinus had captured numerous acromantulas in his days as a bounty hunter, their venom being a prized commodity. Nonetheless, his words were not entirely dismissive. Once the basilisk was dealt with, the acromantula's troubles would naturally resolve. As long as Aragog remains, Hagrid can still provide a deterrent to the vast acromantula population. However, once Aragog passes on, those creatures may spiral out of control, presenting a considerable problem. I'm off. Don't worry. Quirinus waved over his shoulder to Hagrid and proceeded towards the castle. Upon entering the castle, Quirinus bypassed the Great Hall and made his way directly to Professor McGonagall's office. Along the way, he encountered his students, all of whom greeted him with astonishment. Hannah Abbott, the so-called sorting hat champion of Hogwarts, after exchanging pleasantries, lamented about how much worse Lockhart was as the defense against the dark arts professor, merely staging theatrical performances in class, leaving her baffled as to why Dumbledore had appointed such a charlatan to teach. Quirinus remained noncommittal. He knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door, and her voice immediately echoed from within, "Come in." Professor McGonagall, upon recognizing Quirinus, wore an expression of displeasure and remarked, "Quirinus, What brings you here? Minerva. I have accepted Headmaster Dumbledore's invitation to return to Hogwarts, Quirinus replied nonchalantly, well aware of the reason behind McGonagall's irritation. Oh, Dumbledore has finally made a judicious choice. He should have dismissed that flamboyant peacock long ago. McGonagall expressed her surprise, tinged with annoyance, as she recalled the insipid nature of Lockhart's classes, which had left her feeling quite stifled. Actually, I am not taking over the defense against the dark arts position. Headmaster Dumbledore has appointed me as a campus safety consultant and requested that I coordinate an office with you. Quirinus shook his head. A campus safety consultant? Does Hogwarts still have that position? McGonagall inquired, her curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, she was not one to easily contest Dumbledore's decisions. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, very well. I shall arrange for you to have an office on the 4th floor. There is a vacant room there. I will have a house elf tidy it up shortly. Thank you very much, Minerva, Quirinus replied with a smile. I am not entirely certain what you and your mysterious companions are up to, but I trust Dumbledore. And I trust you. Welcome back, Quirinus. At that moment, McGonagall allowed a smile to break through, extending her warm welcome. I am equally delighted to be your colleague once more. However, I must first return home to settle little Aisha. I anticipate being a regular fixture at Hogwarts from now on, and I should also inform Professor Flitwick, lest the old fellow become displeased. Having completed his business, Quirinus bid farewell to McGonagall and departed. Professor Flitwick, the old fellow, was indeed overjoyed, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures. As for little Aisha, it was time for her to be introduced to the magical world. Chapter 55. A return to duty. Upon returning home, Quirinus was immediately greeted by little Aisha, who collided into his embrace. Quirinus, you're back. Dobby, who was nearby, bowed and exclaimed, Master, you have returned. Dobby, I have told you numerous times that such formalities are unnecessary, Quirinus said, holding Aisha close, feeling somewhat uneasy with the ingrained humility that shaped Dobby's demeanor. Settling onto the sofa with Aisha in his arms, Dobby promptly brought forth a cup of coffee, which Quirinus had to admit was quite delightful. Aisha, I have always called you by your first name, but I do not know your full name. What is your surname? Quirinus inquired gently, taking a sip of his coffee. Aisha is just Aisha, little Aisha replied, sipping from a cup of freshly brewed milk that Dobby had prepared, a smudge of milk adorning her lips as she answered cheerfully. I see, Quirinus realized, understanding that at just 5 years old, Aisha could not be expected to know such things. Then from now on, you shall be Aisha Quirrell. Aisha Quirrell, Aisha Quirrell, she repeated, delighted to adopt her newly assigned name, even if she did not comprehend the reason behind it. Aisha, starting today, I will be going to work. Would it be all right for you to stay with an aunt of mine for a while? Quirinus carefully proposed to Aisha. Quirinus, do you no longer want me? Upon hearing this, little Aisha was instantly overcome with tears, gazing pitifully at Quirinus. No, it's just that I cannot return home while I am working. You will stay with that lady over there, which is also closer to my workplace, and besides, Dodo will be there too, Quirinus reassured her helplessly. Dodo will be there as well? Aisha's tear-filled eyes widened as she looked at Dodo, with whom she had spent more time recently, forming a friendship. Of course, I will return once my work is done, Quirinus nodded. All right then. Let us make a pinky promise, Aisha suggested, extending her little finger. Quirinus mirrored her gesture, their pinkies intertwining, sealing their agreement, and soon after, Aisha broke into a smile. After packing their belongings, Quirinus took Aisha through the Floo network to Hogsmeade, where they arrived at the 3 broomsticks, with Dodo following them via apparition. One must admit, the Floo network is far gentler than apparition. Prior to their arrival, Quirinus had informed Rosmerta, who warmly welcomed little Aisha. Having communicated about Aisha's circumstances, Rosmerta felt a deep sympathy for the poor girl. Upon seeing Aisha's doll-like beauty, Rosmerta immediately scooped her up from Quirinus, exclaiming, What a lovely little girl. Her smile radiated warmth like spring. Quirinus and Rosmerta had become quite good friends, exchanging letters daily, though their face-to-face encounters were scarce. This did not hinder their enjoyment of communication. The anticipation of awaiting a letter and the joy of receiving one were delights Quirinus cherished. After settling Aisha, Quirinus departed Hogsmeade and headed straight back to Hogwarts. During the feast, students observed Quirinus seated at the staff table, their chatter growing louder. Most speculated whether Professor Dumbledore had seen through Lockhart's facade and might reinstate Professor Quirrell, thereby ousting Lockhart. The discussions reached the staff table, leaving Lockhart feeling awkward and casting furtive glances at Quirinus. Snape, sitting beside Quirinus, furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, Why are you still here? Is it too much to ask to enjoy a meal on my rare visit? Quirinus rolled his eyes before clinking glasses with Professor Flitwick. Snape, momentarily taken aback, scoffed. As long as I'm here, it's sufficient. You're not here to create chaos, are you? It's clear that Dumbledore only allowed your return because he doubts your capabilities. Quirinus provocatively smiled in response. You think so? It seems Hogwarts has no place for you now. Doesn't your presence here stand out all the more? Or have you truly supplanted Lockhart? Not at all. I'm merely going with the flow, Quirinus replied. Snape huffed, falling silent. Quirinus, undeterred, focused on his steak. Although often criticized as a culinary desert, the food in the Wizarding World was quite delightful. Once everyone had dined to their satisfaction, Dumbledore tapped his goblet with a spoon, producing a clear chiming sound that captured the attention of all present. Suddenly, Dumbledore rose and declared, "Last night, an extraordinary event transpired at our school, which I believe you are all aware of. Whether or not such a chamber truly exists, I cannot ascertain, as I have never encountered it myself. However, in the interest of caution and to ensure the safety of our students, I have resolved to appoint a wizard with extensive experience in combating dark magic as our campus security consultant. His name is Quirinus Quirrell, and he will be responsible for the students' safety and the investigation of the chamber incident." Upon concluding his statement, Quirrell stood and greeted the audience. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, a mixture of disappointment and elation. The discontent stemmed from the fact that Quirrell was not directly replacing Lockhart, while the joy arose from the school's evident commitment to student safety, promptly implementing measures in response to the situation. Lockhart, upon realizing he was not being supplanted, let out a sigh of relief, and his gaze towards Quirrell softened considerably. This appointment surprised many, yet it was also somewhat expected, aside from Lockhart. No other replacement seemed fitting. Professor Trelawney, who taught divination, also exhaled in relief, her inebriated state nearly causing her to collapse, only to be steadied by Professor Sinistra of astronomy. As Quirrell was announced, he had been observing the Gryffindor table and noticed that Ron's younger sister, Ginny Weasley, appeared unusually pale and lethargic. It seemed the diary remained in Ginny's possession, indicating no butterfly effect had occurred, which was fortuitous news for Quirrell. Now, the task was to devise a method to retrieve the diary from Ginny's grasp, and all would be well. After the dinner concluded, Quirrell had scarcely settled into his new office when he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Draco Malfoy accompanied by his two cronies, Goyle and Crabbe. "Do you have business here? If I am not mistaken, you should be preparing for rest in your dormitory," Quirrell inquired. "Professor Quirrell, you are here regarding the chamber incident, are you not? I have some details I wish to discuss with you. By the way, my father mentioned that your book is exceptional, with insights that are remarkably unique and profound, particularly your classification of magical tears, which is truly groundbreaking," Malfoy remarked with a sly grin. One could not help but notice the Malfoy family's lack of decorum. Even when addressing a professor, there was an air of arrogance. Indeed, young Malfoy, born with a silver spoon, exuded pride inherently, as if complimenting someone was a favor bestowed upon them. Chapter 56, The Lavatorio? "Then do come in," Quirrell replied, ushering the three boys into the office and inviting them to sit at his desk. As it was Quirrell's first night in this office, it had been tidied by a house elf, appearing quite spacious yet impeccably organized, with the desk almost entirely bare. "Please share what information you possess, Mr. Malfoy," Quirrell inquired, settling into his chair with his hands clasped beneath his chin. "Professor Quirrell, when the incident occurred yesterday, we had just arrived at the scene and glimpsed Harry, Ron, and Hermione, along with that mudblood Malfoy, who appeared rather animated. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Quirrell. "Repeat that," Quirrell said, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on Malfoy. "What?" Malfoy was taken aback, believing Quirrell had not heard him properly. "I meant to say, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. That mudblood Malfoy," he reiterated. "Repeat that," Quirrell interrupted once more. Malfoy's face flushed with anger. "Do you know why I interrupted you, Mr. Malfoy?" Quirrell inquired with a stern countenance. Malfoy hesitated, remaining silent, but visibly displeased. "Mr. Malfoy, I trust you are aware of how vile the term mudblood is," Quirrell continued. Malfoy felt a surge of indignation but refrained from retorting, recognizing the gravity of Quirrell's demeanor. "The Malfoy lineage is one of great antiquity, renowned in the magical realm. Is it truly the case that the legacy of the Malfoy family has been one of arrogance and prejudice for centuries?" Quirrell's words pierced Malfoy's heart like a sharpened dagger. "Of course not," Malfoy stammered, his face reddening as he struggled to articulate a rebuttal. The honor of his family was of paramount importance to him, a pure-blood heir. Crabbe and Goyle stood silently by, heads bowed in deference. "Your family's honor is indeed a source of pride, yet it can also become a burden. Ultimately, the person you choose to become is your own decision. Let your family be exalted by your actions, not shamed by them," Quirrell advised. Malfoy was not inherently malevolent. He merely lacked proper guidance, as his father was a man of arrogance. Hogwarts teaches magic but neglects moral philosophy. Malfoy remained silent, his gaze cast downward. "What were you about to say?" Quirrell shifted the topic. "I wanted to suggest that it could possibly be Potter, as they were the only ones present when we arrived." Malfoy murmured, devoid of his earlier bravado. "Do you truly believe that the heir of Slytherin could be a Gryffindor?" Quirrell raised an eyebrow. "Of course not," Malfoy instinctively retorted, but then recalled that he had just made that assertion, falling silent in awkward embarrassment as he stared at the floor. Very well, you may leave. I will investigate further. Quirrell gestured for them to depart. The three of them, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, hurriedly rose to exit. Just as they reached the door, Malfoy turned back to ask, Professor, does the Chamber of Secrets truly exist? Perhaps. If you do not leave now, you will be in violation of school rules. Quirrell replied ambiguously. After they had departed, Quirrell exited the office to patrol the castle. To suggest that Quirrell was unafraid of the basilisk would be disingenuous. After all, it was a creature that had lived for 1,000 years and could kill with a mere gaze. Thus, he cast a protective charm as he traversed the hallways. Quirrell could not recall when the second attack had occurred, but he surmised that it was unlikely to be a consecutive event. This time, Quirinus chose to return to Hogwarts not solely due to Dumbledore's entreaty, but also with the intention of causing some upheaval for Voldemort. As Voldemort had yet to make his return, it seemed prudent to gather some interest beforehand, and if possible, to deliver a surprise to the future Dark Lord. Quirinus arrived at the abandoned lavatory on the second floor of the castle, where Severus Snape awaited at the entrance, and shortly thereafter, Dumbledore joined them. Is this the place? Dumbledore inquired, his gaze penetrating. The location where Moaning Myrtle was attacked was indeed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Regrettably, it had eluded him all those years ago. Very well, Headmaster, let us not dwell on the past. We should enter and investigate, Quirinus declared, stepping boldly into the lavatory. Upon entering, they were met with Myrtle's lamentations, her voice sorrowful and haunting. Upon hearing the door open, she paused her weeping and peered out from a stall, her expression forlorn as she addressed them. Are you here to visit poor Moaning Myrtle? Severus did not even glance at Myrtle, his eyes scanning the lavatory for any signs of the hidden entrance. Dumbledore, upon entering, appeared deep in thought, also surveying the surroundings. Quirinus, with an air of resignation, spoke to Myrtle. Myrtle, we have a matter to attend to here. Before he could finish, Myrtle resumed her weeping. Oh, indeed, you all despise me. Severus, irritated by the renewed cries, cast Quirinus a disdainful look. Dumbledore, likely also wearied by Myrtle's lamentations, gently interjected. Myrtle, would you kindly wait elsewhere for a moment? We need to conduct some inquiries here. It will not take long. Dumbledore's authority was palpable, even to a ghost. And Myrtle ceased her cries, whimpering as she drifted through the wall. With the distraction gone, the three began to search the lavatory. Though Quirinus could hardly recall the precise location of the entrance to the chamber and could only proceed slowly. Dumbledore, however, quickly observed his surroundings and directly approached the basin at the center of the lavatory, bending down to inspect it. Ah, he exclaimed with a light chuckle, drawing the attention of Quirinus and Severus, both startled as they hurried over. Have you found it? Quirinus inquired as he approached, realizing that they might have to discern the entrance through further investigation. Yet, with Dumbledore's insight, he immediately spotted engravings of several small serpents at the bottom of the basin. Undoubtedly, this was the entrance to Slytherin's chamber, and Severus appeared somewhat exhilarated, as the chamber held significant meaning for him as the head of Slytherin House. Suddenly struck by a thought, Quirinus slapped his forehead, recalling that the basilisk traversed through the pipes. If they were to locate the entrance, it surely must connect to the basin. Professor Snape, did you not consider this? Instead of searching everywhere? He remarked, casting a scornful glance at Severus. Severus's expression darkened, his cheeks twitching with irritation, his eyes sharp and piercing, his right hand itching to act. Dumbledore regarded Quirinus with a hint of surprise. Ahem, Headmaster, might you attempt to open it? Quirinus suggested, clearing his throat with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore softly murmured incantations, prodding the small serpent engraving upon the fountain with his wand, yet the fountain remained eerily still. We shall simply obliterate it. Severus snapped, retracting his menacing glare directed at Quirrell. That is not an option. The chamber is intricately connected to the entire castle, safeguarded by its magic. To destroy the fountain would be tantamount to waging war against the castle itself, a task far from simple, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Severus, upon hearing this, pressed his lips together in silence. Chapter 57, Ginny. After a fruitless exploration of the restroom, Quirrell continued his patrol of the castle, employing the sensory charm. He was unaware of when the basilisk might emerge again, thus resorting to aimless vigilance, just in case. Although the basilisk had never claimed a life in the films, reality held uncertainties, especially with his own unpredictable presence added to the mix. He pondered the extent of Voldemort's control over Ginny and sought an opportunity to test her. Suddenly, Quirrell halted in his tracks, his attention drawn to the right front of him. The sensory charm had detected a presence, yet his eyes failed to discern it. An invisibility cloak? Quirrell cautiously approached, noting that the disillusionment charm operated more like a chameleon, allowing one to blend into the surroundings rather than becoming fully invisible. The only true invisibility belonged to the invisibility cloak, though it was plausible that some individuals had mastered the disillusionment charm to such an extent that they achieved invisibility. Currently, The sole invisibility cloak at Hogwarts resided in the possession of the savior, Harry Potter. As Quirrell crept closer to Harry's location, he could hear faint breaths, which soon ceased, indicating that Harry had held his breath. It must be said that Harry lacked experience. Quirrell extended his hand toward Harry, vaguely sensing an object ahead, but then retracted it. Continuing his advance, a peculiar smile lingering on his lips. Quirrell had no intention of capturing Harry. He merely sought to frighten him. Running about at this hour cloaked in invisibility, with a basilisk potentially lurking in the castle, did he truly believe the cloak rendered him invincible? Yet, this invisibility cloak was indeed lacking. It could not evade the sensory charm, nor could it evade Moody's magical eye. How could it claim to escape death itself? To be among the Deathly Hallows? Was there some latent power within the cloak yet to be discovered? Quirrell had long felt that the renown of the Deathly Hallows was exaggerated. Their actual efficacy was far less formidable. Aside from the Elder Wand, which could enhance one's power, the other two held little significance. Once Quirrell had distanced himself, Harry took several deep breaths, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. A quick check of his back revealed it drenched with sweat. Thankfully, he had not brought Ron and Hermione along. One invisibility cloak could not fully conceal 3 individuals. Without daring to linger further, he made a beeline back to the Gryffindor dormitory. For several consecutive days, Quirinus had been patrolling the castle, seeking an opportunity to converse privately with Ginny, yet chance eluded him. The young lady vanished immediately after classes, and he could not boldly seek her out or summon her, particularly during this sensitive period, which could easily provoke students and Dumbledore alike. Dumbledore would never permit him to interrogate a student based merely on suspicion, especially not through the use of magic. He could not explain how he knew the diary was in Ginny's possession. Thus, he had to act covertly. This frustrating sensation of knowing the answer, yet being unable to voice it, left Quirinus feeling stifled. He had left a warning charm at the restroom door, but there had been no developments. Could it be fear? Unthinkable. Voldemort, such an arrogant being, could hardly be afraid, even in his youth. On this day, Quirinus finally intercepted Ginny just outside the Gryffindor dormitory, with no one else around. Miss Weasley. He greeted her with a smile as he observed her ascending the staircase. Several books clutched in her arms. Hello, Professor Quirrell, Ginny replied, somewhat shyly. May we converse? Quirinus wasted no time and got straight to the point. Yes, of course. Ginny seemed a bit anxious, her already pale complexion losing further color. Let us go to my office, Quirinus said, leading the way, as Ginny hesitated briefly before following suit. In the office, Quirinus gestured for Ginny to take a seat and poured her a cup of coffee, then positioned himself opposite her. Observing the young girl's evident nervousness, he offered a gentle smile. Do not be anxious, Miss Weasley, or may I call you Ginny? Of course, Professor Quirrell, she nodded eagerly. Ginny, I've noticed you seem unwell of late. Your complexion is quite pale. Are you feeling ill? Perhaps you should visit the hospital wing. Quirinus gazed intently into her eyes, subtly emanating an invisible wave of influence. Ginny shook her head. I am fine, just feeling rather fatigued lately. Perhaps I have not been resting adequately. I should be well after a few days of good rest. Have you experienced anything particularly unusual recently? Quirinus inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Not really. Just an occasional sense of unease that I cannot quite explain, Ginny replied hesitantly. Quirinus's brow furrowed further. I believe you ought to consult Madame Pomfrey. Have you discovered anything strange lately? He continued, yet the legilimency provided him no useful feedback. No, Ginny looked at him with wide, innocent eyes, then suddenly gasped, Professor, you do not suspect that I opened the Chamber of Secrets, do you? I am a Gryffindor. My entire family is Gryffindor. How could I be the heir of Slytherin? Of course not, he chuckled lightly. I merely noticed that you seem somewhat off. Your pallor is alarming. I wanted to see if there was anything I could assist you with. Very well, you should return to rest. Do ensure you visit Madame Pomfrey tomorrow. Gazing at Ginny's pale visage, Quirinus gently remarked that it was increasingly difficult to elicit any information. Voldemort had evidently anticipated this scenario. Ginny's memories appeared pristine, leaving one to ponder whether it was a result of brain-blocking spells, confusion charms, or oblivion curses, or perhaps she was not Ginny at all. This seemed improbable. Ginny. As she was about to depart, Quirinus called out to her, noticing her expression of perplexity. If you find yourself in confusion or require assistance, remember to seek out a professor or me. Moreover, never trust anything with independent thoughts unless you can discern its mind, he added with a grave countenance. Understood, Ginny nodded, stepping out with an untainted gaze, devoid of any impurities. Quirinus observed that the books she cradled were all antiquated. How could this be? There was not a hint of discord. Was it possible that the diary was not in Ginny's possession? Had his own variable instigated a butterfly effect? Yet, what could account for her visibly depleted vitality? Quirinus sat behind his desk, hands clasped against his mouth, brow furrowed as he pondered silently. With no progress to report and the basilisk not reappearing, Severus greeted him with scorn, mocking him for the lack of any leads after so many days. Lamenting the substantial funds wasted, He had been hired as a consultant for campus safety and the investigation of the Chamber of Secrets, not to loiter idly. You claim to possess extensive experience in combating dark magic? The derision continued unabated. In summary, various uncomplimentary remarks flowed from Severus's lips, inciting Quirinus's ire. Yet, he found himself at an impasse, lacking any substantial advancement, forced to passively await the emergence of the adversary, bereft of confidence to engage in repartee with Severus. Chapter 58, Lockhart. On a Saturday morning, Quirinus exited the castle after finishing breakfast in his office, intending to visit Hagrid's hut and then check on little Isa and Hogsmeade. However, plans seldom withstand the whims of fate, barely out the castle gates. He was called to a halt. Turning around, he was taken aback to find Gilderoy Lockhart, the flamboyant peacock. It is worth noting that Lockhart was a senior to Quirinus, having graduated a year prior. Despite Quirinus's remarkable academic performance, he had been somewhat shy and self-effacing, often a target for bullying. Thus, he had resolved to study dark magic post-graduation to empower himself, only to encounter Voldemort. On the contrary, Lockhart was a quintessential show-off, perpetually seeking to showcase himself, rife with vanity and self-absorption. Nevertheless, being a Ravenclaw, he was diligent in his studies in the magical realm. Poor academic performance and lack of proficiency in magic render vanity moot. The Lockhart of Quirinus's memories seemed disjointed from the inept Lockhart before him. Perhaps he did not even recall having a junior from Ravenclaw. Indeed. Professor Quirrell, happy weekend. Lockhart stepped closer, aligning himself with Quirinus. During your tenure here, we've scarcely had a proper conversation, which is truly regrettable. Have you read my books? You must have, right? No need to explain. I understand. You're simply shy. How about this? I shall send you a set of my signed books, complimentary, of course. Quirinus merely glanced back at him, and before he could utter a single word, he was rendered speechless by the incessant chatter. Thank you, Quirinus managed to respond. By the way, you were also a student at Hogwarts, weren't you? Which house did you belong to? I don't seem to recall you. Lockhart, overly familiar, interjected, Ravenclaw, a year below you. Quirinus finally regained his composure and smiled. Lockhart, my senior. Oh, how delightful that we belong to the same house and are nearly contemporaries. What a marvelous coincidence. Although I never saw you at school. Surely you must have seen me, right? No need to deny it. I was quite the heartthrob, captivating many a girl, and even some boys. I won the Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly, not once, but 5 times. And I am a world-class defense against the dark arts master. Having received the 3rd-class Order of Merlin, Lockhart puffed out his chest, proudly displaying the 3rd-class medal. Quirinus's lips twitched slightly as he replied, impressive. You must be attending the Quidditch match as well. Come along. Let us revel in the admiration and cheers of the students. Mainly mine, of course. Lockhart declared with a self-satisfied grin, pulling Quirinus toward the Quidditch pitch. I want the students to know that Professor Quirrell has such an outstanding senior. With a wink, he added, I have something to attend to. Quirinus gently protested. What could possibly be more important than watching the match with me? Rest assured, your signed book will be delivered to you tonight. Look at you, being so finicky. Lockhart completely disregarded Quirinus's reluctance. Quirinus stood there, dumbfounded, unsure how to cope with Lockhart's incessant monologue, as it seemed Lockhart was oblivious to the subtle cues of disinterest, or, rather, chose to ignore them with an air of arrogance. Thus, Lockhart dragged Quirinus into the Quidditch stadium. The match was about to commence, and the stands were filled to capacity with nearly all the faculty and students present. The arrival of Lockhart and Quirinus drew nearly everyone's attention, as Lockhart waved to the audience, exclaiming, You may not know this, but Quirinus here is my junior, an exceptional Ravenclaw, though he lacks the charmingly handsome smile that I possess. Some in the crowd rolled their eyes, while many of Lockhart's devoted fans squealed in delight. In the Gryffindor changing room, Ron and Hermione were cheering for Harry when they heard the commotion outside. They pulled back the curtain to see Quirinus strolling alongside Lockhart. Harry whispered to Hermione, Does Professor Quirrell not realize that Lockhart is a fraud? Hermione retorted sharply, Lockhart is not a fraud. He is simply what? You can't even finish that thought, can you? Just admit it. He is a fraud, Ron chimed in smugly. With such a close relationship with Professor Quirrell, if Lockhart were truly a fraud, would Quirrell be oblivious to it? Humph. Do you really think Professor Quirrell is less astute than you? Hermione scoffed, rolling her eyes and turning away from them. Harry and Ron, having experienced the Battle of the Philosopher's Stone, were among the few who knew the truth behind it. They held a deep admiration for Quirinus, who had bravely opposed Voldemort and successfully defeated him. Although he had manipulated Harry, his actions were somewhat justifiable. Upon hearing Hermione's remark, they exchanged glances. Snape, seated in the stands, watched as Lockhart dragged Quirinus in, letting out a derisive snort. He had always disdained Lockhart, viewing him as a mere peacock devoid of substance. Quirinus was unceremoniously pulled into a seat amidst the students by Lockhart. The match commenced, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin. a contest notorious for its fierce rivalry. This time, Slytherin had upgraded to the latest model, the Nimbus 2001, the most advanced broom on the market. In contrast, Gryffindor boasted only Harry's Nimbus 2000, with the rest of the team equipped with the older Clean Sweep series, showcasing a significant disparity in hardware. Nevertheless, they remained optimistic, bolstered by the presence of the world's youngest seeker, Harry Potter. However, the match was clearly tampered with. From the outset, a bludger relentlessly targeted Harry, intent on knocking him off his broom. Harry struggled to fend it off, unable to spare a moment to search for the golden snitch. Even as the bludger grazed his scalp, it swiftly turned to charge at him once more. To shield Harry, Gryffindor's beaters, George and Fred, stayed close, which inadvertently provided Slytherin with an advantage. With their superior strength and advanced brooms, Slytherin soon began to dominate the match. Hermione, witnessing the familiar scene from the stands, felt a jolt of alarm and quickly glanced at Quirinus and Snape, only to find them both unmoving. Snape, too, was taken aback, casting a look at Quirinus, who, feeling their scrutiny, rolled his eyes. Quirinus was aware of who had orchestrated the interference, yet he chose to remain indifferent. Meanwhile, Lockhart was vociferously cheering for Harry. As rain continued to pour, Gryffindor became increasingly anxious. They could not allow the situation to persist. They withdrew the players protecting Harry, allowing him to confront the rogue bludger alone, which was a request of his own. Harry deftly evaded the bludger, while Malfoy, instead of seeking the snitch, remained nearby to taunt him. Suddenly, Harry spotted the golden snitch near Malfoy's ear. In a moment of distraction, the bludger struck his elbow, causing excruciating pain and rendering his right arm numb. Nevertheless, he persevered, pressing on the broom and charging directly at Malfoy. Malfoy, startled, believed Harry intended to collide with him and hastily sidestepped. Seizing the moment, Harry grasped the golden snitch but could no longer maintain his balance and plummeted toward the ground. Quirinus rose, pointing his wand to cast a cushioning charm directly onto the ground beneath Harry. With a resounding beep, the match concluded, declaring Gryffindor the victors. Everyone surged toward Harry, eager to assess his injuries. Lockhart arrived first, bending down to gaze at Harry, exclaiming, "Do not fret, Harry. I am here to tend to your arm." However, Harry wished to sit up, but the pain in his arm was too excruciating. His little admirer stood nearby, snapping photographs, which infuriated Harry to the extent that he felt an urge to deliver a punch. "I believe he ought to be taken to the hospital wing," suggested Wood along with George and Fred. "Trust me," Lockhart replied with unwavering confidence. Rolling up his sleeves, he drew his wand, waved it in the air, and then directed it towards Harry's arm. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers as Harry's arm became limp, the bones seemingly extracted. Lockhart found himself in a state of disarray. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. He genuinely intended to heal Harry while simultaneously garnering admiration from him and the surrounding students. Quirrell, who had been observing from the stands, furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was deliberate. Surely not. Lockhart's initial gestures for the spell were impeccably standard, indicative of a healing charm, yet he faltered midway, as if forgetting how to execute it. Had he only remembered the first part? Chapter 59, The Attack. Lockhart was at a loss, feeling the weight of disdain and contempt in the gazes of those around him. Awkwardly, he remarked, "Ah, Harry, does it not hurt anymore? Clearly, the bones must be rejoined. Do remember this. Now, Harry, stroll to the hospital wing, would you? Ah, Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger, could you accompany him? Madame Pomfrey might be able to help." He added hastily, let me make a few adjustments." With that, Lockhart hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, making a hasty retreat to the castle. Quirrell cast a perplexed glance at Lockhart's retreating figure, his mind deep in thought. Though Quirrell had little direct interaction with Lockhart, the latter's various actions and the feedback from students painted a clear picture. Lockhart appeared to be nothing more than a charlatan lacking genuine skill. Yet, how could such a charlatan dare to teach at Hogwarts? Lockhart, a man of extreme vanity and a deep concern for his reputation, would not have boldly performed spells in front of an audience if he were incapable of the healing charm. In Quirrell's recollection, Lockhart, despite his penchant for self-aggrandizement and the desire to be the center of attention, had also been diligent in his studies, a legitimate graduate, and indeed a commendable alumnus of Hogwarts. Had he been utterly inept, he would never have graduated from such a prestigious institution. Moreover, given his current fame, failing to secure a diploma would have surely caused a sensation, and it would have been improbable for him to maintain his standing up to this point, considering he had numerous contemporaries. Thus, his inability to perform magic might have only surfaced recently, perhaps even prior to his tenure at Hogwarts. Of course, Quirrell was aware of his proficiency with the Oblivion Charm, which he had employed to ambush numerous wizards and extract narrative material from them. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Lockhart's storytelling prowess was indeed commendable. When Quirrell returned to his senses, he noticed that the students on the pitch had already returned to the castle. Rain continued to fall from the sky, but fortunately, Quirrell had cast a waterproof charm upon himself, Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly drenched. No longer dwelling on the matters concerning Lockhart, Quirinus hastened back to the castle. A visit to Hogsmeade was no longer feasible, and he must return to his post. Although the basilisk had remained dormant for many days, vigilance was still paramount. On Sunday, Quirinus ventured to Hogsmeade, where he was met by a tearful little Aisha, who flung herself into his embrace. Madame Rosmerta observed from the side, her gaze warm. "What troubles you, little Aisha? Why are you crying? Did Aunt Rosmerta treat you poorly? Shall we confront her?" Quirinus feigned anger as he lifted Aisha, casting a mock glare at Rosmerta, who returned his look with an equally fierce expression. "No, Aunt Rosmerta has been very kind to me. She has bought me clothes and tells me stories at bedtime, but I miss you. It has been so long since you last visited me," Aisha replied, her voice quivering with emotion. "When I finish my current duties, I shall take you to Diagon Alley for a stroll, to buy you clothes and ice cream." Quirinus promised with a smile. "And Aunt Rosmerta must come along too," Aisha exclaimed. "Very well," Rosmerta replied softly, casting a glance at Quirinus while a blush crept across her cheeks. It was not until evening that Quirinus returned to the castle, opting to forego the school's banquet and heading directly to his office. That night, he dutifully patrolled the castle, the vast, silent halls echoing only with his footsteps. Although he was not afraid of the dark, an inexplicable unease settled within him, as if something ominous were impending. After inspecting the washroom near the entrance to the second-floor chamber, he found nothing amiss, save for the faint sound of Myrtle's weeping. The warning enchantments had not been triggered. Quirinus proceeded with caution, knowing that a wizard's whim was seldom without purpose. Something was amiss. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he suddenly spotted a figure ahead, likely a first- or second-year student. Quirinus's footsteps echoed, yet the child remained unresponsive. His sense of foreboding intensified as he surveyed the area. Discovering nothing else, the figure stood frozen, clutching something in their hands. Drawing his wand, Quirinus approached cautiously, his heart sinking as he discerned the scene before him. The young boy was rigid, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue-gray, holding a camera that was emitting a noxious odor of burnt plastic, its lens charred beyond repair. A basilisk had struck, and a student had fallen victim. Quirinus's heart sank further, and without hesitation, he flicked his wand, summoning a silvery mist that coalesced into the form of a silver raven. He murmured a few words to his Patronus, which immediately soared away, enveloped in shimmering light. In mere moments, hurried footsteps echoed through the castle. Quirinus turned to see Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, along with Snape and Professor Sprout, all clad in their night attire. Their expressions grave. Professor McGonagall examined the motionless boy, gently brushing her fingers against his cold cheek, her voice trembling as she uttered, "This is Colin Creevey, a first-year student from a Muggle family. My heavens, this is dreadful. Who would dare to attack a student?" Professor Flitwick cradled his head in his hands. A visage of fury and disbelief etched across his features. Dumbledore's expression was grave, his gaze piercing, as he meticulously examined Colin with his uniquely shaped elder wand, murmuring incantations under his breath. After a moment, he intoned solemnly, petrification, akin to what befell Filch's cat. At this pronouncement, a collective sigh of relief escaped the others. As long as he was not dead, there was hope. Professor Sprout, with a hint of sorrow in her voice, remarked, "Colin is a good lad, always diligent and eager in class. I cannot fathom why someone would target him. Thankfully, it is merely petrification. Once my mandrakes mature, he shall be restored." Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings before turning to Quirinus and inquired, "Quirinus, did you see who was responsible?" Snape remained silent, his expression grave and his gaze icy. At Dumbledore's words, he too fixed his eyes on Quirinus, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his countenance. "I did not see anything. Upon my arrival on the 5th floor, I discovered Colin had already been attacked. This is not my first traverse of the 5th floor tonight. Evidently, the assailant seeks to provoke us." Believing we are incapable of capturing him, Quirinus spoke with a low voice, a spark of indignation igniting in his eyes. "Is this how you ensure the safety of your students?" Snape's tone was frigid as he slowly articulated his words, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Quirinus refrained from retorting and continued, "The alert enchantments I placed in the lavatory were not triggered, indicating that there are multiple entrances to the Chamber of Secrets. The assailant has evidently anticipated our movements. This attack is a blatant act of provocation and scorn." "What lavatory? Have you located the entrance to the chamber?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed sharply. Professors Flitwick and Sprout regarded Quirinus with incredulity. "Indeed, we have discovered the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, located within an abandoned lavatory on the 2nd floor of the castle. However, it may require Parseltongue to unlock. We cannot gain entry. I had set multiple alert spells in the lavatory, yet none were activated, clearly indicating the presence of more than one entrance," Quirinus replied, glancing at Dumbledore, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to divulge the situation in full. "Thus, the chamber truly exists? Good heavens, what manner of creature is attacking the students?" Professor Flitwick expressed his disbelief. Quirinus surmised. The creature within the chamber is a basilisk. Dumbledore spoke in a grave tone. A basilisk, my word, gasped Professor Sprout, covering her mouth in shock, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick mirrored her astonishment. Among the myriad of magical beings, the basilisk undoubtedly ranks as one of the most perilous, even surpassing dragons in danger. But isn't the basilisk's gaze fatal? How could it cause petrification? Professor Sprout queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Because Colin did not meet the basilisk's gaze directly, Dumbledore explained, gesturing toward the damaged camera in Colin's hand. The camera saved Colin's life. Quirinus mentioned that the basilisk's weakened gaze resembles Medusa's stare. He suspects a profound connection between the basilisk's origins and Medusa herself. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout turned their attention to Quirinus, who nodded and stated, "This is merely my conjecture. So you were aware all along and chose not to inform us? Were it not for the recent attack, how long did you intend to keep us in the dark?" Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared, her gaze piercing like an arrow towards Quirinus, Dumbledore, and Snape. Quirinus awkwardly turned his head away, while Dumbledore replied gently, "Do not fret, Minerva. Our intention is to avoid alarming the enemy. The more individuals aware of our plans, the greater the risk. If the adversary remains concealed, that poses an even graver threat. Allow Quirinus to proceed alone, while Severus and I provide assistance when necessary to lower the enemy's vigilance. However, he appears exceedingly arrogant, underestimating our capacity to apprehend him." Fortunately, Colin's luck was on his side. During the basilisk's attack, he happened to be taking photographs, for otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. I shudder to contemplate the most catastrophic outcomes, Professor Sprout thought, patting her chest in trepidation. Was it truly mere luck? Or had someone made preparations in advance? Quirinus pondered quietly, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. It is hardly coincidental that every encounter aligns so perfectly. Each time, there is an indirect gaze that leads to petrification. And the basilisk does not afford you time to prepare. Very well, Minerva, please escort Mr. Creevey to the hospital wing. We shall investigate the lavatory, as he may already be aware of our discovery of its existence, Dumbledore stated. Humph, McGonagall scoffed, but did not defy Dumbledore command. With a flick of her wand, Colin levitated and followed her to the hospital wing. In the lavatory, Moaning Myrtle was still weeping and, upon seeing the group enter, asked with surprise, "Are you here to spend this lovely evening with me?" "Apologies, Myrtle, but we have come to investigate a matter," Dumbledore replied. "Have you seen anyone or any creature in this lavatory tonight?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Myrtle ceased her antics and, in a soft whimper, replied, "Yes, do you count?" Snape furrowed his brow, about to speak, but Dumbledore raised a hand to silence him and continued, "Aside from us, was there anyone else?" "None other. No one likes Moaning Myrtle, so why would they come here?" Myrtle lamented, bursting into tears once more. Ignoring her, Dumbledore approached the sink to inspect, finding no trace or clue. Quirinus also checked his alert charms, which remained intact. It seems he indeed sensed our movements early on and chose not to emerge here. The castle is vast, and discovering other entrances to secret chambers is akin to climbing a mountain. Furthermore, we are unaware of how many entrances exist, Quirinus sighed. Snape, deep in thought, remarked gravely, "The only individuals aware of the entrance to the chamber are myself, Dumbledore, and Quirrell. How has this information leaked?" After speaking, Snape glanced at the still sniffling Myrtle. "I meticulously check the lavatory each time I visit, ensuring no one is around before I proceed," Quirinus added, perplexed. "As for Myrtle, she is unlikely to divulge our secrets. Alas, I shall patrol the castle once more to ensure no students fall victim to further attacks," Professor Flitwick declared before exiting the lavatory. "Let us return," Dumbledore remarked to the remaining few. "We must remain vigilant, for we do not know when he might strike again." With that, he led the way out. Snape and Quirinus lingered at the rear, traversing the desolate castle in silence. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase, Snape halted, turning to Quirinus with a sardonic expression. "The Dark Lord is not easily vanquished, even with merely half of his soul." "I am well aware of that," Quirinus replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of dismay. He understood that amidst the string of attacks, no lives had been lost. Thus, the pressure on him was minimal. As long as no one died, it was not a grave matter. "Humph, I hope you do not underestimate the Dark Lord," Snape retorted with a scoff, then proceeded down the stairs toward the potions classroom, which lay deep underground, shrouded in darkness. Of course, Quirinus mused as he watched Snape depart, his gaze distant. Could it be you, Ginny? The following day, news of Colin Creevey's assault, lying in the hospital like a lifeless body, spread throughout the school, igniting a flurry of rumors and paranoia. Students huddled in tight-knit groups, fearing that venturing out alone might lead to an attack. Many began to suspect that Harry was the heir of Slytherin, casting him dubious glances, especially since Colin, his fervent admirer, had followed Harry around with a camera, eager to capture every moment of his idol's life. It was well known that Harry found this incessant attention quite bothersome. Various protective charms and talismans became all the rage within the school, though their efficacy remained a matter of personal belief. Neville Longbottom purchased a foul-smelling green onion, a pointed amethyst, and a decaying newt tail. He was filled with dread, feeling that despite his pure-blood status, his lack of magical prowess rendered him nearly useless, a target for the heir of Slytherin. Quirinus posted a notice on the bulletin board, warning students against nighttime escapades. Though its effectiveness was uncertain, several students approached him, voicing their suspicions that Harry was indeed the heir of Slytherin, while Draco Malfoy had not been seen during this period. Interestingly, the usual conflicts and mischief among students had diminished significantly, which could be regarded as a positive development. After a week of relative calm, one must admit that human nature is prone to forgetfulness. The students, having settled into a quiet routine, began to engage in their usual antics once more. On that day, news of Lockhart's establishment of a dueling club circulated swiftly, with the inaugural meeting scheduled for that very night. Quirinus was aware of the situation, having been approached by Lockhart the previous evening, who sought his assistance as a teaching aide. Quirinus declined, recommending Snape instead, for he had no desire to compete with Lockhart, whose lack of challenge was disheartening. Dumbledore did not oppose the idea. Indeed, the disheartened students required new and invigorating experiences to distract them from the unease and panic wrought by recent attacks. At 8 o'clock in the evening, nearly all the students of the school gathered in the auditorium. The long tables of the four houses had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage adorned with hundreds of floating candles that illuminated the entire hall. The students, each brandishing their wands, were filled with excitement. Such a scene was indeed rare. Although they practiced magic, opportunities for real combat were scant. Quirinus had also arrived, not as a teaching assistant, but as an observer. And he was not alone. Apart from Professor Trelawney, who often secluded herself in her office, and Professor Binns, a ghost, all the other professors were present, including Dumbledore. Chapter 61, The Duel. The students were unaware of who had organized this duel club and speculated among themselves. Some attributed it to Professor Flitwick, who had won multiple dueling championships in his youth and gained great prestige among students following the release of Quirinus's book, making him one of the few renowned wizards. Others speculated it was Quirinus himself, or perhaps Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape, with some even suspecting it might be Dumbledore, the infamous Dark Lord. The crowd instinctively dismissed Lockhart. That was until Lockhart, resplendent in his finery and radiating charm, stepped onto the stage, eliciting a collective groan from the students. How could it be him? Yet, Lockhart had his share of supporters. Many girls screamed in delight, and numerous individuals remained unconvinced of his superficiality. However, the entrance of Professor Snape alongside Lockhart momentarily stunned the audience. Lockhart, standing on the stage, waved to the crowd and proclaimed, "By the strong recommendation of your beloved defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest duel club to adequately train you. Thus, should the need for self-defense arise, you will be equipped to protect yourselves using methods I have employed countless times. For further insights, please refer to my published works." He finished with a quintessential Lockhart smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Beside him, Professor Snape appeared distinctly unamused, casting a dark glance at Lockhart. The latter continued, "Professor Snape will serve as my assistant. He has assured me that he possesses some dueling skills, and he has graciously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before class. Rest assured, I shall not allow your Professor Snape to be humiliated too severely, nor will I permit him to come to harm." Lockhart winked at the audience, eliciting another scowl from Snape. Upon concluding his remarks, Lockhart turned to face Snape, and they both bowed, Lockhart flamboyantly, with his hands dancing like fluttering butterflies, while Snape merely shook his head in irritation. They then positioned their wands like swords before their chests. "As you can see," Lockhart announced to the students, "we are currently adopting the most common dueling stance. On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Of course, no one shall lose their life. 1, 2, 3. With the final word, both men raised their wands high above their heads, and Snape shouted the incantation, Expelliarmus. A brilliant red light shot forth towards Lockhart. As Lockhart raised his wand, he seemed to falter momentarily, a look of bewilderment flashing across his eyes. He was then struck by a spell, causing his wand to slip from his grasp and fly backward, crashing against the wall before tumbling to the floor, curling up in a heap. The Slytherin students below erupted in applause and cheers. Some of Lockhart's admirers cried out in concern, "Is Professor Lockhart all right?" Among them was Hermione. Snape's lips curled into a slight smirk as he tucked his wand away, crossing his arms with an expression of calm indifference. Exuding an air of superiority, Lockhart staggered to his feet, his hat askew, his face betraying a hint of panic and embarrassment. "Ah, did everyone see that?" He laughed nervously. "Professor Snape has just demonstrated the disarming charm, which, as its name implies, disarms the opponent. As you can see, I have lost my wand." At that moment, a young girl picked up Lockhart's discarded wand and handed it to him. He accepted it gratefully, saying, "Ah, Thank you, Miss Brown. He then addressed the crowd with a loud voice. I intentionally allowed Professor Snape to hit me to demonstrate this charm. If I had wished to stop him, it would have been effortless. Snape's expression darkened, his face as grim as a pot's bottom. Several professors watching from afar shook their heads, particularly Professor Flitwick, who sighed in exasperation. Quirrell furrowed his brow, recognizing that Lockhart had also intended to cast the disarming charm, but had faltered at a critical moment, as if he had forgotten how to proceed. The other professors were not oblivious. However, their attention was not on Lockhart. A flicker of doubt passed through Dumbledore's eyes. Lockhart caught sight of Snape's expression and, feeling a surge of panic, hurriedly declared, "That concludes the demonstration." "Not so fast," Snape interjected, his tone deliberate and laden with intrigue. "The demonstration was too brief. Many did not get to see it clearly. Let us have another go." "There's no need for that. We can allow the students to practice now," Lockhart replied awkwardly. "I wasn't referring to you," Snape retorted, glancing at Quirrell, his lips curling slightly. "Quirrell, I trust you would be more than willing to demonstrate for the students?" Quirrell shot Snape a glare, his expression one of exasperation. Before Quirrell could respond, the students below reacted en masse, erupting in thunderous applause. "I dare say Professor Quirrell will certainly defeat the old bat," George whispered loudly. "Professor Quirrell for the win," Fred shouted exuberantly, setting off a chain reaction as everyone began to chant, "Professor Quirrell for the win. Professor Snape is the strongest." Their eyes sparkled with excitement, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor while watching Lockhart and Snape's demonstration. Dumbledore smiled and clapped, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick applauded particularly enthusiastically. Only Lockhart stood awkwardly to the side, forcing a smile. With a resigned sigh, Quirrell stepped onto the stage, positioning himself opposite Snape, and with a flick of his wrist, his wand materialized in his hand. "Surely we need not engage in that absurd dueling ceremony," Snape remarked slowly. "Very well." Quirinus, understanding Severus' intent, nodded slightly before addressing the students. "Please step back. We require a more spacious arena." Upon hearing this, the crowd sensed the unusual nature of the duel and eagerly retreated, leaving an ample expanse. With a flourish of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a semicircular protective barrier around the stage, a formidable shield indeed. Before the battle commenced, the murmurs among the audience intensified. Professor Snape must be a high-ranking wizard, they speculated, being the head of Slytherin. Although still youthful and lacking the prowess of a grand sorcerer, he undoubtedly possessed significant arcane skill. "I believe Professor Quirrell is no less formidable. After all, he vanquished the dark wizard who invaded the school last year, certainly a high-ranking wizard as well." "High-ranking wizards are scarce. My uncle, an Auror, once told me that according to Professor Quirrell's standards, he merely qualifies as an elite wizard, with only a select few Aurors attaining the status of high-ranking wizards. Aurors represent the pinnacle of magical prowess, and a high magic level does not necessarily equate to superior combat ability." Quirinus and Severus exchanged solemn glances. Suddenly, Severus flicked his wand, casting a powerful spell without uttering an incantation. An impressive bolt of dazzling red light surged toward Quirinus, the disarming charm. Yet the speed of the spell and its brilliance were markedly superior to his previous attempts, with the bolt hurtling forth at an accelerated pace. As the spell approached, Quirinus deftly deflected it with a flick of his wand, but immediately, another spell was cast, a stunning charm, demonstrating Severus's exceptional skill in rapid spellcasting. Unfazed, Quirinus parried each subsequent spell, which rained down like a torrential downpour, while the magical projectiles ricocheted off the protective barrier, causing ripples but failing to penetrate. A few spells struck the stage, creating several craters, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. While defending himself, Quirinus gestured with his other hand, launching the wooden fragments surrounding the newly formed craters like arrows toward Severus. Chapter 62. The Outcome. Startled, Severus was compelled to halt his relentless assault, raising his wand to conjure an invisible barrier that shattered the wood upon impact. This barrage had placed Quirinus on the defensive, causing most students to sweat with anxiety on his behalf, but now witnessing his counterattack invigorated their spirits. Seizing the opportunity while Severus was preoccupied with defense, Quirinus conjured a massive fireball, its flames roaring fiercely. The fireball collided with Severus's protective charm, resulting in a violent explosion. Though unharmed, Severus was forced to retreat several steps, prompting cheers from the students. Severus's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Quirinus to be so tenacious. He had expected his initial barrage of spells to swiftly subdue him. Yet Quirinus had managed to mount a counteroffensive. Quirinus, however, remained composed, and as the smoke from the explosion lingered, he raised his wand, summoning a flock of crows that materialized around him, each indistinguishable from a real bird. It was a veritable avian army, ready to unleash a barrage of spells. 2 crows remained by his side, and the others swiftly took flight, cawing urgently towards Snape. The crows pierced through the flames and appeared before him, their sharp beaks striking with a force that was far more severe than mere bruises. Though surprised, Snape remained composed. His wand steady, he immediately cast the freezing spell, causing the crows to become suspended in midair before plummeting down. Just as he was about to retaliate, two massive wolves lunged at him, forcing Snape to sidestep hastily. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed a simple slicing spell, shattering the two wolves into pieces. Professor McGonagall, observing from the stands, gasped in astonishment. Second stage transfiguration. The flock of birds was theoretically related to transfiguration, representing a combination of transformative magic and spells. To transform something that had already been changed was exponentially more difficult. Quirinus, undeterred by the destruction of the wolves, thrust his wand forward, casting a powerful spell that sent a robust beam of light directly at Snape. Snape, having dealt with the wolves, did not hesitate. He retaliated with a brilliant red spell, aimed at Quirinus, which was a disarming charm. The spells possessed a certain magnetic affinity, colliding midair and releasing a cascade of magical energy. The two beams of light wrestled with one another, neither yielding, veering left and right in a fierce standoff. Both Quirinus and Snape wore serious expressions. They had entered a phase of contesting magical strength. Quirinus had not anticipated that he had fully absorbed Voldemort's residual power, and yet he found himself evenly matched with Snape. Likewise, Snape was surprised that Quirinus's magical prowess could stand against him. Through their discussions on the nature and levels of magic, Snape had made considerable progress, yet he had not anticipated that he could not easily defeat Quirinus, nor overpower him. As the beams of light continued to clash, neither was willing to concede, especially as the moment had not yet come to determine a victor. Both intensified their magical output, causing the spells to thicken significantly. As the beams became increasingly entwined, the energy at their connection surged, culminating in a sudden explosion that resounded with a thunderous boom. Both combatants staggered back 2 steps, poised to continue their assault, when Dumbledore's resonant voice interjected. Enough, professors. This has gone on long enough. Both of you are exceptionally skilled masters of magic, and determining a winner will not be so simple. You have already provided the students with a truly spectacular duel. The two wizards ceased their actions, stowing away their wands, and approached the center of the stage, bowing to the students. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with George and Fred even whistling in admiration. That was simply magnificent. I had no idea that Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell were so formidable. I couldn't withstand a single one of their spells. Professor Snape's incantations rained down like a torrential storm. I truly wonder how Professor Quirrell managed to block them all. And I was utterly astonished by Professor Quirrell's transfiguration. I was speechless when those two wolves appeared. The students were abuzz with excitement, and the professors nearby clapped enthusiastically, with Dumbledore smiling and gently applauding. Only Lockhart wore a forced smile, reluctantly clapping a few times. The duel between the two could only be regarded as a warm-up. They had not yet entered the main event. The battleground was too small to maneuver freely, and neither had unleashed their most powerful spells, relying instead on simple incantations and some casting techniques, such as Snape's rapid spellcasting and Quirrell's dual transformations. Though Lockhart was evidently unwilling, he forced a grin and stepped onto the stage, positioning himself between Quirrell and Snape. He proclaimed loudly, "Thank you both for your splendid performance. It was truly exceptional. I believe each of you possesses the ability to hold your own against me, and I do not expect to defeat you in one swift move." As he concluded, he cast a glance at Snape, whose face was dark as a cauldron's bottom, and Quirrell, whose expression was a peculiar mix of amusement and restraint, managing a sheepish smile. A chorus of boos arose from the audience, but Lockhart feigned deafness and continued, "Now that you have witnessed how to duel, it is time for you to pair up." With that, he descended from the stage and mingled among the students to pair them off. Quirrell, preferring to be a mere spectator, retreated to the side and stood beside Professor Flitwick, who heartily patted Quirrell's arm and praised, "You performed remarkably well, Quirrell." Snape also stepped down to organize pairings and approached Harry and Ron first, sneering, "I think it's time to break up the dream team, Weasley. You can pair with Finnegan." And as for Potter, Harry's heart sank, and he instinctively moved closer to Hermione. "I do not share that sentiment," Snape coldly remarked, fixing Harry with a piercing gaze before announcing, "Malfoy, come here and let us see the prowess of the illustrious Potter. Miss Granger, you may pair with Miss Burst." Draco Malfoy swaggered over, casting a triumphant glance at Harry, followed by a robust Slytherin girl, tall and stout, with a formidable chin. Malfoy shot a mocking look at Hermione and said, "Well then, Burst, why don't you spar with Granger?" Despite no longer referring to her as the Mudblood, he still harbored disdain for Hermione, a Muggle-born witch. Hermione managed a strained smile at the unfolding situation. Harry, however, felt a sense of relief. It was only Malfoy, an old adversary. Once the pairings were finalized, Lockhart returned to the stage and called out, "Bow to your partners." Hermione nervously bowed, eyeing Burst's imposing figure, swallowing hard as her face paled. Harry and Malfoy, however, did not bow, instead locking eyes with each other, Their expressions narrowed and wands tightly gripped. Chapter 63, Parseltongue. Lockhart surveyed the assembled students and declared loudly, "Raise your wands and prepare yourselves. When I count to 3, cast your spells to disarm your opponent. We only wish to disarm, not to cause any accidents." Yet, it was evident that his words held no sway over the students. 1, 2, 3. As Malfoy counted to 2, he swiftly launched his attack, quickly repelling his opponent. This particular spell was executed with remarkable speed. Harry had barely raised his wand above his shoulder when he was struck, stumbling but not knocked off his feet, evidently, in his haste. Malfoy had sacrificed much of the spell's potency. Harry, determined, pointed his wand back at Malfoy and incanted loudly, Ricta Sempra. A beam of silver light hit Malfoy in the abdomen, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. "I said, only your weapon shall be disarmed," Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed, his head nearly bursting with anxiety, as he clutched his hair, horrified by the chaotic scene unfolding around him. The audience was largely silent, with scarcely anyone casting disarming spells. Instead, a flurry of delightful minor hexes filled the air. Malfoy collapsed to the ground, laughing uncontrollably, utterly incapacitated by Harry's tickling charm. Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity and decisively end Malfoy's threat, though he hesitated to exploit his adversary's moment of vulnerability. However, Malfoy did not concede defeat. Amidst his laughter and labored breaths, he directed his wand towards Harry's knee, gasping and chuckling as he uttered the incantation, Tarantaligra. A similar minor hex struck Harry, rendering his legs uncontrollably twitching as if he were performing a tap dance. Such minor hexes were the forte of novice wizards, effective only against peers of similar skill. Against more powerful adult wizards, the resistance conferred by their greater magical prowess rendered them nearly immune to such trivial spells. Of course, had someone like Dumbledore wielded such a charm, the outcome would have been entirely different. "Stop! Stop!" Lockhart shrieked, though his pleas fell on deaf ears. The professors in the stands made no effort to intervene, observing the spectacle with bemusement, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Severus Snape, fulfilling his role as assistant, pointed his wand at Harry and Malfoy, declaring, "Finite incantatem." Instantly, both were liberated from their enchantments. Meanwhile, Neville and Justin lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. A swirling green mist enveloped the venue. As Ron clutched the ashen-faced Seamus, the exploding boy had met his match. Ron's wand had broken during his spellcasting, resulting in an explosion that left Seamus dazed. Hermione and Parvati, on the other hand, engaged in a typical girls' brawl, pulling hair, twisting fingers, and pinching faces, having long discarded their wands. Quirinus Quirrell surveyed the chaotic scene, his attention fixated on Ginny. Her opponent was a first-year Slytherin named Harper. Ginny cast a bat bogey hex, resulting in Harper's nasal mucus transforming into a black bat that flew out of his nostril, causing it to bleed profusely. In a flurry, Ginny fumbled for a handkerchief to assist him. Amid the tumult, Lockhart hopped about, lamenting the consequences of the duel, regretting ever establishing this dueling club. Was he merely inviting trouble? "Get up, Macmillan. Pay attention. Miss Fawcett, pinch it hard. The bleeding will stop shortly." Lockhart hurriedly attempted to play the role of a first responder. "Good heavens, Harper. Quickly pinch your nose and go see Madame Pomfrey." After much effort to calm the crowd, Lockhart wiped his brow. His expression flustered as he stood at the center of the stage and declared, "I believe it is best to teach you how to thwart unfriendly magic." With a fleeting glance at the cold-faced Snape, he quickly averted his gaze and continued addressing the audience. "Please, let one pair volunteer. Longbottom and Finnegan, how about you?" "This is a dreadful idea, Professor Lockhart," Snape interjected ominously. "Even the simplest spell from Longbottom could wreak havoc. Otherwise, we would find ourselves collecting the remains of Finnegan in a matchbox and sending him to the hospital." Neville trembled slightly, his rosy round face flushed with embarrassment. "What about Malfoy and Potter?" Snape suggested with a sinister smile, his intent far from benign. "Splendid," Lockhart exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he clapped in agreement, then gestured for Harry and Malfoy to step to the center of the stage. "All right, Harry," Lockhart rallied, addressing him earnestly, "when Draco points his wand at you, you must do this." With that, he raised his own wand, but suddenly hesitated, his expression turning anxious. He waved his wand about, seemingly attempting to conjure an intricate display or find the correct stance for casting, but inadvertently dropped it to the floor. Quirinus observed this spectacle, his pupils dilating in surprise. Snape, witnessing the blunder, smirked coldly. Lockhart hurriedly retrieved his wand, flustered, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my wand seems to have gotten a bit overexcited." Snape approached Malfoy, whispering a few words in his ear, which elicited a cold smirk from Malfoy. Harry, feeling anxious, turned to Lockhart and asked, "Professor, could you teach me that spell that can counteract curses, like the one Professor Snape just used?" "Just do as I demonstrated." "Harry," Lockhart patted Harry's shoulder, his demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness. "What? Throw my wand to the ground." Harry responded in astonishment, but Lockhart seemed oblivious to his words. Once they were positioned, Lockhart bellowed, 3, 2, 1, go. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand and shouted, Serpensortia. Instantly, a plume of black smoke erupted from his wand, and a black serpent slithered forth, landing heavily on the floor between them, raising its head in preparation to strike. The audience gasped, many girls screaming and retreating in fright. Harry stared at the serpent in terror, frozen in place. Snape, misinterpreting Harry's fear, relished the moment and languidly remarked, do not move, Potter. Let me handle this. Allow me. Lockhart interjected before Snape could act, swiftly raising his wand and threateningly waving it at the serpent. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the serpent not only failed to vanish, but instead reared up, soaring over a meter high before crashing back down onto the floor. Enraged, it hissed, darting its forked tongue as it slithered toward Justin Finch-Fletchley, lifting its head to reveal its venomous fangs, poised to attack. Justin was rendered speechless, standing frozen in place, while Snape wore a grim expression, casting a disdainful glance at the panicked Lockhart. Just as he was about to take action, he noticed Harry stepping forward. He intended to reprimand Harry for his boldness, but was taken aback as Harry addressed the serpent, though no words emerged, only a series of hisses. Snape's pupils dilated in disbelief as he turned his gaze to the snake, which lay limp on the floor, its eyes fixated on Harry, no longer inclined to attack. Harry looked up at Justin, grinning, only to be met with Justin's terrified and furious outburst. What trickery is this? He then turned and bolted from the hall. Witnessing this scene, Quirrell appeared intrigued, a flicker of contemplation and amusement crossing his features, while the surrounding professors covered their mouths in disbelief. Even Dumbledore's expression grew serious, his brow furrowing, his gaze contemplative. The students gathered around whispered furtively about Harry, who felt a twinge of fear, uncertain of what had transpired, as Ron swiftly pulled him out of the hall. Chapter 64, Another Assault. The dueling club concluded rather anticlimactically, yet the events surrounding it became a hot topic among the students, particularly concerning Harry and his ability to speak Parseltongue. Many now believed Harry to be the heir of Slytherin, accusing him of attacking Mrs. Norris and Colin, even suggesting he had commanded the Dark Serpent to assault Justin, a Muggle-born wizard who had previously mentioned attending Eton. In the Wizarding World, it is well known that Parseltongue is a rare gift, predominantly found among dark wizards, with Salazar Slytherin himself being a renowned Parselmouth. That very night, Quirrell received numerous requests from classmates convinced of Harry's identity as Slytherin's heir and the instigator of the terror, urging him to apprehend Harry. From the following day onward, students avoided Harry, and even if they could not evade him, they forced smiles, hoping he would not harbor resentment towards them. This was particularly true for Muggle-born and half-blood wizards. However, some remained skeptical of Harry's alleged heritage, arguing that Slytherin would never choose a Gryffindor as his heir. George and Fred often performed exaggerated acts of fear in front of Harry, pleading for him not to attack them, proudly proclaiming their pure-blood lineage as one of the illustrious 28 families, before bursting into laughter. Harry wished to seek out Justin to clarify that his intention had been to stop the snake from attacking him, but none would believe his words, leaving him feeling distressed. He stamped heavily down the staircase, turning into a dimly lit corridor. Halfway through, he suddenly tripped over something. Drawing his wand, he cast a Lumos spell to dispel the darkness. As he turned and squinted to discern what had tripped him, he was struck with a sense of suffocation, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. Justin lay on the floor, his body cold and stiff, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue-black. A look of sheer terror frozen upon his face. Beside him, the ghost of Gryffindor, nearly headless Nick, lay motionless, suspended 6 inches above the ground. His once milky and translucent form transformed into a shadowy apparition, enveloped in swirling darkness. Harry felt a chill coursing through him, his mind blank with panic as he glanced around, finding no one else present, save for a line of spiders hastily scurrying away. He could escape unnoticed, but the thought of leaving Justin behind weighed heavily on his conscience. He needed to seek help. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as a door swung open, and the mischievous house elf Dobby burst forth. Harry gasped, his face pale, panic etched upon his features. "Ah, it's the silly baby Potter. What are you doing here? Creeping about?" Dobby exclaimed, giggling at the sight of Harry. Suddenly, the elf froze, his gaze falling upon Justin and Sir Nicholas. Alarmed, he quickly stepped back from Harry and cried out, "He's attacking! Potter is attacking! No one is safe, be it man or ghost. Flee for your lives! He's attacking!" His shrill voice reverberated through the corridor. Crash! Doors along the hallway flew open, and students poured out, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Harry, Justin, and nearly headless Nick. Panic ensued, screams echoing as chaos erupted. Professors Quirrell and McGonagall rushed over, and upon witnessing the frenzied crowd, McGonagall's wand emitted a loud bang, silencing the tumult. She then ushered the disordered students back to their classrooms. Observing the scene before her, with Justin under attack and Nick nearly headless, McGonagall's lips quivered and her nostrils flared, clearly struggling to contain her fury and fear. It was inconceivable that Hogwarts, under the watch of Dumbledore, could be so brazenly challenged and that its students could be openly assaulted. Quirrell's expression mirrored her concern. As the one responsible for the Chamber of Secrets incident, he felt the weight of accountability. It was astonishing that even ghosts could not evade the menace. McGonagall's voice trembled, revealing the horrific nature of the basilisk exceeded her expectations. Quirrell had contemplated implementing warning charms throughout the castle, yet the vastness of Hogwarts and its multitude of students rendered such measures impractical. The students might inadvertently trigger the very alerts meant to protect them. Quirrell regarded the petrified Justin and Nick with a grave expression, pondering the coincidence. Although it was known that no one would perish from the basilisk's attack, the series of events seemed too fortuitous. Each assault involved a barrier, an indirect encounter. It would be strange indeed if no ghost were present. He wondered if this was Dumbledore's hidden agenda. If so, Quirrell felt a tinge of disdain for Dumbledore, questioning whether he was willing to sacrifice other students for the sake of nurturing a savior. The relentless string of attacks stirred Quirrell's anger. He possessed a god's eye view, yet found himself led by others. Quirinus had already formulated some ideas in his mind. Regardless of whether the diary was still in Ginny's possession, it was worth attempting once more, for Ginny remained the most probable link. Professors Flitwick and Sinistra had also arrived, and Professor McGonagall instructed them to escort Justin to the hospital wing. She then summoned another student and conjured a large fan to waft Nick away. Quirinus observed Harry, who stood motionless in the corner, and gently remarked, "It's all right, Harry, do not be anxious. We believe in your innocence. Please come to my office. I believe you could use a cup of hot cocoa. We can discuss topics of your interest, such as the Chamber of Secrets and your parcel tongue." Professor McGonagall cast a sympathetic glance at Harry, her eyes reflecting a flicker of compassion. She approached him, gently ruffled his hair, and said softly, "Go on, Harry. You need not attend the next class. I shall speak with Professor Snape. We all have faith in you." Faced with the warm expressions and comforting words of the two professors, and feeling the warmth of McGonagall's hand, Harry's nose tinged with emotion, and tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Noticing this, McGonagall dabbed at her own nose and embraced Harry. Receiving the warmth of her embrace, Harry lifted his head, wiped his tears, and quietly expressed, "Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirinus. Enough now. Do not let them mock you." "Let us go," Quirinus said, patting Harry's head gently. With that, he turned and led the way, with Harry following closely behind. Quirinus caught a glimpse of a fleeting red shadow around the corner. In the office, Quirinus poured a cup of hot cocoa for Harry, who felt significantly more relaxed after consuming it, letting out a long sigh. "Professor, why do you believe in me?" "Everyone else has already concluded that I am guilty," Harry said, holding the steaming cup, a mix of gratitude and indignation in his voice. Quirinus leaned casually against his desk, arms crossed, and replied slowly, "Because we trust you, and we are also aware of who the true heir of Slytherin is." Harry trembled, nearly spilling his cup in shock. "You know who it is. Of course, you do not presume your professors to be incompetent, do you?" Quirinus chuckled, pouring himself a cup of coffee. "No, I do not," Harry stammered, his face slightly flushed. "Professor, since you know who it is, why not apprehend him? Why allow him to continue attacking students?" Harry steadied himself and inquired. "Because we know who it is, yet we have yet to ascertain their whereabouts," Quirinus replied, savoring a sip of the cocoa, the sweet liquid soothing him. "Who is it?" Harry asked, frustration mounting, feeling the injustice of being suspected and ostracized by his peers. "This individual is entwined with your fate." "Harry, you encountered him last year," Quirinus said contemplatively. "What fate?" "I met him." Harry scratched his head, suddenly recalling something, his expression shifting dramatically as he stood up abruptly, spilling a significant portion of his hot cocoa. Hastily placing the cup down, he exclaimed, "Voldemort?" Quirinus drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, the mess was magically restored. The spilled cocoa vanished, leaving the floor immaculate. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "Indeed, Voldemort. He has returned?" Harry's face darkened as he furrowed his brow. "Indeed. All signs indicate that he is behind the recent attack on the Chamber of Secrets," Quirinus spoke slowly. Clenching his fists, Harry muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn it. It's Voldemort again. Truth be told, I shouldn't have shared this with you, considering how perilous Voldemort is for young wizards like yourselves," Quirinus said softly. "Why? I am not afraid of danger," Harry protested, a hint of defiance in his voice. "Hogwarts is not yet at the stage where students should be charging into battle." Quirinus replied with a light chuckle, ruffling Harry's hair. "But Professor, why did you suddenly bring this up with me?" Harry asked, scratching his head in confusion. "Because of your parcel tongue," Quirinus explained, gazing intently into Harry's eyes. "Parcel tongue? You mean speaking with snakes?" If Ron hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it a common ability that many possess. But what does this have to do with the chamber? Harry inquired, astonished. "Because the entrance to the chamber can only be opened with parcel tongue," Quirinus replied leisurely. "You have found the chamber?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, Quirinus affirmed. Where is it? Harry asked with growing urgency. In an abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor of the castle, Quirinus said, casting a knowing glance at Harry. Is it the one that Moaning Myrtle haunts? Voldemort is hiding in the chamber? Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that Hermione had recently been brewing Polyjuice Potion in that very lavatory, dancing on the doorstep of Voldemort's lair. Yes, it is indeed the lavatory where you brew your Polyjuice Potion, Quirinus remarked, a faint smile playing on his lips. You knew all along, Professor, Harry mumbled, lowering his gaze. I must admit, your potion-making skills are commendable. Polyjuice Potion is not something first-year students typically learn, Quirinus said slowly, recalling how he had seen them brewing in the lavatory. Following the attack on Mrs. Norris, he had taken to wandering the lavatory, setting up warning charms, and it was inevitable that he would discover their activities, even assisting in dissipating the lingering odors from their potion-making. During the last attack, several heads of houses had visited the lavatory, and fortunately, their attention had been focused on the sink, or they would have been discovered sooner, primarily due to Hermione's presence. It's mainly Hermione, Harry whispered. Heh, Quirinus chuckled softly, remaining silent. Professor Quirrell, you mentioned I could help you access the chamber's entrance, and then we could confront Voldemort? Harry asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he attempted to shift the topic. No, you need only assist us in opening the chamber. The rest will be handled by your professors, Quirinus said, patting Harry on the shoulder. However, Harry still wished to express something further. Suddenly recalling an important detail, he exclaimed eagerly, Professor, before each attack. I have heard strange sounds within the castle that Ron and Hermione cannot perceive, uttering phrases like tear you apart and starve you to death. Quirinus remained impassive, slowly responding. You must have heard the voice of that creature. Creature? What creature? Harry asked, taken aback. A serpent. You are a Parselmouth, after all. Only you can hear it. While others cannot. It is indeed a serpent, Quirinus remarked with a hint of a smile. Harry's face flushed as he whispered. But what sort of snake could be so formidable? The basilisk, a terrifying creature capable of living for a millennium. Its gaze can be fatal. Those who were attacked were fortunate not to meet its eyes directly, thus escaping with mere petrification, Quirinus explained languidly. Basilisk, Harry murmured, as this knowledge eluded him. Very well. Harry, I trust in your courage and know you are not afraid of Voldemort. However, your assistance in opening the Chamber of Secrets would be immensely helpful. Now, return. Tomorrow, I shall seek you out once I am prepared, Quirinus said with a warm smile, ruffling Harry's hair, which was already disheveled, transforming it into a nest of chaos. All right. Harry replied glumly, rising to leave, but glancing back repeatedly. At the office door, which had not fully closed, Harry pushed it open and suddenly turned to ask, Professor Quirrell, why do you dare to speak Voldemort's name? I noticed that others, including professors, seem afraid even to utter it. Quirinus regarded Harry with a profound gaze, unperturbed, and replied, because, like you, we are not afraid of him. Indeed. Harry nodded emphatically before exiting. Not long after Harry's departure, Severus Snape arrived. His countenance dark as if someone owed him money. Upon seeing Quirinus, he intoned in a low voice, Did Potter just leave your office? Yes, Quirinus replied, gently nodding as he sat behind his desk. Snape remained standing, glaring at Quirinus with ire, questioning. So, you revealed the matter of the chamber and the basilisk to him? Are you attempting to exploit his Parseltongue abilities? Quirinus remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Indeed, I intend for him to assist in unlocking the chamber. So we may confront that basilisk. He is merely a student. How can you place him in such peril? Snape's eyes blazed with fury. I merely requested his aid in opening the chamber. How is that dangerous? Quirinus inquired with a puzzled expression. Are you not seeking to exploit his Parseltongue to confront the basilisk? Snape faltered momentarily, his lips twitching as he spoke softly. Regardless of my shortcomings, I would not stoop to utilizing a student against such a dangerous creature, Quirinus replied, looking quite helpless. Who knows? You are not without your own indiscretions, Snape retorted, his anger somewhat subsiding, tinged with disdain. Times change, Quirinus shrugged. Humph. Snape merely scoffed in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us go find Professor Dumbledore and discuss the matter of entering the Chamber of Secrets to confront the basilisk. We cannot allow any more students to fall victim to attacks, Quirrell whispered, rising and making his way towards the office door. Chapter 66, The Disappearance. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower in a daze, the time for dinner fast approaching. He sat on the sofa in front of the fireplace in the common room, his brow furrowed and silent. Hermione and Ron, noticing his distress, hurried over and took a seat beside him. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione asked, her face etched with concern. What did the professor say to you? Ron inquired as well. You all believe I am not the heir of Slytherin, right? Harry scanned the common room, noting many Gryffindor students casting furtive glances his way, their whispers filled with suspicion and fear. Professor Quirrell said they have discovered the entrance to the chamber, Harry said quietly, glancing at Hermione and Ron. What? Hermione and Ron exclaimed in shock, their voices rising. Shoo! Harry quickly urged them to lower their voices. Where's the chamber? Hermione asked, regaining her composure. Harry hesitated before answering. It's in the girls' bathroom, where we brewed Polyjuice potion. Hermione and Ron turned pale, Ron's cheeks trembling slightly. Does that mean we've been wandering right by the entrance? Ron said, his voice laced with panic. Hermione pressed a hand to her chest, trying to calm her racing heart, and forced a smile. It's all right. We made it through safely, didn't we? Why did the professor suddenly tell you this? Hermione asked, taking a deep breath. Because the entrance to the chamber requires Parseltongue to open, Harry replied solemnly. So our Polyjuice potion was for nothing. Did the professor mention who the heir of Slytherin is? Is it Malfoy? Ron exclaimed, slapping his forehead. It's Voldemort, Harry stated after a moment's hesitation, deciding to speak the truth. Hermione and Ron gasped in horror, their faces turning ashen. Are you saying the Dark Lord is hiding in the chamber? Ron stammered, his voice trembling. I don't know, but I suspect he might be inside. Harry shook his head. Hermione exhaled deeply, saying, now that the professors are aware of the chamber's existence, Dumbledore must know as well. If the Dark Lord truly is hiding there, he will not escape. The rest is beyond our involvement. Ron's expression also lightened. The news of not having to confront Voldemort was a relief for him. Suddenly, Neville rushed into the Gryffindor common room, panic-stricken, drenched in sweat and pale. Something's wrong. Something's happened. What is it, Neville? What happened? Seamus called out, noticing Neville's frantic demeanor. Someone has been taken into the chamber. Neville gasped for breath. Everyone gasped, rushing towards him, including Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Who was taken into the chamber? Dean asked, equally alarmed. I don't know, but at the site where Justin was attacked, a line of glowing words appeared, stating, her corpse shall remain forever in the chamber, Neville said, casting a furtive glance at Harry. A collective gasp filled the air, yet Ron's face turned ashen, his lips trembling as he stammered, I know. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. Ron's body shook uncontrollably, and he struggled to maintain his footing, prompting Harry to support him. It's Ginny. I saw her heading towards the bathroom on the second floor today. No matter how I called her, she wouldn't respond. I thought she hadn't heard me, so I dismissed it. But that place is the Chamber of Secrets, Ron uttered, trembling. Percy, upon hearing this, swayed slightly, his complexion paling, as he shouted, Ginny. Ginny. Has anyone seen Ginny? I haven't seen her since this afternoon. A brown-haired girl, Ginny's roommate and close friend, spoke up. Others shook their heads in response. Perhaps she's in the Great Hall. After all, dinner preparations are underway, Ron suggested, raking his fingers through his red hair. I just came from the Great Hall, and didn't see her, Seamus murmured. Neville, when you discovered that message, did you notice anyone else around? Harry asked with grave seriousness. No, Neville hurriedly shook his head. Harry's expression darkened as he declared, I will find Professor Quirrell. You all search the castle for Ginny. He then swiftly exited the common room. I will seek out Professor McGonagall. Hermione followed suit. I will look for Professor Flitwick. Ron resolved, rushing out as well. Everyone, please check around the castle for any sign of Ginny, Percy instructed before hastily departing, not waiting for a response. Lee Jordan, in a state of panic, remarked, we don't know when Ginny was taken. What if she? Shut your mouth. George and Fred admonished him in unison. The others wasted no time. Springing into action, the Gryffindors raced through Hogwarts, drawing the attention of passers-by. Before long, the news of Ginny's abduction into the Chamber of Secrets had spread throughout the castle. Harry arrived outside Quirrell's office, and before he could catch his breath, he pounded on the door frantically, yet received no reply. In despair, he dashed towards the offices of other professors, the closest being that of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Upon reaching the third floor, he fortuitously encountered Hermione, who had yet to reach McGonagall's office on the second floor. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads, only to spot Ron descending, breathless and anxious. As they simultaneously inquired, have you seen Professor Flitwick? No. Ron panted, urgency evident in his voice. The Gryffindor common room was on the 7th floor, whereas Flitwick's office was on the 8th. Let us find Lockhart. Hermione, you go to the 2nd floor to look for Professor McGonagall, Harry instructed swiftly, then hurried towards the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, with Ron hastily trailing behind and Hermione rushing downwards. Harry arrived at Lockhart's office, and without knocking, he pushed the door open to find Lockhart leisurely seated at his desk, scribbling away. It was evident he was responding to fan mail. Harry let out a sigh of relief. At last, there was a professor present. Ron also rushed in, breathless. Lockhart stared in astonishment at the sudden intrusion of Harry and Ron. Puzzled, Harry and Weasley, what is the matter? What has happened? Professor Lockhart, Ginny has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. The other professors are unavailable, and we hope you can help rescue her, Harry gasped, speaking quickly. What? The Chamber of Secrets? Is there truly a Chamber of Secrets? Lockhart exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the chamber is located on the 2nd floor of the castle. And I know where it is. Please, come with us to save her. Ron managed to catch his breath and interjected loudly. Me? You want me to go? Lockhart stammered, his hand trembling, causing his quill to snap. Yes, we cannot find any other professors, so we must ask you. After all, you are the defense against the dark arts professor. Surely you have some expertise in dealing with dark magical creatures. Harry stepped forward, attempting to grasp Lockhart's sleeve. Lockhart recoiled, a hint of panic in his voice. What kind of monster is in the chamber? A basilisk. Professor Quirrell told me today. Harry pressed forward, grasping Lockhart's sleeve once more, eager to depart. A basilisk? Lockhart shrieked, shaking off Harry's grip. You want me to confront a basilisk? You wish for me to walk to my doom? But are you not a world-renowned master of defense against the dark arts? Your books claim you have defeated numerous dark creatures and saved many lives, Harry exclaimed, incredulous at Lockhart's cowardice. Books can be deceiving. Lockhart inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Are all the things written in your books false? Harry asked in astonishment. The stories are true. But I am not the hero. I merely borrowed the tales of others and embellished them. I must track down these individuals to inquire how they accomplished such feats. And afterward, I cast a memory charm upon them so that they will forget everything entirely. By the way, you have likely noticed by now that my magic is a complete disaster. But the memory charm is my specialty. Lockhart shrugged nonchalantly, his tone almost dismissive. Harry subtly shifted his stance and inquired, why do you do this? Why not simply write the stories of those wizards? Why resort to memory charms? Because I must claim these stories as my own. I am the protagonist, and this way, all eyes will be on me. What a splendid prospect that is, Lockhart said, his expression one of rapture. As he spoke, Lockhart drew his wand, addressing Harry. Well then, the time for questions is over. I sincerely apologize, children, but I must cast a memory charm on you. I cannot allow you to spread my secrets, or else my books will never sell. With that, Lockhart prepared to raise his wand, unaware that Harry was ready. Underestimating Harry, he swiftly raised his own wand and shouted, Expelliarmus. A flash of red light struck Lockhart squarely in the chest, sending his wand flying from his hand as he stumbled backward. Ron stepped forward and caught Lockhart's wand. When did you learn the disarming charm? Lockhart expressed his astonishment. Could it be during the dueling club? Did Snape teach you this spell? Harry, still pointing his wand at Lockhart, retorted furiously, you should never have allowed Professor Snape to teach us that incantation. What is it that you wish for me to do? Lockhart stammered, a note of panic in his voice. You see, I can no longer perform any other spells, and you've disposed of my wand. Enough of this nonsense. Come with us, or I shall not be so courteous. Harry remained irate. What should we do now, Harry? Ron asked, his urgency evident. We can't wait for the professor. We already know where the Chamber of Secrets is. We must go there at once to rescue Ginny. I fear if we delay, it may be too late. None can predict how he might treat her, Harry replied in a somber tone. All right, Ron exclaimed, visibly flustered. Harry and Ron escorted Lockhart out of his office, descending the nearest staircase until they reached the entrance to Moaning Myrtle's lavatory on the second floor. Lockhart walked ahead, his body trembling with evident fear. Upon entering the lavatory, they found Myrtle weeping on one of the toilets. Seeing Harry, she sobbed, Oh, it's you. What do you want this time? Do you know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is? Harry asked urgently. What Chamber of Secrets? Myrtle's face briefly displayed confusion. How did you die? Harry quickly changed the subject. This question pierced Myrtle's heart once more, and tears flowed freely. You would have me relive the moment of my death. How cruel. Feeling overwhelmed, Harry hastily replied, No, we have a lead and wish to seek revenge for you. Really? Myrtle's sobs subsided as she asked. Confusion etched on her face. Harry and Ron nodded vigorously while Lockhart's eyes darted around, lost in thought. I don't know. I only remember seeing a pair of enormous yellow eyes, Myrtle whispered. And then what? Ron pressed impatiently. Then I died. Myrtle rolled her eyes. Where exactly did you see those eyes? Harry pondered briefly before inquiring. Somewhere around here, Myrtle mused, pointing toward the sink ahead. Harry and Ron hurried over to examine it closely. Lockhart anxiously stepped aside, his expression one of alarm, and indeed, they discovered the location of the chamber. Suddenly, Harry noticed several small snake engravings on the side of a bronze dragon head and exclaimed, Here. Ron leaned in closer, whispering, Harry, say a few words in Parseltongue. Let me give it a try. Harry took a deep breath, focused on the small snake, and softly uttered, Open. That's not right. You're speaking in English, Ron interjected. Lockhart gradually moved toward the exit. Are you leaving? Myrtle asked, her voice laced with curiosity. Startled, Lockhart glanced at Harry and Ron, then awkwardly replied, No, I'm just. My legs are a bit numb from standing too long. Just stretching. Yes, stretching. Humph. Harry gave a slight grunt, and then turned his gaze back to the small serpent, forcing himself to believe it was alive, and softly uttered, Open. Suddenly, Ron felt a chill run down his spine, for the sound that escaped Harry's lips resembled the hissing of a serpent. In an instant, the dragon's head emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly, causing the basin to shift as well, gradually revealing a thick pipe large enough for a person to crawl into. Harry felt a surge of excitement, while Ron gasped in astonishment. It wasn't just him. Lockhart also appeared taken aback. I must go down, Harry declared resolutely. I shall accompany you, Ron asserted firmly. In times of great peril, a knight never lags behind, especially when one's own sister has been taken. Even the faintest glimmer of hope compelled him to descend for her rescue. A brief silence ensued. Well, it appears you no longer require my assistance, Lockhart said, attempting to sound casual, so I shall. Just as he moved to step away, both Harry and Ron aimed their wands at him and insisted, you go first. What? Lockhart's face turned pale. Hurry, Ron urged impatiently, poking him with Lockhart's wand, while his own, broken in two and hastily taped together, hung at his waist. Harry also regarded him with an irritable expression. Harry, I've always held you in high regard. Remember? I often tell my fans that we are great friends. Lockhart pleaded with a look of desperation. Harry hesitated, and seeing this, Ron gave Lockhart a decisive shove, sending him tumbling into the pipe. Lockhart slid down with a piercing scream. Let us descend. Harry took a deep breath and exchanged a determined glance with Ron, who nodded affirmatively. Then, Harry slowly crawled into the pipe, released his grip, and slid down. Ron tightened his grip on his wand, his eyes resolute, inhaled deeply, and leaped after him. Chapter 68, Transparency. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Quirrell, Dumbledore, and the heads of the houses were present. Quirrell, you propose that Harry utilize Parseltongue to help us unlock the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and confront the basilisk? Professor McGonagall inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, Quirrell nodded. We cannot allow the attacks to persist, otherwise, Hogwarts will face closure. Oh, do not be so anxious, Quirrell. While I am here, Hogwarts shall not close, Dumbledore chuckled gently. However, I concur with your suggestion to have Harry open the chamber. Humph, for a millennium, Hogwarts has never been closed. Snape shot an unfriendly glance at Quirrell and remarked coldly, even during the most perilous times of the witch hunt, Hogwarts remained steadfast. Quirrell merely scoffed, disinterested in Snape's remarks. Nevertheless, your concerns are valid. We cannot allow the attacks to continue, as this will only incite further panic among the students, Dumbledore remarked thoughtfully. Now that we have a lead and a means to access the chamber, we must first eliminate the most dangerous threat. But what of the one controlling the basilisk? How shall we uncover them? Snape's expression was as frigid as ice, a sardonic smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I have already gathered some clues, Quirinus mused, though he refrained from voicing them. Do you not find it rather coincidental, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, that these recent attacks seem so fortuitous? Quirinus surveyed the room before continuing. It is clear that the basilisk's gaze, capable of causing death, has only petrified its victims, leaving no fatalities in its wake. Do you wish for someone to perish? At this, Snape's rigid visage contorted into a mocking smile, dripping with derision. No, that is not my intention, Quirinus clarified, pausing momentarily before elaborating. But is it possible that there is another party involved? Perhaps someone has intervened to prevent the direct deaths of the attacked. Upon finishing, Quirinus fixed his gaze intently on Dumbledore, seemingly awaiting his response. I too harbor such doubts, Quirinus, Dumbledore replied slowly, but without a doubt, he has rendered significant assistance. Halting the basilisk slaughter, Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout exchanged skeptical glances towards Dumbledore. It is not me. Had I possessed such abilities, I would have apprehended him long ago, Dumbledore expressed somewhat helplessly. Who knows if you have ulterior motives? Snape retorted with a chilling smile, rife with mockery. No. Quirinus seemed to suddenly recall something. Without this individual, no one could have been present to prevent the basilisk from directly killing during its attacks. Dumbledore's words have awakened my thoughts. What exactly are you implying, Quirinus? One moment there is someone, the next there is not, Professor Flitwick interjected impatiently. Let me ponder for a moment. Quirinus closed his eyes, hands crossed, fingers trembling as he meticulously sorted through the events. The others exchanged glances, choosing not to interrupt. I understand now. After a brief pause, Quirinus opened his eyes, speaking slowly. I never claimed to suspect that Ginny was being controlled by Voldemort, did I? Ginny? Weasley? Professor McGonagall exclaimed in astonishment. Why do you suspect Ginny Weasley? Snape inquired, his brow furrowing. Indeed, why her? Professor Sprout echoed, equally puzzled. You may not have noticed, but since the start of the school year, Ginny's condition has deteriorated significantly. Her complexion pale and devoid of color, her spirit dulled, indicative of a severe depletion of vitality. I, too, have observed this, Quirinus stated matter-of-factly. Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord has been siphoning her life force? Professor Flitwick gasped, and the others began to realize the implications, their expressions shifting to comprehension. I simply thought she was not resting well. I even advised her to take proper breaks. Professor Sprout remarked, covering her mouth. If only I had noticed sooner. Enough with the self-blame. Pomona, this is something no one could have anticipated, Dumbledore reassured her. Is that all? You dare to conclude that she has drawn the attention of the Dark Lord based on this? Snape raised an eyebrow, mocking. Certainly not. Quirinus shot Snape a glare, I once had a conversation with her, during which I employed the legilimency spell. With that, Quirinus cast a glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and turned to Quirrell, softly stating, "Quirrell, we must not misuse magic on the students." I may have been a tad hasty. Quirrell nodded, feeling a tinge of shame as he replied. Snape observed this exchange, a twitch at the corner of his eye betraying the scorn that threatened to overflow within him. "And then, you discovered she was under the control of the Dark Lord?" Professor Flitwick inquired urgently. "Not at all," Quirrell replied slowly. "Then why do you suspect her?" Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. "Because it is all too pristine," Quirrell gestured helplessly. "Too pristine?" Professor Sprout echoed, bewildered. "Her body is exceedingly frail. Yet her memories are devoid of any impression of why this is so. She has not even considered visiting the hospital wing. After I suggested she see Madame Pomfrey, she still did not go. I inquired with Madame Pomfrey, and it was as if she were entirely indifferent to her own physical condition," Quirrell elaborated. "Moreover, she often experiences inexplicable unease, yet without any apparent cause," Quirrell continued, pressing his hands to his lips, especially after Mr. Creevey was attacked. "A confundus charm," Snape intoned slowly. "The charm has clouded her perception. Thus, I wish to test her," Quirrell affirmed with a nod. "Test? How do you intend to do that?" McGonagall's expression tightened. She was averse to witnessing any harm come to the students. "The attack today is known to all," Quirrell said languidly, observing the nods of agreement from the others, and continued, "I summoned Harry to my office for a chat, and I noted Ginny peeking around the corner of the staircase. Of course, that proves nothing. There were many students craning their necks to watch at that moment. So, in front of everyone, I mentioned wanting to discuss the Chamber of Secrets and Parseltongue with Harry." Quirrell smiled as he carried on. "Then I noticed Ginny stealthily following behind. To possess knowledge of the chamber's location and to wield the ability to speak Parseltongue signifies that we have the means to access the chamber. If the Dark Lord were to learn of this..." Snape's brow furrowed, casting a glance at Quirrell. "If he were aware, given Voldemort's nature. The chamber is his private sanctum, impervious to intrusion. The basilisk is his prized possession, and he would undoubtedly be anxious. In the coming days, he will likely take further action, possibly even tonight. Therefore, we must act swiftly, enter the chamber, and deal with the basilisk. Without it, he is but a toothless tiger." Quirrell stated gravely. "Initially, I found it too coincidental that no one had died during each attack, assuming the headmaster was intervening covertly. However, upon reflection, that cannot be the case. If the headmaster were aware, he would never allow the students to be endangered." Quirrell rubbed his temples, speaking softly. Snape regarded Quirrell with a hint of disdain, as if he were merely flattering. McGonagall and the others nodded in agreement. "Thus, there is no one else. It is Ginny. Only Ginny could ensure the safety of everyone during the basilisk attacks, sparing them from death. Hence, the coincidences surrounding the attacks are not mere chance. They are Ginny's subconscious struggle." Quirrell's expression shifted, touched by the revelation. "Ginny." The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, as every individual present was visibly affected. Professor McGonagall covered her mouth, her eyes glistening. Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore." Just as McGonagall was about to utter more words, a distant call emerged from beyond the office door. Chapter 69, The Serpent's Shed. Upon hearing the call from outside, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Quirrell, while several other professors widened their eyes in disbelief. "I shall investigate," McGonagall said, her brow furrowed, and she promptly turned towards the entrance. In a mere moment, McGonagall re-entered, accompanied by Hermione, who appeared breathless, presumably from her hurried pace. "Do not fret, Miss Granger. Take a moment to regain your breath. Would you care for a glass of water?" Dumbledore offered with a gentle smile, gesturing with his hand to conjure a cup of clear water upon the table. Hermione seized the cup and drank it in one swift motion, exhaling deeply before urgently announcing, "Headmaster, professors. Ginny has been captured by the heir of Slytherin and taken into the Chamber of Secrets. I searched the second floor for Professor McGonagall, but when I checked the restroom, Myrtle informed me that Harry and Ron had already descended." The expressions of Professors Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout darkened considerably, while Dumbledore and Quirrell merely furrowed their brows slightly. "Damn it, Potter. What an absolute fool, filled with the slime of flobberworms. Just like his father, he believes he is invincible. Does he think he is more capable than the professors or Dumbledore himself? How dare he venture alone into the chamber to confront that individual?" Snape seethed, his face twitching with rage as he ground his teeth in a vehement hiss. Harry, upon hearing this, rose abruptly, glaring at Snape. Yet, upon meeting Snape's bloodshot eyes, his resolve weakened, as his primary concern was Ginny's safety. To stand up for a friend, unafraid of peril, is indeed a testament to courage. Severus, have faith in Harry. Dumbledore spoke slowly, his face radiating admiration. Snape turned his furious gaze towards Dumbledore before storming out, muttering, "I hope I am not merely collecting the remains of that imbecile." Quirrell shrugged and remarked, "I shall accompany him," before following Snape out. Hermione, witnessing this, quickly excused herself and hurried after them. The remaining 3 heads of house prepared to depart as well, but Dumbledore called them back. Minerva, Pomona, and Phileas, let Quirrell and Severus handle the chamber. You should calm the students and maintain order. Trust in their abilities. The trio hesitated for a moment before nodding and departing. Dumbledore settled into his chair, resting his hands on the desk as he gently caressed his elder wand, his gaze profound. Suddenly, he spoke. Fawkes, go lend a hand. And do bring the sorting hat along. The sorting hat, previously dozing in its own world, jolted awake at Dumbledore's call. Startled, it soon heard a resounding phoenix's song. And before it could comprehend, a pair of sharp talons grasped it, lifting it into the air, prompting a panicked outcry. Ah, Fawkes, be gentle. You clumsy bird. You'll crush me. Snape and Quirrell moved swiftly, descending from the 8th-floor office to the 2nd, while Hermione struggled to keep pace behind them, her short legs carrying her in a hurried sprint. A considerable crowd has gathered at the entrance of the restroom on the 2nd floor. Clearly alarmed by the emergence of the hidden chamber, the disappearance of Ginny, and the news that Harry and Ron have ventured inside. Severus Snape's expression is icy as he strides purposefully to the restroom entrance. It must be noted that Snape's presence commands respect. Upon his arrival, the onlookers instinctively part to make way for him. Professor Snape is here. Curse it. Don't crowd me. I'll flatten you. Oh, who stepped on my foot? Get back. Unperturbed by the clamor, Snape hastens forward, nearing the edge of the basin when suddenly a red-haired Fred Weasley breaks free from Lee Jordan's grasp, exclaiming, "Let go of me. My sister is down there." He prepares to leap, causing Lee to pale in fear. With a swift flick of his wand, Snape ensnares Fred, yanking him back and sending him sprawling among the crowd. Step back. Snape's expression remains impassive, his voice as frigid as winter's breath. But my sister, George. Fred struggles, while Angelina clings tightly to his waist. I said step back. Do you lack comprehension, or are you deaf? Shall I assist you in removing your ears, Mr. Weasley? A glimmer of cold fury flashes in Snape's eyes, revealing his dwindling patience. Very well, Mr. Weasley, I understand your fervent desire to rescue your sister. Now, leave this to us. At that moment, Quirinus Quirrell strides in. Professor, please. Ginny is our youngest sister. Percy steps forward, his voice laced with urgency. Rest assured. Trust your professors, Quirrell reassures as he places a comforting hand on Percy's shoulder, moving to stand beside Snape. Is this the spot? Snape queries softly, gazing into the dark and ominous opening of the tunnel, resembling an abyss. Without waiting for Quirrell's response, he prepares to leap into the darkness. Quirrell seizes his arm, insisting, "Let me go. You stay here and watch over these young witches and wizards." Humph. Snape scoffs, shaking off Quirrell's grip, and jumps into the shadowy tunnel. Quirrell shakes his head, observing Snape, who often appears to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Harry, now exhibiting an urgency surpassing all others in the face of danger. I am going as well. You all stay up here. No one is to descend. Percy, as the prefect, you must restrain them, especially your twin brothers. Quirrell instructs, glancing at the gathered students before leaping into the tunnel without waiting for a response. After navigating a series of twists and turns in a rapid glide, Quirrell finally emerges from the tunnel, grateful for his prior preparation. Otherwise, he would have met an unceremonious fall. Rising to his feet, he spots Snape advancing with his wand illuminating the path. Quirrell remains silent, drawing his own wand to hasten his steps to match Snape's pace. The chamber is dimly lit, yet relatively dry, spacious enough to reveal numerous animal skeletons along the way, remnants evidently left by the basilisk's meals. As they turn a corner, a massive creature looms before them, tightening their hearts and causing Snape to nearly release a spell in surprise. Yet, upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be the shed skin of the basilisk. Snape exhaled softly, observing the massive serpent's shed, its emerald scales glimmering faintly under the luminescent spell. The shed skin of a millennium-old basilisk must hold considerable value. Indeed, it would be nearly impossible to find another basilisk of such age in the entire world. Given that the lifespan of a basilisk typically ranges from 500 to 800 years, it is a rare treasure. Just as Snape was about to circumvent the shed skin, he heard Quirrell's voice, halting him in his tracks. With a cold tone, he remarked, "This belongs to Slytherin. It rightfully belongs to Slytherin House. You cannot claim that." Quirrell raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "Damn it, this is not the time for such discussions. Are you unaware of how perilous a basilisk can be? Allowing Potter, that foolish boy with a head full of troll snot, to confront the basilisk alone, along with the Dark Lord." Snape clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. Witnessing the fury and unmasked concern on Snape's face, Quirrell felt a chill run down his spine. In his past life, the events of the Chamber of Secrets had unfolded without incident, and he had grown somewhat complacent. Yet, reality is not a film. Who knows if the butterfly effect might lead to unforeseen consequences? You are right. Let us proceed. Quirrell felt a pang of guilt, now tinged with anxiety. Humph. Snape scoffed, poised to continue onward. Suddenly, a clear, melodious cry of a phoenix echoed, as a vibrant crimson phoenix soared overhead, its talons clutching a screaming sorting hat. Fawkes! Snape's expression shifted dramatically. Fawkes had arrived. Surely, this boded well. Quirrell thought to himself. The two hastened their steps, rounding a corner only to find Lockhart confronting Ron, brandishing his wand at him and uttering something. Ron, trembling and clutching his wand wrapped in tape, aimed it back at Lockhart, though his quivering calves betrayed his panic. Professor Quirrell, Professor Snape! Ron exclaimed, his face lighting up in surprise at the sight of them. Oh, Mr. Weasley, abandon these trivial antics. Do you truly believe you can deceive the illustrious Lockhart? Lockhart scoffed dismissively. Ron, Professor Lockhart, what on earth is happening here? Quirrell's voice resonated softly, accompanied by the sound of his crisp footsteps. Lockhart froze, turning slightly, and caught sight of Quirrell and Snape approaching. A moment of panic washed over him. But then his eyes darted, and he shouted, Quirrell, Snape, how fortuitous. Quickly, assist me. Ron has been ensnared by the Imperius curse. What nonsense are you spouting? Professor, do not listen to him. I have not. It is he. Ron's face flushed crimson upon hearing Lockhart's accusation. Quirrell halted behind Lockhart, while Snape cast a fleeting glance at the two before striding past without a moment's pause. Both Ron and Lockhart were momentarily taken aback, seeing Quirrell still present. Lockhart hastily urged, Quirrell, quickly, subdue Weasley. He is obstructing my path to rescue Harry. You are speaking nonsense. Ron could no longer tolerate Lockhart's absurd accusations and exclaimed in indignation, I did not. It was all petrified. A spark erupted from the broken end of Ron's wand, causing it to explode, and he was subsequently flung backward, collapsing to the ground, immobilized. Lockhart's lips twitched. Had he known how fragile Ron was, he would have acted sooner. Quirrell, wearing a grim expression, glanced at Lockhart and stated, I will check on Ron. He then walked past Lockhart and crouched down in front of Ron, inadvertently exposing his back completely to Lockhart. Ron had been struck by the rebounded petrification curse, lying motionless on the ground. His face smudged with the gray-black residue from the explosion, and his red hair slightly curled. Though unable to move, a sense of urgency flickered in Ron's eyes. A flash of malice crossed Lockhart's gaze as he observed Quirrell's unguarded back. With a flick of his wand, a thick beam of white light shot toward Quirrell, casting the Oblivion Curse. Just as it was about to strike Quirrell, a faint golden silhouette appeared, enveloping him in a protective aura that deflected the Forgetfulness spell, sending ripples through the shimmering shield. Quirrell remained unfazed, waving his wand with composure, invoking the spell to halt the attack. Ron regained his ability to move and quickly scrambled to his feet, shouting, Professor, Lockhart is a fraud. We sought his help to rescue Ginny, and he attempted to cast the Oblivion Curse on us. Quirrell remained silent, standing up and turning to face Lockhart. Lockhart, why did you ambush me? Lockhart appeared flustered after his failed attempt, his complexion shifting between shades of pale and dark. Where's Harry? Quirrell quietly inquired of Ron. Harry went inside. I twisted my ankle while coming down the pipe, so I stayed behind to watch Lockhart, but he snatched my wand, Ron replied, his voice low with shame. Quirrell looked at Lockhart with an impassive expression, yet he exuded an immense pressure upon him without uttering a word. Quirrell, I had no choice. You can see that I am unable to cast any spells other than the Oblivion Curse. If you send me to confront the basilisk, it would be akin to sending me to my doom, Lockhart lamented, a sense of grievance in his tone. With Snape gone to assist Harry, Quirrell felt slightly reassured and no longer anxious. He furrowed his brow and addressed Lockhart. You, too, are an esteemed graduate of Ravenclaw. How could you be incapable of casting even the most basic spell? I do not know what has happened. Just before arriving at Hogwarts, I suddenly became like this. I know precisely how to cast the spell, yet when I attempt it, I forget what to do next, and my magic becomes chaotic. I cannot even perform a levitation charm. I thought it was merely my lack of practice, but despite my efforts, I have made no progress. Lockhart spoke bitterly. Then why is the Oblivion Curse unaffected? Quirrell asked, perplexed. Perhaps it is related to my extensive study of the Oblivion Curse. I have devoted most of my energy to mastering it. I cannot claim the same for others, but the Oblivion Curse is my pride, Lockhart replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Otherwise, how could you have stolen so many wizards' memories to write your books? Ron interjected with a quiet sneer. Forget it, Quirinus murmured. Now, enough idle chatter. Let me depart. I assure you I shall leave Hogwarts immediately and relinquish the position of defense against the dark arts professor to you. Lockhart, increasingly anxious, understood that the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it would become for him. I cannot permit you to leave, Lockhart. Setting aside the question of whether you truly appropriated another wizard's experiences to pen your books, the mere intention of harming students is sufficient for me to deny your exit. Quirinus shook his head resolutely. Quirinus, although I may be unable to cast other spells, my Oblivion Charm is no trifling matter. Are you truly willing to risk everything? Lockhart retorted, his demeanor one of desperate defiance. I too wish to witness the prowess of your esteemed Oblivion charm. Quirinus remained unmoved. Oblivion, Lockhart shouted. And although he possessed the silent spell, he knew the incantation would yield greater potency. A brilliant white light erupted from Lockhart's wand, thick as an arm and solid as stone, sending ripples through the air as it surged forth. Faced with Lockhart's full-force Oblivion charm, Quirinus felt a weighty apprehension. The power of this spell was incongruent with the magical energy he sensed emanating from Lockhart, which he estimated at no more than level 4. While the spell exhibited a formidable level 5 potency, Quirinus did not underestimate the threat. He summoned his protective golden bell, a faint golden aura enveloping him to counter the approaching Oblivion charm. The golden bell shimmered, creating increasing ripples, while Lockhart, unyielding, maintained a grave expression, relentlessly channeling his magic. The white light of the Oblivion charm continued to assault Quirinus' golden shield, intent on shattering it. Beside them, Ron held his breath in anxious anticipation, fearful that Quirinus might falter, which would spell danger for him as well. To his astonishment, Lockhart, whom he had thought inept, wielded such a potent spell. The solidity of the spell's radiance was unmistakably formidable. Seeking to break through? Quirinus raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lockhart's hidden strength. With unresolved questions lingering in his mind, Quirinus intensified his magical output, sustaining the golden bell against Lockhart's Oblivion charm, inquiring, "Senior, I did not anticipate your Oblivion charm to be so powerful." In response to Quirinus' acknowledgement of his pride, Lockhart, despite the strain of maintaining such high-level magical output, gritted his teeth and declared, "Haha, of course. I have meticulously studied the Oblivion charm, while only skimming the surface of other spells. Just before coming to teach at Hogwarts, I made further advancements in my Oblivion charm." "Ah, I see," Quirinus murmured, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. "Quirinus, since you refuse to let me go, do not blame me for being ruthless." Lockhart snarled, his eyes flashing coldly as he shouted, pouring forth even more magical energy. The already formidable brilliance of the spell intensified, distorting Lockhart's features as his golden curls were swept upwards in a display of desperate exertion. "Professor Chilo," Ron exclaimed in alarm. The Oblivion charm, being a functional spell, typically bore weaker direct attack capabilities. Yet, Lockhart's spell managed to destabilize Quirinus' golden shield, revealing that Lockhart possessed some measure of skill, though not in abundance. Humph. Quirinus wore a faint smile, unperturbed, and with a soft hum, he twirled his wand. To his astonishment, the golden clock shadow began to rotate, alleviating the pressure from the forgetfulness charm and even redirecting it aside, causing the spell's light to strike the ground, creating a large crater. Lockhart could no longer maintain his composure. The spell's radiance dissipated, and he swayed dangerously, gasping for breath, his eyes weary. "Lockhart, you too are quite the genius. Thank you for awakening me to the fact that spells possess tiers. It is something I had previously overlooked. If I am not mistaken, you must possess a 4th-tier magical prowess, which is commendable, as most aurors operate within this range," Quirinus remarked with admiration. Lockhart continued to wheeze. "You are mistaken." Ron, observing Lockhart's labored breathing, genuinely wondered if he might simply expire from the effort, contrasting sharply with Quirinus' calm demeanor. To wield a 4th-tier magical ability and cast a forgetfulness charm with the potency of a 5th-tier spell is remarkable. Indeed, your charm surpasses that of many 5th-tier wizards. Thanks to your specialization, Quirinus pondered thoughtfully, refraining from launching an attack as he continued. "I have observed you multiple times. Your incantation's initiation is quite adept, yet thereafter, it falters as if you suddenly forget how to execute it. It appears you have delved deeply into the forgetfulness charm, allowing its tier to eclipse your raw magical power, thus infecting your abilities with its essence. Consequently, your magic is imbued with the qualities of forgetfulness, leading to extraordinary results with this charm." Lockhart's gasps lessened slightly, his expression filled with confusion. Ron, too, felt as if he were hearing an incomprehensible text, yet he grasped the essence. Lockhart was not as inept as he appeared. There was indeed substance to his character. "Thank you, Lockhart. For now, you shall remain here," Quirinus said gently, then with a flick of his wand. Several stone pillars erupted from the ground, transforming mid-air into iron chains that bound Lockhart. Exhausted, he offered no resistance. With a mere gesture, Lockhart's wand flew into Quirinus' hand, which he then passed to Ron. "Ron, you shall continue to watch over him. We cannot allow him to reclaim his wand this time." Blushing, Ron lowered his gaze, replying bashfully, "Yes, Professor." Quirinus affectionately patted Ron's head, softly stating, "Ron, you are exceptional. Despite the unknowns of the chamber and the perilous basilisk, you bravely advance and confront danger. You are a true Gryffindor. I leave this to you." "Yes, Professor," Ron exclaimed, invigorated, having never received such praise directly from a professor, his chest swelling with pride. Quirinus nodded with a smile, not lingering further, and swiftly made his way deeper into the chamber. within the depths of the chamber. In the Slytherin Hall, a fierce battle raged on. The torches adorning the walls illuminated the hall as if it were day. Screech. Fawkes soared through the hall, periodically emitting a melodious phoenix call. The Sorting Hat lay discarded on the ground, motionless, resembling merely an old, worn-out pointy wizard's hat. The serpent creature had already blinded Fawkes, losing its greatest threat. Now, in a frenzied state, it pursued Snape and Harry with relentless determination. Despite its blindness, it still sensed their presence. At the far end of the hall, beneath a colossal statue of Slytherin, the young Voldemort, Tom Riddle, observed the two with keen interest. His figure appeared somewhat ethereal, grasping a wand lightly in his hand, while beneath him lay a red-haired girl, Ginny. Both Snape and Harry were in a dire predicament. Their wizarding robes tattered and soaked with sweat. Snape, in particular, with his already greasy hair, found strands clinging to his face due to the moisture. They were both exerting themselves to evade the creature's massive jaws and unpredictable tail, a substantial test of their stamina. At that moment, they were gasping for breath. Taking refuge behind a gigantic stone pillar, Snape's chest heaved violently as he glanced at the corner where Tom Riddle lounged, his eyes still wide with astonishment. He had never anticipated that the Dark Lord's soul could manifest itself, and in the form of a youthful, striking figure with an air of enigma, far removed from the later, frenzied visage of the Dark Lord. Harry, too, struggled to catch his breath, his fear unabated. He had not expected that the professor he had often perceived as an adversary would save him at such a critical juncture, along with Fawkes. Had it not been for Fawkes blinding the serpent in the nick of time, Harry knew he would have faced dire consequences. Professor Snape, what should we do now? Harry panted softly. Humph. Now you ask me what to do? Is your mind filled with troll snot? Why didn't you think ahead before recklessly entering the chamber? Snape retorted, but his words were cut short as the serpent's robust tail swung into view, aimed directly at Harry, alerted by his voice. Snape's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly raised his wand, casting the shield charm on Harry. Seeing Snape point his wand at him, Harry had no inkling of any ill intent. The serpent's iron tail struck with ferocity, yet Snape's charm held firm, absorbing the lethal blow. The tail's tip shattered the stone pillar, sending debris crashing down upon Harry, causing him pain, but he had no time to ponder. He hurried towards Snape. As the serpent slithered ominously across the floor, Snape spoke quickly. Potter, I will draw its attention. You must run now. With that, he darted out from behind the pillar. Harry attempted to say something, but was interrupted by Snape's furious command. Fool, run. As Snape appeared before him, the serpent, enraged, opened its massive jaws to bite down on him. If it succeeded, Snape would meet his end right there. Snape swiftly retreated a couple of steps, and, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a spell that sliced through the air, creating an invisible wave that cleaved a deep gash in the serpent's resilient scales, causing blood to flow profusely. However, the serpent's massive form rendered this wound merely superficial. It was already marked with numerous similar lacerations, yet remained fiercely vigorous. The serpent lunged, snapping at thin air, only to be met with another of Snape's spells, inciting its wrath as it roared and pursued him. Seizing the opportunity, Harry darted from behind a stone pillar, gritting his teeth and making haste toward the entrance to seek Dumbledore. As he hurried past the Sorting Hat, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something shimmering within it. He paused, crouched down, and discovered the hilt of a sword nestled inside. Gazing at the silver handle, a surge of impulse washed over him. Seize it. Grasping the hilt, Harry gently drew it forth, revealing a gleaming blade that radiated a cold light. Chapter 72, Dragon and Serpent. Harry recognized Fawkes as Dumbledore's companion. The Phoenix's sudden appearance was undoubtedly at Dumbledore's behest. The Sorting Hat, brought by Fawkes, had yielded this sword, and it was clear that Dumbledore intended for him to wield it against the serpent. A wave of exhilaration surged within Harry. He no longer hesitated, his blood coursing with fervor. With a mighty shout, he lifted the sword and charged at the serpent, while Snape continued to engage the creature, occasionally casting protective charms to fend off its assaults. He glanced up upon hearing Harry's cry. The sight of Harry, resembling a medieval knight brandishing a sword, drained the color from his face as he bellowed, "Fool, run." This moment of distraction allowed the serpent to seize the initiative, its iron tail lashed out. Catching Snape off guard, he could only hastily conjure a shield charm, which barely held against the force of the strike. The tail, imbued with residual power, struck Snape, sending him flying several meters, where he landed heavily, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise. Professor Snape, witnessing this, Harry's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed behind the serpent, thrusting the sword forward. The blade, sharp beyond measure, penetrated deeply, yet in comparison to the serpent's colossal size, it resembled nothing more than a toothpick. The serpent, stung by the pain, lifted its head and let out a chilling screech, twisting its body before abruptly turning to bite at Harry. Just as he withdrew the sword, he beheld the gaping maw above him, the stench overwhelming, and despair gripped his heart. Resolute, He thrust the sword upward, determined to strike it even as he faced certain doom. Snape, sprawled on the ground, lifted his gaze to see Harry on the brink of being engulfed by the serpent's jaws. His heart seized with despair as he shouted, "No." His wand had slipped from his grasp, leaving him with no recourse but to summon every ounce of magic within him, desperately channeling it toward his right hand, pointing it toward Harry. There was no time or thought for incantations. His sole desire was to protect Harry. An invisible wave emanated forth. Just as the serpent's maw was about to consume Harry, it was abruptly halted by an ethereal shield, which was soon pierced by the serpent's venomous fangs, dissipating into nothingness. At this critical juncture, a water dragon, its girth no less than that of the serpent creature, roared as it charged forth, colliding directly with the serpent's head and diverting it to the side. The resulting splash propelled Harry backward, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, coughing and drenched. "Huh, Professor Snape, you seem to be in quite the predicament." At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by a rather cheeky voice. Upon witnessing Harry's salvation and hearing that familiar tone, Snape exhaled a sigh of relief, momentarily forgetting the teasing nature of the remark. As the tension in his heart eased, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Harry, upon hearing the voice, looked up to see Quirinus slowly approaching his side. Relieved, he hastily rose to his feet and forced a smile as he greeted, "Professor Quirrell." "Well done, Harry." Quirinus nodded, glancing at the sword in Harry's hand. "Now hand it over to me. Step back with your sword." Harry promptly retreated a couple of steps, gripping his sword in one hand and his wand in the other, only to notice that Quirinus wielded not a wand, but a finely crafted dagger, or perhaps a short sword. The serpent creature swayed its enormous head, confronting Quirinus directly, its forked tongue flickering as hissing sounds filled the air. The previously dissipated water dragon reformed around Quirinus, the massive serpent head hovering above him. Resembling a deity of water descended upon the earth, surrounded by streams. Listening to the serpent's hissing, Quirinus tilted his head and inquired of Harry, "Harry, what is this longworm saying?" "Huh, oh, it is saying it wants me dead, to tear me apart, that it is ravenous and intends to devour me," Harry responded, momentarily stunned by Quirinus's question, before obediently translating. "Goodness, even without eyes, it remains so audacious," Quirinus remarked, smacking his lips slowly. Casting a glance towards Snape at the other end of the hall, Harry observed him struggling to sit up, retrieving a vial of potion from his robes and gulping it down, while beneath the massive Slytherin statue, the young Tom Riddle gazed at him with a dark expression. "Hello there, Tom." Quirinus waved at Tom Riddle, shaking his hand. Tom Riddle's expression shifted, and as he opened his mouth, a hissing sound escaped instead. At the command, the serpent creature lunged forward, its fearsome jaws snapping at Quirinus. Quirinus remained unperturbed. With a deft twist of the Windrider's sword, he swept the water dragon's massive tail, redirecting the serpent's head away, which crashed into a stone pillar, sending debris flying, while the water dragon's tail dissipated, only to swiftly reform. With a downward sweep of the Windrider's sword, the water dragon roared forth once more, charging at the serpent, resulting in yet another cascade of water. Unyielding, the serpent retaliated, biting the water dragon's neck and severing it, only for the dragon to reconstitute itself once again. The serpent then coiled its long, thick body around the water dragon, and a fierce struggle ensued in the center of the hall. The simple-minded serpent could not fathom why the creature before it could not be vanquished. Even when it bit off its neck, it remained unscathed, devoid of the sanguine taste that should accompany a kill, only a faint liquid reminiscent of water. Furthermore, without eyes, it was utterly incapable of discerning what the water dragon truly was. Harry was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that Professor Quirrell possessed such formidable power, capable of wielding a colossal water dragon to subdue the basilisk, leaving even Professor Snape at a loss. Yet, he pondered, why did Professor Quirrell choose to use a sword instead of a wand? How incredibly cool. Perhaps I could also do that? Harry mused, weighing the sword of Gryffindor in his hand, feeling a surge of eagerness. Snape's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected Quirrell to harbor such a hidden talent. The sight of the water dragon was indeed breathtaking, managing to contend with the basilisk solely through magic. His own killing curse seemed somewhat inadequate against such a resilient foe. In a corner, Tom Riddle observed the battle with calm detachment, showing no concern. Despite the basilisk and the water dragon engaging in a fierce display, it sustained little damage. The basilisk's intellect appeared lacking. However, he would not act hastily, as the essence he could draw from a first-year wizard was limited, and he needed to conserve his strength for the potential arrival of Dumbledore. Quirrell also realized that while the surging water dragon could at best restrain the basilisk, it struggled to inflict any significant harm. Among the three present, only Snape's killing curse could potentially cause damage, albeit it was unlikely to deliver a decisive blow. The basilisk's scales were remarkably resistant to magic, rendering other spells such as the stunning spell or the petrifying charm ineffective. Even the Avada Kedavra might not prove particularly damaging due to the basilisk's sheer size and vitality. Did they really have to wait for Dumbledore? That would be quite embarrassing. But what could they do? A wind blade. That might be akin to the killing curse. An explosion charm. A mere tickle. The water prison spell. The basilisk could easily break free with a stretch. Fox. He could only scratch at its eyes. His talons might not even pierce the basilisk's scales. And even if they did, the damage would be minimal. Then, his gaze fell upon the glimmering sword of Gryffindor in Harry's hand. And he recalled that it was with this very sword that Harry had slain the basilisk. If external attacks were futile, perhaps an internal approach would suffice. This basilisk was exceedingly powerful. How had Harry, as a second-year wizard in the past, managed to defeat it? Just the thought of that immense creature sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 73, The Basilisk Slayer. Harry, wait. I will restrain the basilisk. You must release the sword. I intend to use it to destroy the creature once and for all, Quirrell said, his demeanor shifting to one of focus as he turned to Harry. Harry paused for a moment, then nodded resolutely. All right, Professor. Quirrell steadied himself, maintaining a composed expression. With a swift motion of the sword of Gryffindor, he dispersed the water dragon, freeing it from its entanglement with the basilisk, and began to gather it anew. The basilisk, sensing the absence of its recent opponent, found itself momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Quirrell sharply waved his hand, and the reformed water dragon struck the basilisk squarely on the head with a powerful tail swipe. The serpent's head struck the ground, causing the earth to crack open, and it roared in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Quirinus waved his left hand, transforming a small fragment of a broken stone column into a rebar of the thickness of a thumb. Under Quirinus's command, it was thrust into the serpent's mouth, wedging firmly between its jaws, effectively preventing the creature from closing its massive maw. Startled, the serpent attempted to bite down, causing the rebar to tremble and gradually bend. Quirinus's expression shifted. Could even rebar not withstand the serpent's biting force? This was, after all, genuine rebar, albeit transformed by a transfiguration spell. And within the duration of the enchantment, it possessed the true qualities of rebar. Yet the serpent's upper jaw was undeniably formidable. The steel could not penetrate, and only a trickle of blood oozed along the rebar. Without further hesitation, he pointed towards the sword of Gryffindor, employing a levitation spell combined with a movement charm, intending to command the sword to pierce the serpent's maw, emulating Harry's heroic deed from the film. The sword of Gryffindor trembled in Harry's grasp, and he quickly steadied it in his palm to avoid distracting Quirinus. However, after a couple of quivers, it ceased to budge, remaining immobile despite Quirinus's best efforts. Come on. Brother, move. Quirinus urged, feeling the rebar bend to a precarious angle. Was Gryffindor's sword resistant to Ravenclaw? Quirinus felt a surge of frustration as he contemplated the next course of action while observing the rebar's gradual deformation within the serpent's mouth. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Quirinus. It was Harry, gripping the sword of Gryffindor as he charged towards the serpent. Quirinus was taken aback. What was this reckless youth planning? On the opposite side of the hall, Snape leaned against the wall, unable to perform any magic after the serpent's tail had nearly suffocated him. Witnessing Harry's foolhardy advance, his eyes widened in alarm. The serpent could snap the rebar at any moment, and Harry would be delivering himself straight into its jaws. Yet, incapacitated, Snape could only watch in horror as Harry charged forward, his teeth clenched. Harry sprinted up to the serpent's gaping maw, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the creature's mouth, shouting fiercely, then raised his hand high, plunging the sword of Gryffindor into the serpent's upper jaw with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. Silence enveloped the Slytherin hall, and the ensuing seconds felt interminable. The serpent's strength waned, its tail flicked once, then gradually stilled. Harry withdrew the sword, stepping out of the serpent's gaping mouth, panting heavily, a flicker of fear still lingering within him. Yet, gazing upon the lifeless serpent before him, exhilaration surged within him. He turned to Quirinus, exclaiming, "Professor Quirrell, it's dead." Then, his gaze shifted to Snape, concern etched across his face. He hurried to Snape's side, inquiring with genuine care, "Professor Snape, are you all right?" Snape exhaled a sigh of relief internally, though his expression remained stern as he curtly replied, "Not dead yet. Damn it, you filthy, base, despicable wretches. How could you dare to slay the basilisk left to me by my ancestor, Slytherin?" Tom Riddle was evidently taken aback by the abrupt demise of the basilisk. It had previously toyed with them like a cat with a mouse. Even blind, it could still overpower them. Little did he know the tide would turn so suddenly, leaving him utterly unprepared for its death. That creature was a legacy from his ancestor, Salazar Slytherin. The pain was suffocating. "Tom, at last we meet." With the basilisk dispatched, Quirinus felt a sense of relief wash over him as he approached the corner where Tom Riddle stood, a faint smile adorning his lips. "Who are you?" A glint of coldness flashed in Riddle's eyes, mingled with confusion. This man seemed oddly familiar, despite the fact that he had only mentioned the name Tom Riddle to Potter before arriving. How did he know? Professor Quirrell, he is Voldemort. The memory left in the diary, the one who manipulated Ginny and commanded the basilisk to attack the students, Harry urgently warned as he saw Quirinus advance towards Riddle. Evidently, before Quirinus arrived, Snape had already grasped the truth that Riddle was Voldemort, for there was no flicker of change in his expression upon hearing Harry's words. Voldemort. Of course, I know of him, a wretch defeated by a mere infant, reduced to a pitiful existence, lurking in shadows, Quirinus remarked, raising an eyebrow and casting a disdainful glance at Riddle, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, perhaps he is currently hiding in some sewer, scavenging for scraps alongside the rats. Silence. How dare you insult the great Voldemort? Riddle was taken aback. The scornful expression and derisive words sent him into a frenzy. Since leaving the orphanage and coming to Hogwarts, no one had ever spoken to him in such a tone, especially after advancing to higher years when all students regarded him with awe. Harry and Snape were momentarily speechless upon realizing that the young figure before them was Voldemort. They felt a profound reverence, astonished that Quirinus had the audacity to mock him. Great Voldemort? Are you jesting? Quirinus raised an eyebrow, a look of feigned confusion gracing his face. Riddle's cheek twitched as he inhaled deeply. Quirinus was uncertain whether a memory required breath. Humph. Let us see if you can speak so boldly when facing the future me, the Dark Lord you all speak of, Riddle said, his countenance darkening as he regarded Quirinus with disdain. Ha, face? Quirinus chuckled softly. Did Harry not inform you? Last year, Voldemort barely regained his strength, infiltrated Hogwarts, and sought to resurrect himself using the Philosopher's Stone, only to be vanquished by me. I suspect he has now reverted to a wandering spirit, lost in the wilderness. Riddle ceased his frantic demeanor, his eyes narrowing, hands clenched, revealing his fury. Riddle? No. Tom sounds far more pleasant and intimate, considering we shared over a year together. Quirinus said with a semblance of a smile, scratching his head before continuing. You are merely a fragment of memory? Is this truly how you spoke to Harry? At present, he is in no rush to act. Rather, he relishes the sensation of overpowering the young Voldemort. After all, the elder could not match him. This shadow, having merely siphoned the life force from a first-year girl, has regained a modicum of mobility. Although it is a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, lacking a physical form, it poses little threat to itself. Chapter 74, Tom Riddle. Observing the youthful wizard before him, whose magical prowess is already formidable, Riddle experiences a faint twinge of unease. After hearing Quirrell's taunting remarks, Riddle's heart skips a beat, yet he maintains his composure, responding, Of course, even if you were to defeat me, what would it matter? I am merely a collection of memories. If I dissipate, so be it. Riddle understands that the tide has turned against him. In his current state, he stands no chance against a high-level wizard capable of battling a basilisk. Yet, he is unafraid. His objectives have largely been achieved. Having been trapped within the diary for far too long, he is oblivious to the shifts of the world. Although he mourns the loss of the basilisk, he has gleaned much about his future self's fate through Ginny and has encountered his destined adversary, Harry Potter. It is nearly time. Dumbledore should be arriving shortly. Oh, is that so? I hardly think so. A memory can wield magic to control a young wizard? Quirrell mocked as he regarded Riddle, noncommittally. Who do you think you are? The Dark Lord's magic is beyond your comprehension. Riddle's unease intensifies, yet he remains skeptical that anyone has discovered his secret. The magic of Horcruxes is ancient and esoteric. Unless one has delved deeply into dark magic, they would not even have heard the term Horcrux. This young wizard must be deeply trusted by Dumbledore, who would never permit those he trusts to investigate profound dark arts. Listening to Quirrell's words, Snape feels a pang of alarm and discreetly glances at Harry, pondering. Could it be that this fool Quirrell intends to reveal to Harry that this riddle is a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul? That the diary is a Horcrux of the Dark Lord? However, the fact that this soul fragment can manifest independently, akin to a living being, suggests that Quirrell's conjecture may indeed hold merit. The Dark Lord's initial attempt at soul-splitting, lacking experience, resulted in excessive fragmentation. Very well. Let us assume your words are true. You are merely a collection of memories. So what will it be? Surrender? Quirrell shrugged, uninterested in exposing him. Riddle, observing Quirrell's infuriatingly nonchalant demeanor, yearns to unleash a well-placed Avada Kedavra, his expression darkening as he retorts, Surrender? Do you think you have me at your mercy? Of course. In your prime, I would stand no chance against you. Yet, you are nothing more than a collection of memories. Even if you are Voldemort's memories, what of it? Quirrell replied with an air of certainty. Snape felt a shiver run through him, his gaze towards Quirrell growing complex. Indeed, it is merely a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, and yet I find myself feeling trepidation. How shall I respond when the Dark Lord returns? Harry gazed at Professor Quirrell, who stood before him with an air of calm that seemed to utterly subdue Tom Riddle. A flicker of reverence passed through his eyes. Despite his constant assertions of fearlessness regarding Voldemort, he felt a surge of anxiety when confronted with the truth that Tom Riddle was indeed Voldemort. Oh, It appears you do not regard the Dark Lord with much seriousness. The methods I possess, the magic I wield, are beyond your imagination. Furthermore, this young lady is under my control, Riddle remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. What? The illustrious Dark Lord resorts to such despicable tactics? Threatening me with a mere girl? Quirrell cast a scornful glance at Riddle, his disdain barely contained. I am merely a memory of the Dark Lord from before he turned 17. I am but a child of that age, and you, a fully grown wizard, threaten a mere 17-year-old? Riddle, maintaining his composure, responded with piercing clarity. I am guiltless in this matter, Quirrell replied, a smirk dancing on his lips as he regarded Riddle. Riddle found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Harry stared at Quirrell in disbelief, astonished by this unexpected facet of his professor. Snape's lips twitched in response. Enough, surrender. I assure you, I will not destroy the diary. Let this fragment of your memory survive. Quirrell gestured with the sword of Gryffindor in hand. Harry listened to Quirrell's words, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Destroy the diary? The Dark Lord's essence is bound to it, protected by powerful enchantments that you cannot even begin to comprehend. Do you truly believe you can destroy it? Riddle scoffed derisively, finally feeling a sense of triumph over Quirrell, a glimmer of exhilaration crossing his features. I cannot say whether fiend fire can obliterate the diary. Perhaps we should test it? Even if it cannot be destroyed, I could toss it into the toilet and flush it away, sending you straight into the cesspool. It may not kill you, but it would certainly be revolting. Or perhaps you could extract enough vitality from the maggots and the filth to claw your way back out. I wonder how many years it would take for a creature of such size to emerge, Quirrell suggested, his own stomach turning at the thought. Riddle's expression darkened. He too was uncertain if fiend fire could annihilate the diary, but he was aware of the formidable nature of dark magic. Yet he felt little fear, as he was merely a fragment of a soul, and even if destroyed, it would not be catastrophic. He trusted that the future him would craft more Horcruxes. And as long as one existed, his primary soul would remain immortal. However, the notion of being tossed into a toilet was indeed terrifying. Merely envisioning that scene made him feel nauseous, and he pondered whether a soul could even vomit. Snape stared, dumbfounded by Quirrell's outrageous suggestion, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. In Harry's mind, the refined image he had of Professor Quirrell shattered into countless fragments. The thought of Voldemort actually being flushed down a toilet sent a chill down his spine. The infamous Dark Lord, whose very name inspired fear, would indeed create a strikingly surreal image if he were to be dumped into a toilet. Oh, Quirinus, we typically do not engage in such practices. Generally, we secure indestructible dark magical artifacts within locked chests and bury them in locations that are utterly inconceivable to anyone. A voice, aged yet resonant, echoed through the air. Several individuals turned toward the source of the sound, where a tall, slender figure, distinguished by his silvery hair and robust vitality, approached with measured steps. A pair of crescent-shaped spectacles resting upon his nose, and eyes that were deep and distant behind the lenses. It was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As the events began to settle, this most illustrious white wizard of the 20th century, the embodiment of the light, arrived with a sense of delayed gravitas. Dumbledore, Quirinus called softly, while Harry felt a surge of excitement, and Severus merely exhaled a quiet scoff. Dumbledore, murmured Riddle. With a melodious cry, Fawkes, the phoenix, descended from the skies, landing gracefully upon Dumbledore's shoulder and pecking playfully at his beard. Dumbledore quickly raised a hand to protect his facial hair. Oh, cease your antics, Fawkes. After soothing the restless phoenix, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Quirinus and the others. Commending them, Quirinus, Severus, you have performed admirably, ensuring that no students were harmed. And Harry, you embody the true spirit of Gryffindor. Your resolute charge into the Chamber of Secrets upon learning of Ginny's abduction, confronting the perilous basilisk and Voldemort, is a testament to your remarkable courage. Fear is an instinct inherent to all creatures, yet courage is the anthem of humanity. I am proud of you. As Dumbledore's praise resonated, Quirinus merely curled his lip. Severus did not even twitch a muscle, while Harry's face flushed with exhilaration. Dumbledore finally turned his attention to Riddle, his eyes filled with a blend of nostalgia and complexity. Tom, it has been a long time. Chapter 75, The Truth. Gazing at the frail, silver-haired elder before him, Riddle's expression flickered with a sense of disorientation, his eyes betraying a mixture of resentment and reverence. He spoke softly. It has indeed been a long time, Professor Dumbledore. Tom, 50 years have passed, and I never anticipated encountering you at 17 once more. The unpredictability of life is truly remarkable, Dumbledore sighed gently. Tom, release that young wizard. Do not allow yourself to err further. What? The great Professor Dumbledore intends to lecture me? Riddle retorted, his ire evident, akin to a rebellious youth confronting an elder's admonition. I do not seek to lecture you, merely to advise against straying further down the path of error, Dumbledore replied, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Is what you declare as wrong truly wrong? Is what you proclaim as right inherently right? A derisive smile crept across Riddle's face. Wrong is wrong. Not because I declare it so, nor is right simply due to my affirmation. Tom, I do not possess such omnipotence. But you must cultivate the ability to discern right from wrong, to learn what actions are appropriate and which are not. The kind of person you become, and the deeds you undertake, are entirely contingent upon your choices. At that moment, Dumbledore's expression grew distant, as if he had been transported back to a classroom of 50 years prior. Do you not know precisely what kind of person I shall become and what actions I will take, Professor Dumbledore? Riddle's expression turned icy as he scoffed, then raised his hands high and proclaimed, I shall become the Dark Lord, revered by multitudes. He continued with reckless abandon, indulging in slaughter, allowing dark magic to corrupt his very soul, evoking fear and hatred in the eyes of all who gazed upon him. In this world, you will have no true friends. Everyone will shun you, including your Death Eaters, who only fear you. You will become a solitary figure, Dumbledore remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. What of it? As long as I possess overwhelming power, I can attain everything, Riddle replied, his demeanor grim. Yet you lack the most crucial element of one's existence, rendering your life incomplete. Dumbledore said, his eyes tinged with sadness. Are you going to preach your theories on love again? After 50 years, you remain oblivious? In this world, only power is paramount. If that woman had possessed true strength, she would not have perished. Riddle sneered, asserting, history has proven me correct. I have succeeded in becoming the great Dark Lord. I shall spread my renown across the globe. Quirinus observed the exchange between the elder and the youth, increasingly perceiving it as a father admonishing a wayward son. And then to be outdone by a mere infant? Quirinus mused, rubbing his stubbled chin softly. The hall descended into an eerie silence, with Snape and Harry, who had remained quiet listeners, now wide-eyed, gazing at Quirinus, while Dumbledore regained his composure and cast a glance in his direction. Silence. Riddle's voice trembled with fury as he pointed a shaking finger at Quirinus, his face flushed with indignation. Had he not been a spectral form? Why so fierce? You startled me. Quirinus retorted with a smirk. You. Riddle seethed with rage, yet dared not provoke Quirinus further, fearing more biting words. He turned back to Dumbledore, insisting, in this magic world where power reigns supreme, what is wrong with my pursuit of strength? You have repeatedly warned me against my ambition. If you had not sought power, where would your current renown lie? The pursuit of power itself is not inherently flawed. The error lies in the extreme methods you employ, Dumbledore replied, his gaze drifting. I confess I once harbored prejudice against you, fearing you would stray down a misguided path. I was overly vigilant, which ultimately pressured you into the abyss. Riddle appeared taken aback by Dumbledore's sudden admission of fault, momentarily speechless. It was also due to my own quest for formidable power, in the pursuit of my aspirations, that I committed actions I now regret profoundly. I wish for you to avoid repeating my missteps, Dumbledore continued, evidently recalling painful memories, his eyes glistening. Humph. What use is this now? I shall inevitably become the Dark Lord. Riddle scoffed, though the ferocity in his countenance softened slightly. Not so, the Dark Lord is not you, but rather a pitiful creature ensnared in a diary for 50 years, unseen by the world. Quirinus remarked with a hint of levity in his tone. I am the Dark Lord is me. I am Voldemort, we are one and the same. Riddle, once again filled with ire, gritted his teeth. Dumbledore cast a mildly astonished glance at Quirrell. Harry found himself admiring Quirrell, who, amidst the verbal sparring between Dumbledore and Riddle, managed to interject remarks that seemed to unsettle Riddle. Very well, you are indeed one and the same. He conjures storms in the outside world, indulging in a life of excess, while you languish in your diary, enduring the passage of time. Tom, you are a being of independent thought. These 50 years must have been arduous for you. Thus, when the opportunity arises, it is only natural for you to emerge and wreak havoc, Quirrell remarked with a shrug. Riddle's countenance shifted between shadow and light. Voldemort has conquered death. You do not wish to return to that diary for another 50 years, or even more. Therefore, besides seeking the fresh air, you must harbor some self-destructive tendencies, continuously stirring the pot to draw out Dumbledore, hoping to utilize his power to obliterate the diary and attain your liberation. The diary, shielded by formidable magic, is not something an ordinary person can destroy. Quirrell said this while casting a deep, contemplative gaze at the youthful and handsome Riddle. What nonsense are you spouting? Riddle's face twisted in rage as he shouted. Do you think you know me? Who do you believe yourself to be? Dumbledore remained silent, his brow furrowed with intensity. Snape and Harry were evidently taken aback by Quirrell's astonishing claims. I was once parasitized by Voldemort for over a year, and I understand him. He is a creature completely devoid of humanity, a madman consumed solely by brutality and slaughter. Quirrell's brow furrowed, clearly unsettled by that period of remembrance. You, however, are different. You possess independent thought and personality. I see humanity in you. And to remain sane after 50 years of confinement is a testament to your resolute will. Riddle seemed momentarily taken aback by the realization that this loathsome wretch had a connection to his own dark essence, leaving him at a loss for words. With Ginny's magical prowess, under your control, there could be no semblance of autonomy. Therefore, it was you who orchestrated the basilisk's attacks on the students. And it was you who ensured they were petrified rather than killed, was it not, Mr. Tom Riddle? Quirrell said softly. You never intended to take the students' lives. You were merely seeking to draw out Dumbledore, yearning for your own demise. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Even Dumbledore, who had always maintained an air of calm in the face of adversity, was visibly shaken. Chapter 76, The Art of Words. Hearing Quirrell's words, Riddle's expression darkened as he coolly retorted, what a farce. I am the Dark Lord, why would I hold back? They survived merely by chance, pure luck. Once could be deemed coincidence, but what if twice, thrice? Are those coincidences as well? Quirrell gazed intently at Riddle, speaking softly. There were more than 3 instances. From past memories, Hermione and Penelope also faced attacks. 5 incidents, 5 petrifications. The infamous basilisk, having struck 5 times, failed to succeed even once? This is absurd. If Riddle's intentions were not deliberate, and if there truly existed an individual clandestinely thwarting the basilisk's rampage, should not Riddle have become wary after the failures of the first and second attacks? How could subsequent assaults continue to end in petrification? Do you genuinely believe the young Voldemort was feeble? At the age of 17, Riddle had already begun to exhibit the traits of the Dark Lord, having assembled the initial ranks of Death Eaters. Otherwise, how could Harry, with the mere identity of a second-year wizard, have vanquished the basilisk in his previous life's memories? Riddle, lurking nearby, was not merely a specter. He was capable of casting spells. Even if I did not slay them, what of it? What does it signify? Merely a bunch of insignificant children. Their demise would tarnish my reputation as the Dark Lord. The corners of Riddle's mouth twitched as he continued to justify himself. Dumbledore's gaze grew complex. He regarded Riddle intently, choosing silence, evidently ceding control of the situation to Quirrell. You, the Dark Lord? What monumental deeds have you accomplished? What qualifies you to claim the title? Just your name, Tom Riddle? Quirrell remarked with a sardonic smile. Wake up, Tom. You are not the Dark Lord. The one struggling outside is the true Dark Lord, or rather, the former Dark Lord. I am him, he is me. Riddle's expression darkened. You are merely a fragment of his soul, severed 50 years ago. What connection do his actions and achievements have with you? Do you wish to benefit without effort? Quirrell rolled his eyes at Riddle, deriding him. What did you say? Riddle's eyes widened in fury. Am I mistaken? Reflect on it. Tom, are you truly him? Or is he truly you? Quirrell's tone was low, like a devil's whisper. Of course. I am Voldemort. Voldemort is I. This was Riddle's third declaration of his identity as the Dark Lord, as if to solidify his own conviction. I think not. You are you, he is he. He is Voldemort, and you are Tom Riddle. Quirrell shook his head, chuckling lightly. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Riddle gritted his teeth, his words seeming to be forced from his lips. Quirrell smirked inwardly, recognizing Riddle's wavering resolve. Is that so? Then tell me, why do you seek death? You are one of Voldemort's most crucial secrets, his foundation for resurgence. Do you not realize that if you perish and the diary is destroyed, the damage it would inflict upon him would be immense? Quirrell cast a glance at Dumbledore and Snape, whose expressions were intricate, and another at the bewildered Harry. Speaking in a relaxed tone, Riddle, his face dark, fixed a penetrating gaze on Quirrell, gripping his wand tightly. Will you not speak? Allow me to elaborate for you. 50 years ago, Voldemort had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. He was merely a young wizard, fervently pursuing power, even regarded as exceptionally gifted. By an unforeseen twist of fate, he stumbled upon the secret of immortality, believing he had discovered the ultimate means to conquer death. At that time, he had yet to resolve whether to employ this method for his own conquest of mortality, or rather, had not committed to the decision. However, the emergence of Myrtle prompted him to take action. The secrets of the chamber, the basilisk's enigma, were inadvertently uncovered by her, compelling him to silence her. Having committed murder, he deemed it a waste not to capitalize on it. Thus, you were brought into existence. Voldemort divided his soul into 2 parts. One retained humanity, emotions, encapsulated within his diary, which preserved the more benevolent aspect of Tom Riddle's essence. The other, stripped of humanity, became a vessel solely of desire and ambition, ultimately transforming into the Dark Lord who embarked on a path of conquest and slaughter. Tom, am I correct? Quirrell spoke with a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his lips. I do not comprehend your words. I am merely a collection of memories, Riddle replied, his countenance unyielding, though his eyes flickered momentarily. It matters not if you deny it, but can you answer me this? Why do you wish for death? Have you not already conquered it? You resided within the diary for 50 years, emerging with the visage of a 17-year-old. Time holds no significance for you. So why do you yearn for death? Quirrell's words struck Riddle's heart like relentless blows. Regardless of your interpretation, my purpose in emerging this time was merely to behold Harry, my destined adversary, and to stir a bit of trouble for Dumbledore. Riddle's expression gradually settled into calmness. Yet the tempest within remained concealed. Indeed, I find your statement credible, to encounter one's fated rival, while also reuniting with the venerable professor who guided you into the world of magic, only to then proceed towards death without a backward glance. Quirrell stroked his chin, speaking with indifference. Why do you presume that I would seek death? Riddle's eyes twitched, a surge of animosity towards the man before him, feeling as if he could strangle him. Here he was, the Dark Lord's fragment, utterly subdued. Because you cannot escape, once you initiate action, activating the chamber, your destruction is inevitable. No one can commit a transgression within Hogwarts and evade the consequences, especially in Dumbledore's presence. Quirrell shrugged casually. Moreover, if the diary is not destroyed, do you truly wish to linger within its confines for another 50 years? A century? A millennium? Perhaps indefinitely? Riddle closed his eyes, a slight tremor coursing through his body. Tom, you are a being of independent thought, a person of sound mind. After spending 50 years in the oppressive darkness of the diary, 50 years, anyone would succumb to madness. Now that you have finally emerged, do you genuinely resign yourself to perish? Quirrell took a couple of steps closer, leaning in to whisper in Riddle's ear. Riddle's eyelids fluttered, yet he refrained from responding. You and Voldemort are one and the same, but that was in the past. You both belong to Tom Riddle. However, 50 years ago, you diverged. He is he, and you are you. You possess your own joys and sorrows, while he revels in his reckless abandon. The demonic whispers of Quirinus echoed in Riddle's ears, deeply embedding themselves in his mind. He has confined you within a diary for 50 years. Do you not yearn to truly live? Do you not desire to become a real human? To feel the grass beneath your feet and the warmth of the sun on your skin? Or to pursue genuine power? To delve into the mysteries of magic? The words resonated with those present, causing a stir among them. Snape, visibly anxious, furrowed his brow at Dumbledore, eager to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from Dumbledore. Harry, standing to the side, remained bewildered. Was this not merely a memory? Riddle opened his eyes, his expression void of emotion as he gazed at Quirinus, yet a flicker of hope and melancholy did not escape Quirinus's notice. To live? To truly live. Chapter 77. It has begun. Quirinus's words stirred a tempest of emotions among the attendees, yet Dumbledore's countenance remained grave, refraining from curtailing Quirinus's astonishing declarations. Riddle regarded Quirinus intently, his tone devoid of inflection as he queried, Since you are aware of my true identity, do you believe I would betray him? Betray myself? What betrayal is this? You are not in a subordinate relationship with him. You are merely a fragment of his soul, an equal in essence. He merely occupies the corporeal form, but now, he possesses no body, and neither do you. What difference remains? A subtle smile played upon Quirinus's lips, enigmatic in its allure. After your separation, he severed connections more than once, yet you are unique, a half-soul. If you are both halves of a soul, why cannot you assume the role of the primary soul? Furthermore, he is no longer a half-soul, but merely a remnant of one, a fragmented spirit. Quirinus's words seeped into Riddle's consciousness, igniting a spark in his eyes. Why allow him to dominate? Cannot you govern yourself? Quirinus circled behind Riddle, his voice laced with seduction. He is the master of the Horcruxes, Riddle murmured, abruptly halting, his lips pressed tightly together. Only your death, or perhaps the destruction of all Horcruxes, would lead to his demise, would it not? Quirinus chuckled lightly. Could you not absorb the remnants of the other Horcruxes? Perhaps even him, to become the singular Tom Riddle, an entirely new and whole Tom Riddle. A flicker of intent shifted in Snape's gaze, a wave of murderous intent permeating the atmosphere, yet he found himself powerless to act. The division of souls is irreversible. I have yet to hear of a Horcrux that can be reversed, Riddle retorted, abandoning pretense. Even if the soul cannot be restored, you could still live authentically. As for whether you can kill him, if you have succeeded once, you can do so again. And if you cannot vanquish him permanently, you may merely await his return to strike again. Do you not possess the confidence to overcome a shattered soul? Quirinus smirked, attempting to pat Riddle's shoulder, only to have his hand pass through Riddle's form, leaving him awkwardly grasping at empty air, discreetly retracting his hand behind him. Riddle's expression shifted, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. Could it be that he was indeed inferior to a mere remnant of a soul? Did he not yearn to truly become the Dark Lord? Quirinus sought to stoke the flame further, but as he began to speak, he noticed Dumbledore's brow furrow, and he awkwardly redirected his words. Oh no, the path of the Dark Lord has been irrevocably proven futile by Voldemort, ultimately resulting in nothing but a forsaken, friendless wretch. Why not explore an alternative route, perhaps that of the White Lord? Upon uttering this, Quirinus cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, while Snape, startled by the words, also glanced at the headmaster. Harry, resembling a bewildered hound, darted his innocent yet foolish eyes from one person to another, filled with questions he dared not voice. The White Lord? Riddle murmured, his face reflecting a momentary daze. Indeed, the White Lord, the heir of Dumbledore. By embodying the White Lord, you could vanquish the Dark Lord, securing a renown that is truly yours, Tom Riddle. Quirinus painted an extravagant vision for Riddle. Dumbledore's lips twitched in discontent as he cast a disapproving glare at Quirinus. What was this talk of the White Lord when his own reputation was tarnished? Yet I am but a fragment of a soul, trapped within a diary, rendered powerless. Riddle lamented, his mind thoroughly ensnared. Although he possessed his own thoughts and was not entirely a puppet of Voldemort, he had grown weary of the confinement the diary imposed upon him. Quirinus's words struck a chord within him. It was unbearable, indeed. And one could hardly blame him for seeking an end to his plight. Is this truly a concern, Headmaster Dumbledore? Quirinus turned to Dumbledore with a question. Nicholas Flamel is the greatest alchemist of the millennia. I am confident that he could free you from the Horcrux and even craft a body tailored just for you. Though Dumbledore did not entirely grasp Quirinus's intentions in persuading Tom Riddle, which seemed to be unfolding successfully, he was not averse to playing along. You see, Headmaster Dumbledore has already devised a solution for you, Quirinus declared with a triumphant smile, his confidence palpable. After such a lengthy period, Riddle's form had grown somewhat faded. The essence he had siphoned from Ginny was limited. He cast a deep gaze upon Quirinus and Dumbledore, then glanced at Harry, sighed, relinquished his wand, and softly declared, I surrender. It was truly happening. Snape stood in stunned silence. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, while Dumbledore, with a complex expression, nodded thoughtfully. Riddle then looked down at Ginny, his demeanor shifting as he continued. Ginny is unharmed. I merely drew some of her essence. Her life force remains largely intact. She will be weak for a time, but the hospital wing should be able to restore her. He concluded with a hint of sorrow as he gazed at the fallen basilisk. Following Riddle's line of sight, Dumbledore softly exclaimed, the basilisk has not yet perished. There remains a glimmer of hope. Fawkes could revive it. At this, Riddle's expression brightened, and he murmured, thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Fawkes. Dumbledore gently called to the phoenix that had been observing the scene from his shoulder. Fawkes, somewhat reluctant, pecked at a few strands of Dumbledore's beard. Observing the pained expression on Dumbledore's face, it took flight and approached the gaping maw of the basilisk. With a gentle tilt of its head, a melodious phoenix cry resonated, followed by 3 drops of phoenix tears cascading into the serpent's mouth. In but a moment, the creature began to stir, its massive and elongated form shifting slightly. And soon its head rose, its forked tongue flickering as it hissed softly. However, the basilisk's eyes remained unresponsive, which was perhaps fortuitous, given the formidable menace they posed. Snape and Harry tensed instantly, whereas Quirinus and Dumbledore remained unperturbed. As Riddle observed the basilisk's revival, he hissed through clenched teeth, and the serpent turned, vanishing into the mouth of the Slytherin statue at the end of the hall, its maw closing slowly behind it. After witnessing this, Riddle cast a complex glance at Dumbledore and then at his own fading form, softly declaring, Professor Dumbledore, farewell. If you plan to destroy the diary afterward, that would be acceptable, for that was indeed my original intention. To disappear so directly is preferable. 50 years have been quite arduous. With that, a smile graced Riddle's face as he turned to the leisurely Quirinus, asking, I am yet to learn your name. Are you a graduate of Slytherin? Quirinus elegantly bowed, a light laugh escaping him as he replied, Quirinus Quirrell, Ravenclaw, current Hogwarts campus safety advisor. Quirinus, Ravenclaw. Splendid. If fate allows our paths to cross again, I shall treat you to a drink, Riddle mused, his gaze distant, before dissipating into a wisp of smoke that seeped into the diary lying on the ground. Dumbledore approached, bending to gently lift the diary, dusting it off before turning to Quirinus. Quirinus, what prompted you to take such an action? Snape's gaze remained fixed on Quirinus, a myriad of emotions flickering across his face, while Harry, though still somewhat bewildered, shared the same curiosity. Do you not find the notion of letting 2 Dark Lords clash rather amusing? Quirinus smirked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Letting 2 Dark Lords fight? Dumbledore was taken aback. Snape's expression shifted rapidly, struggling to rise as he regarded Quirinus with a complex gaze, his tone laced with discontent. Quirinus, are you not concerned that you may inadvertently raise another Dark Lord? They are, after all, 2 sides of the same coin. What if they were to unite? Have you considered that? The Dark Lord is no mere adversary. Do you truly believe he can be so easily swayed? And should your assumptions be wrong, what then? Who will bear the consequences? Can you take that responsibility? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his penetrating gaze fixed on the diary in his hands. I certainly cannot bear that burden. Ah, but there is someone who can, Quirinus replied, tilting his chin toward Dumbledore. Seeing Quirinus' nonchalant demeanor, Snape's frustration boiled over. Headmaster Dumbledore, your mentorship of Riddle into a dark wizard has long been a source of torment for you, has it not? Have you not considered that perhaps Had you treated Riddle with less extremity, Voldemort's emergence might have been averted? Now, with an opportunity to re-educate Riddle, are you truly willing to abandon it? Would you not wish to attempt to reform him, to guide Riddle into becoming a force for good? Quirinus's tone was gentle, coaxing. Dumbledore lifted his head, casting a complex glance at Quirinus, and sighed. Ah, Quirinus, you present me with a formidable dilemma. Do you have confidence in this? Snape's countenance remained grim. Yet he discerned a shift in Dumbledore's voice and turned to Quirinus for confirmation. Of course not. I can only infer his thoughts from Riddle's behavioral patterns. I cannot guarantee the accuracy of my assertions, but if I am right, we would possess an invaluable trump card against Voldemort, my dear friend. Oh no, a royal flush. Although he claimed otherwise, Quirinus's expression radiated confidence. What if he has truly deceived us all? The cunning of the Dark Lord is well known. Snape voiced his concerns. Even after 50 years, he remains at heart a 17-year-old boy. What does it matter if he is the Dark Lord? Do you think Dumbledore cannot handle a rebellious youth of 17? If he misbehaves, a sound reprimand will suffice. If one is ineffective, a second will do. Moreover, once Ginny awakens, we can ascertain the truth. At worst, we could impose a restriction upon his soul. Quirinus shrugged nonchalantly. Quirinus, we are not dark wizards. We cannot act so recklessly, especially concerning another's soul, Dumbledore replied with resignation. Ah, Ginny. Harry suddenly regained his senses, realizing Ginny lay unconscious on the ground. Rushing over to check on her. The others were momentarily stunned, having forgotten about her amidst the recent upheaval. Ginny, wake up, please. Are you all right? Harry urged, shaking her gently and calling out. After a brief moment, Ginny slowly awakened, her eyes fluttering open to find several professors surrounding her, with Harry crouching beside her. Concern etched on his face, alongside Headmaster Dumbledore and the aged Bat Snape, which startled her. Headmaster, professors, what are you doing here? What happened to me? Where am I? Ginny stammered, glancing around. You were attacked by a wizard named Tom Riddle, but he has been driven away. You are safe now. Do you feel any discomfort? Quirinus knelt beside her, gently stroking her hair and speaking softly. Tom Riddle, Ginny murmured, then suddenly realizing, exclaimed, Yes, Tom Riddle. Professor, I discovered a diary in my old books, and it could converse with me. I saw someone emerge from the diary. He controlled me and made me do all of this. It's all right, Ginny, you are safe now. Look, Professor Dumbledore has arrived, and Tom Riddle has been vanquished. Quirinus reassured her gently. Really? Is it true? Ginny asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Of course, but Ginny, I would like to pose some questions to you. Quirrell hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Ginny, when did you first realize you were being controlled? Upon hearing this, Snape's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Ginny, while Harry appeared visibly tense. I only discovered tonight that I was under someone's control, Ginny replied, her voice trembling. However, I had an inkling before. One morning, I woke up to find myself covered in rooster feathers, with blood on my hands, and I was utterly bewildered. Moreover, the blood writing on the wall was produced by me, but I can't recall the specifics, when or why I wrote it. I am increasingly frightened, uncertain if I am losing my mind or what is happening. I have a nagging suspicion that it is connected to this diary. I have even considered disposing of it. She shivered as she spoke. Do you recall commanding the basilisk or giving it any orders? Quirrell gently probed, wiping away the tears that streamed down Ginny's face. What basilisk? I haven't. Ginny looked at Quirrell with bewilderment in her eyes. During the attacks, did you have any awareness? Quirrell continued to inquire. No. I only learned about them from others the next day, Ginny murmured, lowering her head. Very well, it is all right now. We should return. I believe you will be spending the night in the hospital wing, but your mother may accompany you, Quirrell said with a smile, helping Ginny to her feet and nodding toward Dumbledore and Snape. He employed the legilimency spell, to which Dumbledore acquiesced. Professor Dumbledore. Ginny stood, guilt-ridden, and greeted him. Miss Weasley, you need not blame yourself. I believe even adult wizards would struggle to withstand Tom's control, Dumbledore spoke gently. Tom, you know him? Ginny exclaimed, her voice bright with surprise. You are quite perceptive, Miss Weasley. Indeed, I know him. To be precise, he was once one of my students, Dumbledore smiled, displaying no hint of shame regarding his former pupil's descent into darkness. Oh, Ginny gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Now, we must take our leave. Perhaps everyone is awaiting us for the feast. Given the gravity of the situation, I believe hosting a banquet is quite necessary. Dumbledore winked at Ginny and Harry before turning to Quirrell, stating, Quirrell, please take Ginny upstairs. I imagine Minerva and Arthur are quite anxious. Quirrell nodded, bending to lift Ginny, who appeared somewhat weakened and unsteady on her feet. Ginny's cheeks flushed as she quietly protested, Professor, I can walk by myself. Quirrell paid her no heed and made his way toward the hall's entrance. Snape cast a glance at Dumbledore and Harry before somewhat unsteadily following behind. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who remained stationary, unsure whether to proceed or wait for him. Chapter 79, The Wisdom of Ravenclaw. As Harry grappled with his thoughts, Dumbledore spoke. Harry, as you have observed. The Tom Riddle you encountered today is a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Harry nodded, already aware from the dialogue between Quirrell and Riddle. Despite his earlier naivety, he had come to understand that Riddle was far more than a mere repository of memories. However, I must apologize, for I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment. Moreover, you are to remain tight-lipped about today's events, even to Mr. Weasley. Upon finishing his statement, Dumbledore noticed a flicker of hesitation on Harry's face and playfully winked, adding with a light chuckle, "Of course, this pertains solely to the matters concerning Tom Riddle." "Yes, Headmaster," Harry replied, a smile breaking across his face. The monumental undertaking of venturing into the Chamber of Secrets and battling the basilisk would be too burdensome to bear without sharing it with friends. Ron would surely harbor grievances otherwise. "Headmaster, regarding what Professor Quirrell mentioned, are you truly considering?" Harry paused, hesitating slightly. "I am uncertain at the moment, Harry. Let us see how things unfold. I need to ponder this carefully." Although Harry's words were vague, Dumbledore grasped their meaning. "Very well, let us ascend. After such a harrowing adventure, I trust you are quite famished." "Indeed, Headmaster." Harry felt his stomach rumble at the mere mention of food. With a flourish of his robes, Dumbledore led the way outside, and Harry hurried to follow. The Riddle said I bear a striking resemblance to him, suggesting I possess certain peculiar similarities. He implied I ought to be a Slytherin. Harry trotted alongside Dumbledore, his expression reflecting uncertainty. Did he truly say that? "What are your thoughts on the matter, Harry?" Dumbledore turned, his deep blue eyes, framed by silver brows, contemplatively fixed upon Harry as he spoke slowly. "I am nothing like him," Harry exclaimed, his voice rising with fervor. "What I mean is, I am a Gryffindor. I insisted on being sorted into Gryffindor." As he spoke, a thread of doubt began to weave itself into his mind. "Headmaster." Harry paused for a moment before continuing. "The Sorting Hat told me I would have been better suited for Slytherin, that Slytherin would make me more exceptional. For a time, everyone believed I was the heir of Slytherin because I can speak Parseltongue." "Harry, your ability to speak Parseltongue is a result of Voldemort's own gift," Dumbledore explained. "He is the last heir of Salazar Slytherin, both in lineage and in blood. If I am not mistaken, on that fateful night, he left you with a scar and transferred a fragment of his power, perhaps something even more extraordinary, onto you. I assure you, he did not do so intentionally." Dumbledore continued his stride, speaking with calm resolve. "Voldemort transferred a part of himself onto me?" Harry murmured, his expression grave. "The Sorting Hat indicated I possess Slytherin traits." "Harry, the person you will become in the future is determined by your choices. Choices outweigh abilities. The Sorting Hat ultimately placed you in Gryffindor, not only due to your own determination, but also because you possess traits of Slytherin as well as those of Gryffindor. If you doubt this, take a closer look at the sword in your hand," Dumbledore remarked gently, a subtle smile gracing his features. "The sword?" Harry mused, examining the magnificent blade. Illuminated by the glow of the Lumos spell, he noticed an inscription near the hilt, "Godric Gryffindor." Only a true Gryffindor can draw the sword of Gryffindor. "Harry, the Sorting Hat serves as both the hat of Gryffindor and the sheath of the sword. However, few can wield the sword of Gryffindor. It has been long sealed within the Sorting Hat." Dumbledore's gaze towards Harry was filled with affirmation and encouragement. With a firm grip on the sword, Harry's resolve ignited, his heart ablaze. Ahead, Quirinus and Snape approached the passageway frequented by them, passing the site of the previous battle with Lockhart, where both Lockhart and Ron had presumably ascended. "How do you know he is seeking death?" Snape, lagging slightly behind Quirinus, remarked with a complex tone. Upon hearing Snape's words, Quirinus turned, casting a puzzled glance his way. It was evident that the thought was incomplete, yet he soon realized, this is the wisdom of Ravenclaw. It is challenging for the fiery Gryffindor and the pure-blooded Slytherin to grasp. Perhaps Hufflepuff could. You, Snape, taken aback by such a response, felt a rush of blood to his face, exacerbating his internal injuries, causing him to cough repeatedly. All right, truly now? You can't take a jest." Quirinus rolled his eyes. Uffed. Ginny, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, hastily covering her mouth and stealing a glance at Snape, quickly averting her gaze, for Snape's expression could be lethal. "You might try locking yourself in a completely enclosed, opaque, soundproof room for 3 days. Then you would understand how I know this. Of course, bring some bread and water to avoid starving," Quirinus remarked with a hint of melancholy. "That was 50 years, perhaps even many more 50-year spans. He is a being with an independent persona, with emotions, or rather, a soul. Moreover, you must comprehend how proud he is, even as a fragment of his soul. Do you believe he could tolerate merely existing as a tool for eternity?" Quirinus concluded, shaking his head. Snape paused, deep in thought. As they passed the enormous serpent's shed, Quirinus raised an eyebrow, continuing without pause. "That serpent's shed contains half of me." Snape's eye twitched, glaring fiercely at Quirinus. "Impossible. That is Slytherin's property. Is Ravenclaw's wisdom merely about how to delve into the coffers?" Quirinus raised an eyebrow. "That is excessive. Have we elevated to the level of houses?" "At most. I might share a portion when brewing potions. Before Quirinus could utter a word, Snape's tone shifted as he spoke nonchalantly. Very well. Quirinus pursed his lips. As they conversed, they did not pause, finally arriving at the entrance of the dark tunnel. Observing the inky blackness, Quirinus stepped aside and said to Snape, "You go ahead. Do you truly believe I can ascend by myself now? Is the wisdom of Ravenclaw so lacking that it cannot perceive my grievous injuries? If I can conjure a simple Lumos spell, you ought to be grateful," Snape remarked with a sardonic lift of his brow. Quirinus' expression stiffened, casting a glare at him, thinking, that old bat certainly holds grudges. "I am well aware, but I presumed that with Slytherin's pride, you would refuse assistance from Ravenclaw." Quirinus retorted defiantly. Ginny, caught in the middle, watched the two professors exchange barbs with great amusement. Even Snape, who usually instilled dread, appeared somewhat more agreeable. "Slytherin does not shun the goodwill offered by others," Snape stated flatly. "Goodwill? How brazen of you." Quirinus remained silent, but his astonished and disdainful gaze conveyed his sentiment unmistakably. "Hurry up," Snape urged impassively. Quirinus found himself at a loss for words, pondering how someone could be so shameless. Setting Ginny down to stand on her own, Quirinus waved his wand, and a large stone slab detached from the ground, lifting the three of them upwards towards the tunnel's exit. Chapter 80, Lucius Malfoy. The descent had not felt particularly deep, but upon their ascent, the true depth of the chamber became evident, at least a kilometer underground, twisting and turning, nearly causing Ginny to feel nauseous. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Quirinus guided the stone slab, bursting forth from the tunnel, startling those gathered at the entrance who quickly stepped back. Upon landing, a plump lady rushed forward, enveloping Ginny in a warm embrace. Beside her stood a pale, balding middle-aged man, his anxious gaze fixed on Ginny. From the sparse red hair atop his head, it was clear he was another Weasley. "It's the Weasley couple. You saved her. You saved her. We cannot thank you enough." Mrs. Weasley released Ginny and came to embrace Quirinus and Snape in turn. Quirinus noted Snape's body tense, unsure of where to place his hands, evidently unaccustomed to such displays of affection. After Mrs. Weasley let go of Snape, Mr. Weasley approached to embrace Quirinus, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, and Quirinus could sense the couple's overwhelming emotion. Just as Mr. Weasley intended to embrace Snape as well, he noticed Snape's injuries. Snape's complexion was pale, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, and his tattered black robes bore a significant bloodstain on the chest, prompting immediate alarm. Grasping Snape's shoulders, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, "Good heavens, Professor Snape, you are injured." At this, the surrounding professors gasped in shock and rushed to inspect him, while the students were ushered outside the lavatory door, peering in with concern. "Severus, how are you?" Professor McGonagall expressed her deep concern, her face bearing an indelible look of shock. Today's events had far exceeded her capacity to cope. "It's nothing serious, just a few days of rest will suffice," Snape replied with a stiff smile, feeling uncomfortable under the weight of everyone's solicitous attention. "How can it be nothing serious? A basilisk-esque tail striking you squarely in the chest. Surviving that is sheer luck." Quirrell interjected, raising an eyebrow and fanning the flames of discomfort, relishing Snape's unease. "Oh, Mrs. Weasley gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Snape. "Professor Snape, how can I ever thank you?" The others echoed her astonishment, and Professor Flitwick stepped forward, grasping Snape's hand with fervor. "Quickly, Severus, let me escort you to the hospital wing." Unable to resist Flitwick's enthusiasm, Snape reluctantly followed him to the hospital, casting a glare at Quirrell that was as sharp as a knife. "By the way, where are Ron and Lockhart?" Quirrell scanned the room but did not see them, prompting him to inquire of McGonagall. "They have already gone to the hospital wing." "I never expected Lockhart." McGonagall's expression grew somber. Outside the lavatory, murmurs could be heard, clearly indicating that everyone was aware of Lockhart's true nature. Hermione, beside herself with indignation, clenched her teeth in fury. Even until today, she had been attempting to defend Lockhart, leading to several quarrels with Harry and Ron. Ron had indeed been a tremendous help. His bravery and sense of responsibility were truly commendable, befitting a Gryffindor. Quirrell nodded in agreement, and McGonagall finally allowed a smile to break through, evidently pleased with Ron's performance. The Weasley couple wore expressions of pride and concern. Outside, Percy thumped his chest, declaring, "Ron is my youngest brother, my own brother." George and Fred unusually refrained from contradicting Percy. "What of Professor Dumbledore and Harry? Why haven't they come up yet?" McGonagall inquired after a moment of waiting. "They should be on their way soon," Quirrell replied nonchalantly. Just then, a melodious phoenix song echoed from the pipes, and Fawkes emerged in a blaze of fire, with Dumbledore and Harry clutching his tail feathers. Upon seeing them, Mrs. Weasley expressed her gratitude to Dumbledore and embraced Harry, her voice trembling with emotion. "Oh, thank you, Harry. Thank you. If it weren't for your swift action to protect her, I shudder to think what might have happened to Ginny." "Mrs. Weasley, it was the efforts of Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell that truly mattered. I merely lent a small hand, Harry replied, extricating himself from her embrace, gasping for breath. Do not be so modest, Harry. I am well aware that Professors Quirrell and Snape played significant roles, but that does not diminish your contribution, Mr. Weasley added, ruffling Harry's hair appreciatively. Minerva. I believe that after such a harrowing ordeal, the students could benefit from a feast to alleviate their tension, Dumbledore suggested softly at that moment. Very well. I shall instruct the kitchen at once, McGonagall responded. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall hurriedly departed, stepping outside to regard the throng of students gathered and promptly shooed them away. The feast at Hogwarts was indeed a lavish affair, incomparable to the usual dinners. Quirinus, Harry, why don't you join me in the headmaster's office for a while? We shall descend once the banquet commences, Dumbledore invited, turning to Quirinus and Harry. Quirinus shrugged, and Harry nodded in agreement, following closely behind Dumbledore as they exited the washroom. Suddenly, Dumbledore turned back towards Harry and said, "Oh, by the way, Harry, please seal the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets to prevent any overly curious young wizards from venturing down into danger." "Oh, certainly, Headmaster," Harry responded, taken aback but quickly nodding. He approached the pool, forcing himself to envision a great serpent before him, opening its mouth to speak. With experience on his side, he succeeded on the first try. The pipe swiftly constricted and vanished, the pool returning to its original state. The trio arrived at the door of the headmaster's office, where they beheld a figure already standing before the gargoyle, sporting a mane of platinum hair, elegantly attired, and wielding a civilized wand. At his feet stood a diminutive house elf, berating the statue. "Get away from me, you wretched stone. I am a board member." The gargoyle remained unmoved, resembling an ordinary stone sculpture. "Mr. Malfoy, what brings you here?" Dumbledore greeted the man with a calm demeanor. Harry regarded the individual with disdain, his gaze shifting with concern to the house elf at Malfoy's feet. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy, father of Draco Malfoy, accompanied by the house elf Dobby, who was bandaged all over. Quirinus, unfamiliar with Dobby, thought that all house elves bore a resemblance, yet he deduced that only Dobby could be in Lucius Malfoy's company. Upon hearing the voice, Lucius turned, his expression seething with rage as he questioned Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, as a board member, am I not permitted entry to the headmaster's office?" "Oh, certainly. The headmaster's office is exclusively for the headmaster of Hogwarts," Dumbledore replied calmly. I am a board member," Lucius retorted angrily. "I am well aware of your position, Mr. Malfoy. Please, come in. We can discuss your matters inside," Dumbledore said with a courteous smile. Without a password, the gargoyle voluntarily moved aside, revealing the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Quirinus smirked, thinking how audacious Lucius Malfoy was to confront Dumbledore, a legendary wizard. It was merely due to Dumbledore's good-natured temperament that he acted so brazenly. Had it been Grindelwald, he would have found himself 6 feet under. As they entered the headmaster's office, Quirinus disregarded Lucius entirely, guiding Harry to a chair before Dumbledore's desk, taking the liberty to pour himself a cup of coffee and also serving one for Harry. Dumbledore settled into his seat, pouring himself a cup as well. "Would you care to join us for coffee, Mr. Malfoy?" "No, thank you," Lucius replied, ice radiating from his gaze. He sensed the palpable disrespect from those present, igniting the ire of his typically proud demeanor. "Very well, do as you please," said Dumbledore, lifting his coffee cup and taking a delicate sip before continuing. "Mr. Malfoy, do you have any particular reason for your visit to Hogwarts?" "Humph, how dare you ask me that?" Lucius retorted mockingly, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. "So many significant events have transpired recently, with numerous students assaulted within Hogwarts. I have heard that had it not been for sheer luck, several of those students would already be dead. It is evident that you lack the capability to serve as headmaster. You have grown old. If this situation continues to unfold, how many more students will face such attacks? Before long, there may not be a single Muggle student left at Hogwarts, which would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic loss for the school. Indeed, it is quite alarming. As headmaster, I must acknowledge my shortcomings in allowing so many students to be endangered. I shall reflect upon this," Dumbledore replied sincerely. Mere reflection is insufficient. I believe you are no longer qualified to serve as headmaster of Hogwarts. Upon my return, I shall propose to the Board of Governors that your position be suspended, or even terminated," Lucius said, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, only to vanish almost instantly. Harry, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with indignation and was about to rise when Quirrell seized him by the arm. He turned to glare at Quirrell, who merely smiled faintly and shook his head, unfazed. Observing Quirrell's demeanor, Harry could only seethe in silence. Lucius watched Harry's reaction with keen interest, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. "Oh, you intend to remove me from my position as headmaster? You certainly lack the authority to do so," Dumbledore stated, his hands neatly folded on the desk, his index finger tapping lightly as he spoke with a pleasant demeanor. "I may not possess that authority, but I will consult with other governors. I shall inform them that a student has even been captured within the Chamber of Secrets, with their fate uncertain. Dumbledore, you have grown old and muddled. You are no longer fit to continue in your role as headmaster of Hogwarts. I trust they will give my suggestion serious consideration. Lucius sneered, looking down at Dumbledore. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, it seems your information is somewhat outdated. We have already apprehended the culprit behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets and the attacks on students. The matter has been resolved just moments ago, Dumbledore replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips. What? That is impossible, Lucius exclaimed, his expression shifting in disbelief. Why is it impossible, Lucius? Dumbledore's penetrating gaze locked onto Lucius, as if he could see into his very soul. Then who is the perpetrator? Where are they? Lucius demanded sharply. It is the same individual as before, Lucius. Dumbledore said slowly, it is Voldemort. Impossible. He is dead. Lucius stammered, panic creeping into his voice. Indeed, he has perished, though not entirely. However, this incident was not instigated by him directly, Dumbledore clarified. Lucius exhaled a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish for that individual to return. This time, he acted through another, utilizing his diary. Dumbledore then spoke, lifting the black diary he had been concealing with his palm. The diary remained unscathed. Lucius paused at the sight of the journal, while Dobby trembled slightly, curiously pointing first at the diary and then at Lucius, before vigorously striking his own head. Quirinus and the others noticed Dobby's actions, yet Dobby stood behind Lucius, who was oblivious to the elf's subtle gestures. Suddenly, Harry understood and nodded towards Dobby. Had it not been for Harry and his friend Ron intervening in time to summon assistance from the professors, Ginny Weasley might have been in peril. I believe they deserve a special commendation, don't you think, Mr. Malfoy? Dumbledore remarked with a smile. You are the headmaster. The decision lies with you. Since you have apprehended the culprit, where is he? Lucius replied stiffly, his demeanor somewhat unnatural. Dumbledore regarded him with a sigh of relief. Grateful that their professor had arrived in time to save Ginny, although concern for her safety had allowed the assailant to escape. Escaped? Lucius's voice rose. What a stroke of luck. Who was the assailant? The assailant's name is Tom Riddle. Have you heard of him, Lucius? Dumbledore regarded him coolly. I do not recognize the name. How could I? Lucius responded, his tone somewhat evasive. I believe you should be familiar with him, Mr. Malfoy. Quirinus interjected suddenly, turning to face Lucius directly. Oh, why would I know an unknown dark wizard who attacked Hogwarts? And who are you to speak to me? Lucius resumed his haughty demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at Quirinus. Ah, who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I was the one who defeated that dark wizard known as Tom Riddle. Quirinus replied with a gentle smile, his fingers interlaced across his chest. Oh, should I request Minister Fudge to bestow upon you a medal? Lucius scoffed. Oh, with your standing, you likely do not even know who Minister Fudge is. I am well aware of Minister Fudge, but do you truly not know who this Tom Riddle is? Quirinus's smile broadened. Of course I do not. What exactly are you insinuating? Lucius retorted impatiently, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. Harry stifled a laugh, eagerly anticipating Professor Quirrell revealing Riddle's identity. Particularly curious about Lucius Malfoy's reaction to the name. Even Dumbledore displayed a look of amusement. Harry, you should proceed to the Great Hall. The headmaster and I need to converse with Mr. Malfoy for a while, Quirinus said, unhurried. Oh, very well, Professor Quirrell. Harry reluctantly stood and pouted as he exited. Tom Riddle, a student of Hogwarts 50 years ago, hailed from Slytherin House. Approaching graduation, he crafted a diary in which he imbued a fragment of his soul. After graduating, he embarked on a path of studying dark magic, establishing himself as perhaps the most gifted student in Hogwarts history. Before long, he amassed formidable power and gathered followers, plotting to overthrow the Wizarding World's dominion. Quirinus fixed his gaze upon Lucius, observing as his countenance shifted from indifference to horror and then to a pallid hue, his entire being trembling slightly. No, it cannot be. Lucius stammered, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation and hope as he looked at Quirinus. Those followers referred to themselves as Death Eaters, and their master was none other than Voldemort, whose true name was Tom Riddle. As Quirinus spoke, he drew forth his wand, conjuring the name of Tom Riddle in the air through magic. Then with a flick of his wrist, he scrambled the letters, instantly transforming it into a new word. Voldemort. Chapter 82, The Threat. No, it's impossible. You're deceiving me, right? How could the Dark Lord bear such a name reminiscent of a muggle? Lucius quaked, his voice rising to a hysterical pitch. Oh, my dear board member, deep down, you already know this to be true, do you not? Quirinus rose and slowly approached Lucius. Who entrusted you with this diary? I believe you know better than anyone. Consider this. How could it be an ordinary object if it was given into your care? I know you must have examined this diary, aware that it can converse and siphon human essence. You deduced it to be a dark artifact, which is why you stealthily tucked it into Ginny's book, hoping to incite chaos in Hogwarts. Am I correct? A smirk danced upon Quirinus' lips. I do not comprehend what you are saying. That item cannot possibly belong to me. Denial is of no consequence. I see you remain uncertain about its true nature. Otherwise, how could you dare to bring it to Hogwarts, right before Dumbledore? Quirinus could not help but chuckle. What do you mean? Lucius feigned composure, though his grip on his wand was so tight that his knuckles turned white. Horcruxes. Given the long lineage of the Malfoy family, you should know what they are. Quirinus glanced sidelong at the still defiant Lucius, his tone laced with disdain. Horcrux. Lucius could no longer maintain his stoicism, his face drained of color, his body quivering slightly. No, it's impossible. The diary merely contains a collection of memories, Tom Riddle's memories. He is not the Dark Lord. You are deceiving me. Deceiving you? Are you not aware of the truth within your own heart? What kind of mere memory could drain life essence, even vitality, and unlock the Chamber of Secrets? Commanding a serpent of a millennium? Quirinus scoffed. Serpent of a millennium? Lucius felt his heart leap into his throat. He had begun to believe. Yet he dared not confront the reality. What else, besides Voldemort's Parseltongue, could command a basilisk? He had previously only been aware that the chamber had been opened and that a student had been attacked. Yet he remained entirely oblivious to the true nature of the assailant. He had merely assumed that it was the work of the diary's memory, having taken pride in his own cleverness more than once. As for the identity of Tom Riddle within the diary, the arrogant Mr. Malfoy paid it no mind. He only knew that it was a dark magical artifact originally belonging to the Dark Lord. With the Ministry of Magic recently cracking down on such items, he believed he could rid himself of this dangerous possession while simultaneously undermining Dumbledore, an endeavor with dual rewards. Little did he expect that the diary was, in fact, a Horcrux of Voldemort, and he had unwittingly delivered it directly to Dumbledore. If the Dark Lord were to return and discover that his Horcrux had been handed over, Lucius trembled, his face ashen, his wand quaking in his grasp, the previously imperious demeanor of the Malfoy governor evaporating. You are aware of the significance of Horcruxes, are you not? You understand their importance to Voldemort? Don't try to feign ignorance regarding your connection to him. I do not believe it, nor would Dumbledore. Oh, the esteemed Mr. Malfoy has personally delivered the Dark Lord's secret weapon for conquering death into the hands of his arch-nemesis, Dumbledore. Should I call you foolish? Or commend you for turning over a new leaf, for recognizing the importance of aligning with the times? Quirinius's words were light, yet they resonated like thunder within Lucius's mind. Clatter. The wand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, Lucius's legs buckling as he nearly collapsed. Dumbledore, who had been examining the diary, waved his hand, conjuring a chair that appeared out of thin air to catch Lucius. The house elf, Dobby, trembled like a leaf, clutching his large ears tightly, desperate to shield himself from the shocking revelations being uttered. Observing Lucius's complete unraveling, Dumbledore regarded Quirinius with a hint of admiration, reflecting on the acute insight and wisdom of Ravenclaw, which Quirinius had demonstrated so effectively. If only he had been present earlier. Quirinius resumed his seat, gently stroking his slender aspen wand, gazing at Lucius, and slowly remarked, Mr. Malfoy, to be candid, we were previously unaware of Voldemort's secret to immortality. We are immensely grateful to you for delivering the diary into our possession, as it has illuminated the source of Voldemort's strength. Intelligence is crucial in warfare, and you may very well become an invaluable asset in our efforts to eliminate Voldemort entirely. The diary. Yes, the diary. Lucius was momentarily entranced, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the black diary in Dumbledore's hand, and he leapt to his feet, lunging towards it. Quirinius remained unmoving, flicking his wand, and Lucius was sent hurtling back into his chair, thwarted in his attempt to seize the object on Dumbledore's desk. What are you doing, Mr. Malfoy? Are you attempting to steal something from Dumbledore's hands within the Hogwarts headmaster's office? Quirinius exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Lucius. Give me the diary. Lucius implored, his face etched with despair as he gazed at Dumbledore, his voice hoarse. For a fleeting moment, Dumbledore felt as though he and Quirinius were the antagonists. Yet this sensation was oddly pleasurable. Oh dear, how naive, Mr. Malfoy, Quirinius clucked, a grin spreading across his face as he regarded Lucius. Let us set aside whether you can snatch the item from Dumbledore. Even if you succeed, what then? We already possess the secret. And you surely wouldn't resort to the Obliviate charm against us, would you? What do you truly desire? Lucius finally regained his composure, realizing their intentions were aimed at achieving some ulterior motive through him. Otherwise, once the Dark Lord returned, he would meet a grim fate, along with his wife, son, and the storied Malfoy lineage. Voldemort was never known for his mercy. What do you mean? Quirinius shot Lucius a disapproving glare. We are the good ones here, he retorted, though the declaration felt dissonant coming from him. Dumbledore stroked his beard, his expression peculiar. We are here to save you. Threatening? That is a villain's act. We are the forces of justice, Quirinius declared with righteous fervor. Lucius's countenance faltered, and he despondently asked, What must I do to have the diary returned to me? I possess wealth, considerable wealth. If you return the diary, I could offer you 1/10, no, 30%, of the Malfoy vault's riches. Quirinius regarded Lucius with a look of incredulity. Are you feigning ignorance or genuinely simple? What would I want with your money? And 30%? Are you attempting to insult me? Dumbledore cast a startled glance at Quirinius. No, we do not seek your money. Quirinius quickly corrected himself, nearly betraying his true thoughts at the prospect of Malfoy's fortune. What is it that you truly want? Lucius's expression oscillated between hope and dread. We seek nothing but a promise that when Voldemort inevitably returns, you will relay a message for us, Quirinius stated leisurely. You wish for me to be a spy? Lucius gasped, springing to his feet, startling Dobby in the process. Spy? Such an unpleasant term. You would merely need to convey information when we require it. How difficult could that be? Quirinius replied, seemingly unfazed. You are condemning me to death. Lucius seethed through gritted teeth. No, I swear I will no longer trouble you. Does that not suffice? We are saving you. Quirinius's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression that sent a chill through Lucius. Moreover, trouble us? Who do you think you are? A school governor? A pureblood? Quirinius's disdain was palpable. We are offering you an opportunity, a chance to turn from darkness to light. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. I am not Dumbledore, indecisive and hesitant. Here, there exist only foes and allies. Quirinus's voice resonated powerfully. Dumbledore shook his head, revealing a faint smile of bitterness, astonished that he was perceived as indecisive in Quirinus's eyes. How could one dare to impose rules upon a legend? If it were Gellert Grindelwald in my stead, would you still wish to absolve your identity as Death Eaters? Upon finishing his words, Quirinus cast a glance at Dumbledore, asserting that had he been in charge, the very day Voldemort fell, you would have been entirely eradicated. How preposterous it is that you still emerge to wreak havoc. The day Voldemort returns, Azkaban shall become a mere jest. After a period of widespread acclaim, Quirinus's system of magical power levels has been universally acknowledged within the wizarding community. Lucius understood the weight of the term legend, yet Dumbledore's legendary status seemed somewhat diminished, as both the living and the dead could prance atop his reputation. Quirinus declared that formidable power should not be wielded as a tool to trample upon rules. True strength lies in self-restraint, which is the utmost safeguard of rules and, by extension, the protection of the weak. Dumbledore found himself caught in the flames of scrutiny, gazing deeply at Quirinus. The phrase magic is power was inscribed in the halls of the Ministry of Magic. Had you been more assertive with your esteemed reputation, Voldemort's influence would not have expanded so rapidly. Quirinus, dissatisfied, turned up his lip. Furthermore, had you exhibited even a modicum of assertiveness, would Mr. Malfoy dare to confront you so brazenly? Mark my words, had matters been delayed further, or had another student been attacked, it would not have been merely him at your doorstep, but a letter of dismissal accompanied by reprimands from the ministry. Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile. Lucius appeared somewhat dazed, questioning why the two were embroiled in conflict. A sword, long concealed, may be mistaken for dullness. It must be drawn occasionally to awaken the alarm in the hearts of certain individuals. Otherwise, one ought to brace for the tempest that shall arise on the day of Voldemort's return. Quirinus grew increasingly fervent and dissatisfied, contemplating how, had he possessed such power, would Malfoy dare to emerge and cause a scene? Ahem. Dumbledore, bemused, regarded Quirinus as his fervor escalated, hastily clearing his throat. Simultaneously, he could not help but introspect, questioning whether he had truly erred. Mr. Malfoy, this is your singular opportunity. Choose whether to remain an enemy or to become a friend, Quirinus declared, his expression darkening. Incensed by Dumbledore's actions, Lucius bowed his head, remaining silent for a prolonged moment, his brow furrowed with indecision. You should no longer harbor hopes that Voldemort will pardon your transgressions, even if, for some ulterior motive, he momentarily forgives you. Reckoning will inevitably follow. Should you cling to notions of luck, I shall need to reevaluate your position as the head of the Malfoy family. I am aware that your loyalty has never truly belonged to the Dark Lord. Your fidelity is solely to self-interest, Quirinus said, his impatience growing. Very well, I concede. Lucius finally uttered, his voice weak, as though he had lost all strength, for indeed, he had no choice. Indeed, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Upon hearing the desired answer, Quirinus's face broke into a smile. Since I have promised you, may I ask about the diary? Lucius inquired hesitantly. If one is ill, they should seek a doctor. Do you truly believe that such an important item, once in our possession, would be returned to you? Quirinus raised an eyebrow, questioning whether he had chosen the wrong person. Could this individual truly bear such a heavy responsibility? The last flicker of hope extinguished, a glimmer of despair crossed Lucius's eyes. With a sense of reverence, Lucius glanced at Quirinus, reflecting on how such a character had emerged beside Dumbledore. It was somewhat amusing to recall his own arrogance upon arrival. Dazed and disheartened, Lucius departed with faltering steps, failing to even cast a glance at his beloved son. When Dumbledore and Quirinus arrived at the Great Hall, the banquet had yet to commence. Typically, such formal gatherings are heralded by Dumbledore's announcement, and their tardiness elicited groans from the students, who clutched their bellies in hunger. Severus Snape was present as well, surprisingly not detained in the infirmary. Quirinus sat beside him in mild astonishment. Ding, ding, ding. Dumbledore took his seat and tapped his goblet, producing a clear sound that silenced the bustling hall. I know you are all famished, as am I, so I shall keep my remarks brief. Dumbledore's resonant voice filled the air. Some significant events have transpired this semester, of which I am certain you are all aware. Our school has faced several terrifying attacks. Fortunately, a few brave young witches and wizards stepped forward, and with the assistance of our 2 esteemed professors, the matters were resolved satisfactorily. As he spoke, Dumbledore glanced toward the Gryffindor table where Harry sat. Harry and Hermione blushed with excitement, though it was unfortunate that Ron was absent. The most vain among them had missed this moment, likely lamenting his fate in the infirmary. Dumbledore then turned to the faculty table, nodding at Quirinus and Severus. Quirinus responded with a smile, while Severus remained unyielding. For this reason, I have decided to award Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Ron Weasley the Special Contribution Award for their outstanding performance during the Basilisk incident. Dumbledore continued with a smile. This announcement fell like a thunderous bomb into the hall, igniting a cacophony of cheers and gasps. "Ah!" Hermione exclaimed, bounding joyfully as she embraced Harry. All of Gryffindor surged toward Harry, eager to congratulate their valiant hero. It is worth noting that the Special Contribution Award had not been bestowed in many years. Furthermore, Miss Hermione Granger, for her timely notification to the professors, enabling their prompt arrival, shall receive an additional 50 points for Gryffindor. Hermione, who had just been ecstatic, suddenly felt her ears flush with embarrassment. The banquet erupted into a sea of revelry, with even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joining in the celebration. Only Slytherin remained somewhat detached, each member sullenly consuming their food. The sound of knives scraping against plates echoing in the air. Draco Malfoy glared at Harry with palpable resentment. As the dinner concluded, and everyone returned to their respective lounges, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, hurriedly arrived with several elite aurors. Chapter 84, The Capture. In Professor McGonagall's office, a gathering of professors convened. In one corner, Gilderoy Lockhart sat nervously in a chair, trembling slightly, his complexion pale and eyes vacant. He had not been permitted to attend the dinner, but at least he would not go hungry. The accusation of attempting to assault a student was a grave matter. Several professors were seated around McGonagall's desk, engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally glancing at Lockhart with expressions filled with disdain and contempt. The scandal surrounding Lockhart was well known, including his attacks on students and his theft of memories from wizards to enhance his own books, leading to further scorn from his peers. The glory he once basked in had faded into utter disgrace. Professor McGonagall had already notified the aurors, and within the confines of Hogwarts, under the watchful eyes of numerous professors, Lockhart had no chance of escape, especially since his magic had been sealed. Severus Snape's sluggish potion rendered his magical abilities lethargic, making it impossible for him to cast any spell. Although Quirrell deemed this an unnecessary precaution, considering Lockhart's capabilities, could he truly incapacitate everyone present with a simple obliviate? Bang! The office door swung open as Fudge, accompanied by several formidable aurors, strode in with great urgency, followed by Filch, who assisted in closing the door. "Oh, Fudge, I did not expect to see you here," Dumbledore remarked, remaining seated, though showing a hint of surprise. Quirrell remained motionless, disinterested in flattering the bureaucrats, while McGonagall and Professor Flitwick stood to show their respect, with Snape rising as well, a gesture Quirrell had not anticipated. "Oh, Albus, you cannot imagine my disbelief upon receiving Minerva's letter. Lockhart actually assaulted a student," Fudge exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "He even attacked some solitary wizards." A whisper from an auror beside Fudge was barely audible, yet all present heard it. Quirrell rolled his eyes in response. "Yes, he actually assaulted a student and solitary wizards. Oh, it is truly inconceivable. His tales, so captivating, were merely fabrications gleaned from the memories of others. He is utterly reprehensible," Fudge exclaimed, spurred on by the comment. Lockhart trembled even more violently upon realizing that the Minister of Magic had personally come to confront him. "Take him away," Fudge said, casting a disdainful glance at Lockhart and gesturing to the aurors. Quirrell spotted a familiar face among the aurors, one he recognized as having a bounty of 1,000 galleons. "Are you in such a hurry, Cornelius? Perhaps a cup of tea before you depart?" Dumbledore suggested amiably. "Oh, if only I could sit down for a chat. But I am far too busy. After taking this wretch back, I must investigate the wizards he attacked." "It is truly infuriating," Fudge replied, shaking his head in regret. "I must take my leave, Albus. I need to inform the public of the truth as swiftly as possible. Lockhart is indeed despicable." After Fudge concluded his remarks, he led the way outside, with the aurors escorting Lockhart, who was already trembling. Was Fudge truly so decisive? Quirrell was taken aback. After all, it was merely a case, and the Aurors could handle it. Why did the Minister of Magic feel the need to personally showcase his diligence before Dumbledore? Once Fudge departed, Professor McGonagall subtly pursed her lips, evidently disapproving of the bureaucratic demeanor exhibited by the minister. As everyone resumed their seats, Dumbledore turned to Quirrell with a warm smile, saying, "Quirrell, it was indeed an excellent decision to invite you as the campus safety consultant. Thanks to your efforts, we have resolved the Chamber of Secrets issue. Otherwise, who knows what turmoil could have ensued. I believe we should nominate Quirrell for a Merlin's Order Medal. He truly is remarkable. Compared to Lockhart, he is the genuine Ravenclaw." Flitwick beamed with delight, having always held Quirrell in high regard. "Sly, that Ravenclaw," Snape muttered softly beside Quirrell, ensuring no one else could hear. "This is no solo achievement. Professor Snape played a significant role. Had he not bravely intervened against the basilisk, Harry could have been in grave danger," Quirrell stated, clearly recognizing Snape's concern for Harry's safety. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression stiffened, and he shot Quirrell a disapproving glare. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, at the critical moment in the chamber, Professor Snape executed a flawless nonverbal spell. According to my theoretical studies, barring any mishaps, his magical prowess should have increased significantly. Alongside his proficiency in nonverbal spells, the potency of his other spells must have also seen considerable enhancement, Quirrell exclaimed, clapping his hands. Snape nodded, acknowledging the truth in that statement. "Indeed, I sense a notable enhancement in my magic. Congratulations, Severus. Wonderful. Now all 4 house heads are on the same level. Remarkable, Severus. Indeed, combat is the finest means of strengthening one's abilities. With Severus's newfound strength, it appears I am no longer his match," Quirrell mused. The compliments from the group proved overwhelming for Snape, who could not restrain the corners of his mouth from curling upwards, revealing his satisfaction. During this period, he had experienced considerable pressure, being the only head not regarded as a great wizard among the 4. Now, it seemed he could finally hold his head high. "Quirrell, with the chamber incident concluded, your task is ostensibly complete. However, we presently have a vacancy for the defense against the dark arts professor. I hope you might assist me in covering this class. Consider it a request from this centenarian. Surely, you do not wish for the student's education in this subject to falter?" Dumbledore proposed amidst the laughter that ensued. After contemplating the request for a moment, Quirrell acquiesced, reasoning that it would not be for long. As for next year's defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore, with a hint of concern, stroked his beard and cast a glance at Quirrell, the meaning clear. "You might seek someone more capable. I cannot take on that role, as little Aisha is still waiting for me in Hogsmeade." Quirinus rolled his eyes, resolutely declining the proposal. He had grand ambitions in the magical realm and did not wish to spend his entire life confined within the walls of this institution. "Well, I shall devise another plan," sighed Dumbledore. "Alas, it seems that every time this moment arrives, my old friends have all made arrangements to travel, as if by some unspoken agreement. The others had no viable solutions either, for the notorious curses associated with defense against the dark arts were well known. Those who dared to attend were certainly not ordinary individuals. It was a yearly challenge, without exception, and who could possibly be unafraid? Only those with ulterior motives would choose to teach in such a perilous subject. The following morning, during the 4th-year defense against the dark arts class of Hufflepuff, the students initially anticipated the arrival of Lockhart, their spirits somewhat low, as they were weary of performing in yet another theatrical presentation. Thus, when Quirinus pushed open the classroom door and entered, they remained oblivious to the change. It was only when Cedric Diggory stood up and called out, "Professor Quirrell," that the Badgers realized a new professor had taken the stage, erupting into excited exclamations. Quirinus ascended to the podium, extending his hands to calm the murmurs below, which gradually subsided. The students gazed at him with eager anticipation, for this man had penned a globally renowned book, proposed an astonishing magical hierarchy, garnered widespread acclaim within the magical community, and resolved the Chamber of Secrets incident, truly an idol in their eyes. Moreover, there were the tactical systems discussed by Professor Quirrell, which were not documented in any book. Few had heard of them, and the students were utterly intrigued. Chapter 85, Cedric. "Are you all disappointed that you will not be taught by the illustrious writer Lockhart?" Quirinus smiled. "You are also a renowned author. Your works have already become bestsellers worldwide, far surpassing Lockhart's novels," shouted a freckled Hufflepuff girl, prompting a wave of agreement from the students below. "Thank you all for your kind words. Now, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Although this information may soon circulate throughout Britain via the Daily Prophet, I cannot help but share it with you," Quirinus remarked. The Badgers perked up, eager to listen. "An unfortunate development. Last night, Professor Lockhart was apprehended by Aurors on charges of assaulting students and attacking solitary wizards to extract memories for his own profit in writing novels." Quirinus's voice was not loud, yet the classroom erupted in chaos. "What? Lockhart assaulted students? I knew he was no good. Turns out he was a fraud all along. He should have been arrested long ago." The room buzzed with fervent chatter. Quirinus allowed the students a moment to vent their frustrations. For this year's cohort had endured too much torment at the hands of Lockhart. As the classroom gradually quieted, Quirinus resumed. Now, regarding Lockhart, does anyone have any questions? Today, we shall not delve into our textbooks. Let us discuss Lockhart instead. Hands shot up eagerly among the students. Quirinus pointed to the most handsome student in the classroom. A young man of exceptional character and scholarship, one of the finest pupils at Hogwarts. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to represent the school in the Triwizard Tournament 2 years hence, though his future would soon fade. Despite being merely a fourth-year student, he had already begun to make his mark. The top student of the fourth year was not the wisdom-cherishing Ravenclaw, nor the self-proclaimed best of Gryffindor, and certainly not the self-styled pure-blood aristocrats of Slytherin, but rather the understated, reserved, and often overlooked Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory. In fact, he surpassed the majority of fifth-year students in excellence. A paragon of Hufflepuff, he was handsome, humble, composed, kind, and courageous. Had his fate not been so tragically brief, his future achievements could have been limitless. Becoming a legend was not beyond the realm of possibility. Quirinus had observed Cedric during his tenure as a professor last year. He was indeed the model student. As Cedric stood, exuding a calm demeanor, he boldly inquired, "Professor, we all know that Professor Lockhart is incapable of casting even a simple obliviate, freeze, or healing charm. How could he possibly attack students and solitary wizards?" "An excellent question," Quirinus replied, "for he possesses an extraordinary mastery of the obliviate charm." "Obliviate, Professor? But he cannot even perform basic spells. How could he wield such an advanced incantation?" Cedric's puzzlement mirrored that of his fellow Badgers. Lockhart had once been an exemplary graduate of Ravenclaw, and it was peculiar that, after such a short time since graduation, he could not execute even the simplest of spells. "Do you not find this odd?" Quirinus countered. "Could it be that he focused solely on practicing obliviate, neglecting other spells?" Cedric suggested hesitantly. "Partially correct. Now I ask you, as fourth-year students, can you perform the spells you learned in your first year, many of which you rarely use? If asked to demonstrate them now, would you succeed?" Quirinus surveyed the room with a smile. "While perhaps not executed with the same speed and precision, I believe we could manage," Cedric replied. "Moreover, the stronger your magic becomes, the more instinctive your spells are. So why is it that only Lockhart experiences such a phenomenon? Dare to guess. Because he was inattentive in class? I think it's because he hasn't practiced in so long. His memory is poor." The Badgers whispered amongst themselves, occasionally standing to boldly share their thoughts. Quirinus stood at the front, smiling as he observed the fervent exchange of ideas, neither confirming nor denying their responses. "Could it be due to the obliviate charm? You mentioned he possesses an extraordinary command of it. Might it be so potent that it caused him to forget other spells?" Cedric ventured cautiously. "Very good," Quirinus applauded, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. "Indeed, the finest Hufflepuff. 10 points to Hufflepuff." Upon hearing this, Cedric flushed with pride, while his fellow Badgers erupted into applause. "Professor, why is this the case?" Cedric queried, still perplexed despite answering correctly. "We practice spells with the hope of mastering them and growing stronger, do we not?" Quirinus offered no immediate reply. Instead, he retrieved his wand and lightly tapped the blackboard, which instantly revealed 2 lines of text, one inscribed with magical power levels and the other with spell levels. "Has everyone read my book?" Quirinus asked, his tone unhurried. "We have. It's exceptionally well written." The Badgers chimed in unison. "Excellent. In my book, I mentioned a term known as magical power levels. The greater your magical strength, the more potent your spells. However, do spells wielded by those of equivalent magical power possess the same effectiveness? Not at all. This discrepancy stems from the proficiency with which one casts spells. A higher level of spell mastery allows for incantations to be executed fluidly and swiftly, consequently amplifying their power to a certain extent." Quirinus spoke with confidence, his demeanor exuding assurance. "When your spell proficiency reaches a sufficient height, this is not the culmination, but merely the commencement." Quirinus continued. "Commencement?" The Badgers exchanged puzzled glances, clearly not grasping the concept. "Indeed, when your proficiency is sufficiently advanced, you may delve deeper into the spell, seeking to understand and even deconstruct it, thereby further enhancing its potency. Upon achieving this, when a spell surpasses its typical strength, this signifies an elevation in spell levels." Quirinus gestured towards the word spell levels on the blackboard. "Spells possess levels as well?" Cedric pondered, taken aback. "Certainly. Everything in existence is categorized by levels, much like the grades you progress through in school, which, while not perfectly indicative of your magical prowess, offer a fair approximation, save for a few exceptional individuals, such as you, Cedric." Quirinus pointed at Cedric, who immediately blushed. The other Badgers offered no rebuttal, clearly acknowledging Cedric's exceptional talent. "While writing this book, I contemplated the concept of spell levels and conducted careful observations and experiments. Though my findings are not yet fully matured for publication," Quirinus remarked with a hint of modesty. "For instance, The spell Aqua Eructo in the first year only summons a stream of water akin to that of a faucet. You might conjure a stream no thicker than your arm. Even with increased magical output, the augmentation is minimal and often disproportionate, yielding diminishing returns. As he spoke, Quirinus demonstrated the spell twice, first producing a thin stream reminiscent of a faucet, then a thicker one akin to an arm's width, leaving a puddle on the floor, which he promptly vanished with a flick of his wand. Of course, this is merely an illustration and cannot solely define the strength of a spell based on its size or shape, Quirinus smiled. Upon reaching the 6th and 7th years, and essentially adulthood, spells cast through diligent practice represent the pinnacle attainable by an ordinary wizard. And what comes after that? Quirinus inquired with a playful glint in his eye. Chapter 86, Spell Levels. The young badgers were filled with perplexity, as the knowledge presented to them was entirely unfamiliar. Subsequently, in my quest to construct the core of my tactics, I began to delve deeply into the intricacies of this spell, analyzing its gestures and incantations. Through relentless practice and contemplation, I successfully advanced the spell Clear Water like Spring. With a swift motion of his wand, Quirinus conjured a torrent of water, as thick as a barrel, which soared over the heads of the onlookers under his deft control, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This feat transcended mere practice. It necessitated a profound comprehension of the spell. Upon attaining this level, one's mastery over the incantation would be significantly enhanced, achieving a degree of control akin to the deftness of one's own limbs, Quirinus remarked. Yet, I remained unsatisfied. Even if I increased my magical output, it merely resulted in a larger stream without a transformative quality. Quirinus waved his hand, retracting the water flow. What was to be done? Thus, I sat in solitude by the sea for 3 days and nights, observing and attuning myself to the ocean's waters. Eventually, I comprehended that in order to summon a greater flow of water and harness it effectively, I must first become one with the water. To gain, one must first give. Therefore, I immersed myself in the essence of water, not only with my body and mind, but also with my magical essence, perceiving the water and the moments of its transformation through magic. Of course, I succeeded, but at a cost. From that moment forward, the potency of my fire magic diminished significantly. Quirinus' expression grew serious as he waved his wand, and a robust water serpent materialized, coiling majestically above the classroom. Approximately 2/3 the size of a basilisk, alive with vitality and commanding presence. Do you know why? Quirinus inquired, as the water serpent gracefully glided through the air, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the young badgers, some of whom turned pale with trepidation. In unison, the badgers shook their heads, their gazes towards Quirinus filled with awe and admiration. It is because my magical essence has been infused with the water, or rather, with the clear water like spring. Naturally, this spell has undergone my enhancements and is now known as Roar of the Water Dragon, and my magic has been imbued with its essence, Quirinus stated with a smile. Roar of the Water Dragon, such an imposing name, the young badgers exclaimed in wonder. Professor, do you mean to say that Lockhart's forgetfulness spell is so powerful that it has tainted his magic, preventing him from casting other spells? Cedric exclaimed, returning to his senses. The young badgers gazed anxiously at Quirinus. Quirinus chuckled softly and replied, Do I appear to you as someone incapable of casting other spells? Reflecting on Quirinus' earlier seamless vanishing spell, they all shook their heads. The truth is, Lockhart's spell surpasses his magical ability. Quirinus stated without hesitation. He possesses merely a 4th-tier magic, while the spell astonishingly reaches the 5th tier. His magical capacity cannot keep pace with the tier of the spell, thus, his magic has been entirely tainted by the characteristics of the forgetfulness spell. It is akin to being parched and yearning for water, only to gulp down a glass of hot sauce, which utterly fails to quench one's thirst and instead exacerbates the situation. Quirinus shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his expression. Lockhart possessed genuine talent. How many in the entire magical realm could elevate spells to the 5th tier? The 5th tier? Today's lesson had the badgers captivated, yet many concepts left them utterly bewildered. Indeed, akin to magical power, I too categorize spells into ranks, currently reaching the 7th tier. My magical prowess stands at the 5th tier. Even though it has been tainted, the impact is negligible, barring a few spells that clash with certain attributes, such as the Fiendfire Curse. Otherwise, the influence is minimal. However, when I employ water-based spells, their potency is significantly amplified. Quirinus nodded and continued. Thus, magical power is fundamental, as I have emphasized in my writings. Professor, since your magic has already been tainted, wouldn't that hinder the further enhancement of other spells? Cedric inquired anxiously. In my perspective, not at all. My magic has not been entirely corrupted. It merely possesses additional water attributes. Magical power is inherently versatile, allowing for the potential mastery of multiple spells at the 5th tier or even higher, provided your magical tier aligns. Otherwise, one risks a fate akin to Lockhart's. Quirinus shook his head. Professor, Which 7 tiers constitute the 7th tier of spells? The badgers clamored in unison. Well, based on my observations, spells for 1st to 3rd years can reach a maximum of the 1st tier. Those for 4th to 5th years can attain the 2nd tier. The 3rd tier is accessible only to select outstanding 6th and 7th year students. The 1st to 3rd tiers can be enhanced through diligent practice, while the 4th tier necessitates a profound comprehension of spells. As for the 5th tier, that is my current water dragon roar, and as for higher tiers, I am uncertain. As I have yet to reach them, it remains merely a vague notion. Quirinus chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, the badgers exchanged whispers. The blue gas stove must be the 7th tier, a legendary spell associated with Grindelwald. Quirinus mused, his gaze distant. All right, this concludes our lesson. The objective today was to instill an awareness of the significance of magical power. However, while enhancing your magical abilities, it would also be prudent to practice a spell in which you excel. Quirinus clapped his hands, subsequently dispelling his water dragon roar with effortless grace. The badgers, still yearning for more, felt a sense of unfulfilled curiosity. Unsurprisingly, this class sparked a tremendous uproar at Hogwarts. It spread like wildfire among the students, and even professors engaged in fervent discussions. Numerous faculty members sought out Quirinus for guidance, particularly Professor Flitwick, who seemed eager to converse for days on end. Furthermore, the content of this lesson reached the outside world, leading to a deluge of letters arriving at Quirinus's doorstep, overwhelming him with correspondence. With a previous book laying the groundwork, the vitriol and mockery in the letters diminished significantly. The sheer volume of missives compelled him to enlist the assistance of 2 students in responding, Hermione and Cedric. This arrangement irked Professor Flitwick, who often muttered that a Ravenclaw student would be more suited for such a task, leaving Quirinus both amused and exasperated. Hermione and Cedric were both eager to embrace this opportunity, finding joy in their endeavors. This was starkly different from Gilderoy Lockhart's responses to his female admirers, as their work involved profound academic discussions that provided them with significant inspiration. As the academic year drew to a close, the Order of Merlin extended an invitation to him, inviting him to join their esteemed ranks and proposing to bestow upon him a 2nd-class medal of the Order of Merlin, a matter currently under urgent deliberation. The Order of Merlin is indeed a prestigious gathering of the most exceptional wizards in the magical realm, although it does not entirely exclude a few rogues. Joining the order signifies his entry into the upper echelons of the wizarding community, automatically granting him a seat in the Wizengamot, the highest court in the wizarding world. Much like Albus Dumbledore, who is a recipient of the 1st-class medal of the Order and serves as the chief wizard of the Wizengamot. Regarding the 2nd-class medal, Quirinus was not particularly concerned. Having authored a book, he had already attained financial independence. His current interests lie solely in the realm of magic and the pursuit of power. With Voldemort's return, it is imperative to master the strength necessary to confront him. Originally, he had wished to learn Dumbledore's method of forging a path with fire. But time was not on his side, and his magic had become tainted by the water element. Even if he were to learn it, the effectiveness would fall short of expectations. Quirinus found himself in a state of vexation.